Chapter 1 Arrival in the Beast World. Oh, the pain. The sharp ache at the back of Yao Yao's head jolted her awake, accompanied by a wave of nausea and dizziness. Reflexively, she wiped her hand across her head, only to feel the warmth of a liquid that seared her skin. Her mind instantly leaped to the conclusion that she must be bleeding. It was a blow to the back of her head. She longed to call for help, but as her eyes adjusted to the faint moonlight filtering through the trees, she found herself beside a river. Perplexed, wasn't she at home? How had she ended up in this place? She had merely taken a sick leave to rest at home, yet her unscrupulous supervisor had summoned her back to revise a proposal. Groggy, she had made her way to work, and while crossing at a traffic light, a vehicle had approached suddenly. A flood of foreign memories surged through her mind. After a moment of confusion, she realized she had traversed into another world. She had crossed into a continent inhabited by beastmen, where humans were non-existent. Instead, there were anthropomorphic animals, referred to as beastmen. In this realm, there were no distinctions of male and female, only females and males. The females were exceedingly rare, with a staggering ratio of 10,000 to 1. A single female could have multiple males, sometimes as many as 100. This was due to the low fertility rate of females, who could only conceive once a year, and the few who survived were often lost during the harsh winters. The dynamics between the genders were starkly different. Males could transform, while females from birth were merely children without the ability to metamorphose. In winter, males could shift into their beast forms to keep warm with their own fur, whereas females relied on their parent for sustenance until they reached maturity. However, many females did not survive to adulthood, and upon reaching maturity, they would have partners to protect them. Consequently, many females developed a capricious and willful demeanor. Take the original Hu Yaoyao, for instance. Alas, if she had not courted disaster, she might have escaped unscathed. Original Hu Yaoyao was the youngest daughter of the White Fox clan's chief, and from a young age, she was the sole female of her generation, lavished with affection by all beastmen. She engaged in all manner of reckless behavior, and had it not been for her status as the only female in her clan, she might have met her demise countless times. It was precisely due to her reckless antics that she inadvertently provoked a rogue beast, bringing calamity upon her family, leaving only herself and a fellow male clan member, named Yu, stranded in the mixed village of beastmen at the foot of the mountain. Even here, she remained obstinately unrepentant, earning the disdain of the villagers. Were it not for you, she would have been expelled long ago. Although females were scarce and males were forbidden from striking or exiling them, any beastman who posed a threat to the tribe, whether male or female, would not be treated lightly. Unbeknownst to Hu Yaoyao, she had taken a liking to the strongest and youngest silver wolf of the village, Bai Li, who was also the chief of the village. Today, she had heard that a female from the Peacock tribe was visiting to choose a mate. Rumor had it that the females of the Peacock tribe were the most exquisite in the entire beastman continent. Fearing that Bai Li would be chosen by one of them, she felt compelled to intervene. However, in her haste, she stumbled and struck her head against the ground. Alas, Hu Yaoyao gazed at the sky in exasperation as she lifted her head. The wound on the back of her head throbbed painfully, causing her to gasp in agony. She needed to find something to bandage her injury, otherwise she would not survive her first day in this world. Just then, an invisible screen appeared before her eyes, searching for hemostatic herbs. Before long, an object resembling a cross began to sway in front of her, swiftly locking onto a specific location. The fox spirit was momentarily taken aback. Was this her golden finger? She had always assumed such a being only existed in novels. Nevertheless, she resolved to postpone her inquiries and prioritize staunching the blood flow. Approaching the herb, she found it somewhat reminiscent of modern-day mugwort, albeit with larger leaves. Setting aside her curiosity, she focused on the pressing need to stop the bleeding. The excessive loss of blood drained her energy as she pulled the herb from the ground. After chewing a few leaves, the bitterness nearly induced her to retch, but she endured it, for the thought of death was intolerable. She applied the herb to the back of her head, where it stung painfully upon contact, causing her to shudder. Once she had finished, she navigated her way back to her dwelling. Guided by memory, the abode was shrouded in darkness, and she could barely discern her surroundings, pondering how these primitive beings managed to survive. How was a modern individual such as herself to cope? Yet, she resolved to make the best of her situation. After all, she had little attachment to her former life. A tragic accident had claimed her family, leaving her the sole survivor, and she had subsequently lived with her grandparents. Despite her efforts to secure a place at a reputable university, she achieved little of significance. Following her graduation, she settled for a mundane 9-to-5 job. In the months that followed, her last remaining relative, her grandmother, passed away, leaving her devoid of any lingering ties. Reflecting upon this, she felt no sorrow. She stumbled upon a soft, furry object and instinctively lay down, succumbing to the comfort of her surroundings. The excessive blood loss left her feeling faint and lethargic. She admonished herself not to fall asleep, fearing she might not awaken. Yet ultimately, fatigue overtook her. The following day, she was awakened by a beam of light as she beheld the scene before her. She was momentarily stunned, struggling to recall her recent transference to this new world. A slight movement elicited a throbbing pain in her head, and upon touching the back of her skull, she discovered that the blood had already coagulated. As she turned over, a desire to continue sleeping enveloped her. She felt utterly disinclined to move suddenly. A shadow loomed over her, prompting the fox spirit to glance up in confusion against the light. She could not discern the identity of her visitor. He was tall, towering at nearly 2 meters, and it was evident that he was no ordinary being in this realm. She mused, recognizing that aside from her kin, he was perhaps the only one who might concern himself with her. "Yes, get up and eat," the man named you replied coldly. Turning to leave, just as he did, a scent seemed to catch his attention, and he turned back, saying, "You are bleeding. I will take you to the veterinarian." Without awaiting her response, he scooped her up in his arms. The fox spirit quickly protested, "It's fine, I'm all right now." However, you paid her no heed. Carrying her swiftly toward the veterinarian, his demeanor exhibited a strong sense of masculinity, completely disregarding her discomfort as they raced along, causing her head wound to reopen and pain to radiate through her, forcing her to grimace. Before long, they arrived at the mouth of the cave. "Veterinarian, come quickly. The fox spirit is injured and bleeding," you called out, even before reaching the entrance. Moments later, a middle-aged man emerged, beckoning, "Hurry, let me take a look." Upon seeing the fox spirit, he could not help but furrow his brow. However, considering her feminine nature, he felt compelled to render assistance. He gently placed her upon a hide, and the veterinarian approached the fox spirit, inquiring, "Where are you injured?" The fox spirit candidly replied, "My head." The veterinarian examined her and noted the blood on the back of her skull. Though it had begun to congeal, it was evident that she had lost a significant amount of blood, and there were still signs of ongoing bleeding. Uncertain of the veterinarian's understanding, she watched as he shook his head and proceeded to gather some unknown herbs from a small courtyard, which he crushed and applied to her wound. He then instructed him, "Ensure she does not come into contact with water or move excessively, otherwise she may exacerbate the injury." Chapter 2. A painful sight. "I understand." He nodded obediently, cradling the fox spirit as he made his way back to the cave, where he laid her gently on the hide before turning to leave. The fox spirit was puzzled, sensing his aversion towards her. Upon reflection, she realized that throughout their journey, he had been holding her against the light, preventing her from clearly seeing his face. Now, recalling her memories, she remembered the scar that marred the left side of his face, measuring approximately 1 centimeter in length. All of this was the consequence of her actions. No, it was the result of her original self's recklessness. In their clan, she had insisted on taking him out to play, and he had been wounded by a beast while trying to save her, nearly losing his life in the process. Instead of showing gratitude, she had mocked his ineptitude. Now, with his scar, he was left without a companion. Though marriage was forbidden in their current setting, it was clear that no female would be drawn to him. Foxes were naturally vulnerable creatures, incapable of defending themselves against larger animals. With the addition of a scar, his chances of attracting a mate were further diminished. The fox spirit clicked her tongue in resignation. After all, it was not her fault, and she had no reason to feel guilty. However, as she inhabited this body, she was in essence still her. "Alas, what a tragic fate." That hurts," she exclaimed as she inadvertently tugged at her wound, grimacing in pain. Before long, he returned, carrying a freshly cleaned wild chicken, stating, "Here, eat this and rest well afterward." Upon seeing the raw meat, her stomach betrayed her with a loud growl, but she shook her head in refusal. "I cannot eat raw meat. Surely he would not wish to endanger her life in such a manner. It would be preferable to let her perish altogether." He frowned slightly and turned to leave, while the fox spirit paid no heed to his mood. After all, she would not be swayed into consuming raw meat. Moments later, he returned once more, this time holding something wrapped in a leaf. Assuming it to be raw meat again, she immediately protested, "I will not eat raw meat. This is not raw meat, it is a berries." Curious, the fox spirit peeled back the leaves to reveal some glistening red fruits. Freshly cleaned, she recognized these as berries that could only be found on steep cliffs. As she picked up a berry, she remarked, "In the future, you can gather other foods for me. There's no need to risk your life for these berries." It was no wonder so many females were fond of these berries. They were sweet and crisp, with a flavor reminiscent of cherries. Unbeknownst to her, her words left him momentarily stunned. As he regarded her with confusion, she was behaving quite unusually today. The fox demon, having feasted and quenched her thirst, reclined upon a hide, while you ventured out to join the hunting party. Stretching languidly, The fox demon emerged from her cave. She had remained within for 3 consecutive days, and frankly, the resilience of the beastly physique was impressive. Her wounds had nearly healed within this brief span. This weather was stiflingly hot, rendering the cave itself quite oppressive. Upon stepping outside, she was taken aback to find 2 suns blazing in the sky, a sight that utterly defied her expectations. With such heat, one could hardly fathom how the 2 suns could endure the cave, though not small, with an entrance roughly 4 meters wide and similarly high, and a depth of about 3 meters, was rather disorganized. Items were strewn about haphazardly, and a few wild chickens, left for far too long, had begun to emit an unpleasant odor. Additionally, 2 hides remained untreated, contributing to the foul stench that permeated the space. How could a modern person tolerate such conditions? Alas. Thankfully, you did not reside with her, but rather in a nearby cave, as the original inhabitant had deemed him unworthy and driven him away. He typically only visited to deliver provisions, and her cave was seldom frequented by other beast folk. Even those who passed nearby would take a detour, reluctant to provoke her. She set about tidying the cave, discarding the foul-smelling chickens, and placing the hides outside to sunbathe. Once organized, the space felt considerably more comfortable. After her efforts, she found herself parched. The fruits you had provided were long gone. Recalling the proximity of a river, she meandered toward it, and soon encountered a group of females and several males frolicking by the water's edge, drawn out by the sweltering heat. Goodness! The sight of the females was quite overwhelming. It was her first encounter with them. Although the original's memories lingered, they paled in comparison to the reality before her. Each female was robust, with sun-kissed skin and disheveled hair, starkly contrasting with the males, who were strikingly handsome and tall. The aesthetic of this world was undeniably unique. The beast folk turned their gazes upon her, and the scrutiny made her skin crawl. Embarrassed, she took a sip of water. Glancing at her reflection, to her dismay, she found herself equally unappealing, resembling the very female she had just observed. Perhaps even worse, her face was marred by numerous blemishes, some festering, others dark and an utterly disheartening sight. How could she bear to confront herself, knowing her own figure was less than flattering? She hastily retreated, unable to bear the humiliation. Moreover, the stares of the beast folk lingered on her, their gazes sharp enough to pierce through her. She had committed no wrongdoing. All the mischief lay with the original inhabitant. Upon returning to the cave entrance, she was relieved to find a large tree providing shade, and she plucked a leaf to use as a makeshift fan. She contemplated how to alter her current circumstances while losing weight seemed feasible. She grappled with the issue of improving her blemished complexion. As for her diet, she was still in an era of primitive consumption, which was utterly unacceptable to her. After a few days of exploration, she discerned that the system was not as depicted in novels. It offered no exchanges aside from a novice gift of a rather thick parchment scroll, measuring several centimeters in width, and nothing more. However, the system resembled a search engine, allowing her to look up anything and access instructional videos on product creation. The parchment served as a medium if she wished to show something to others. She could transcribe information from the system onto the scroll. Perhaps she could utilize the system to craft something of value. At times, she pondered whether her arrival in this world was destined to instigate change. Given her present situation, she required some pots, and most importantly, a means to generate fire. She had attempted to create fire through friction yesterday, but her efforts yielded no spark. Perhaps her strength was insufficient. She contemplated seeking assistance from you when he was rested. At the very least, he was the only person she could currently trust, or rather, the only one willing to assist her. Yet you had just departed, and she had no idea when he would return. Perhaps it was due to the presence of 2 suns in this world that the days were exceedingly long. After a prolonged period of rest, boredom began to set in. Alas, how could she endure the tedium in such an extended daylight without a mobile phone to occupy her time? Her boredom persisted until you returned in the evening. Still clutching the familiar red berries, the fox demoness accepted the berries and set them aside, intending to call out to you for assistance. But she observed him walking away. She hastily pursued him, exclaiming, "Hey, you don't go. I need your help with something." You frowned, wondering what she was up to this time. "What is it?" he asked sternly. Startled, the fox demoness halted her steps, feeling a bit wronged. "Never mind. You can go." Chapter 3. The spark. She could discern that you did not particularly like her. If it weren't for their shared lineage, he would hardly continue to assist her. Hearing her, you felt a pang of regret for his brusque demeanor. "Is there something you need?" "Nothing, just go." At this point, she no longer wished for his help. As a person from the modern world, she refused to believe she couldn't survive here. You recognized her irritation and gently inquired, "Do you wish to see Bailey?" The fox demoness was taken aback, momentarily forgetting her grievances. "Why would I want to see him?" "Then what would you like me to assist you with?" "Aside from Bailey," She had not requested his help with anything else. I just wanted to ask when you could rest. I have some matters I need your assistance with. If you're unwilling, then forget it, I can manage on my own. You regarded her with a scrutinizing gaze, causing the fox demoness to feel uneasy under his intense scrutiny. Her resolve began to wane. I truly do have something to ask you, and it has nothing to do with Bai Li. You possesses an admirable appearance, strikingly handsome, with a face that appears to be chiseled. Defined by sharp angles, his exterior may suggest a carefree demeanor. However, the jagged scar upon his visage imparts an air of gravitas, rendering him remarkably mature. Perhaps, in the absence of this scar, he would embody a more reckless spirit. It is this very scar that instills fear in many, particularly among females. Even now, his gaze has rendered her momentarily speechless. You, certain that his response was not prompted by the sight of Bai Li, remarked, I am free tomorrow. Very well. Then you've been busy all day. You should return to rest and come back tomorrow. The fox spirit cheerfully replied. You nodded and turned to depart. After Yes' departure, the fox spirit joyfully indulged in the berries, knowing that with Yes' assistance, she would soon be liberated from the daily necessity of consuming them. Seated upon the animal hide, she gazed at the vast cave entrance. Devoid of any sense of security, anyone passing by could easily observe her activities within, leaving her with no semblance of privacy. If she possessed the means, she would aspire to construct a dwelling of her own, ideally with a garden brimming with a variety of flowers. The following day, the first ray of light graced her face, and the fox spirit opened her eyes with impeccable timing, even more precise than an alarm clock. As the fox spirit emerged, she noticed you already waiting at the cave's entrance. She approached him and inquired, You, why have you arrived so early? You gazed at her in silence, and the fox spirit, feeling somewhat embarrassed, clicked her tongue. After all, did she not comprehend Yu's demeanor by now? The fox spirit retrieved some timber from nearby, which she had gathered out of sheer boredom the previous day, along with a handful of dry grass. She took a relatively dry piece of wood and struck it in the center, creating a small hole. After placing some dry grass atop it, she sought out a sharper stick and turned to you, who stood nearby, seemingly lost in thought, observing her actions. Come here, she instructed. You approached. She twirled the stick with a playful smile and said, If you spin it like this, it will catch fire. I'll prepare a delicious meal for you today. As you witnessed her smile, he experienced a momentary daze. It seemed he had never seen her smile at him before, apart from her usual scolding and disdain. This was a novel experience that left him somewhat bewildered. How wonderful it would be if she could always smile like this. The fox spirit, oblivious to his musings, urged him to hasten. Please, do hurry. What are you doing? He was jolted back to reality. What was he doing? Perhaps he was overthinking. He would sooner believe that wild boars could climb trees than accept the notion that she could change. Suppressing his emotions, he resolved to mimic her demeanor and proceed accordingly. The fox spirit squatted nearby, her gaze fixed intently, fearful of missing anything. Soon, a wisp of delicate white smoke emerged, and upon witnessing this, she was filled with delight. Clinging to his hand, You were truly remarkable. Just the day before yesterday, I struggled here for quite some time without any success. However, as she grasped his hand, he inadvertently trembled, extinguishing the newly emerged flame. You was taken aback, staring at the chubby, dark hand on his arm, a peculiar sensation stirring within him, one that was difficult to articulate. Upon witnessing the scene, the fox demon exclaimed, Ah, please, continue. I shall remain still. You, upon hearing this, suppressed the vague feelings of uncertainty and focused intently, swiftly generating white smoke, which soon transformed into flickering flames. Wow, it worked. The fox demon's eyes sparkled with excitement as she hastily gathered nearby dry twigs to stoke the fire, which rapidly blossomed into a vibrant blaze. She then added dry timber, marveling at the flames. Is this fire? You gazed in astonishment at the frantic female beside her. Fire was a coveted resource for every tribe, as it significantly increased the survival rate of females during the harsh winter months. Besides the Lord of Beast City, it was customary for orcs to seek fire as winter approached, ensuring the survival of their females. While some orcs endeavored to collect natural fire, such flames were perilously fierce, leading to the demise of countless orcs. How could she possess such knowledge? Moreover, what kind of enigmatic method could she possibly impart to him? Even the city lord guarded his secrets fiercely, yet here she was, an unfathomable mystery before him. Indeed, if he were to decipher her, it would be akin to chasing phantoms, for the fox demon was no longer the being she once was. The fox spirit, in a fit of fervor, cast a substantial pile of dry timber into the fire, causing a thick plume of black smoke to surge forth. The acrid fumes stung her eyes, bringing forth tears, and the oppressive heat of the day, compounded by the blazing fire, became nearly unbearable. In a moment of desperation, she hastily placed another log onto the flames and scurried out of the cave. From his position, Yu called out, "What are you doing? Hurry out. Don't you find it suffocating?" Upon hearing the urgent voice, Yu regained his senses, only to realize he was enveloped by the swirling smoke, which rendered his eyes nearly shut. He dashed out in haste, coughing violently. Cough, 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 cough. Tears streamed down his face, and his throat felt parched and uncomfortable. This phenomenon was something he had merely heard of and seen from a distance. He never anticipated its formidable potency. The fox spirit gazed at him, unable to suppress her laughter at the foolish work before her. Soon, the thick smoke began to dissipate, and the fox spirit and Yu approached. She brushed aside the embers and turned to Yu, inquiring, "Yu, did you catch any wild chickens yesterday?" "At home," he replied. "Go fetch one. I shall prepare a delicious meal for you today," she said with a mischievous grin. Yu, captivated by the cheerful demeanor of the female before him, noticed her round face, which, despite its plumpness, radiated a lively charm. "All right, I shall retrieve one right away." Unbeknownst to him, he was already on his way. The fox spirit ingeniously procured 4 sticks to construct a framework, subsequently seeking a straight and smooth wooden pole for today's roast chicken endeavor. This pole seemed quite suitable. She grasped a nearby bone knife to sharpen the wood, and before long, Yu returned, clutching a chicken of indeterminate death duration. A quick sniff revealed it was not overly foul, indicating it had not been dead long. "Come, Yu, let us wash it by the river." Upon reaching the riverbank, Yu meticulously removed the feathers from the wild chicken. Alas, without scalding water, she had to forcibly pull the feathers away, resulting in considerable damage to the skin. Chapter 4. Conditions. Much of the plumage had been removed, yet some fine hairs remained stubbornly intact. The innards, head, and feet were discarded, and after a thorough cleaning, the fox spirit returned home in high spirits. However, as she approached the cave entrance, she was taken aback to find a multitude of beastmen gathered outside. Confusion enveloped her. Had these beastmen, who previously bore animosity towards her, come to her abode? Had the original owner of this body caused some grave misfortune before her demise? As she strained to recall, nothing substantial came to mind, save for the stunning female Eve from the Tiger clan, who was still in her youth. Oh no! It dawned on her that on the day of her predecessor's departure, she had committed an egregious act, allowing a rogue beast to abduct Eve. What a disaster! What should she do now? Should she inform you? It was said that rogue beasts were notoriously cruel. Much like the beastmen, they were outcasts, either rejected by their tribes or abandoned males by nature, such as the cold-hearted snake and scorpion beasts of the latter category. Rogue beasts were universally reviled, unaccepted by any tribe, notorious for their brutality, capable of murder and theft, and many were even known to prey upon beastmen. What to do? Alas, why must this fox spirit engage in such reckless deeds? If she revealed the truth, would she be ostracized from the tribe? Many in the tribe were suitors vying for Eve's affection. Even if she were not cast out, she would surely be torn apart by her rivals. Furthermore, the cruelty of rogue beasts instilled fear in all beastmen. Eve, if captured, might no longer exist in the realm of beasts. Suddenly, the fox spirit was startled by a voice, causing her to tremble and stammer in response. "What is it? What's wrong?" "The chieftain is speaking to you," Yu informed her. Oh. The fox spirit feigned realization, only to discover she had unknowingly followed Yu back to the cave entrance. Though she was not responsible for the current situation, guilt gnawed at her. Otherwise, she would not have been so startled by Yu's call. "What? The chieftain? How did the chieftain arrive here?" "I heard the chieftain had an affection for Eve. Otherwise, she would not have been envious enough to let the rogue beast abduct her." Could this be a summons for retribution? Panic washed over her, painting her face with distress akin to a bitter taste. "What is the matter? Where did you learn this?" Bali inquired. "Huh? What?" Upon observing, it was evident that the fox demoness had yet to emerge from her reverie. Bali furrowed his brow. Were it not for the sake of his clan, he would have no desire to engage with this repugnant female. He inquired of Yu, who remained silent. He then expelled all the beastmen, yet Yu still refrained from speaking, merely attributing the matter to the fox demoness. "From where did you acquire this spark?" Upon hearing the words, the fox demon regained her composure and inquired whether the fire seed was not Eve's. It appeared they were still unaware of the information circulating online. "What?" Bai Li's anger flared, feeling that this female was merely feigning ignorance. No, I discovered it by chance." "What nonsense." This group of primitives could hardly grasp the concept of the internet. Looking up, Bai Li was taken aback. No wonder the fox demon was so intent on becoming his mate. The chieftain was strikingly handsome. His silver hair cascaded in an exquisite disarray, and his dark tea-colored eyes held a profound depth. Yet his aloof expression was reminiscent of a fallen angel, jolting her back to reality. Discover? How? Bai Li inquired urgently. This pertained to the survival of their tribe, should they acquire it. They would no longer need to exchange vast amounts of food for fire seeds in the city of beasts during the winter solstice, which often led to the starvation of many male beast men allowing females to eat. How to obtain it? Yu's gaze was not incorrect. Observing Bai Li's anxious demeanor indicated the significance of fire to him. In light of this, the fox demon smiled faintly. Why should I divulge this to you? Bai Li, and you were taken aback. Bai Li was momentarily stunned. Ever since she had arrived in the tribe, she had relentlessly pursued him, showing keen interest in anything concerning him. She had always acquiesced to his wishes, yet her current reaction caught him off guard, and her eyes, now clear and devoid of previous infatuation, bewildered him. What is happening? For reasons unknown, he felt an emptiness in his heart. He ought to be elated. For had he not always found her insufferable? Yu was even more astonished than Bai Li, having witnessed the fox demon's affection for Bai Li. Despite Bai Li's disdain, she had remained steadfast, undeterred by the judgments of those around her, but it seemed that this steadfastness had waned since 3 days ago. Had she suffered some sort of injury to her mind? Little did they realize that the female before them harbored the spirit of a soul from the 21st century. Unless you agree to 3 conditions, I shall not reveal anything to you, the fox demon declared, noting his astonishment. She was unconcerned. Her own survival was paramount. Yu, observing her triumphant demeanor, recognized that she had indeed not changed. She remained true to herself. Bai Li, upon hearing this, was infuriated. Indeed, she had not changed. She was still that insufferable female. I will never agree to become your mate. The fox demon's lips twitched, and several dark lines appeared on her forehead. My friend, you are overthinking it. I have no desire for you to be my companion. In her heart, she considered herself a human, despite her form being that of a fox. The very notion of being with an animal was utterly repugnant to her. Bai Li was taken aback and asked, Really? Indeed, she affirmed. Well then, tell me your requirements. I will agree to 10 if you wish. As for my demands, I shall reserve them for later, but I hope you will keep your word, the fox demon replied. Seemingly recalling something, she raised her chubby little hand and vowed, I assure you, I shall not disturb your life again. Bai Li scrutinized her sharply. Her expression bore no hint of deceit. A fleeting wave of displeasure washed over him, and he coldly responded, Very well, I accept your promise, and I trust you will honor it. With a charming smile, the fox spirit said, This is the best way. Turning to you, she continued, You, please teach him. I shall prepare the roast chicken, and when it is ready, I will call for you. You nodded in agreement, pondering, what is roast chicken anyway? Never mind. As long as she can transform, that is all that matters. The fox demon held a chicken over the flames, while Ran Yu and Bai Li utilized her wood to conduct experiments nearby. Before long, flames danced upward, and Bai Li gazed in astonishment at the flickering fire, a rare smile gracing his otherwise indifferent expression. With this, their tribe would finally bid farewell to the deaths of the beast men during the winter solstice. Observing the female quietly roasting the chicken over the fire, a flicker of annoyance surged within him. After all, the wild hen had been painstakingly retrieved by Yu, only to be charred by her. As a member of the fox clan, Yu was naturally petite and unable to capture larger animals. Nevertheless, considering her contribution of the fire, he decided to let it go. In truth, her tranquil demeanor was quite pleasing. Chapter 5. Roasted chicken. Initially intending to greet Yu and depart, he was captivated by an exceptionally delightful aroma that tantalized his senses, causing his mouth to salivate. Yu too detected the scent, being of the fox clan. Wild chickens were his favorite, and this fragrance ensnared him utterly. How delectable! The two of them could discern the enticing smell emanating from the chicken in the fox demon's grasp. Who knew fire could be used in such a manner? The result was astonishingly fragrant. Before long, a golden brown chicken, slightly charred, was freshly prepared. Indeed, her frequent consumption of roasted meats had honed her culinary skills, although she remained uncertain whether the meat was cooked through. As she tore into a drumstick, the absence of sanguine juices suggested it had absorbed the flavors well. However, upon taking a bite, disappointment washed over her. There was no flavor at all. It was utterly unpalatable. It seemed that when time permitted, she ought to seek out some edible seasonings. Raising her gaze, she noticed 2 beast men eyeing the chicken with glimmering eyes. Oh, Subsequently, she approached Bailey, tearing off a leg. The two towering beastmen harbored their own intentions. Bailey scoffed. She remains herself. You sighed in dismay. In her eyes, he remains. The fox spirit. Yao extended a chicken leg to Bai Li, saying, "Here you go." Bai Li, with a sense of pride, accepted the chicken leg and began to eat. Yao then approached you, offering him an entire chicken. "This is for you." You transitioned from a state of despondency to astonishment. She had given him a whole chicken. As he watched Yao turn away, tears of gratitude streamed down his face. It was the first time he had received something so thoughtful. Suddenly, his sorrow dissipated, for he now had someone to protect. Previously, he had never dared to hope for even a glance from her, even though she had someone she admired. He had wished only to silently guard her until she found a partner. But now, everything had changed. If you felt elated, Bai Li was in a state of confusion. He glanced from the chicken in Yu's hands to the chicken leg in his own, suddenly finding the leg less appetizing. Had she truly given up on him? Bai Li sank into self-doubt. In truth, Yao had orchestrated this moment deliberately. She wished to demonstrate that she would no longer cling to him. After all, you had caught that wild chicken. Wasn't it only right for her to offer it to him? Taking a few bites of the tasteless chicken leg, she mused, well, even if it lacks flavor, it's certainly better than eating it raw. With this thought, she found some solace. After Bai Li departed, you remained behind, perhaps reminiscing about the taste of the roasted chicken, as she continually licked her lips. He was already quite handsome. The scar on his face did nothing to diminish his allure. In fact, it lent him a wild charm. The sight of him licking his lips nearly overwhelmed her. A woman approaching her 30s. Haven't you had enough? If you want, I can roast a few more for you, Yao suggested. Upon hearing this, Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? You'll roast them for me? One chicken would hardly satisfy him. He usually needed 7 or 8 to feel even slightly full. Yes, I will roast them for you, Yao affirmed. Overjoyed, Yu transformed into his fox form and dashed outside. Yao was taken aback. It was her first time witnessing his true appearance. His pure white fur was indeed that of a white fox. How she wished she could pet him. If she could win his favor, he would likely not refuse her future requests for help, and she had many tasks that required his assistance. Before long, Yu returned, hands full of 7 or 8 wild chickens, all cleaned and ready. The entire afternoon was spent helping Yu roast chickens, and he consumed every last one he had brought back. She couldn't help but marvel at the vast appetite of this beast man. Satisfied, Yu then realized that Yao had been roasting chicken for him despite her injuries, filling him with concern. Yao, you've been hurt. And I've made you roast chicken for me. How could I have forgotten? I've eaten so much, yet you haven't had any, have you? I'm such a fool. He smacked his forehead in realization, anxiety flooding his heart. Would she refuse if he called her Yao? No, I'm not hungry. I don't really want to eat, Yao replied, dismissing his concern. She was entirely unaware that he had previously called her by her full title, Fox Spirit Yao, and now simply referred to her as Yao. To him, it might have seemed trivial, just a name. What? You haven't eaten much at all? I'll go catch another one for you, he declared, turning to leave. The fox spirit swiftly obstructed him, declaring, I require none of that. This will suffice. She then produced the berries she had foraged the previous day. Upon witnessing this, Yu's heart swelled with warmth. It appeared that the spirit had a fondness for these fruits, prompting him to resolve to gather more in the future. Yu, did you not mention yesterday that you would be free today? Would you accompany me for a stroll? In truth, she wished to learn more about this tribe. No, your injury has yet to heal. Once you are fully recovered, I shall take you out, he replied. Nonsense. Look, I am already feeling much better, she asserted, twirling in place. Suddenly, she exclaimed, Oh dear, how fortuitous. I feel slightly dizzy and stumbled precariously. Are you all right? Yao Yao? You rushed to support her upon noticing her distress. I am fine, truly. She hastily waved her hand, explaining, I have been crouching for too long and rose too quickly, causing a rush of blood to my head. I cannot allow this. I am concerned for your well-being. I shall escort you to the shaman, he declared, moving to lift her in his arms. Upon witnessing the situation, the fox spirit hastily interposed, insisting, No. I'm perfectly fine. Truly, I assure you, there is nothing amiss. After spinning around once more to demonstrate her well-being, she found herself still shrouded in doubt by you. Very well, let us proceed this way. I shall take a moment to rest, and you may return to find me in the afternoon. After a brief contemplation, you nodded in agreement. Then you may return, she said, reclining upon the animal hide and watching you depart. Sighing softly, she contemplated venturing out to explore the tribe. hoping to procure some ingredients along the way. Moreover, she yearned to discover the safest means of escape. She needed to strategize for her future. As a person from the 21st century endowed with a unique advantage, she believed she could thrive in this world. Although Bali had acquiesced to her 3 requests, one could never be certain of his fidelity to his promises, particularly given that he was enamored with the most beautiful female in the tribe, the beloved of all. Should she consider relocating to another tribe? Yet, where could she possibly go? The risk of encountering wandering beasts loomed ominously, not to mention the presence of colossal creatures. These giants surpassed even the orcs in size, instilling fear in the hearts of orc kind. Their sheer magnitude and destructive capabilities were legendary. A single giant could obliterate their entire tribe, and such creatures often traveled in packs, rarely seen alone. In this regard, they bore a striking resemblance to dinosaurs, comprising both carnivorous and herbivorous varieties. Reflecting on these thoughts filled her with trepidation regarding her future. Furthermore, if you were to discover her transgressions, he would surely abandon her. For she had harmed a juvenile female. She realized she must devise a plan to escape, ideally with someone to guide her, yet aside from you. No one else seemed willing to assist her. Chapter 6. The relief of safety. No tribe would show mercy towards the harm of females, although she too was a female. Her actions had rendered her unfit for life within the tribe. Outside, females lacked the means to survive, possessing no survival skills, and relying solely on males for hunting. If fortune smiled upon her, a benevolent orc might bring her back to the tribe. Otherwise, she faced the grim fate of perishing beneath the claws of wandering beasts and colossal creatures. Of course, there existed another option, to barter them with ferocious tribes for sustenance. The wild boar clan, known for their fierce and unkempt demeanor, was among the most despised by all orcs and not even considered by females contemplating their options. What a vexing predicament. The fox spirit gracefully emerged from the cave's entrance, gazing at the verdant mountains in the distance. Although their dwelling was named the Rockfoot tribe, it resided within an elongated gorge, flanked by towering peaks that pierced the clouds. These majestic mountains were characterized by their steep cliffs, inhabited by orc tribes. While a river meandered through the center, its waters cascading down from the heights of a waterfall, there was but a single passage for entry and exit. Otherwise, the paths were scarce. In a moment of contemplation, the fox spirit found herself lost in thought. Suddenly, you appeared from an unknown direction and remarked, "Do you still wish to venture outside?" He did not approach closely but stood at a distance, observing her forlorn expression, feeling a pang of compassion in his heart. The fox spirit was taken aback, but upon realizing it was Yu-Ho, she breathed a sigh of relief, revealing her guilty conscience. "Well, I am rather hesitant to venture out alone." "Very well, I shall accompany you for a stroll." Upon hearing this, the fox spirit was so elated that she nearly leapt for joy, eagerly urging you to move along, her lips murmuring, "Let us go, let us go." You, taken aback by her enthusiasm, found himself being pushed forward, turning to glance at the beaming female beside him, his cheeks involuntarily flushing with warmth, followed by a wave of sweet affection. Was this truly the first time he had experienced such a display from a female? As they journeyed, the fox spirit admired the scenery along the roadside, while some beast men, observing from a distance, were puzzled by her presence in that location. The fox spirit gazed at the orc by the roadside and could not help but admire his striking appearance. Each one possessed a captivating charm and exquisite beauty, particularly highlighted by their well-defined physiques adorned with chiseled abs. In contrast to the females nearby, they seemed to belong to entirely different realms. Akin to a resplendent flower emerging from a mound of dung, a wild beast paired with a handsome man. The aesthetic standards of this era left her in disbelief. She found herself intrigued, recognizing that the females here did not engage in physical exertion and could afford to carry a bit more weight, especially during the harsh winter months. Despite existing in a primitive age where they hunted and feasted on raw flesh, the orcs still exhibited a sense of modesty, donning animal skins to cover themselves. Unbeknownst to her, they had traversed to the outermost layer of the territory, which primarily consisted of males without mates. Once they found their female companions, they would naturally move inward. For now, their role was to protect the interior orcs, specifically the females, as they were the very foundation of the tribe. After wandering for an hour or two under the sweltering heat, compounded by the pain from a wound at the back of her head, she began to feel faint and decided to return. On her way back, she spotted Eve from a distance, and her eyes widened in disbelief. Hadn't Eve been captured? It wasn't until she passed by Eve that she realized the latter showed no reaction. Although she did not know her personally, She recognized her from the memories of her original self. Could it be that Eve had not been taken after all? Upon turning back for confirmation, she indeed found that it was Eve who had miraculously escaped the clutches of capture. She had witnessed Eve being abducted by a stray beast, having overheard the orcs discussing the presence of such creatures nearby. Out of spite for Eve's persistent competition for Baile's affection, she had deceitfully lured the naive little white tiger away, leading to Eve's capture. The stray beast, however, had deemed her too unattractive and let her go, allowing her to flee back safely. Now, seeing Eve unharmed lifted all her burdens, it seemed that Eve was blissfully unaware of her involvement in the incident. Little did she know that Eve had indeed been rescued by the orcs. While Eve had been captured by a stray beast, the orcs had been vigilant, having already noticed the presence of the strays nearby, and swiftly dealt with the threat when Eve was taken, causing minimal disruption. No orc had any inkling that Eve had been ensnared through the fox spirit's machinations. Looking at Eve again, she noted that while Eve was not exceptionally beautiful, she was indeed slightly more attractive than the females in their vicinity. However, reflecting on her own appearance, she realized she paled in comparison, feeling far less appealing. The standards of beauty in this world were so diminished that they failed to appreciate her, a stark contrast to her origins in the 21st century. She despised the reflection of herself. It was high time to devise a plan for weight loss. Her hair was in disarray, and once the wound at the back of her head healed, she resolved to wash it thoroughly. As for the blemishes on her face, with diligent cleansing, they would undoubtedly improve. Upon reflection, she realized she had not washed her face for the past 3 days. On the first and second days, you had forbidden her from coming into contact with water. Yesterday, while by the riverbank, she had seen a beast man hastily quench his thirst before departing. On her way home, she noticed several trees with enormous leaves, their resemblance to banana leaves striking, yet their species unknown. She decided to pluck a few to take back, as the entrance to her dwelling was perpetually exposed, allowing passers-by to gaze in. By bringing back these leaves and some vines, she could fashion a curtain for privacy. She recalled that there were vines not far from her home, so she planned to gather some on her return. Could you help me gather a few leaves? She asked. Following her gaze, you inquired with curiosity, what do you need the leaves for? Just go and collect them. I have my reasons, she replied. You nodded and diligently gathered a dozen leaves before they returned. Upon reaching the cave, she addressed you, saying, You have worked hard for a long time. You have accompanied me today. You should return and rest. Wait, did this mean she was using you and discarding her? I'm not tired. Yao. You quickly interjected. Upon hearing this, the fox spirit clicked her tongue, realizing there was no compelling reason to insist he leave. Very well, if he wished to stay, so be it. With that, she turned her attention to her own tasks. First, she gauged the necessary length, threading leaves together with vines. As the wall was made of stone and unsuitable for fastening, she gathered several stones. Noticing her efforts, you attempted to intervene and prevent her from moving them. Undeterred, she procured 2 larger pieces of wood, propped them up with stones, and skillfully tied the vines around them, fashioning a simple yet effective curtain. It would serve its purpose well. The fox demon gazed with satisfaction. You was astonished. Is it concealed? The dwelling places of the beast men are always open, never shrouded. Generally, when a female beast man is in courtship, others will tend to steer clear, as the situation can indeed be quite awkward. The demoness is remarkably astute to have deduced this. Chapter 7. Female, would you be willing to be my companion? Dusk. The fox spirits had finished their dinner, and you had returned home. Bored, she sat on a small hillock. Although she could not return, life must go on. She must persevere. As dusk descended, she decided it was time to retire for the night. There were no sources of illumination around. Despite the bright moon hanging high in the sky, its silvery light barely penetrated the darkness of the cave. A week passed without a visit from Eva, and her once anxious heart gradually found solace. The fox demon awakened early this morning, long before dawn had fully broken. She had been diligently adhering to her weight loss regimen for several days now, and today marked the 3rd day, although this era seemingly glorified plumpness. As a modern beauty of the 21st century, she found it intolerable. Thus, she arose with the sun to pursue her fitness goals. She completed 50 high knees and 50 sit-ups, leaving her breathless and fatigued. Rushing to the riverbank, she rinsed her sweat with the cool water, yearning for a proper bath, one that would cleanse her inside and out. However, the orcs of this realm rose early, and even in the dead of night, some stood guard. She needed to devise a way to procure a bathing basin. Inquiring among the tribal orcs about the caves that dotted the landscape, she learned they were carved with their own claws. She was astonished. Were their claws truly that sharp? She recalled her former life in the snowy mountains, where she had constructed a snow hut with ease. Upon returning to ask you if he could assist her, she considered having a stone tub made. However, you, being a fox, explained that while his claws were indeed sharp, they were insufficient for carving stone. She did not press him further, and the matter was left unresolved. You had ventured out with the hunting party and had been absent for several days. Often, she was asleep by the time he returned. Truth be told, she sensed an unusual gaze from you, one that hinted at affection, yet at times, he seemed to suppress it. She understood Yu's feelings well, for in the white fox tribe, she was the sole female. Given the tribe's isolation, all unbonded males were effectively her suitors. Yet she did not wish to entertain such notions. Her heart felt burdened, and she was not ready for romance. Each time she contemplated conveying her feelings to him, the words faltered on her lips. After all, he had been her protector since their escape to this place. And there existed a tribal decree whereby immature females could be supported by the tribe, while adult females were mandated to find a male partner. If they failed to do so, a mate would be randomly assigned to them. When they first arrived, she was merely a month shy of adulthood, and her stubbornness had led her to cling to Bailey, who, showing no leniency, ultimately paired her with someone. She had protested vehemently. Yet it was you who stepped forward, offering to take responsibility for her, thus resolving the issue. How could she possibly reject such an arrangement? It was a conundrum indeed. As noon approached and the sun blazed high in the sky, she gathered some soapberries and scraps, gifts from the system the previous day, a bountiful supply. She made her way toward the river, encountering numerous orcs along the path, each casting curious glances her way. Finally reaching the waterfall, she found a moment of solitude, a rare respite. Arriving at the riverbank, she prepared to wash her hair, which had become an unruly mess, tangled and matted. It was high time for a cleansing, otherwise, she felt she might lose her sanity. After several washes, the water still ran dark, revealing how long it had been since she last cleaned her hair, how utterly filthy she had become. It seems that I have not bathed since my escape, and it must have been at least half a year. My goodness, how resilient my original form is, despite using a considerable amount of soap pods. Not a single lather emerged. Fortunately, she had smashed a significant quantity of pods. Otherwise, I fear it would not have sufficed. After 7 or 8 rounds, the water finally began to clear, and a hint of lather emerged from the soap pods. Truly remarkable. The soap pods are indeed an essential for bathing and laundry in ancient times. Although the lather is sparse, even a little is better than none. Gradually untangling her hair, she discovered that it had grown quite long, reaching down to her waist. After washing her hair, she used the soap pods to cleanse her face, revealing a fair and plump visage. Goodness, her complexion is radiant. Previously, without the soap pods, the oiliness on her face could not be removed, leaving it with a persistent yellowish tinge. It makes sense, as she is originally a white fox from the snow-capped mountains, rarely exposed to the sun's harsh rays. How could she possibly tan? If that is the case, then her body. She picked up some soap pods to wash her thighs and arms, and indeed, they were remarkably fair. Hee. With this, she need not seek methods to lighten her skin, now. All she must do is consume a light diet to eliminate the blemishes on her face and lose some weight, and she will undoubtedly become exquisite. Returning to her cave, she removed her thoroughly soaked beast skin and hung it out to dry, replacing it with a clean piece. It truly is a challenge, as she cannot capture large animals, and there are scarcely a few pieces of beast skin at home. Besides the one laid on the ground, there are only 2 unprocessed pieces left. Oh, speaking of the 2 pieces of beast skin, they have been sunbaked for about a week. She stepped outside to check, and indeed, the 2 pieces had dried to a crisp. Grabbing them along with the soap pods and a bone knife, she made her way to the riverbank to wash. Upon her arrival, she attracted the attention of many beast men. Who is this female? She is so fair. Indeed, why have I never seen her before? Which tribe does she belong to? I have never encountered such beauty in our tribe. Could she be from the Tianyu tribe? Perhaps. The females of the Tianyu tribe are known for their exquisite allure. Yes, I have seen them, but none have been as fair as she. Hey, do you all smell that? She is still unclaimed. Wow, truly. I will pursue her first. The fox spirit, having not overheard their conversation, approached the riverbank and set down her beast skin. At that moment, a beast man rushed over. Fair maiden, would you consent to be my mate? I am incredibly brave. Fair maiden, would you consent to be my mate? I am exceedingly strong. The fox demon gazed at them in utter bewilderment. Ah, female, choose me. Select me, female. I belong to the leopard clan, and I am quite formidable. I am from the White Tiger clan." At that moment, the fox demon suddenly grasped the situation, her face flushing with realization. They were courting her. Had they not kept their distance before? What had changed? "Female, you are exceptionally fair." Oh, so it was because of her pale complexion. Observing these towering beastmen, she resolutely declined their advances. "I apologize, but I am not interested in forming a bond at this time." "Why not?" everyone inquired, puzzled. Not interested simply means not interested. She had articulated her stance quite clearly. Yet these beastmen continued to circle around her, as if oblivious to her refusal, even going so far as to wash their pelts in her presence, rendering her quite embarrassed. Chapter 8. No need for a partner. They questioned how a female could engage in such laborious tasks, asserting that these were duties meant for their males. The fox demon, utterly speechless, recalled that no one had paid her any heed during her darker days. Once they had completed their cleansing, she expressed her gratitude and clutched a pelt as she made her way home. However, the males trailed closely behind, obediently following her, and once they discerned her true identity, they might cease their inquiries. "Female, where do you think you're going?" one questioned. "Indeed, do not venture this way. There's a particularly fearsome female above, overweight, unattractive, and diminutive. Is it proper to speak ill of others behind their backs?" Another chimed in. "Exactly, you should avoid her. Let us take a detour to prevent her from causing us trouble." Amidst the cacophony of their remarks, the fox demon reluctantly rose to clarify. I am indeed the very fox demon you speak of." The crowd fell silent, momentarily stunned. "What are you saying? How could you possibly be the fox demon?" "The fox demon could not possibly possess your fair complexion. Indeed, I have seen her. She is dark, short, and stout." "You are as different as the heavens from the earth," they exclaimed in unison. Just so. The fox demon wore a frustrated expression, her anger palpable. How could they speak of her in such a disparaging manner? Admittedly, her original form did possess those qualities, yet she was no longer that person. She had to defend the dignity of the deceased. "I truly am her, believe it or not." With that, she strode forward, approaching the cave entrance and stepping inside. The male orcs, witnessing her entry, exchanged incredulous glances. Could she truly be the fox demon? It seemed impossible. When had she become so fair? The fox demon was notoriously unattractive, starkly contrasting with the delicate female before them. They inhaled the surrounding scents, and indeed, aside from the aroma of the fox demon, there were no other females present. It was undeniable. She was indeed the fox demon. What was happening? How could she be so different from the fox demon they had previously encountered? Gentle and fair, with a docile demeanor, she bore no resemblance to the fiery and sharp-tongued fox demon they once knew. The transformation was nothing short of astonishing. When the fox spirit emerged to bask in the sunlight upon its pelt, the male stood at her doorstep, eager to approach her. "Are you truly the fox spirit?" he inquired. "Indeed, I am the fox spirit," she replied. "Surely not. The fox spirit cannot be so fair." The fox spirit cast a sidelong glance at them and said, "How can it be impossible? I am a white fox, residing atop the snowy mountains for many years. My previous dark appearance was merely a consequence of my flight, as I became encrusted with dust and dirt that I never bothered to wash away." Upon hearing her words, they realized, although they had never encountered a white fox, they had indeed heard tales of foxes dwelling in the snow-capped peaks, so this was the legendary white fox. Then, a somewhat awkward male spoke up. "Fox spirit, I wish to be your companion." "May I?" Another chimed in. "I wish for that too. Please accept me, fox spirit. I am capable of doing anything for you." The fox spirit, with a look of mild exasperation, replied, "I am sorry, but I am not seeking a companion at the moment." "Are you still pining for the clan leader?" "While I may not possess his prowess, I can certainly protect you." "No, thank you. I truly do not require a partner right now." The fox spirit reiterated her refusal. How vexing it was. She found herself unable to manage the multitude of beast men before her. What about those with 100 partners? Disinterested. The fox spirit chose to ignore them and retreated to her cave to weave a basket, shielding her eyes with a curtain to find solace from the commotion. As dusk fell, he returned, gazing at the enchanting silhouette at the cave entrance, feeling an indescribable sweetness in his heart. Yo, I am back." Upon hearing this, the fox demoness joyfully stepped outside. You have returned. I have prepared delicious food for you." Upon exiting, she noticed an orc beside you and raised an eyebrow, pondering the presence of the Baili clan leader in this vicinity. The two beasts visibly paused, bewildered by the appearance of a female. However, you quickly realized that this was simply how the fox demoness appeared, It had been quite some time since he last beheld her. As he contemplated, he recalled that Bai Li was also present, and it seemed that the demoness favored him, causing a twinge of unease to blossom within his heart. Bai Li, gazing at the pristine female before him, found it impossible to remain unaffected. Who could resist a clean and elegant female? Noticing Yu's expression, he soon deduced that the female before him was indeed the fox demoness. No wonder there had been such an abundance of masculine scents at the entrance. So, she was truly this captivating. What was his purpose for coming here? The voice of the fox spirit interrupted their thoughts. Confused as to why he had come so late in the day, Yu snapped back to reality and hurriedly explained, "It's like this, Yao Yao. You asked me to make a water tank, but I couldn't manage it alone. I summoned several wild chickens to assist me, and coincidentally, Bai Li was on his way to see you, so he helped me carry the water tank." "Very well, you may come in," she replied. Though their conversation seemed perfectly ordinary, to Bai Li's ears, it sounded as if the fox spirit was not particularly welcoming of his presence. As they entered, the fox spirit gestured towards a beautifully crafted basket nearby and said, You must be hungry. I have prepared dinner for you. I wasn't aware that the clan leader would be visiting, so I didn't roast too much. Please make do with what I've provided. I'll check on the water tank." With that, she stepped outside, glancing at the large stone tank placed at the entrance, which was around a meter deep. With this, she would no longer need to fetch water from the river. Yu, noticing her gaze was not on Bai Li, happily picked up a roasted chicken to eat. However, the thought of having to share half with Bai Li filled him with regret. This was something Yao Yao had prepared specifically for him. Had he known, he would have preferred to come alone. Bai Li, intrigued by the exquisite basket, mused to himself about its utility. Previously, they had used animal skins for storage, first for fire starters, and now a finely crafted basket. Was this truly the handiwork of the fox spirit? It seemed so different from the one he had pursued in the past. If it weren't for the lingering scent, he might have thought he was in the presence of another entirely. After the fox spirit finished looking at the water tank, she returned and sat across from them, inquiring, "Chieftain, do you not have something to ask me? Please, go ahead." Bai Li was taken aback. She had always addressed him by name and never referred to him as chieftain. He recalled her words when he borrowed the fire seed. "I assure you, I will no longer intrude upon your life." At that moment, he felt fortunate, yet inexplicably, a sense of melancholy washed over him, perhaps a hint of regret. He had always been the proud and formidable silver wolf, the leader of a tribe. Nevertheless, she merely had a paler complexion and was far inferior to the peahen of the peacock tribe. Moreover, if he desired a female, was it not merely a matter of time? He pondered how to properly roast a chicken. He had attempted numerous times, yet it either burned or caught fire, and the inside remained raw, failing to replicate her exquisite flavor. Chapter 9. Teaching to roast meat. The fox spirit was momentarily speechless, uncertain of how to articulate her thoughts. Explaining things had always been her least favorite task since childhood. "Well, do not roast it over a high flame, as that will easily lead to charring. You should use embers to roast it slowly, constantly turning it. If you find it difficult to roast a whole chicken, you may opt to slice it. Sliced pieces cook more evenly. Could you teach me?" Bai Li inquired. "Huh?" The fox spirit gazed at him in astonishment. Hadn't he previously expressed disdain for her? Perhaps out of respect for his position as chieftain, she relented. "However, I do not have any meat at home. You must bring your own. Come back tomorrow." Bai Li nodded. "Very well, I shall return tomorrow." After finishing the roasted chicken from the basket, they each returned to their respective homes. The next day, Yu arrived early, followed closely by Bai Li, who bore a dozen wild chickens and a large black boar. Remarkably, the beast's physique was impressive, able to carry such a load with ease. Upon seeing the wild boar, she was even more astonished, circling around it, exclaiming, "Goodness, this boar is enormous. At least 1,000 pounds. Its size is incomparable, dwarfed by modern standards." Observing the fox spirit's reaction, Yu felt a twinge of disappointment, wishing he could be more formidable. In her abode, the fox spirit, Yao Yao, tended to the fire and instructed Yu and Bai Li to prepare the meat, while also filling her water jar. Initially reluctant, Yu preferred to stay by her side, fearing for her safety around the flames. With a playful smile, Yao Yao reassured him, stating that she was more adept with the fire than he was. Reluctantly, they set to work. By the time they returned with the meat, the fire was finally ready. She had chosen to roast the meat outside the cave, for the quantity required would surely stifle her within. Yao Yao assigned Yu the task of preparing the chicken and pork. In the past, she had used a bone knife. But alas, it was dull and less effective than Yu's claws. When Yu was absent, she would roast whole chickens. Following her instructions, Yu cut the pork into pieces roughly the size of his palm and pierced them with her specially crafted wooden skewers, teaching Bai Li the art of roasting meat. Bai Li, akin to a diligent student, listened intently and sought guidance. Yu, too, began to learn, for in the future, he would no longer need Yao Yao to roast for him. As the pieces of meat became smaller, they quickly mastered the technique, though they occasionally burnt some. However, Yao Yao reassured them that even she had burnt meat at times. They spent the entire morning learning, attracting the attention of nearby beastmen who gathered to observe. Ultimately, it was Bai Li who suggested they return home, for otherwise, her dwelling might become overly crowded. The appetite of these beastmen was indeed formidable. A wild boar and a dozen chickens had been consumed by Yu, and Bai Li, particularly Bai Li, whose wolf lineage perhaps granted him a larger appetite than Yu. The white fox. Yao Yao, however, refrained from indulging too much, as she was mindful of her desire to lose weight. After their lessons, Bai Li and Yu returned home. And at last, tranquility descended upon the space. Perhaps due to their constant chatter, Yao Yao felt particularly fatigued and succumbed to a midday nap. Upon awakening in the afternoon, she wove a basket, and as dusk fell, Yu returned to roast some meat for their meal, retiring early for the night. The following day, news reached her that Bai Li would be teaching the tribe how to roast meat at the center of their settlement. Although she had initially been invited, she chose to decline. With few beastmen by the riverside, she wandered about, feeling somewhat bored, and unconsciously activated her system to search. Ding! One sunflower. Intrigued, she turned her gaze to the plant. While it bore no flowers, its leaves were distinctly visible. Ding! One grain of millet. Yao Yao chuckled upon seeing it, as the millet was laden with grains, bending under the weight. In this world, all beastmen primarily consumed vegetation, much akin to humans, as they were omnivorous. Within the tribe, there were not only hunting teams, but also gathering parties who sought out edible plants. In essence, this society resembled a primitive one, yet to transition into an agricultural era. Contemplating this, she mused that she could cultivate her own crops. As for seeds, she could request you to collect them while hunting. This thought sparked a grand idea in her mind. She could engage in farming, raise animals, and even transplant fruit trees to her home. Return and speak to you. Quickly gather the grains and place them into the basket. This meager amount is insufficient for her sustenance. After all, she has no intention of consuming it. Eventually, she will plant them, and next year, a vast expanse will flourish. She truly is a genius. Once finished, he gradually collected various ingredients. But since there was no pot at home, she was too lazy to bring back the vegetables. Upon returning home and finding that you had not yet arrived, he decided to visit the tribal center. To his astonishment, he was greeted by the sight of over 20 campfires, with a dozen individuals huddled together, grilling meat. The aroma wafted through the air, intoxicating and overwhelming. So many orcs surrounded him that he could not discern Yu's location. He thought it best to wait for her return. Later in the afternoon, Yu arrived back at the cave, carrying some roasted meat. Yao Yao, I'm back. I brought you some roasted meat. The fox spirit received the dish, acknowledging that while she was on a diet, it was unreasonable to forego all meat entirely. A modest reduction would suffice. Is it delicious, Yao Yao? I prepared it myself. She inquired. It's acceptable, though it lacks flavor, Yao Yao replied. Yu, puzzled, asked, is it possible for roasted meat to possess any flavor at all? Of course. The fox spirit exclaimed without hesitation. If only some seasonings were added, it would be absolutely delightful. Oh, and what exactly are these seasonings? Yu inquired. There are many, including salt, vinegar, wine, bay leaves, and cinnamon. Yu furrowed her brow and said, I am familiar with salt, but I have no knowledge of the others. Upon hearing the mention of salt, his spirits soared. You mean there is salt? Where? She inquired eagerly, her heart set on that precious commodity. Salt, a treasure possessed solely by the merfolk, was exceedingly rare and costly, often requiring extensive bartering for acquisition. If you desire it, I shall strive to hunt diligently in order to procure some for you, she added, her determination unwavering. With the winter solstice still a ways off, she believed that with sufficient effort, a small quantity could indeed be gathered. During the winter solstice, when no beastmen ventured forth to hunt, fresh blood, imbued with a hint of salt, would be scarce. Thus, during this time, they would carry abundant provisions to the sea in exchange for salt. Ah, well, Huyuya sighed. feeling a pang of disappointment as she had hoped to savor the taste of salt soon. Observing her expression, you resolved to hunt earnestly, determined to ensure she would enjoy that coveted flavor. By the way, there is something I wish to discuss with you. Yes? What is it? Could you perhaps bring me some seeds for food when you go hunting in the future? Certainly. As the fox spirit savored her meal, you sensed her inner turmoil, for her emotions were plainly etched upon her countenance. Chapter 10. The Wandering Beasts. What troubles you? Are you unhappy? The fox spirit hesitated, words lingering on her lips. Yao, what is it? Please confide in me. Do not bear this alone, you urged, his concern palpable. After a moment of contemplation, Yao offered a wry smile and replied, I am fine. Yet, deep within, she yearned to leave this place and seek a new life elsewhere. Perhaps it was the weight of her past misdeeds that haunted her. Facing the beastmen filled her with a sense of guilt. The scrutinizing gazes of others often left her feeling uncomfortable. She had initially intended to ask you if they could depart from this location, as she no longer wished to reside here. However, the dangers of the outside world loomed large in her mind, causing her to reconsider. Though she had not personally encountered these perils, memories of them lingered. The White Fox clan that had once escorted her had left only her and you behind. Ultimately, she decided against it, for she could not gamble with their lives. Noticing her silence, you chose not to press further, though he felt a twinge of disappointment. Yao remained guarded around him. After finishing her roasted meat, the fox spirit composed herself and retrieved a parchment from her sleeping quarters. I require your assistance with something, she said. What is it? He inquired. She revealed a page adorned with illustrations of pots and bowls, asking, Could you help me procure these items? Yu's curiosity was piqued as he examined the unfamiliar symbols she presented. What is this? Why do these strange totems appear here? I have never seen them before. This, she explained, is a pot, which can be used to prepare delicious meals, and this is a bowl, meant for serving food. Though I do not understand their purpose, if Yao desires them, I shall assist. By the way, Yao, what is the nature of this parchment? Why does it contain totems? Are totems not typically inscribed upon stone? And from where did you acquire this? This is called a parchment made of sheepskin. Parchment? Made from sheepskin, you say? Indeed, though I am not entirely certain. May I take a look? Of course. The fox spirit presented the parchment to him, uncertain if he could comprehend its contents. You took it and began to turn the pages, encountering symbols he had never seen before. As he continued to peruse, he stumbled upon a basket woven by the spirit. Did she learn this from above? He pressed on with his reading. Can you understand what is written here? You inquired, perplexed, as he struggled to decipher the text. Indeed, she responded. Then what is this? The fox spirit gazed at him and gestured towards the bed, saying, this is a bed, intended for slumber. Then she pointed to another object, asking, and what is this? This is a cabinet, designed for storing items, she explained. And this? She continued, indicating a vessel. This is a pot, meant for holding water. Gradually, you inquired about each item one by one, and the fox spirit patiently responded to his queries. How do you know all of this? You asked in bewilderment, wishing he could remain oblivious. The fox spirit paused, momentarily at a loss for words, before finally responding. The last time I fell and hit my head, inexplicably, I began to comprehend these things. Even this parchment appeared by my side without warning. Such nonsense. Sigh. Upon hearing this, you became anxious and quickly set the book aside, exclaiming, Are you going to be all right? Rest assured, there is no cause for concern. If something were amiss, it would have manifested by now. Are you truly certain? Yu's apprehension lingered. Everything will be fine, trust me. By the way, you must not speak of this. Otherwise, the beastmen might think I am a demon. Understood. Although uncertain about what kind of demon the fox spirit referred to, he vowed to keep it confidential. He picked up the parchment once more, intent on deciphering its contents. If trouble were to arise, he would face it alongside the fox spirit. Would they think it was the parchment that caused the trouble? As night fell, you returned home. Leaving the parchment behind, he merely committed to memory the totem the fox spirit desired, intending to mention it when the time came. Moreover, he instructed the fox spirit to keep the parchment hidden, for its power was too formidable for anyone else to know. He explained to her that if this artifact were to be revealed, it would astound the mundane world and become the object of everyone's desire. Days passed, and time slipped away. She had been in this world for a month. Logically, autumn should have arrived, yet the heat only intensified. After inquiring with you, she remembered that this world did not have 4 seasons in a year, but rather 8 months per season. Thus, it was still early autumn. Was this place destined to be unbearably hot? Sigh. How sweltering. Is the fox spirit at home? Suddenly, a stranger's deep voice echoed. The fox spirit, perplexed, stepped outside and inquired, "Who is it?" "I am Canon," came the reply. "You asked me to create something, and I have completed it. Since he is not here, I have brought it myself." The fox spirit, perplexed, wondered what it could be. Upon discovering the object, she leapt in astonishment. It was nothing less than a collection of pots and pans. Swiftly, she approached him, scrutinizing the items made of an unknown, icy-cold stone. With a joyful expression, she uttered her thanks. Meanwhile, the male Canon appeared oblivious, gazing at her with a dazed admiration. She was the most exquisite female he had ever encountered. Her long, flowing black hair cascaded around her fair complexion, and her petite stature only accentuated her elegance. Her enchanting eyes seemed to embody the essence of reality, and when she smiled, her eyes narrowed into crescent moons. It was astonishing to behold such beauty. Even the Peacock clan paled in comparison to her. He felt a blush creep across his face. Indeed, since her arrival, the fox spirit had diligently pursued weight loss. Her acne long since vanished. Due to the sweltering heat, she seldom ventured outside, losing interest in doing so. Initially, some male beast men had lingered near her dwelling, captivated by her fair skin. However, once they realized her disinterest, they gradually withdrew. For at that time, she had merely been pale, not slender, and her blemishes had still lingered. Furthermore, visitors were scarce. Even Bailey, the clan leader, had not graced her with a visit. It was said that a serpent beast had invaded the tribe, stealthily devouring many beast men, plunging the community into a state of urgency as they searched in vain. The females of the tribe were confined to their caves, forbidden to venture out. In a way, her solitude had granted her a peaceful respite. As the fox spirit prepared to move her belongings, Canon promptly interjected, "No need, I shall handle it." With that, he lifted the items, his cheeks tinged with embarrassment as he inquired, "Where shall I place them?" "Just over there," the fox spirit indicated towards the corner. Once the task was completed, she presented him with a freshly roasted chicken, saying, "Thank you for your help. Please take this." "Oh no, it's quite unnecessary. I insist." Canon quickly waved his hands in refusal. "It's no trouble at all. Consider it my token of gratitude," she insisted, and feeling flustered by the lovely spirit's warmth, he reluctantly accepted the offering. Chapter 11. The beautiful dilemma. The fox spirit smiled softly, enchanting Canon once more. Unfortunately, he already had a partner. "Well, I shall take my leave now." "All right then, take care and travel safely." The fox demon gazed at the various pots and pans, uncertain whether they could withstand the flames. After all, she had previously remarked to you that nothing could be crafted here without iron, unless one were to use stones impervious to fire, which rendered other materials useless. You had promised to find a solution. For now, he decided to experiment. He gathered several stones to construct a rudimentary stove, ignited a fire, and placed a pot over it. After some time, the pot remained unscathed, and he proceeded to pour in water to cleanse it. However, what was this? A multitude of beastmen had gathered at the entrance of her home. The fox demon was feeling quite disheartened. It was only later that she discovered Canon had returned. And upon his return, he proclaimed her beauty to all, declaring her to be the most exquisite female he had ever encountered. The other beastmen, however, were incredulous. They believed Canon had lost his senses. The appearance of the fox demoness is known to many. It cannot be said that she is beautiful, for she is utterly devoid of any connection to the concept of beauty. Yet, the male beastmen, captivated by her allure, have long been stirred with desire. The fox demoness possesses a certain charm, a delicate, fair beauty that draws them in. As one after another made their way to her abode, curious beastmen, noticing the throng heading in a singular direction, followed suit. Upon their arrival, the sight of the fox demoness left them in awe. How stunning she was! Was this truly the same fox demoness who once bore a plump visage, adorned with dark blemishes and an array of pimples? Inevitably, word spread rapidly, and soon a multitude of beastmen gathered outside her home, blocking the entrance entirely, eager for a glimpse of her enchanting visage. Little did they realize that their presence had frightened her, as she suspected they had come to confront her. Indeed, she thought, how truly exquisite she is. More beautiful than even the peacock tribe. I cannot bear it any longer. I must become her partner. You're not alone in that. I, too, desire her. From this moment on, I wish for no one else but her. I feel the same way. Upon hearing their conversation, the fox spirit realized the reason behind their intentions. They were captivated by her beauty. This revelation startled her. Strangely enough, There was an undeniable thrill in being surrounded. Albeit fleeting. My dear female, become my companion, and I shall protect you. Humph, Jika, who do you think you are? You cannot even defeat me. Yet you wish to offer her protection? You should relinquish that notion and allow me to take the lead. Jika, visibly frustrated, retorted. My dear female, choose me. The fox spirit, exasperated, replied, as I have stated before, I am not ready to take a mate. Consider it, dear female, what shall I do without you? Fear not. Dear female, I shall wait for you. The fox demon, Yao Yao, found herself at a loss for words, overwhelmed by the relentless attention of these male beasts. They were insistent, clinging to her with unwavering determination. Alas, such beauty had brought her nothing but trouble. She had once doubted that beauty could be a source of distress. Now she was a firm believer. As night fell, you returned, urging them to depart, yet they remained obstinate, only leaving after the chief. Bai Li intervened. Upon encountering Yao Yao, Bai Li was utterly captivated, unable to tear his gaze away from such an exquisite female. Even the most beautiful female of the Peacock clan paled in comparison. However, witnessing her tender concern for you kindled an intense jealousy within him. She should have been his. Had he accepted her as his mate in the past, she would now belong to him. Regret washed over Bai Li as he noted Yao Yao's reluctance to engage with him. He longed to express his concern, but found the words stuck in his throat. Defeated, he retreated, pondering how to rectify his past mistakes. Throughout the day, there had been a constant stream of visitors at her doorstep, leaving no time for cooking or barbecuing. When you returned, there was nothing prepared. Now, the two of them were roasting a wild chicken together. You gazed at Yao Yao, his heart heavy with anxiety. He feared her choice among the many present. Each male beast around him was more formidable, and he felt inadequate, a flawed individual. Would she ever find him appealing? He knew how many females looked down upon him. He harbored no dreams of being her partner. All he wished for was to be by her side, silently protecting her. The fox demon felt a twinge of discomfort under his gaze and, perplexed, inquired, Is there something on my face? You, regaining his composure, swiftly waved his hand dismissively, replying, No, no. The fox demon nodded, and suddenly, as if recalling something, asked, Have you found that stray beast? We have not located it. Recently, there has been no trace of the stray beast's presence. It seems it may have departed. Oh, no wonder there are so many people out today. Usually, one hardly sees anyone around. It appears that the stray beast had indeed instilled considerable fear in the populace, as they had previously been instructed to remain indoors. Is it safe now? After all, it has been over a month. I've nearly suffocated from being cooped up at home. Yes, it should be safe now. The chieftain will announce it tomorrow. Yay! The fox demon exclaimed with joy, relieved to finally escape the confines of the cave. The weather was already sweltering, and the cave was even more unbearable. After finishing their meal, you returned to rest. He gazed at the dark, oppressive cave, pondering that he might never have the opportunity to reside in one during his lifetime. The following day, after the fox demon skillfully sliced the wild chicken with a bone knife, Yao Yao, what are you doing? Why are you cutting the chicken into such small pieces? You inquired. Hee, today we shall not indulge in roasted chicken, but rather prepare poached chicken. What is poached chicken? Something delicious. Upon hearing this, you obediently sat beside her, silently watching, his heart overflowing with sweetness. Once the chicken was diced, it was poured into a stone pot, accompanied by a ladle of water, just enough to submerge the meat. In no time, a pot of poached chicken was ready, and Yao Yao served a bowl to you. He had long been salivating at the prospect, and upon seeing her serve him a bowl, he curiously gazed at it, realizing how this dish was meant to be enjoyed. The fox spirit, Yao Yao, filled a bowl and picked up a pair of chopsticks, which he had carelessly fashioned from wooden slats. After blowing on the food to cool it, she began to eat, yet lamentably, it lacked flavor. Sigh. Life devoid of culinary delights is truly unbearable. You observed her deftly pick up pieces of meat with her chopsticks and attempted to emulate her, only to find himself utterly inept at the task. He gazed at her, puzzled, as she continued to savor her meal. Yao Yao, how do you manage to pick it up? Upon hearing this, the fox spirit realized her oversight. The essence of China's millennia-old culture is not something one can easily grasp. In this manner, your hands should be positioned thus, and your fingers should be held in this way. After much toil, you struggled to master the technique. Observing his forlorn expression, the fox spirit suggested, perhaps it would suffice to simply roll it up and eat it. You promptly took a handful and, to his delight, relished the taste. Oh, how fragrant! He exclaimed, before devouring it voraciously. How can something be so delectable? It is simply exquisite. The fox spirit blushed, as if she had never tasted food before, and hurriedly exclaimed, "Slow down, there is still more in the pot. It's so delicious." In the end, the entire pot was consumed by you, leaving not a drop of broth behind. Chapter 012. Cherishing you. After finishing her meal, you licked her lips with lingering delight. "It was so delectable. If it's this good, I shall prepare another pot." The little chick-like nods of you were quick and adorable, which irresistibly amused the fox spirit, making her want to laugh. The fox spirit set up a pot and prepared a meal. After consuming a few pieces, she lost her appetite due to the lack of flavor. Ultimately, everything ended up in Yu's stomach. With the announcement of the lifting of the stray beast ban, a hunt was conducted today. Yu was the sole provider for their household, thus she ventured out. To her dismay, a multitude of male beastmen gathered at her doorstep, lingering since their meal began. Yu, being frail, found her words fell on deaf ears. Instead, they mocked her, claiming she could not protect the fox spirit, pointing out her weakness and how she had grown thin under Yu's care. They continued to ridicule her, noting that she had more than one suitor, and even remarked on the absence of any sin of bonding on the fox spirit, suggesting she might not even attract female attention. "Do not speak of the fox spirit, for our tribe's females look down upon him. He is so unattractive and feeble," they jeered, bursting into laughter. Yu, overhearing their taunts, felt a surge of anger and embarrassment. In the next moment, she deflated like a punctured balloon. They were right, he was indeed ugly, and it was hard to fathom how the fox spirit could ever be interested in him. His weakness was evident, as he could only catch wild fowl or small animals, leading to her own decline in health. Although she often claimed it was for the sake of dieting, deep down, it still pained her. Upon encountering the despondent figure of Yu, the fox demon furiously chastised the loquacious male orcs. "I have made it abundantly clear that I shall not take a mate. Even if I were to consider such a notion, I would never choose you brutish creatures. Where were you when I was less than appealing? Did you remain steadfast in your loyalty? What makes you think you are worthy of my affection? Begone." After delivering her scathing rebuke, she turned to Yu and said, "Pay no heed to their foolish prattle. You are far from unattractive. You are truly charming. I admire you just as you are." "Is that really true, Yao Yao?" Yu inquired, his excitement palpable, grateful that Yao Yao did not disdain his scars. Indeed, she regarded him as the sole individual in this world willing to extend a helping hand. He was akin to family, alleviating her sense of solitude. At least she had someone to think of in times of need. Moreover, why should she entertain the notion of choosing orcs who judged her solely by her appearance? They had once scorned her, and now they sought her affection simply because she had become more appealing. What a delusion. Now, hurry along. The hunting party awaits your presence. Be cautious on your journey and return swiftly. I shall prepare a delightful meal for you." "All right," Yu replied, his heart filled with sweetness. This felt like a promise from Yao Yao. After Yu departed, the fox demon glared at the cluster of male orcs before her, her tone brusque. "Why are you still lingering? We did not mean it that way, fox demon. I care not for your intentions. From this day forth, do not appear before me again." The group of male orcs exchanged glances, realizing they had truly angered the female, while simultaneously envying Yu for having such a fierce protector. How fortunate he was. After all, sometimes a female's companionship was not genuine. It merely served as an additional source of sustenance. "Leave at once," the fox demon commanded once more. Reluctantly, the male orcs departed. However, from that day forward, an inexplicable abundance of large animal provisions began to accumulate at the entrance of the fox demon's dwelling, and male orcs frequently wandered by, some even seeking to court her. This forced the fox demon to gather large leaves to obscure the entrance, as she could no longer endure their fervent gazes. It was a serene scene. The river shimmered with gentle ripples, and the soft moonlight bathed the water's surface. There, a fair and enchanting maiden was bathing, a contented smile adorning her face as she muttered, "How bothersome. They come every day." At her doorstep, male orcs constantly loitered, and despite the passage of a week, none heeded her words. Even Bai Li's visits had increased significantly. Frankly, she was well aware of Bai Li's intentions. Were it not for his status as the clan leader and her residence in his tribe, he would have long been subjected to her scathing rebuke. What a farce. In the past, he paid her no mind, yet now he seemed to believe he could elevate himself by associating with her. Nonetheless, this situation had brought her considerable distress. She dared not bathe or venture outside, fearing the possibility of being followed or spied upon. It was only in the dead of night, once the male orcs had retreated, that she could stealthily slip out to wash herself. However, The water supply at home was insufficient for a proper cleanse. Otherwise, she would not have ventured out at all. Though the moonlight illuminated the surroundings, the night was still rather foreboding. Suddenly, a peculiar sound emerged, shoo-shoo-shoo. Initially, the fox spirit dismissed it, for the night was often filled with the sounds of insects. Yet, as the noise continued, a sense of trepidation began to creep in. What if a male orc was following her? She had to return swiftly. The thought of being targeted was terrifying. However, upon reflection, she reassured herself that they would likely not dare, as forcing themselves upon a female was the act of a rogue beast. Quickly donning her animal hide, she turned towards the source of the sound and called out in irritation, "Who is there? Show yourself. Are you not tired of this incessant annoyance?" Shoo-shoo-shoo. No reply came, yet the sound grew ever closer. "Who is there? Come out." As the silence persisted, the fox spirit, now infuriated, approached to part the underbrush, determined to uncover the creature. But before she could do so, a towering figure blocked her path. She froze momentarily, taken aback. What manner of being was this? So tall, resembling a mountain. Looking up, her heart raced as she stumbled back a few steps, for the figure's piercing eyes glowed with a predatory green light. As if searching for prey, the fox spirit stammered, Who are you? How did you come to be here?" The man gazed at the petite female before him, unable to resist licking his lips. Such a small creature, so pale and delicate. She would surely possess a delightful flavor, though it was a pity she appeared rather slender. Upon catching sight of him licking his lips, the fox spirit could not help but blush. "I must warn you," she said, "do not act recklessly, lest I abandon you." In this world, where beastmen fear abandonment above all, forced unions often lead to dire consequences. The gentle moonlight cascaded down, illuminating his face. She was taken aback by his astonishing beauty. Never had she encountered such a striking man. His dark, sleek hair fell straight, framing sharp, elegant brows that slanted gracefully. His elongated, piercing black eyes held a hint of world weariness, while his thin, slightly pursed lips and chiseled features resembled an eagle in the night sky, proud, solitary, and exuding an undeniable air of dominance. Chapter 013, Mo Lin. Was this love at first sight? Such a visage could provoke the envy of gods and men alike. How could one be so extraordinarily handsome? Perhaps some are simply born this way. It is indeed a world that values appearances. Her tone softened unexpectedly. "Who are you? I do not believe we have met before." From the memories of her original self, she realized she had never encountered this man. The cool, enigmatic figure spoke. "Are you not afraid of me?" The fox spirit was momentarily taken aback, uttering in a dazed manner, "Why should I fear you? You are so handsome." The man, upon hearing this, was left speechless. As a wandering beast, it was the first time he had encountered a female who did not fear him, causing a stir within his heart, a peculiar sensation flickering through him. Indeed, he was the serpent beast, a wandering creature sought after by the tribe for quite some time. Everyone believed he had vanished. Yet he had ventured out this night in search of sustenance. His name was Mo Lin. "What troubles you?" the fox spirit inquired, observing his demeanor with curiosity. "Do you truly not fear me?" Mo Lin asked once more. "Well, I do not fear you. You are not terrifying in appearance. Why should I be afraid?" Upon hearing this, Mo Lin's smile blossomed. "Do you know who I am? I intend to devour you this evening." Upon hearing this, the fox spirit immediately shielded herself with her hands, exclaiming, Please, don't act recklessly." She added with a hint of mockery, "You should be cautious. Do you not fear being cast out by the tribe?" Cast out by the tribe? The young female could not possibly believe that he was one of the tribe's beastmen. It was widely said that foxes were quite clever, so why was she so foolish? An impulsive desire to tease her surged within him, prompting him to act upon it. He lunged forward. My goodness, he is serious. The fox spirit thought, quickly taking flight. What a beast! How foolish of me to have thought him handsome. Such a wasted face that inspires both admiration and ire. As Mu Lin observed the fleeing female, a smirk crept across his lips. In an instant, he transformed into a massive serpent, hurling himself towards her with breathtaking speed. The thunderous sound startled the fox spirit, who turned around only to be met with a sight that nearly caused her to faint. A gigantic snake, a king cobra. A snake. Help! Even in her bewilderment, she recognized the creature before her as the stray beast of the serpent clan that you and the others had been searching for. How could she have conversed with him for so long? This rogue beast had claimed many lives. It was too late now. She had ventured out without consulting the omens, and her fate was sealed. Desperately sprinting away from the approaching serpent, she summoned all her strength, repeatedly calling out, Help! Help! There's a rogue beast. Mulin. Watching the panicked young female, felt a grin spread across his face. This was the expression befitting a prey. Otherwise, did she expect him to disregard his dignity as a rogue beast for her previous nonchalance? With a swift flick of his serpentine tail, he ensnared her tightly. Upon realizing that she was ensnared by a serpent's tail, the fox demoness was overtaken by anxiety, causing her to faint instantly. The last thoughts lingering in her mind were but 4 words. It's all over. Mulin, observing the unconscious female, smirked coldly and remarked, "What's this? You claim to be unafraid, yet here you are, fainted?" Urging urgency, he added, "Hurry, there are stray beasts. I believe I just heard the female calling out." Alas, the female had been captured. Frowning at the situation, Mulin swiftly hoisted the fox demoness and ascended the cliff. He bore injuries and could not afford to linger. Meanwhile, on Yu's side, upon hearing cries for help, the male beastmen of the tribe rose one by one, soon filling the air with the sound of hurried footsteps. "Chieftain, a female has been taken." Upon hearing this, Bai Li was consumed by rage. How could a female be captured? We must find out who it was. He commanded the remaining beastmen, "Come with me, we must pursue." Yu, upon hearing this, immediately thought of the fox demoness. Transforming into his fox form, he raced towards their dwelling. "Yao Yao, please be safe. You must be at home." With every ounce of strength, he returned to find the place empty. The charming figure he sought was nowhere to be found. Following her lingering scent, he encountered Bai Li and the others who were in pursuit of the stray beast. "Chieftain, the fox demoness has been captured." "What?" Bai Li incredulously grasped Yu's hand, demanding, "Are you saying the fox demoness has been taken?" Yu, uninterested in conversation, wrenched his hand free and dashed away, following the scent. "Yao Yao, wait for me. Do not be afraid." Observing this, Bai Li quickly followed, recognizing her scent. She had indeed been taken. Yet, they failed to notice that aside from the fox demoness scent, there were no traces of a stray beast. Likely due to their heightened anxiety leading them to mistakenly believe that a stray beast had abducted her. They soon reached the riverbank, where composed Bai Li finally detected the scent of the stray beast. He recognized it distinctly, a serpent beast. He had assumed it had departed, but alas, it remained. A curse upon them. This is where Yao Yao was taken, he concluded. They began their ascent of the cliff. "Send for the eagle tribe. I want them to scour this mountain. We must rescue the fox demoness." Yes, in no time, a flock of eagle beastmen transformed into their avian forms, soaring through the skies with keen eyes scanning every nook and cranny. Lin's ability to feast upon several beastmen within the tribe was a testament to his strength. After all, not just any stray beast could come and go as they pleased. He deftly evaded capture by all the eagle beastmen, slipping into a concealed opening cloaked by dense underbrush. Upon entering, he discovered a hidden realm, a cavern vast enough to accommodate 100 individuals, situated behind a waterfall. Released the female. He had not anticipated that this outing would yield such unexpected rewards. He had encountered his nemesis, the eagle, though not a beastman. It was no ordinary creature, but rather a colossal beast. The eagle, being his natural adversary, posed an immense challenge, akin to a formidable elephant, and throughout his journey, he endured countless hardships. His venom, having taken effect upon the eagle's talons, caused both to plummet into the turbulent waters below. Unforeseen circumstances arose as the river's fierce current, coupled with his grave injuries, swept him to this very location. Just a few days prior, he had feasted upon several beastmen, and upon his return, succumbed to a deep slumber, only awakening today. He had intended to venture out once more to procure a meal and regain his strength. But fate had led him to encounter such an enchanting female. Not only charming but also rather naïve. The following day, the fox demon awakened. Gazing at the unfamiliar surroundings, filled with bewilderment. "Where am I?" "You are awake. Come over and eat something," a strange male voice resonated. The fox demon turned to see. Her face etched with terror. "Why you are the stray beast." Lin nonchalantly nodded in acknowledgement. Upon encountering the serpent, the fox demon immediately knelt down, pleading. "Oh great brother, no, I mean, esteemed serpent brother, I beseech you, do not consume me. I assure you, I am far from delectable. My flesh is sour and bitter, utterly unappetizing. Please, serpent brother, spare my life. I implore you." Understanding the necessity of humility in the face of danger, she recognized that one must sometimes bow their head to survive. Chapter 014. Only by tasting can one discern true flavor. Lin was amused by her desperation, pondering how, after consuming so many beasts, this one could be so uniquely charming. Indeed, you are rather endearing. But I must insist, my flesh is truly unpalatable, she continued. The only way to ascertain its taste is to sample it, Lin remarked enigmatically. Upon hearing this, the fox demon instinctively recoiled, silencing herself. Observing her newfound reticence, Lin gently urged, "Come, partake in some food." The frail female, so delicate, risks starvation if she neglects to eat. The fox demon gazed upon a pile of wild chickens, their innards laid bare and blood flowing profusely. "I won't eat." With such an abundance of fowl, was he intending to fatten her up before feasting upon her? Upon hearing this, Lin furrowed his brow. Was it not true that foxes held a particular fondness for chickens? Contemplating the situation, he realized he could not allow her to go hungry. For the female beastmen were indeed exceedingly frail. She was the most delicate he had ever encountered. So petite was she that, had it not been for her mature scent, he might have mistaken her for an immature female. "Come and eat, or I shall consume you instead," he declared, seemingly believing that a threat would compel her to obey. Upon hearing this, the fox demon felt deeply aggrieved. Gazing at the blood-soaked wild chicken, she experienced an inner turmoil. Whether to succumb to the act of consuming it or not felt like a matter of life and death. Ultimately, she resolved to eat. Grasping one of the chickens, she surveyed it carefully, pondering where to commence her feast. Alas, she found herself at a loss, as the feathers were still intact, leaving her bewildered. Truly, the wild beasts were of a different ilk, unlike those from her tribe, where the chickens were plucked before being presented. Observing her hesitation and aversion, Lin, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Why do you not wish to eat? Is it not a well-known fact that foxes adore chicken?" The fox spirit, in a state of helplessness, remarked, "But I do not relish raw food." "Raw? Is it not all edible?" Lin rose to her feet and transformed into a magnificent serpent. Upon witnessing this, the fox spirit gasped, wondering if her antics had gone too far and whether she intended to devour her. "Oh, dear serpent, please do not consume me. I shall eat," she exclaimed, and in a comical turn of events, she attempted to gnaw on a wild chicken, only to find herself unable to bite through, ending up with a mouthful of feathers. Amused by her predicament, Lin chuckled and said, "Stay here, and I shall fetch you something to eat." Upon hearing this, the fox spirit felt a surge of opportunity and paused her actions. "Then you must hurry," she urged. As Lin swam out of the cave, the fox spirit, seeing this, abandoned the wild chicken she had been holding and dashed in the direction he had gone. Now is the time to flee. Only a fool would linger here. However, upon reaching the edge of the cave, she hesitated, for escape was impossible. The cliffs were steep and treacherous, offering no path forward. Looking down, she saw the clouds beneath her, and to her dismay, a great serpent slithering along the cliffside. How was she to traverse this perilous situation? It seemed her fate was sealed, only to be devoured. Mountains loomed on either side. The fox demon, gazing down from the precipice of the waterfall, was acutely aware of her precarious position above the tribe. The dizzying height obscured her view of the ground below, and she knew that descending would likely lead to her demise. It was no wonder that when the tribe faced the menace of rogue beasts, they had struggled to locate them. Who could have imagined that beyond the waterfall lay a natural cavern, perched high above the clouds? The mere thought of being devoured by a serpent sent chills down her spine, and tears began to spill from her eyes. Had she foreseen such a fate, she would have resolutely refrained from bathing, lamenting her plight with cries of despair. What was she to do? It felt as though death was imminent. Heavens, have I committed some unspeakable sin to deserve this? Why must I find myself in this forsaken place? She contemplated the possibility of plummeting from her lofty perch. Yet the abyss below instilled a sense of trepidation. Upon his return, Lin was met with the sight of the distressed female, gasping for breath through her sobs. He hurried over, concerned. "What troubles you? Why are you crying?" It seemed as if this delicate creature was made of water, her tears flowing abundantly. Upon seeing him, her weeping intensified. The root of her sorrow? Was it not his doing? Had he not brought her to this predicament? She had never feared anything in her life quite like she feared snakes. "Cease your tears. I have brought you a fruit," Lin attempted to console her, reflecting on the fact that he had never before soothed anyone. The peculiar fruit he presented was adorned with thorns and bore a striking blue hue. Sniffling, she questioned, "Is this edible? Will it poison me?" "Not at all. I have consumed it," he reassured her. "That's different. You're a venomous serpent. How would you know about poisoning?" "Ah, there is some truth to that. What is it that you desire to eat?" he inquired, employing the gentlest tones he could muster. I wish to eat nothing. I am not hungry. Why so? I would rather starve than be in your company. You are not to be trusted. You would fatten me up only to devour me later. Don't rogue beasts prefer to feast on orc females? She exclaimed, bursting into tears once more. 3 black lines formed across Imolin's forehead. In truth, he had initially harbored thoughts of consuming her, but now he found himself reconsidering. You have a point. You are the thinnest female I have ever encountered. Do eat quickly so that I might enjoy a proper meal. Absolutely not, she retorted defiantly. If you refuse to eat, I shall consume you right now, he threatened, flicking his tongue across his lips. Seeing his serious demeanor, she quickly seized the fruit from his hand and stuffed it into her mouth, mumbling through her tears, I'll eat, I'll eat. She feared that delaying even a moment could jeopardize her life. Was he truly that terrifying? Hadn't she claimed not to fear him? Do you not fear poisoning? Huh. The fox demon paused, her cheeks bulging with the fruit. After swallowing most of it, she declared, this is it. Better to be poisoned than devoured by you. With a huff, she resumed eating. This is far preferable to being consumed by you. Imo-Lin chuckled softly, finding the little female utterly charming. One moment she was terrified to the point of death, and the next she was boldly defiant, unafraid of anything. The fox demon, having consumed the last of the fruit, settled in a location distant from Imo-Lin, resigned to await her demise. After what felt like an eternity, she sensed nothing at all. Alas, having prepared herself for death, she found herself inexplicably unharmed. Observing her furrowed brow, Imo-Lin discerned her troubled thoughts. She was likely pondering the reasons for her impending death. Yet, this little female was indeed extraordinary, more so than any he had ever encountered. Other females trembled in his presence, while he had always been indifferent to them. They typically met their end within him. Strangely, this small creature lingered by his side for so long that he felt no urge to devour her. As Imo-Lin approached her, the fox demon instinctively recoiled in fear. What was wrong? Was she not hungry? Did she fear he would feast upon her? Why are you afraid of me? Did you not claim last night that you were unafraid? Imo-Lin asked with a teasing smile. At that moment, I had no knowledge that you were a wandering beast. Humph. Had I known you were a serpent, I would not have engaged with you at all. With such thoughts, I might as well consume you. Since you fear me anyway, keeping you alive serves no purpose. Please, dear serpent, do not. Is it truly the case that as long as I do not fear you, you shall not devour me? I might consider sparing you for the time being. Really, for the sake of her life, she could endure much. After all, life was of utmost importance. Once lost, it could never be regained. Now, do you still fear me? Not anymore. Though she professed her lack of fear, a tremor lingered in her voice. Imo-Lin smiled and reached out to caress her face. How about now? The fox spirit found herself face to face with him at an intimate distance, his icy hand grazing her cheek, sending a shiver through her heart. No, do not fear. Though his appearance was utterly unthreatening and undeniably handsome, with a visage that could incite wrath among gods and men, she felt herself nearly spellbound. Were it not for the memory of his serpentine form, she might have willingly thrown herself into his embrace. Yet, in the very next moment, a massive serpent materialized before her, and the sight rendered the fox spirit unconscious. Cradling the fainted female in his arms, he was momentarily entranced by her softness. How remarkably tender. It left him reluctant to release her. Indeed, he held her close, observing her pale face, and understood deep down that her fear was not of him, but of his true form. The fox spirit experienced a nightmare, a harrowing dream in which a colossal serpent devoured her entirely, leaving not a single bone behind. Swallowing her whole, in one swift motion, she could distinctly feel herself fading away, piece by piece. Oh, no, please, do not consume me. The fox spirit suddenly awoke, surveying her surroundings. Noticing the absence of any terrifying stray beasts, she let out a sigh of relief. In the next moment, a male voice resonated by her ear. Did you dream of me? Upon hearing the voice, the fox spirit, in a moment of bewilderment, raised her gaze to behold a magnified, handsome visage before her. Startled, she tumbled down, only then realizing that she was sprawled upon him. Ah, this is a disaster, she exclaimed, hastily rising. I apologize. I had no idea I would end up on top of you. Didn't you claim not to be afraid of me? Yet it seems you are trembling with fear. Not afraid, she insisted, attempting to feign bravery. Huh. Imo-Lin observed the front. Amused by the female's forced display of composure, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Had he not witnessed the quivering of her slender legs? He might have almost believed her charade. The scene shifted back to Yu's side. Any discoveries? No sign of the clan leader. I haven't found anything. And you? Nothing here either. The clan leader, we've practically scoured the entire mountain without a trace. Go, continue searching. I refuse to believe that among us, we cannot locate a solitary stray beast. Understood. Bailey gazed at the eagle diminishing in the sky, a heavy weight of guilt settling in his heart. Had he not prematurely declared that the stray beast had departed, perhaps the fox spirit would not have been captured. As he grappled with his remorse, he silently urged, "You must not perish. There are still several conditions you have yet to share with me. Fox demon, you desire me to be your companion, do you not? As long as you return, I would not refuse the role of your partner. However, the fox demon is currently not by your side, nor can she hear your innermost thoughts. Otherwise, such self-absorption would be quite unprecedented. Besides, I am not inclined to seek a companion at this moment. It is she who wishes to be your partner, not I. Although you possess great charm, you do not captivate my heart." Before long, you rushed back, anxiously inquiring of Bailey. "I just heard the return of the eagle tribe. Have you found the fox demon? Where is she?" Bailey gazed at Yu's face, increasingly haggard from worry and lack of appetite since the fox demon was taken by the stray beasts. A wave of guilt washed over him, intensifying his remorse. Though he yearned to comfort her, it seemed unlikely she would heed his words in her current state. So he spoke the truth. "Alas, Yu, we have searched the mountains thoroughly, yet there is still no sign of the fox demon. It is indeed possible." Yu felt as though her world had crumbled upon hearing Bailey's words. Even though he stated there was uncertainty, being captured by stray beasts could lead to only a few outcomes. The thought of the worst outcome twisted her heart in agony, leaving her breathless. All she could do was cling to a flicker of hope, waiting for news. Yet, her weakness rendered her unable to fly or seek out the fox demon. Reflecting on her own inadequacy, she bitterly chuckled and murmured, "You truly are worthless. Once, you could only flee with the fox demon due to your lack of power. Now, your weakness has cost you the woman you cherish. What is the purpose of your existence?" However, this time, she would not flee, for there was nothing left to lose. "I will come to find you soon, Yao Yao. If you truly have been devoured, I shall avenge you with my last breath." Despite these thoughts, she knew that her tribe would not permit her to search for the fox demon. Thus, she must stealthily await news at home, as Bailey suggested. In a hoarse voice, you addressed Bailey, "Very well. I shall return and await your news, but I demand to see her alive or, at the very least, her remains. She is the only person I wish to protect in this life." Bailey observed the frail and worn man before him, feeling an overwhelming surge of jealousy. He envied Yu's unrestrained expression of emotions, her unabashed declaration of love for the fox demon, and the fact that they had grown up together. Earning the fox demon's affection, Bailey steadied his resolve and confidently addressed Yu, "Do not worry, we will undoubtedly find her. She must still be alive." "Absolutely." Upon hearing Bailey's words, Yu nodded and turned to leave. As Bailey observed the departing figure of the man, he found himself murmuring softly, "I truly envy you for being with her." He then resolved to intensify the efforts to search, insisting that they must see her alive or her remains if she were deceased. "Understood," came the response from the remaining members of the Eagle tribe. Following their orders, the Eagle tribe warriors took to the skies in search of the fox demon. Before long, Yu returned to the cave, quietly surveying his surroundings. Memories flooded his mind, recalling the myriad moments spent within those walls. Whether it was the pleasant thoughts or something else, a smile gradually emerged on Yu's lips, only to be followed by tears. He wiped his eyes and took one last glance at the cave, wishing to etch the image into his memory. Turning his gaze towards the back mountain, his expression suddenly hardened, transforming into his beast form as he raced towards it. Chapter 016. Not going to eat you. Days passed without a whisper of news. Back at the fox demon's side, the fox spirit sat on one side, while Mo Lin occupied the other, both exchanging bewildered glances, creating an extraordinarily peculiar atmosphere. "You won't eat me?" the young lady incredulously inquired. Surely she must have misheard. "Not eating her?" "Indeed," she reiterated, astonished. "Then why did you bring me here if you won't consume me?" Mo Lin queried. "Are you hoping I would?" At this, the young lady vehemently shook her head, firmly refusing. "No." "Then why ask?" "No more questions. Surviving was paramount. Why concern herself with trivialities?" Mo Lin found her gesture of covering her mouth utterly charming. There was no other creature as delightful as this female. The thought of consuming her seemed to weigh heavily on his conscience. As dusk fell, Mo Lin presented her with food, this time an enticing array of crimson berries. Ah, these I can indulge in without worry, as you has brought many before. The thought of you made her realize how anxious he must be right now. After all, she held significance in his life. She was not made of stone. And she had eyes to see the world. After finishing the berries, as night descended, perhaps due to the elevation, the moonlight filtered through the waterfall, shimmering alongside the rippling water. The brightness was so overwhelming that sleep eluded her until the early hours of the morning, when she finally succumbed to slumber. As her steady breathing filled the air, the man who had already fallen asleep suddenly opened his eyes, moved to her side, and gently cradled her, who was restless in her sleep. Finally, this little fox has drifted off, he mused. Holding her felt comforting. She was soft and offered no resistance whatsoever. Tomorrow, he would procure some animal skins for her. This delicate fox was as tender as a newborn beast man, small and fair. Feeling her shift closer within his embrace, she found a cozy position and fell deeper into sleep, seemingly letting down her guard at last. How different from the day, when she remained wary of him, even after he reassured her that he would not eat her. At dawn, the fox spirit's biological clock chimed in. Wow, I slept so well. Usually, in the sweltering heat, her sleep was restless. That tiny, unventilated hole left her drenched in sweat upon waking. Perhaps being within the waterfall made this place particularly cool. Oh, how refreshing. Little did she know, it was Mo Lin's cold embrace that had offered her such comfort. For snakes are inherently frigid beings, and he was no exception. Had he not moved aside this morning, he feared she would awaken in a frenzy, wailing and whimpering. Everything she needed was prepared for her. The fox spirit, upon encountering something delectable, couldn't help but think that this wandering beast was not as terrifying as they had claimed. Yet, she admonished herself. How could she forget that he had threatened to devour her just the day prior? True, he refrained from consuming her. But what if one day his beastly instincts surged forth? Wouldn't that spell her doom? Speaking of which, where had the wandering beast vanished to? She wondered why she hadn't seen him upon waking. Little did she know, Mo Lin had ventured out to hunt, intending to bring her the skins. However, each time he returned, he bore no complete pelt. Previously, he had swallowed them whole, leaving not even a bone, let alone the hide. The pelts he wore were crafted from his own shed skin, as he had no female companion to please. After some contemplation, he decided to let it be. Until noon, when he returned with a piece of fur that was, at least, somewhat acceptable. The fox demon, upon seeing his return, concealed herself in the corner. Noticing him present a piece of animal hide, she felt a moment of perplexity. This is for you, Mo Lin stated. The fox spirit pointed at herself and inquired uncertainly. For me? Indeed. Mo Lin replied cheerfully. The fox demon gazed in confusion, pondering the unexpected kindness. Picking up the beast's skin from the ground, a pungent odor wafted towards her, nearly overwhelming her senses. Observing the remnants of flesh still clinging to the hide, she glanced at the stray beast in the distance and quietly mused. Are you incapable of preparing the beast's skin? She recalled that within her tribe, no male orc lacked such skills. Could it be that all stray beasts were similarly inept, or was it merely this one? Was processing even necessary? Certainly. It seemed apparent that he genuinely lacked such knowledge. She could hardly fathom how this fellow managed to don a beast skin skirt. However, the hide from this stray beast was peculiar, unlike any she had encountered before. How should it be treated? Perhaps it should be dried first. Very well. Mo Lin took the beast's skin outside, seeking a suitable spot to lay it out to dry. Observing the stray beast, the fox demon felt intrigued. This creature seemed quite amiable, far removed from the terrifying tales she had heard. As long as it did not transform into its serpent form, there was little that she found intolerable. In fact, it was rather easy to get along with. Mo Lin soon returned. With audacity, the fox spirit approached, introducing herself. What is your name? I am called Fox Spirit. Mo Lin raised an eyebrow, pleased to see that this little fox was no longer intimidated by him. The name Fox Demon is quite enchanting. Mo Lin. Mo Lin, such a melodious name. Upon hearing it, Mo Lin felt a delightful thrill, realizing for the first time how truly beautiful his name was. The little fox adored his name. Did that not imply she also cherished him? Yet, the moment she contemplated her identity as a stray beast, her spirit waned. Stray beasts were often met with hostility and violence, and being with him was perilous. This was precisely why he dared not take her too far away. Alas, he overthought the situation, even if the fox demon harbored affection for him. The moment he transformed into his beastly form, he had frightened her away, extinguishing any chance of her fondness. At most, She would be captivated by his appearance from time to time. Days turned into weeks, and she had been in Mo Lin's grasp for half a month. During this time, her fear of him dissipated. He provided her with an array of delectable fruits daily and occasionally displayed a pleasant disposition. Moreover, she was certain he would not harm her. However, her confinement left her yearning for freedom. The once spacious cave now felt suffocating, and she longed to venture outside. She could not even wash herself or her hair, reverting to her previous untidy state. It was perplexing. Back in her tribe, she had been content to remain at home, yet here, she found herself unable to endure the isolation. Perhaps, at that time, she simply chose not to venture out, not that she was unable to do so. Now, however, her desire to escape was thwarted. Eating fruits daily had dulled her appetite. She did not consume meat, nor did she have salt, causing her health to decline, leaving her weak and devoid of energy. The cave was situated near a waterfall, and while the water flowed abundantly, lying in such a damp environment risked her developing rheumatism. Observing her somber demeanor over the past few days, Mo Lin felt an ache in his heart, uncertain of how to alleviate her distress. This was his first encounter with a female, and he was at a loss as to how to care for her and ensure her well-being. Occasionally, he contemplated returning her to her tribe, believing that she might fare better there. Yet, the thought of her leaving him brought him anguish. Chapter 018. Regret in letting her go. He could not comprehend the sensation that bound him. Throughout his life, he had been ensnared by such feelings, finding it strange. Her happiness brought him joy, while her discomfort caused him sorrow. At times, this emotional turmoil vexed him. "Little fox, do you wish to return?" Upon hearing the words of the fox demon, she promptly nodded her head. However, disappointment soon overshadowed her expression, and with a tone of grievance, she lamented, "Yet you do not allow me to return. Then why not let me go back?" The fox spirit was utterly disheartened. She had anticipated this moment. Suddenly, it seemed as if she had heard him utter something. Ah, could it be that she did not miss here? Release her. She grasped Mo Lin's hand tightly, incredulously inquiring, "Is it true?" Witnessing the joy reflected in the female's eyes caused her heart to ache profoundly. Indeed, upon hearing the words, the fox demon was filled with immense joy, exclaiming, "Let us depart swiftly." As felt the warmth of her grasp, a flicker of happiness surged within him. However, this feeling was swiftly cast aside as he transformed into a hybrid of man and serpent, folding his arms in a protective manner. As they descended, the fox demon, overwhelmed by the heights, nestled fearfully into his embrace. Before long, they reached the ground. Upon their arrival, the soaring eagle beasts spotted them, and the news swiftly reached Yu's ears. The eagle beasts quickly encircled them, demanding, "Release the female at once." Despicable serpent beast, relinquish the female. Hurry, let her go. Disregarded the clamor of the eagle beasts and, gazing down at the fox demon in his arms, inquired softly, "Little fox, will you remember me in the days to come?" The fox demon nodded, willing to agree to anything as long as she could distance herself from him. "You must keep your word," Mo Lin whispered into her ear, his warm breath tickling her neck, causing a faint blush to rise on her cheeks. However, his next words chilled her to the core. "Otherwise, I shall consume you." "Ya you, ya you." A familiar voice called out. It was Yu. The fox demon leapt from Mo Lin's embrace and turned to see a disheveled beastman rushing towards her. Confusion clouded her mind as she struggled to recognize him, but the voice felt undeniably familiar. "You?" she tentatively inquired. Mo Lin gazed at the emptiness where she had just been. A pang of sorrow and disappointment surged within him. "Yao Yao," you reached her, pulling her close. "It's dangerous. He is a stray beast." Once he had ensured her safety from the eagle beast, he asked, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. I'm perfectly well." The fox demon replied joyfully, brushing a stray piece of grass from his face. "What happened to you? Your face is covered in wounds." "I'm all right. Let me take you back to the cave." She agreed, and he lifted her up, hastily departing. Meanwhile, the tension in the air thickened as Mo Lin watched the distant female with a heart filled with pain and disappointment. It was all a deception. She had promised not to forget him, yet in the next moment, she had seemingly forgotten everything. Was it not fair that strays were denied the companionship of females? Why were they born into such a forsaken existence? Was it merely their coldness that led to their abandonment? Unyielding, unyielding, unyielding. Suddenly, a powerful energy erupted from within him, causing the eagle beasts to retreat in fear. Yet, it was too late. The serpent beast launched its attack, sweeping aside all the eagle beasts in its path, moving with a speed and ferocity that surged toward the fox demon and Yu. Swish, swish, swish. The sound echoed as you turned to see the massive serpent beast charging at them, prompting him to run for his life. The fox demon heard the commotion and turned, her heart racing as she beheld the terrifying figure of Mo Lin. Hadn't he promised to let her go? Chapter 019. Spitting blood. Mo Lin was swift and ferocious. Even you, being a fox, could not outrun him. You, hurry. He is gaining on us. Yao Yao urged, fear gripping her as she realized that if he caught up, the consequences would be dire. All right, Yao Yao. You sprinted with all his might. The beastmen possessed keen hearing, and every word the fox demon uttered reached Mo Lin's ears, shattering his heart into pieces. The assurances she had just given were nothing but lies. She had promised not to forget him, yet now she sought to escape. How cruel. Upon contemplating her frigid and unfeeling demeanor, Mo Lin, driven by an overwhelming frenzy, hastily pursued her. The eagle beast trailing behind, upon witnessing this, swiftly joined the chase. Presently, the stray beast was racing towards the heart of their tribe, and if this continued, the females of the tribe would be in peril. It was imperative to prevent it from entering the tribal core. The eagle beasts, swift as they were, could be likened to the natural adversaries of snakes. They transformed into eagles, soaring above as they aimed to peck at Mo Lin. With his serpentine tail thrashing, Mo Lin sent the eagle beasts careening away as if they had been severed from their tether. A mouthful of blood was expelled. Clearly, they had underestimated him. Mo Lin had dwelled within their tribe for an extended period and had consumed numerous beastmen. His strength was beyond their comprehension. The fox demon and you were taken aback, their eyes widening in astonishment. You swiftly dashed towards the home of the clan leader, Bai Li, as all attention turned to the mightiest orc in the tribe. Bai Li's dwelling was considerably farther from the Yu family, which explained why you had arrived first when the orc relayed the message. Mo Lin, having freed himself from the eagle beast, glared at the departing female, his fury reaching a boiling point. Fox demon, you cannot escape. The fox spirit, upon hearing this, felt a jolt in her heart, her body trembling involuntarily. The current demeanor of Mo Lin was utterly terrifying, instilling a profound fear within her. You, run faster. Naturally, upon hearing his words and sensing the fox spirit's trepidation, you felt a pang of sorrow. What could have caused her such fear? He could not help but quicken his pace. Just then, a wave of formidable murderous intent surged forth, leaving you with no opportunity to react. The person he held in his arms slipped away, and he was flung through the air. A searing pain erupted in his chest, the metallic taste of blood filling his mouth as he coughed violently, blood spilling forth. The fox demon gazed at Mo Lin in astonishment, her body emanating a frigid aura that rendered her speechless with fear. However, upon hearing Yu's cough, she turned to see him spitting blood, which horrified her. Grasping Mo Lin's hand desperately, she cried out, "You, are you all right? You're bleeding." As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks. Upon hearing the call of his beloved, despite the excruciating pain coursing through his body, you managed to smile and reassure her. "Yao Yao, I'm fine. It's just a cough." The fox spirit was overwhelmed with anguish, and at that moment, she had to admit her deep affection for you. Struggling against Mo Lin's grip, she fervently protested, "Let me go. You is injured." Mo Lin, consumed by rage, tightened his hold on the fiercely writhing fox spirit, refusing to allow her escape. The pain was unbearable. The fox spirit furrowed her delicate brows, her fair complexion quickly flushing crimson, tears cascading down her cheeks like a string of broken pearls. "You, let me go. It hurts." You, witnessing the distressing scene, fought through his excruciating agony and rushed forward, shouting, "Wandering beast, release the fox spirit." Unfortunately, before he could reach his beloved, another tail lashed out, causing him to spew a mouthful of blood, staining the ground in a shocking display. Chapter 020. Do you think they can save you? Upon hearing his beloved's cry, Yu's already heavy eyelids sharpened with determination. He could not succumb. What would become of the fox spirit if he fell? If the wandering beast captured her? What horrors would she endure? He had witnessed the beast's cruelty in the snowy mountains. He could not allow her to fall into its clutches. With that thought, a surge of strength filled his body. Despite knowing the vast disparity in power between himself and the wandering beast, he charged forward once more. Predictably, he was sent flying again. The fox demon was in immense distress, feeling as though her body might shatter. Yet upon seeing you, she gasped you. He rose and charged forward, only to be cast aside. Blood erupted from his mouth as he lunged again, only to be thrown back once more. Each attempt ended the same way. "No, don't come any closer, you." At this moment, the fox demon wept, her sobs piercing the heart. "I cannot allow him to take you away. Please, I beg you, stop. I am terrified. She was truly frightened, fearing that you might perish, that she might be the cause of his demise. It's all right, cough, cough. Do not cry, Yao Yao. I will surely save you. Wiping the blood from his lips, he surged forward again, but was once more cast aside. After several futile attempts, you had become a figure drenched in blood, while the fox demon was left in tears. Please, do not come back. I implore you, do not return. You will surely die. Death. Cough, cough. I fear not. My only fear is losing you, he replied. Once again, he rose, though unsteady on his feet, gazing at the girl he cherished. He could not afford to fall, just as he prepared to charge once more. A furious wolf's howl reverberated around him. It encircled him. You and the fox demon turned to see Bai Li approaching, accompanied by a multitude of male beastmen, numbering around 100. A male beastman stepped forward to support him. Upon seeing this, the fox spirit let out a sigh of relief. Did you truly believe that these beastmen could save you? Upon hearing this, the fox demon turned sharply to gaze at him. Disbelief etched across her features. Mo Lin regarded her astonishment with a smirk, yet his words were icily devoid of warmth. Just observe how I shall bring ruin to the place you hold dear. Although she doubted his capacity to destroy it, an inexplicable sense of dread stirred within her, prompting an instinctive plea. No, please. Stray beast, release the female, and we shall permit your escape, Bai Li interjected, his voice laced with authority. He scrutinized the enigmatic stray creature before him, feeling a twinge of uncertainty. At present, he had attained a beast mark of the 3rd tier, placing him among the formidable elites within 100 miles of this territory. Yet, the serpent beast before him eluded his comprehension. In this realm, as one's beast mark ascended, so too did their prowess. Could it be that the mark of this creature surpassed his own? If that were the case, it would imply that entry into their tribe could be achieved unnoticed by the beastmen. Should its mark indeed be superior, he would find himself at a distinct disadvantage. Mo Lin regarded him with a cold indifference, dismissing him entirely, before turning his attention back to the fox demon in his arms. Little fox, keep your eyes wide open and behold. The fox spirit shook her head, nestled in his embrace, acutely aware of his presence. Abruptly, she turned and shouted at Bai Li. Run! Bai Li was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the urgency, when a serpent's tail lashed toward him. The male beastmen beside him lay in disarray, scattered across the ground. A massive serpent's tail advanced toward him, prompting him to instinctively transform into his beast form to defend himself. However, the opponent's strength was akin to a fierce gale, and he was flung aside. Chapter 021. I will follow you, Chief. Chief. Coughing violently, he spat blood. Those who had not been swept away by Mo Lin's tail rushed toward him, radiating a murderous intent. Do not harm the fox spirit, you urged. Yet, Mo Lin was overwhelmingly powerful. The beastmen could not even approach him before being repelled. Moreover, with a female captive in his possession, their hands were tied. After several exchanges, many beastmen lay incapacitated on the ground, some already lifeless. Blood stained the earth in chaotic patterns, and the fox spirit wept in terror, having never encountered such brutal violence in her life. Stop. Please, stop. Seeing this, Bai Li rushed forward, but Mo Lin, noticing his movement, swung his tail, ensnaring Bai Li. The serpent's tail constricted relentlessly, leaving Bai Li struggling in discomfort. As the unique, 3-patterned beast within 100 miles, he felt as powerless as a mere cub in the hands of a wandering beast. The other male beastmen gazed at their chief in disbelief. Fear etched on their faces as they confronted the formidable serpent tribe's wanderer. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably. It seemed that disaster was inevitable for the tribe. The sound of Bai Li's bones cracking echoed ominously. Observing this, the fox spirit grasped Mo Lin's hand, pleading, Mo Lin, spare them. What's this? Are you frightened now? Mo Lin replied coldly. Truthfully, seeing her in tears had already softened his heart. I am afraid, truly afraid. Please do not harm them. I will go with you. Wherever you wish, just spare their lives, the fox spirit sobbed. She genuinely feared that if things continued this way, the tribe would be annihilated. If sacrificing herself could save her entire clan, it would be worth it. Mo Lin released Bai Li. Though he let go, he still flung him aside. Silently, Mo Lin gazed at her for an extended moment, as if making a decision, before cradling her and departing. Seeing this, you rushed forward in desperation, believing that as long as the chief was present, everything would be fine. However, he was mistaken. Even the chief could not save them. Yao Yao with a resounding crash. He slammed against a hard stone, and before losing consciousness, he caught a glimpse of Yao Yao anxiously calling his name. Yao Yu. Mo Lin was leaving, and all the beastmen surged forward. Serpent beast, you cannot take the female. Let her go. If you dare to take her, we will pursue you relentlessly. Mo Lin let out a cold snort, entirely dismissing them. If you possess the courage, then come forth. I shall accompany you to the end. For now, I shall take only one, but provoke my wrath, and there shall be more than just her to contend with. Upon hearing this, a chill of fear swept over the crowd, causing them to retreat, exchanging nervous glances as they silently stepped back. It was evident that they had surrendered. They dared not wager the future of their tribe. The females were the very foundation of the tribe. Thus, once more, the fox spirit was taken away by Mo Lin. He transformed from a half-serpent into his human form, cradling the fox spirit in a princess-like embrace. The fox spirit nestled quietly in her embrace, gazing silently ahead. Traversing mountains, crossing lakes, wandering through rainforests, and scaling steep cliffs, she remained oblivious to their destination. Whenever hunger struck, Mo Lin would seek sustenance for her, and when fatigue overcame her, she would find solace in his arms. After several days and nights of relentless travel, they finally paused to rest, her body nearly exhausted. You take a moment to recuperate. I shall fetch some nourishment. The fox spirit ignored him, tilting her head to evade the touch of his large hand. Chapter 022. You can only be mine. Mo Lin's arm remained rigid in midair, his expression inscrutable. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Very well, you stay here. I shall return shortly. Mo Lin then exited, placing a large stone to block the entrance. The fox spirit felt a twinge of disappointment as she gazed at the large stone that obstructed her escape, allowing only a slender beam of light to filter through. She had contemplated fleeing on her own, but instead curled herself tightly into a corner, lost in her thoughts. She worried incessantly about you, whose injuries were severe. Would he survive? The mere thought filled her with dread. She could not fathom why Mo Lin, who had promised to let her go, would then abduct her and inflict harm upon so many others. Now, she was left in uncertainty about where he intended to take her. Once, she had longed to leave the tribe, but now she found herself yearning to remain in that very place. The prospect of spending her days with this brutal and unfeeling individual filled her heart with trepidation and sorrow. The image of him taking lives sent shivers through her entire being. The thought of a feral beast was truly terrifying. This fear would likely cast a shadow over her life eternally. Oh, heavens, why had fate brought her to this place? What heinous act had she committed in her past life to deserve such suffering? Perhaps it was the toll of the journey that left her restless in Mo Lin's arms, where she had slept fitfully, haunted by dreams of you and the tribe, visions of lying in a pool of blood, intertwined with a colossal boa constrictor that suffocated her. She found herself growing drowsy, yet the memories of those dreams kept her from surrendering to sleep. With a swift slap to her own face, she jolted herself awake, feeling significantly more alert. Shortly thereafter, Mo Lin returned, bearing sustenance in his hands. These are the skin fruits I just gathered for you. Hurry and eat. Upon the sight of him, the fox spirit was instantly reminded of that fateful day, her body trembling uncontrollably, and an overwhelming sense of fear enveloped her heart. She vividly recalled how he had unleashed a massacre right before her eyes. Observing her involuntary reaction, Mo Lin felt a pang of regret. Reflecting on his impulsive actions from that day, he approached her and embraced her firmly, murmuring, "You must not fear me. How could you possibly fear me? You cannot be afraid of me." The fox spirit, obedient and docile, allowed him to embrace her. Since the day they departed from the tribe, she could only acquiesce to his wishes, too fearful to resist, for she truly dreaded what he might do. After all, should he become displeased, he could easily consume her, and the physical reactions she experienced were beyond her control. "Little fox, speak to me. Why are you unwilling to be with me?" Mo Lin murmured, his voice low and tinged with grievance. Ever since leaving the tribe, she had ignored him, refusing to engage in conversation, resembling a shattered doll devoid of its former vitality. Initially, he had been genuinely angry, upset by her apparent betrayal of trust. Did she not believe that a wandering beast deserved a mate? No, he could not accept that notion. If he could not possess her, then no other male beast would have the privilege either. The little fox belonged solely to him. It matters not if you choose to remain silent. Whenever you wish to speak, I shall await your words. Do not think you can coerce me into returning you home through such tactics. I assure you, I will not send you back. You are meant to be mine alone. Do you understand? The fox demon trembled violently, her large eyes filled with tears as she gazed at him in disbelief. Chapter 23. The Desert. Days passed in such a manner, with Mo Lin guiding her onward, destination unknown, leaving the fox demon engulfed in a haze of uncertainty about the future. Yet, she could only silently follow, could she not? On this day, they ventured into an endless expanse of desert, dust swirling in the air, a shroud of haze enveloping them. The sun hung high like a relentless furnace, mercilessly scorching the earth, rendering even Mo Lin's typically cool skin warm to the touch. She felt on the verge of heat exhaustion. Unable to endure any longer, she inquired, "What brings you here?" Mo Lin's face lit up with uncontainable joy. "Little fox, you finally decided to speak. What brings you here?" "Home," Mo Lin replied, a surge of exhilaration washing over him, as if revitalized by the very notion. Home? Do wandering beasts even have a home? Aren't they said to be without one? She had always believed that wandering beasts were akin to modern-day vagrants, perpetually without a place to call their own. Of course, we wandering beasts form tribes, though the environments we inhabit are often quite harsh. When shall we arrive? I feel as if I might perish from the heat. We're almost there. Just hold on a little longer. Very well. Here, have some water. Mo Lin offered her a container crafted from an unknown beast's hide, filled with water. The fox demon furrowed her brows in disdain, contemplating whether there might be a fishy odor. However, given the sweltering weather, she had no choice but to drink. As the liquid slid down her throat, she gazed in astonishment at the animal's skin, wondering what creature it belonged to, for it bore no trace of a foul scent. The only drawback was that the water was warm, quite unbearable. Beneath the scorching sun, after a considerable passage of time, the fox demon could no longer endure the heat. Clad solely in a skin skirt that offered little breathability, she felt sticky and uncomfortable. Most distressing was the fact that her skin had turned a fiery red, accompanied by a slight sting, as if she were on the verge of being cooked by the sun. Mo Lin, when shall we arrive? I am sweltering. Soon, very soon, came the reply. But when is soon? You just mentioned that we were close. The fox demon's irritation was palpable, and her patience was wearing thin. Little fox, please bear with it a little longer. The fox spirit exclaimed in frustration, I can no longer endure this. It is unbearably hot, and my skin is in agony. Do you not feel the pain? Are you not hot? The little fox urged, please, do not rush. We shall arrive soon. Yet, she protested, I am too hot. I must rest. No, replied decisively. The sun is setting, and we must hasten our pace. We cannot afford to stop. I am nearly suffocating from the heat. The little fox lamented. Please, bear with it, urged. I cannot. I truly am so hot. The fox spirit whined, a hint of sulkiness in her tone. Who could be fierce as a tempest at times, also possessed a gentleness akin to flowing water. Upon hearing the fox spirit's slightly petulant tone, his heart soared, as if lifted to the heavens. Very well, let us find a place to rest. You must endure a little longer. But we are in a desert. Where can we possibly rest? She countered, we have searched endlessly, and there is not even a single spot to find shade. The fox demon finds herself in a state of resignation. In such a desolate and uninhabited locale, how could you possibly reside here? It is evident that no beast folk could thrive in this environment. Alas, we do not wish to dwell here either, but we are wandering beasts. Other beast folk drive us away at the mere sight of us, denying us the opportunity to sustain our lives. Thus, we are compelled to inhabit these places where they cannot survive. Chapter 24. Fainting from thirst. Upon reflection, it does not seem alarming, for wandering beasts truly prey upon beast folk. Yet, what compelled you to venture to the Rockfoot tribe? Given the arduous journey over the past fortnight, it seems implausible to reach such a distant locale, even for hunting. I was led there by a colossal beast. The fox demon nodded. Realizing that the colossal beasts of this world were overwhelmingly powerful, capable of subduing even formidable beastmen like Mo Lin. After traversing a considerable distance, the fox demon began to feel dizzy and nauseous, suffering from severe dehydration. She regretted not heeding Mo Lin's advice to drink less. The heat here was unbearable. She wondered how Mo Lin, a snake, specifically a cobra, could endure such conditions. According to her knowledge, cobras could hardly survive in a desert, unlike sand snakes. As she continued her search for a shaded refuge, her head throbbed, and it felt as though the very earth was spinning around her. What was happening? Why was the sky turning? In the next moment, she succumbed to unconsciousness, faintly hearing Mo Lin's anxious voice calling out, Little fox. Mo Lin gazed at the fainted fox demon, a pang of sorrow gripping his heart. She was still too weak. He had heard tales of this before, but had never paid much heed, especially since a female had shown interest in him. Females regarded them with the utmost disdain, as if they were filthy creatures. Many rootless beasts within their kin had been abandoned by females, rendered devoid of purpose. They lost interest in everything and cared little for life or death, merely enduring day by day, while those unable to withstand such despair often succumbed to self-destruction. He did not wish to become like them. Though he had never sought a female, his feelings shifted upon meeting the little fox. He would forever remember their first encounter. Her words flowed into his heart like a gentle spring breeze. "Aren't you afraid of me? Afraid of you? Why would I fear you? You are so beautiful." That was the first time in his life he had ever received a compliment from a female. He offered her a sip of water and, in his half-human, half-snake form, swiftly swam onward. The little fox disliked his serpentine appearance, so he refrained from transforming in her presence. In this vast desert, where he tread, a long, linear path stretched towards the horizon. The fox's spirit awakened, gazing at the desolate surroundings with a look of confusion. "Little fox, you are awake," came the delighted voice of Mo Lin, echoing in her ears. She intended to respond, but her throat was parched and painful, making it difficult to speak. Struggling against the discomfort, she managed to utter, "I wish to drink water." Upon hearing this, Mo Lin hurriedly dashed outside, returning with a leaf filled with water. "Here, drink." After taking a sip, the fox spirit felt some relief in her throat, yet the unfamiliar environment puzzled her. "Wasn't I in the desert? Where's this place?" "Little fox, we have arrived at my home." The fox spirit was taken aback, and upon arrival, she rose to her feet, eager to observe her surroundings. However, as she stood, a wave of dizziness washed over her. "Little fox, are you all right?" "I am fine. Please, take a moment to rest. I shall fetch you something to eat." Mo Lin gently laid her down upon the animal skin before stepping outside. The fox demon lay upon a fur rug, surveying her surroundings. The space was not particularly vast, yet it could accommodate 7 or 8 individuals comfortably. Beside her, a large pile of furs caught her attention. Upon inspection, she discovered several exquisite pieces adorned in shades of pink, blue, and purple. Having spent considerable time here, she had never encountered such beautiful furs before. As she caressed the material, she found it to be smooth and delicate, free from any roughness. Chapter 25. Fondness for this place. "What is this?" the fox demon mused, as her fingers brushed against a dark brown, gossamer-like fabric beside the furs. It felt cool and exquisitely smooth to the touch. "Is this cloth?" She was utterly enchanted, marveling at the existence of such fine fabric in this primitive, beastly world. When Mo Lin returned, she would inquire about its origin, for the current heat rendered fur garments unbearably stifling. Reluctantly parting from her newfound treasure after a prolonged moment of admiration, she stood and surveyed her surroundings. Approaching the entrance of the hollow, she realized that she was residing within a tree hollow. No wonder everything felt slightly peculiar. It dawned on her that her abode was nestled within a tree. As her gaze drifted outward, she was awestruck by the breathtaking scenery, stammering, This is simply too beautiful." Her exclamation echoed her disbelief. This was the very place Mo Lin had described as uninhabitable. In truth, it resembled a celestial paradise. The water shimmered like silk with delicate ripples, a tender green hue gracing its surface. The distant colors deepened gradually into rich emerald tones. Gazing skyward, she observed clouds drifting languidly by, while below, the heart of the lake revealed another world. Cloud reflections danced above, and the verdant trees lining the banks mirrored themselves in the water, awash in shades of blue, evoking a sense of longing, perhaps due to the oppressive heat. Wisps of vapor rose from the lake, lending an ethereal aura akin to that of a fairyland. It was stunning. This place contradicted Mo Lin's assertions. How could it be uninhabitable when so many beast folk resided here? She had intended to venture outside to explore this enchanting locale. Yet the height of her dwelling impeded her descent. It seemed she would have to wait, for her current circumstances confined her. After a considerable interval, Mo Lin returned, exclaiming, "Little fox, I have brought you red fruits." Before her lay unfamiliar red fruits, their names unknown to her. Trusting him, she believed he would not wish her harm. Mo Lin's care for her was evident. He had consistently provided her with fruits, knowing her aversion to raw meat. Though she was not devoid of compassion, the memories of his injuries to you and the wounded beast folk of the Yin tribe weighed heavily upon her heart, making forgiveness elusive. Moreover, her deepest fear was snakes. Despite his striking appearance, the thought of being with a serpent was inconceivable. Yet, it must be said that Mo Lin was the most handsome individual she had ever encountered, which was why she had been so captivated upon their first meeting. The fox demon took the red fruit and began to eat, saying, "Mo Lin, This place is not as unbearable as you described. It is quite beautiful. Upon hearing this, Mo Lin was filled with joy, and an unusual brilliance flickered in his obsidian eyes, reminiscent of the brightest stars in the night sky, dazzling and enchanting. Do you like it here? He inquired. Yes, it is truly lovely, the fox demon replied happily, expressing that the outside world was far more beautiful than her own tribe at the foot of the mountain. Would you consider residing here? Mo Lin's question caused the already elated fox demon's expression to falter, her delicate lashes drooping like white feathers. Her demeanor clearly conveyed her thoughts. Mo Lin's gaze darkened with a hint of pain, his eyes, as transparent as black obsidian, revealing a trace of helplessness as he let out a self-deprecating sigh. He should have anticipated this, yet he found himself foolishly hoping for a different response. As for how to respond, the fox demon struggled internally. To be honest, although she had agreed to accompany him, her heart was not truly willing. The mere thought of the harm he had inflicted upon her tribe, and the injury to you, made it impossible for her to forgive him. After all, being forcibly taken by someone is never agreeable. At present, she found Mo Lin to be an enigma. The first time they met, he seemed perfectly amiable, only to become her captor moments later. He had returned her home, yet shortly after, he had slaughtered her tribe. Throughout their journey, he treated her with exceptional kindness, but at times, his demeanor instilled a paralyzing fear within her. She began to question whether he suffered from a form of dissociative identity disorder. Mo Lin forced a smile and asserted, "Little fox, you cannot go anywhere else but with me." Upon hearing this, the fox demon instinctively trembled, feeling a sense of grievance. Nevertheless, she resolutely declared, "You are aware that without my consent, there is no way for you to bond with me." Humph. The sole advantage of this beastly realm is precisely that. As long as a female is unwilling, a male cannot impose his will, lest he faces the fate of a rootless beast. It is said that long, long ago, this world was free from such a curse. It was only later that it emerged. This arose from the imbalance in numbers, as females were scarce while males were abundant, leading to the exploitation of females as mere breeding machines in various tribes. Even though a female may only enter estrus once a year, some, like the Phoenix chicken clan, can bear numerous offspring, making them the coveted prize of all tribes. Those who could not conceive, or bore few, often became mere playthings for many male beast men. And instances of trading females for sustenance were not uncommon, especially among the wandering beasts, who at that time were not labeled as such, but simply as ordinary beast men. Perhaps due to their coldness and bloodthirstiness, females were generally averse to them, giving rise to those who preyed upon females, committing heinous acts of slaughter and dismemberment. The plight of females during that time was truly heartrending. It is believed that as a result of these atrocities, the divine beings unleashed their wrath, forbidding males from touching females. Consequently, the beastmen world nearly faced extinction. Perhaps the deities, unwilling to see such a demise, decreed that the desire for companionship must be contingent upon the consent of the female. However, the wandering beasts, having committed numerous misdeeds, found themselves bereft of divine protection, scorned by beastmen wherever they roamed. After all, they bore a unique aura. Yet, this remains merely a legend. No one can ascertain its truth. If it is indeed true, then it is exceedingly cruel. The very thought of that time conjures a terrifying scene. The fox spirit, having finished the red fruit, reclined upon the animal hide to rest. For as long as this talisman remained, she harbored no fear of Mo Lin, unless he were to take her life. Glancing over, she beheld Mo Lin stationed at the mouth of the tree hollow, the warm evening glow casting a gentle light upon his cheeks. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, he appeared remarkably handsome. Truly, he was strikingly attractive. The fox demon's face burned with embarrassment as she snapped back to reality, giving herself a sharp slap. "You foolish fox demon. How could you possibly be infatuated with your enemy? Have you lost your senses?" She scoffed. The fox spirit no longer regarded him, instead turning away in a huff and muttering to herself. She had intended to inquire about the origin of the fabric, but after a moment's reflection, she decided against it. The following morning, the azure sky gleamed. Washed clean by the rain, the air was refreshingly pure, as if it had been filtered. In the east, a blush of crimson dawn appeared as warm sunlight wove its way through the delicate gaps filtered by layers of leaves, casting a gentle, swaying halo of soft light into the hollow of the tree. Chapter 27. The oasis in the desert, gazing at the splendid scenery outside. The fox spirit could hardly contain her eagerness to venture out and quickly beckoned to Mo Lin. "Mo Lin, I yearn to explore. The world outside is simply enchanting. After all, as humans, We are naturally curious about new experiences, particularly those of our surroundings. Mo Lin, captivated by the girl's radiant smile, nodded happily and lifted her in his arms, leaping gracefully from the lofty tree and landing securely on the ground. As the fox spirit descended to the ground, she struggled free from his embrace and gazed at the scenery outside. Within the confines of her hollow, she had failed to appreciate the view, but now it was evident that the tree she called home was extraordinarily large, so immense that even 30 individuals might find it challenging to encircle its trunk. Its brown bark was adorned with a lush canopy, resembling a dense, impenetrable cloud. This magnificent tree was riddled with numerous hollows, though shafts of light still managed to filter through. It was immediately apparent that this place was inhabited by beast men. Need it be stated? The beast men peered out from their tree hollows, each exhibiting a handsome visage, their expressions a blend of curiosity and caution as they regarded her. To her astonishment, they were all strikingly attractive, far from the terrifying appearance she had anticipated from wandering beasts, who, in her mind, ought to bear the countenance of fearsome predators. One cannot help but acknowledge that this world was replete with captivating beauty. The fox demon smiled gently and greeted them. "Hello there." All the wandering beast men were taken aback, gazing at her in disbelief. Her smile was like a refreshing breeze amidst the sweltering summer heat, providing a sense of relief to their weary souls. This female was unafraid of them. Initially, they had been restrained by Mo Lin, who had advised them against venturing out, fearing that their presence might frighten the young female. However, with the rare arrival of a female in their tribe, their curiosity got the better of them. To their surprise, this petite female was nothing like the others they had encountered. She was utterly adorable, so small and charming. The fox demon, observing their indifference, nonchalantly turned away and began to explore her surroundings. They were undeniably beautiful, suggesting they were not malevolent. As she wandered about, her curiosity resembled that of an inquisitive child. After a thorough exploration, she discovered the expanse of this place was quite vast, adorned with mountains, rivers, and flowing waters. It was in stark contrast to what Mo Lin had claimed, that one could not dwell among the beast men. Soon, the fox demon ascended a hill, eager to gauge the magnitude of her surroundings. Upon her gaze, she was rendered speechless. The distant expanse of golden sands captured her sight, and further beyond lay undulating hills, all composed of uniform yellow grains. This vast desert, a silent sea of sand, was a realm of golden dunes, a veritable paradise of sand where the endless dunes met the horizon, leaving no indication of where they might end. The only splash of color in this barren land was a patch of green beneath her feet. She had always believed that Mo Lin had taken her far from the desert, for this place was so breathtakingly beautiful and immense that it obscured her view of the outside world. It turned out she resided in an oasis within the desert. Yet this oasis was so expansive that it could easily accommodate a small nation. It was hard to fathom how Mo Lin had brought her here, but given his residence here, he must be quite familiar with the desert. Reflecting on her situation, it dawned on her that returning might not be an option. Would she truly remain here for eternity? The omnipresent sands left her feeling trapped. A pang of discomfort settled in her heart, and the beauty of her surroundings seemed to diminish instantaneously. As she made her way back, her spirits were low, enveloped in a somber mood. "Lin, why did you bring the female back?" Suddenly, a deep, powerful male voice approached with a steady and commanding stride. Chapter 028. She is different. The fox demon gazed ahead and observed a man clad in black leather approaching with confident strides. Instinctively, she retreated behind Mo Lin. If Mo Lin was someone who could make the fox demon forget her true nature and feel at ease in his presence, then this man before her emanated an aura that instilled a sense of chill. The newcomer seemed to exude an icy demeanor, his features almost sculpted to perfection, with thin lips pressed into a cold, disdainful curve and abyssal, frosty eyes that appeared to harbor animosity towards all things. Mo Lin shielded her protectively and remarked with displeasure, "Yuan, you have frightened her." "Lin, do you not know?" Before the man named Yuan could finish, Mo Lin interjected, "I am aware." Yuan cast a glance at the fox demon, his eyes filled with endless frost, and continued, "Is the previous incident not enough harm? That Shui Yuyin, she is different." "What makes her different?" "Females are all the same. Do not be deceived by her." Mo Lin looked at the fox demon, his gaze infused with boundless tenderness, and replied, "She is indeed different." The fox spirit was momentarily taken aback. His gaze was so gentle. Did he imply that she was unlike other females? To be honest, she had never experienced love in her life. Even the silent Yuan, who had been withdrawn since their last encounter, was startled by this revelation. Their concern had been palpable, yet now, at this moment. Lin, you are aware that bringing a female back will incite the wrath of the other tribesmen. If I take her away, it will not bring difficulties to our tribe. Why must you be so stubborn? Yuan was nearly driven to exasperation by his words. Mo Lin, undeterred, caressed the fox spirit's face with a tender expression, leaving her momentarily speechless. Little fox, you want to leave me, will you? The fox spirit, instantly regaining her senses, brushed his hand away and fell into a profound silence. The little fox, Mo Lin, was filled with heartache upon witnessing this. Lin, please take her back, Yuan said, casting a disdainful glance at the fox spirit before addressing Mo Lin. As Mo Lin gazed at the fox spirit, sorrow filled his eyes. Her silence pierced his heart like a sharp blade, rendering him nearly breathless. The little fox's tone bore an imploring undertone. Upon hearing his desperate plea, the fox spirit could not help but glance at him, despite her resolve to turn away. That fleeting glance pierced her heart with an acute pain. For the anguish reflected in his eyes struck her deeply. She opened her mouth, but could utter nothing more than the name Mo Lin. Having grown up solely with her grandparents, devoid of parental companionship, she was intimately familiar with the aching solitude of being unloved. This absence of affection bred within her resistance, yet she was equally susceptible to the binds of emotion. Wasn't Mo Lin akin to her in this regard? Did she truly find joy in his presence? Perhaps not entirely dismissive of the idea. Yet, the thought of her own capacity for violence filled her with trepidation and inescapable fear. Enough, Lin, she finally said. I will seek other beastmen to escort her home. Yuan gently patted Mo Lin on the shoulder, offering reassurance. Do not worry. I shall ensure they do not mistreat her. You have just returned. Take some time to rest. Upon hearing this, the fox demon promptly grasped Mo Lin's hand. For in this moment, she trusted him above all others. After all, they were but wandering beasts. Mo Lin repressed his sorrowful emotions and held her hand firmly, soothing her heart with the words, Do not worry, I will not allow them to send you back. Chapter 029. Females are deceivers. Upon hearing this, the fox demon was deeply touched. They had only been together for a brief time, yet this man treated her with such kindness, always considering her well-being. Aside from his insistence on not allowing her to leave, he was willing to fulfill any of her wishes. Was it possible that men in the beastly world were also deeply sentimental? Let us return, he said gently, affectionately stroking her head. The fox spirit shyly brushed away his hand. Such an intimate gesture was reserved for couples. He inquired about their return, asking, Return where? She quickly responded, Where are we going back to? To the Rockfoot tribe or to your home? Where do you wish to go? He pressed. Certainly to the Rockfoot tribe. Yet, she dared not voice this thought, fearing it might anger the man. Home, she replied ambiguously, hoping he would not comprehend her vagueness. Meanwhile, Yuan, feeling overlooked as they conversed, expressed his displeasure. Lin, listen to me. Do not heed his nonsense. Females cannot be trusted. The fox spirit remained speechless, seemingly having uttered nothing at all, yet somehow she was accused of spouting nonsense. How unjust. However, the man was indeed quite intimidating. Had he suffered grievously at the hands of some female? Clutching Mo Lin's hand, she pitifully declared, Mo Lin, he is terrifying. I am afraid. Upon hearing this, Mo Lin's discontent dissipated, and he grasped her hand reassuringly, stating, Fear not, we shall depart at once. As he led her away, Yuan hurriedly pursued them, exclaiming, Lin, do not leave. Females are all deceivers. You are the deceiver. Your entire family is filled with liars. Humph. The fox spirit thought indignantly. Mo Lin halted, prompting the fox spirit to inquire, Why have we stopped? Instead of responding, Mo Lin turned to Yuan with a decidedly unfriendly tone. Yuan, she is different. I will not permit you to speak of her in such a manner. Rest assured, I shall take her away. Lin, why do you not heed my counsel? Yuan lamented, feeling helpless, for when had Lin ever been so obstinate? Mo Lin then turned and led the fox spirit away. The fox spirit gazed at Mo Lin, internally acknowledging that her lack of emotion would be insincere. Should she consider accepting him? No, what was she thinking? Gradually, she retreated back into the tree hollow, while Yuan spoke behind her, but Mo Lin remained indifferent. Upon returning to the hollow, Mo Lin began to pack his belongings, and the fox spirit silently watched. In that moment, she felt akin to a sinner, overwhelmed by a profound sense of unease. As he organized his things, she pondered whether he would escort her home, and if upon returning, he might face harm from the tribe. From their previous conversations, it appeared that Mo Lin was currently being hunted by the entire clan. To accompany her home would place him in jeopardy. She did not wish to put him in danger, especially since he had never harmed her. Delaying her return for a while seemed reasonable. There was no necessity to leave immediately. Gathering her courage, she approached him and said, Lin, perhaps it would be wise not to rush home right now. Going back at this moment could be perilous for you. Lin, who had been engrossed in his packing, froze momentarily, a wave of happiness washing over him. Was the little fox truly concerned for him? Yet, when he recalled her apparent eagerness to return, he turned to her and asked, Little fox, did you not express a desire to go back? I do wish to return, she replied, but there are many pursuing us. If you escort me, it would be dangerous for you, and you have never harmed me. A bittersweet feeling enveloped Lin as he embraced her tightly. The fox spirit was startled and instinctively attempted to push him away, but quickly halted, sensing the tremors coursing through his body. Chapter 30. Do not approach. He must be suffering greatly. Like her, he yearned for concern and care. From his conversations with Yuan and the others, it seemed Lin had once harbored affections for a female, likely having been hurt by one. Suddenly, her animosity towards him dissipated, leaving her with a sense of empathy. She gently patted his back, encouraging, if you wish to cry, then let it out. Lin stiffened, lifting his gaze to meet hers, his eyes filled with remorse. Little fox, I should not have taken you away, nor should I have caused harm to so many beast men. The fox spirit let out a sigh, saying, You asked for my forgiveness, and I could grant it. However, I cannot speak for the other beast men, especially considering the lives you have taken. But I was genuinely furious at that moment. Furious? About what? You claimed you would never forget me, yet turned around and forgot me entirely. The fox spirit reminisced, recalling the joy she felt upon seeing you, only for her expression to darken as she contemplated scolding him. But that does not justify your actions. You were the one who promised to let me return. Yet, you forgot far too quickly. After much contemplation, she realized the true culprit was herself. Well, what has done is done. Lin's cold visage stiffened momentarily. So, will that little fox return? Return? How can I? According to Yuan, you are currently being hunted. More importantly, how would I face them upon my return? Aside from you, I don't have much attachment to the tribe. Perhaps I shall return after some time. Besides, residing in the desert should keep her hidden from the beast men. After a while, they would presume her dead, and when she returns, Lin would be safe. This place isn't so bad, she mused. Though there are many stray beasts nearby, would they pose a danger? Moreover, Yuan's demeanor clearly indicated a profound disdain for females. Resolute, the fox spirit chose to remain, finding that her aversion to Lin had dissipated. She lingered in silence for quite some time, unaware that her stay would stretch into a lifetime. The following day, Lin brought her food before seeking out Yuan, though she had no idea what they discussed, for he was gone for quite a while. Bored at home, she found the tree hollow too high to descend. Tidying up the hollow, which contained few items, she pondered, does this count as cohabitation? Lin resides here with me, while you never shared my dwelling. She slapped herself lightly, chiding her own thoughts. What nonsense am I thinking? Am I going mad over a man? Yet, it did seem quite plausible. After all, Lin was exceptionally handsome. If he didn't transform into a snake, she wouldn't be at a loss, would she? Just as she lost herself in these thoughts, a sudden shadow enveloped her. The fox demon's brow brightened with joy as she exclaimed, Lin, you have returned. However, upon turning around, she found herself enveloped by a towering figure, obscuring his features from view. Instinctively, the fox demon grew wary, for this was not Lin. She perceived the other's eyes, glowing with a predatory light, causing her to retreat in fear. Who are you? She inquired, her voice trembling. The newcomer regarded the panicking female with an air of indifference, a sinister smirk curving his lips as he approached with ominous strides. Do not come any closer, the fox demon pleaded, her heart racing. The figure exuded an aura more terrifying than that of Lin. Please, do not approach. Where is Lin? Lin, help me. Chapter 031. I do not know you. Let me go. The man paid no heed to her desperate pleas, swiftly seizing her with a grip strong enough to crush her arm. It is you. The fox demon, perplexed by his words, forcefully yanked her arm back and exclaimed, Who are you? Release me. Come with me. The fox demon was taken aback, wondering where he intended to lead her. She did not recognize him and forcefully pulled her arm back, exclaiming, Release me. I will not accompany you. I do not know you. The man, finding her struggles amusing, turned and hoisted her onto his shoulder, growling, Silence. If you do not cease your noise, I shall take decisive action against you." Upon hearing this, the fox demon became even more agitated. "Let me go, help, Mo Lin," she cried out. To be harmed by him would mean the end of her life, and thus she was all the more resolute in refusing to leave with him. In a fit of frustration, the man delivered a sharp slap to her backside, admonishing her, "Be quiet." The force of his action brought tears to her eyes, a mix of indignation and shame flooding her senses. She struggled vigorously, her delicate hands gripping his back, leaving a few red marks. How dare he slap her bottom, that scoundrel? The man seemed unfazed, as if her scratches were merely a tickle. He continued to carry her away without a care. "What do you intend to do? Release me," she implored. His body felt as unyielding as iron, causing her considerable discomfort, especially when he leapt from the tree hole, leaving her breathless as her blood rushed downward. "Who are you? Let me go?" Her cries attracted the attention of the beasts within the tree hole, each one peering out to see what was happening. Upon catching sight of the fox demon, it appeared as though she had discovered a lifeline, imploring them for assistance. "Help. This stray beast intends to abduct me. Please save me." Some of the strays perched in the trees silently turned their heads, while others hastily intervened, exclaiming, "Emperor, where do you intend to take that young female? Indeed, release her at once." The fox spirit was deeply moved upon witnessing the scene. "Stand aside," commanded the man named D, his voice laced with an icy severity. "I will not," retorted the wandering beast. In the tribe, it was widely known that D harbored an intense aversion towards females, a disdain that had reached its pinnacle. This young female could not survive in his grasp. He could not permit D to take her away. "I said stand aside. Release her," the beast insisted. "Do not test my patience." D's anger was palpable, his face etched with frost. The other orcs braced themselves, acutely aware of D's superior strength. "D, let her go. She is innocent. If you harm her, when Mo Lin returns, do you truly believe he will spare you?" D scoffed, indifferent to their pleas, and cradled the fox spirit as he turned to depart. The male orc swiftly obstructed his path. "D, do not act foolishly. Step aside." D regarded them coldly. "I will not. Release her, or you shall face the consequences." With that, D transformed before their eyes into his beast form. The fox demon gazed at him, nearly fainting from shock, as she beheld him transform into an enormous spider, its 8 legs poised menacingly, and she found herself ensnared within one of its limbs, directly facing its bell-like eyes. Oh, a spider! A towering spider! In fact, upon witnessing this spectacle, the stray beasts swiftly morphed into their hybrid forms, with scorpions and serpents emerging in various shapes. At that moment, the fox demon felt her temples pulsating violently. How terrifying! Chapter 032, Traversing the Desert. A jarring assault on her mind. Having grown up in the 21st century, she had never encountered such a horrifying scene, and the fear nearly brought her to tears. Yet, curiously, at that moment, she found herself devoid of even the courage to weep. Several stray beasts encircled the emperor, their bodies tense, poised to strike at any moment. Suddenly, the emperor launched an attack, expecting to harm the strays, but unexpectedly, he spat silk onto a distant tree and leaped away. The beasts could only perceive a fleeting blur before them. "There he goes. We must pursue him. He cannot be allowed to take the female away. Hurry." They had anticipated a confrontation, yet it turned out to be a chase. The fox demon, tossed upon the colossal claw, felt dizzy and nauseous. Help! Yet the stray beasts below could not keep pace. Could it be that the 8-legged creature ran even swifter? Indeed, it could spin its silk with astonishing distance, akin to a monkey flinging itself far away. Soon, they vanished from the sight of the myriad stray beasts. "Speed, we must hasten to seek the clan leader." "Very well. I hope the emperor can be more understanding. Please, do not harm the female." The fox demon was swiftly escorted by the emperor to the edge of the oasis. "What are you doing? Let me go. Who are you, and where are you taking me?" The emperor paid no heed to the fox demon's protests, hastily leading her away from the oasis, leaving conspicuous 8-clawed footprints in the vast expanse of yellow sand. The fox spirit gazed on, her heart heavy with sorrow, nearly brought to tears. Alas, her fate seemed unbearably cruel. After much effort to remain, she was seized once more, though this time by a wandering beast. The relentless desert stretched before her, and the beast's demeanor suggested that communication would be futile. It was clear that her journey would be fraught with hardship. Indeed, the oppressive heat blazed down, the desert radiating warmth akin to flames searing her delicate skin. Most disheartening was the fact that the emperor did not hold her, forcing her to traverse the desert alone. Her tender feet were scorched and reddened, each step sending sharp pangs through her, with blisters forming in certain places. Fortunately, when she first arrived, she had fashioned a pair of rudimentary wooden shoes to alleviate the discomfort of the ground beneath her feet. Yet, even with such protection, she endured significant suffering. From initially crying out in protest, she soon found herself devoid of strength to continue her outcries. She came to the realization that perhaps some of the tribesmen were less than welcoming, seizing the opportunity to send her away while Mo Lin was absent. He would never abandon her. Yet, where would this storm of yellow sand take her? The heat was unbearable, sweat pouring from her. And the loss of salt was becoming critical. She was on the brink of collapse. "Where are you taking me?" the fox spirit asked weakly. The emperor turned back, casting her a cold glance. "Just follow," he replied tersely. "Even if I am to follow you, you must at least tell me where we are going. You do not need to know. Just follow." The fox demon shot him a furious glance, bewildered by the absurdity of it all. No wonder the stray beasts were scorned by the beast men. They deserved it. Reflecting on life in the tribe, she recalled how the females were lavished with affection, contrasting sharply with her own dismal fate upon arriving here, one in the heavens, the other in the depths, a chasm of difference. What could possibly attract them to such creatures? Had she known it would come to this, she would have preferred to have Mo Lin escort her back to the tribe. What was the point of this unnecessary endeavor? Oh, heavens and earth! Was she destined to suffer? Was her past life riddled with misfortune? And was this life merely a continuation of that torment? Had she committed some grievous sin that warranted such suffering? Was this not the epitome of a wretched existence? Chapter 033. Wandering the desert, where on earth are you taking me? Are you a mute? She exclaimed, growing increasingly irritated by his silence. The swirling sand stretched endlessly before her, the heat was oppressive, and her feet felt as though they were being scorched. Even her typically good-natured temperament was beginning to fray. After walking all morning, she dared not collapse, for the man before her was certainly not as indulgent as Mo Lin. To this day, she had not even had a sip of water, and her lips were parched and cracked. "Hurry up and keep up," she snapped, not even sparing him a glance. Females could be so bothersome, moving at a snail's pace, akin to a tortoise. Indeed, even a tortoise would outpace her. At this rate, she worried that Mo Lin might catch up, and she could only wonder if he would fare any better in the end. However, the only silver lining was that the traces of their passage had been erased by the winds and sands, making it exceedingly difficult for anyone to track his scent. The fox demon, visibly exasperated, plopped down onto the ground, only to be propelled back up almost instantly. "My goodness, this sand is scorching," she exclaimed. "If you wish to leave, then do so. I'm staying put." The fox demon displayed an air of defiance. The emperor turned, observing her with a cold demeanor as she wore a face that suggested she was unfazed by the heat. "Suit yourself. My only duty is to escort you out. If you choose to remain, then my task is effectively complete, and I shall return." With that, he indeed began to walk away. "You." The fox demon gritted her teeth, truly tempted to unleash her frustration. "Fine, go ahead and leave. I have no desire to be escorted by you. Leave, leave, leave. It makes no difference whether you accompany me or not. Wasn't it abundantly clear?" Continuing this way bore no distinction from having never escorted her at all. He seemed to abandon her to her own fate, as if she should feel grateful for his efforts. Moreover, in the midst of that yellow sand, how could he even fathom where he was taking her? It was evident that he bore no good intentions, carrying an air of superiority. What if he delivered her to some unsavory tribe? It might be better for her to perish here, truly. The emperor cared little for her plight. In his eyes, her demise would be the most favorable outcome, for females were often the most troublesome, weak and frail. The fox demon gazed at the emperor as he walked away, ignoring her completely, filled with resentment and refusing to cast another glance in his direction. "What a foul man. All men are worthless," she huffed. "No, worse, he's a despicable spider." Yet, as she faced the endless expanse of yellow sand stretching to the horizon, a wave of bitterness washed over her, stirring an urge to retreat. However, the thought of that detestable emperor filled her with courage. She would not rely on him. She refused to believe she could not navigate her way out of this desert. With determination, she took a step forward. Thus, the two solitary figures walked away from one another, increasingly distant. The emperor glanced back at the obstinate female, a hint of confusion crossing his mind, but it quickly dissipated. Truly, she was a Navi creature. If she continued on this path, she would inevitably succumb to hunger or exhaustion, or perhaps die of thirst. However, that was no longer his concern. His only responsibility was to escort her out of the tribe, and he considered it a feat that he had tolerated her for this long. As the fox demon continued her solitary trek, regret began to gnaw at her. Walking alone in this sea of sand, devoid of life. She yearned to return. Yet her footprints had been erased by the wind, leaving her unaware of her own origin. Regardless, she had to find her way. Now, she was parched, famished, and overheated. How reckless she had been, she should not have acted so impulsively, and even in her impulsiveness, she should have taken something from him. It seemed she was destined to perish in this desolate wasteland. Chapter 034. The tribe's reluctance to keep the fox demon. Meanwhile, on the other side, Mo Lin spoke to Yuan, expressing his hope that the fox demon would be allowed to stay. I do not agree, Yuan replied without hesitation. Mo Lin, is the last incident not enough? She is different, Mo Lin insisted. She is the most extraordinary female I have ever encountered. I can sense that the little fox would not harm us. Otherwise, she would not have chosen to stay for my sake. Mo Lin, do you wish for us to face extinction once more? The damage inflicted by Shui Yuyin was not trivial. Mo Lin's haughty gaze dimmed slightly, as if an old wound had been reopened, making it difficult to breathe. Yet, he quickly concealed his emotions and reiterated, the little fox would not do that. Mo Lin, we cannot endure any more turmoil. We are already forced to reside in this desert. You must understand that this environment is entirely unsuitable for a female. There is no food here, and our very survival is in jeopardy, let alone that of a female. If it weren't for trusting Shui Yuyin, my brother would not have died, nor would yours. Very well, if she cannot stay, then I shall leave as well, Mo Lin stated indifferently before turning to depart. If the little fox could not remain, then he saw no reason to stay either. It mattered little where he went. He possessed sufficient strength to protect the little fox. Yuan exclaimed in exasperation, pointing at Mo Lin in frustration, unable to utter another word. Was he not courting death by going out there? Just as Mo Lin stepped out the cave entrance, a feral beast man rushed towards him, exclaiming, Mo Lin, the little female has been captured by the emperor. Startled, Mo Lin turned back, casting a cold, incredulous glance at Yuan, his eyes brimming with fury. He had never anticipated that they would abduct the little fox in his absence. Yuan, having overheard, hastily denied the accusation. Lin, I did not order anyone to capture the female. Things had spiraled out of control. He had intended to keep the female safe, yet now she had been taken. Whose reckless idea was this? It was the emperor. What? The emperor? This was disastrous. The emperor had seized the female. This could not be tolerated. We must hurry, Lin, Yuan urged. The emperor's temperament suggests that the female is in grave danger. His thoughts trailed off. Ever since the last encounter, the emperor had harbored a profound disdain for females, often leaving them either broken or severely damaged. Observing Yuan's distressed demeanor, Mo Lin understood that this was not Yuan's doing. He knew him well enough. With the mere thought of the emperor, Mo Lin dashed forward without hesitation. Mo Lin, the emperor has taken the female deep into the desert. Instantly, Mo Lin quickened his pace. Yuan followed closely behind, urging, hurry. Gather all the beastmen. We must retrieve her from the emperor. The emperor had clearly become reckless. It was one thing for Lin to be troubled. But now he was abducting females. Why couldn't these two grown men refrain from causing him such distress? Moreover, why provoke Mo Lin of all individuals? The crux of the matter was that ever since their last encounter, the two had developed a mutual disdain for one another. If not for Mo Lin's indifferent nature and aversion to conflict, this situation might have escalated further. All he could do now was hope that the emperor would act prudently. As Mo Lin raced outside, he found no trace of the emperor, only the distinct paw prints etched in the sand. Little fox, wait for me. Transforming into his serpent form, Mo Lin pursued swiftly. However, the more anxious he became, the more it felt as though an unseen force was working against him. The wind rapidly erased the footprints, even dispersing the scent. In the vast, unending desert, he found it impossible to discern the direction. Little Fox. Chapter 035. Little Fox. I am coming. The fox spirit gazed into the distance, feeling a helpless urge to cry. Dazed and disoriented, she realized she was suffering from heat stroke. Yet there was nothing nearby to provide her relief from the scorching sun. Her delicate skin had already sustained severe sunburn, causing her pain that made it difficult to breathe. She had checked her surroundings using the system and found no plants. Without vegetation, there could be no water source. This time, she truly felt her demise was imminent. The yellow sands ahead blurred her vision, and her body began to falter. She was aware that she was nearing collapse. Her body ached. It hurt so much. Breathing became increasingly laborious. In truth, perhaps this was for the best. She had always been an unwelcome guest in this world, feeling utterly out of place. If only she could return. As such thoughts crossed her mind, her body relaxed, and she fell straight to the ground. It was midday. The oppressive sun hung high in the sky. It was unclear when, but as Mo Lin caught up, he spotted the petite, fair figure, strikingly bright amidst the desolate desert. Her snow-white hair contrasting beautifully against the golden sands. "Little fox!" Mo Lin exclaimed in panic as he rushed to her side. Seeing the girl with her eyes tightly shut, lying still upon the sand, he hesitated to touch her, terrified that his little fox might no longer be breathing. Yet, he couldn't bear the thought of her lying in this searing desert. Gently, he scooped her into his arms. Little fox. Holding her close, her feverish body almost burned him. He knew he was cool in comparison, so he attempted to cool her down with his own body, but in his forgetfulness, he too was in the desert. And his body was likewise hot. Little fox, wake up. Little fox, please, open your eyes. I'm here. No matter how he called out. His little fox could not respond. Little fox, awaken. I was wrong. I should never have taken you away. I regret not caring for you properly. Little fox. Do you remember when I first met you? I only intended to tease you. I never dreamed of consuming you. You are so perfect. How could I bear to do such a thing? You are the first female to see me without fear. Soon, Yuan arrived, witnessing Mo Lin. Lost in despair as he clutched the lifeless form of the female, Yuan realized the gravity of the situation. Lin, he approached. Noting the female in Mo Lin's arms with her eyes tightly shut, evidently devoid of life. Lin. After calling for some time, Mo Lin held the female tightly, refusing to budge. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, Mo Lin murmured, Little fox, I'll take you back to the tribe. Yes. She has always wanted to return. I must take her home. Seeing Mo Lin rise with the female in his arms, Yuan quickly inquired, Lin, what are you planning to do? Mo Lin ignored him, resolutely stating, Little fox, do not fear. I will take you back to the tribe. As he witnessed Mo Lin carrying the female forward, he quickly noticed the injury on Mo Lin's serpent tail. It turned out that upon discovering that the fox demon had been captured by the emperor, Mo Lin had pursued relentlessly. In his haste, the serpent's tail had been chafed by the sand, and given the emperor's swiftness, he dared not pause for a moment. Unexpectedly, he encountered the returning emperor and inquired about the female's condition. The emperor remained silent, prompting Mo Lin to unleash a fierce beating upon him. Yet still, the emperor refrained from speaking. In the end, with no other recourse, they scattered all the strays to search, and fortunately, they managed to find her. However, the situation was not as they had anticipated. Chapter 036. The awakening of the fox demon. Upon seeing this scene, Yuan did not intervene, leaving a few beastmen behind while the others returned. He was uneasy about Mo Lin escorting the female back alone, as it was perilous. Especially with a lifeless female in tow, he feared that should they encounter beastmen, Mo Lin would be unable to cope alone. Moreover, it was evident to him that with the female gone, Mo Lin might have lost the will to survive. The fox spirit felt as though she had traversed an interminable dream. Within this dream, she found herself racing through an endless desert, year after year. Yet no matter how fervently she ran, she remained ensnared, as if caught in an expansive net of swirling sands. Her throat parched. She could not glimpse even a single drop of water. Water. The yearning for hydration consumed her. Suddenly, a cascade of icy waters surged into her realm, liberating her entire being. Little fox. The echoes of her name reverberated through the vast desert. It was Mo Lin. What was he doing here? Scanning her surroundings, she spotted a figure in the distance and, filled with elation, hurried to catch up. Mo Lin, how did you end up here? At that moment, Mo Lin glanced at her and turned to leave. She strained to follow, but with every step she took, he seemed to accelerate, as if he were just out of reach, forever eluding her grasp. In desperation, she called out, Mo Lin, where are you going? Wait for me. Don't leave me behind. I've lingered in this accursed place for countless years. I wish to escape. Mo Lin, please don't go. Abruptly, she was met with a strikingly handsome face gazing at her with surprise. Little fox. Yet, as Mo Lin spoke, a sharp pain pierced his throat, rendering him momentarily speechless. How did he come to be here? Ah, yes, she was still within the confines of her dream. Water. Please, I need water. A deep, resonant voice emerged from beside her, and upon looking up, she saw Yuan. How did he also find himself here? However, there was no time to ponder further. Mo Lin's water was now at her lips. "Little fox, drink." As the cool liquid touched her mouth, the fox spirit indulged, savoring the refreshing sensation. To her astonishment, she realized she was not merely dreaming. She was truly awake. Soon, Mo Lin intervened. "You mustn't drink anymore, little fox. You can have more later." The fox demon was aware of her condition. Having endured the harsh desert for an extended period, her body had suffered a severe loss of salt, making it impossible for her to consume an excessive amount of water at once. Her throat felt somewhat relieved, and she immediately inquired, "Mo Lin, how did you end up here? I thought I would never see you again." As she spoke, large tears cascaded down her cheeks as if they cost nothing. Upon hearing this, Mo Lin was filled with self-reproach. "Little fox, do not cry. I have arrived too late." "Indeed, I was on the brink of death," she replied, her throat still aching with every word. Mo Lin embraced her gently, assuring her, "Rest assured, I shall not leave your side again." Indeed, from that moment on, a shadow of a man became her constant companion, enduring alongside her until the end of time. Eventually, the fox demon realized she had found herself in a dense forest, glancing around to discover a crystal-clear river nearby. "Where's this? How did I not see this river while in the desert?" "We are taking you back." "Back? To the Rockfoot tribe?" "Yes." The fox demon nodded, acknowledging that perhaps it was best she did not go anywhere, for she had nearly lost her life. Chapter 037, Bestowing the Flame. She was now battered and bruised, her body a constant reminder of her fragility. It would be disingenuous to claim she held no resentment towards Mo Lin, for it was indeed because of him that she had endured so much suffering. Yet, upon reflection, one might question what right she had to complain, as her fate seemed to be one of perpetual hardship. Moreover, her physical pain was excruciating. Every inch of her exposed skin had turned a dark crimson hue. It appeared that soon she would shed several layers of skin. Given the agony of her wounds, she opted not to travel further and instead sought refuge in a cave where she had previously rested with Mo Lin, intending to return to the tribe once her injuries had healed. Considering her current state, it was sensible to rest, especially since even the slightest contact caused her immense pain. She was unable to eat anything, for each morsel sent sharp pangs through her throat. Mo Lin, ever attentive, recognized her predicament and crushed fruit into a liquid form, preparing her a nourishing broth. Within a day, her skin began to peel away in alarming layers, a sight that pained Mo Lin deeply. He resolved to return and ensure that Dee would not go unpunished for his actions. Even Yuan, who typically despised females, was incensed by the sight of such a beautiful creature reduced to this state. His guilt weighed heavily upon him, and in the days that followed, he took acquaintances hunting while Mo Lin remained by the fox demon's side. As the days passed, the peeling of her skin continued, though the pain lessened. She had become as dark as coal, and it was uncertain when her skin would regain its former hue. Today, feeling the effects of prolonged inactivity, she emerged from the cave to stretch her aching limbs. However, upon stepping outside, she was met with a terrifying sight. A group of beast men were voraciously devouring a wild boar, the gruesome scene eliciting a wave of nausea. How horrifying and grotesque. Despite having been in this place for some time, she had yet to acclimate to her surroundings. The fox demon, suppressing her feelings of nausea, stepped aside. She had learned from Bai Li the significance of fire and contemplated whether to share this knowledge with others. After all, during these past few days, she had come to realize that these wandering beasts were not entirely malevolent. Just as humanity possesses both virtuous and wicked individuals, so too do creatures embody goodness and malevolence. Upon her return to the tribe, she hoped that fire could ward off certain wild beasts, wishing for a better future for them all. Resolute in her decision, the fox demon called out to Mo Lin, "Mo Lin, come quickly and fetch me some dry wood." The fox spirit observed as she gathered some hay to kindle a fire. Before long, Mo Lin returned with a substantial pile of firewood. The fox spirit, in search of a log thicker than her arm, struck a small hole in the ground with a stone. She then procured a sharper stick and turned to Mo Lin, instructing, "Mo Lin, mimic my actions." With deft movements, she spun the stick, eventually handing it to Mo Lin. Receiving the stick, Mo Lin imitated her gestures, and soon a plume of white smoke began to rise. The fox spirit swiftly covered it with dry grass. "Do not cease. Continue," she urged. Moments later, red flames erupted, and upon witnessing this, Mo Lin, filled with alarm, quickly pulled her away, exclaiming, "Little fox, this is perilous. This is not a matter to be trifled with." The fox spirit was drawn into his embrace as he gently inquired, "Little fox, are you all right? Have you sustained any injuries?" The fox demon shyly wriggled free from his embrace, shaking her head. "I am fine." Chapter 38, Ablaze. Seeing that she was truly unharmed, Mo Lin felt a wave of relief wash over him. He gazed at the roaring flames, astonished, and then at the petite female in his arms. How could she possess such a spark? The significance of fire seeds was well understood in the world of beast men. They would do anything to conceal it, yet the little fox had somehow revealed it. The thought that perhaps she had confided in him out of trust filled his heart with uncontainable joy, and he held her tightly. Little fox. It was no small feat for her to venture out only to be embraced again. Truly, throughout her life, aside from you, no one had ever held her like this. He had embraced her more times than you had. After all, she was a girl, and she would undoubtedly feel bashful. Yet, Mo Lin cared little for her inner thoughts. He only knew that his little fox trusted him. The fox spirit, noticing the dwindling flames, urgently pushed Mo Lin aside. "Mo Lin, let me go. The fire is about to die out." Upon hearing this, Mo Lin released her, and the fox spirit hastily placed dry grass onto the embers. Just as she was about to add some wood, Mo Lin stopped her. "Little fox, put that down. I will handle it." "Very well," she thought. Mo Lin's demeanor was undeniably handsome and gentle, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. Could it be that she harbored feelings for him? Stealing a glance at Mo Lin, she found him almost sculpted to perfection, his thin lips pressed into a cold, elegant arc, his gaze fixed intently on the fire, appearing cautious, as if he feared the flames. Suddenly, it dawned on her that he, being a serpent, was indeed afraid of fire. She rushed forward, exclaiming, "Mo Lin, don't move. You are a snake. You fear fire. Don't push yourself. I can manage it." Without a moment's hesitation, Mo Lin firmly declined. "No, this fire is very dangerous. One misstep, and you could get hurt. Rest assured, I used to handle fires frequently back in the tribe. I won't get hurt. Just fetch me a small piece of wild boar meat." "No," he insisted, still unconvinced, and resolutely forbade her from approaching the flames. The fox spirit pouted reluctantly and said, "Fine." Soon, the smoke from the fire attracted Yuan and his companions, who mistakenly believed a fire had broken out. After all, given the sweltering heat, it was quite plausible. They hurried over, only to find Mo Lin tending to the flames, while a female companion stood beside him, handing him firewood. Yuan inquired, "Lin, has a fire ignited here?" Mo Lin looked up and replied, "No, not at all. What are those?" Mo Lin glanced at the fox spirit and continued, "I'll explain later. For now, fetch me a piece of pork, the most tender one." After a moment of contemplation, he decided it would be best to retrieve it himself. "Never mind, Yuan. Come help me with the fire, and I'll get the meat myself." Yuan's lips twitched slightly, sensing a lack of trust. After all, the most tender meat was meant for the female companion. Fine, let him be. Mo Lin was not entirely at ease with the fox spirit, so he insisted she accompany him to fetch the meat. They procured a fresh wild boar that hadn't been touched, and with great effort, he tore the boar in half, blood splattering all over Mo Lin. Goodness, what tremendous strength that requires. The fox demon was utterly astounded. This was no ordinary wild boar, but an exceptionally large one, weighing at least 700 or 800 pounds. It was effortlessly torn apart. Such strength is truly extraordinary. Mo Lin unsheathed a bone knife and expertly sliced the most tender part of the wild boar's hind leg. "Little fox, have you ever tasted this pork?" The fox demon's lips twitched slightly. Were they treating her like a pig? Such a sizable piece was far too large for her to consume alone. Moreover, it would be impossible to cook it thoroughly in this manner. "Please cut it into smaller portions," she implored, gesturing with her hand to indicate an appropriate size. "This much will suffice." Chapter 039. The aroma of roasting meat nodded and proceeded to slice the meat into several smaller chunks, as she had suggested. "Here, this is for you to eat," he declared. However, she couldn't help but roll her eyes at the notion that he might expect her to consume it raw. Grabbing the meat, she turned to find a wooden stick to prepare for roasting. Upon reaching the fire, she noted that it had been stoked to a considerable blaze by Yuan and the others, with all the gathered wood having already been consumed. "Are you attempting to set the mountain ablaze?" she exclaimed. "You need to add less wood, or else we risk a conflagration." Fortunately, they had chosen a flat area devoid of underbrush. Otherwise, she would have genuinely feared a disaster. "We only added that much wood because we saw the flames beginning to die down," one of the wanderers explained. "Very well," she replied, momentarily at a loss for words in response to their ignorance. However, she decided not to hold it against them out of pity for their lack of understanding. Once the fire had burned down, leaving only a few embers, one of the wanderers attempted to add more wood. The fox demon intervened, saying, "This is sufficient. No more wood is needed. Instead, go fetch some meat, and I shall teach you how to prepare a delicious meal." "What is a delicious meal?" one of the beastmen inquired. "Roasted meat," she answered. "What is roasted meat?" They wondered, exchanging puzzled glances, completely unaware of what the female was referring to. Did meat not suffice to be consumed directly? The fox spirit's call left them unmoved. Very well, if they chose not to learn, so be it. Squatting by the fire, Mo Lin hurriedly approached to intervene. "Little fox, it's dangerous." The fox spirit hurriedly prevented him from approaching, fearing he might embrace her again. "Rest assured, this spark has been with me since my youth. It will not harm me." Ignoring his concerns, she set up a wooden stick and began to roast the meat. The others gazed at her in bewilderment, finding her behavior peculiar. Why would she choose to let the spark handle the meat when it was perfectly good for them? The potency of the spark was immense, capable of obliterating everything in its path, even reducing creatures to ashes. Consequently, they kept a considerable distance from it. Even when they did use it, it was only a diminutive spark, sufficient merely for warmth. Observing this, Mo Lin found a stone for her to sit on, concerned that crouching would cause her discomfort. Upon encountering the fox spirit, she joyfully exclaimed her gratitude, remarking on how considerate Mo Lin was. Soon, the sizzling sound of the roasting meat filled the air. The piece he had given her was quite fatty, with oil dripping generously. In no time, an enticing aroma wafted through the vicinity. Perhaps it was due to her prolonged abstinence from meat, but upon catching a whiff of this delightful scent, the fox spirit could not help but salivate. The other beastmen were equally affected, their throats incessantly swallowing as they stared hungrily at the roasted meat in her hands. How fragrant it was! Indeed, it was overwhelmingly aromatic. "Oh, this is too delicious. I can't withstand it," one of the beastmen exclaimed before hastily rushing off to procure some meat for himself, unable to resist the allure of the aroma. Several others followed suit. Even the usually composed Yuan could no longer contain himself. Before long, the roasted meat in the fox spirit's grasp was ready. Gazing at the golden slices, she could not resist tearing a piece and savoring it, her tongue dancing in delight. "Wow, it's so hot. What kind of pork is this? It actually has flavor. It's so delicious," she exclaimed, unable to refrain from tearing off a few more pieces, her face radiating satisfaction. Mo Lin, observing the fox spirit's contentment, could not help but smile. Her laughter illuminated her beauty. Her joyous sound caught the fox spirit's attention, prompting her to offer a piece, saying, "Mo Lin, you should try this. It's truly delicious." Chapter 040. My fondness for food. Mo Lin was momentarily taken aback, not expecting her to think of him. Noticing his hesitation, the fox spirit wondered if he disliked it. After all, it was undeniably delightful. She glanced at the steaming meat and suddenly remembered, "Oh right. Snakes do not consume hot food." She blew on it a few times to cool it down, then offered it again, saying, "I've cooled it. It's not hot anymore. You can eat it now." Mo Lin's eyes darkened, touched by her gesture. His dark gaze glimmered with unshed tears. This was the first time someone had shown him such kindness. As wandering beasts, they had always been pursued, hunted, and marginalized by others. Females often looked down upon them. And even if they were fortunate enough to gain a female's attention, it was merely a stroke of luck, with little hope for a favorable outcome. Thus, at times, they felt compelled to seize a female for the sake of reproduction, and once accomplished, they would return her, often at the cost of their lives. Did he fear for the little fox? Even if he did, he would willingly sacrifice himself for her well-being. Having held out the roasted meat for quite some time, and seeing Mo Lin's silence, she assumed he did not enjoy it and muttered, "If you don't like it, that is fine. I do like it," he replied, before she could retract her hand. Mo Lin leaned forward, snatching the piece of meat from her grasp in one swift motion. The fox spirit, startled, retracted her hand, but it was not fear that compelled her. Rather, it was a shy withdrawal, for Mo Lin's soft lips had brushed against her fingers. Stealing a glance at Mo Lin, who was savoring her meal with delight, she felt a wave of relief wash over her, realizing perhaps she had been overly sensitive. "Little fox, enjoy your meal," Mo Lin said, gazing at her with a look of lingering fondness after finishing. Upon hearing this, the fox demon's lips curled into a smile, her fox-like eyes gleaming like crescent moons. "I have more here. Would you like to partake?" Mo Lin quickly waved his hand in refusal. "You should eat first. Once you are satisfied, I shall indulge. It has been quite a while since you last savored meat. There is no need for that. I am already roasting some, she replied, as she removed a skewer of meat and handed it to him. Here, take it. You should eat first, my little fox. Here, take it. It's nothing. I shall continue to roast. Unfazed by the darkness, I approached and placed the meat in his hand. You are a serpent. I know you fear fire. It's all right. Eat. I can handle the roasting. With that, I seized a piece of raw pork from his other hand and began to grill it. Imo Lin cast a glance at the meat in his hand and couldn't help but smile. At that moment, the orcs had already emulated her actions, skewering the meat slices and huddling around the fire to roast. Imo Lin tore a leaf to wrap the raw meat and, with both hands, began to shred the grilled meat, eating herself while offering some to the fox spirit. The fox spirit felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment as continuously offered her food. The nearby beastmen observed her predicament, leaving her in an awkward position, unable to eat or refuse. Ultimately, she had no choice but to swallow her discomfort. The sight elicited drool from the watching beastmen, who inquired about the delicacies from, yet offered them not even a glance. However, the supply of roasted meat was limited, and it was soon consumed. Attempting to emulate their roasting technique, found himself fearful of the flames, resulting in skewers that were significantly longer than those of his companions. Before long, a tantalizing aroma filled the air, with oil sizzling and popping as flames leaped higher due to the grease. Perhaps due to their inexperience, many of the meats were charred, leaving the insides still red. Despite the fox spirit's guidance, they remained obstinate in their methods, rendering her efforts futile. Aside from her own meal, she diligently prepared her perfectly cooked portions for, taking up his still raw meat to roast it further. Chapter 041. Corn and chili. The actions of the fox demoness caught the attention of the other beastmen, who exchanged glances, thinking how fortunate Mo Jing was to be favored by a female. Moreover, this little female possessed a pleasant demeanor and a gentle temperament, making her the dream companion of many beastmen. Mo Lin cooled the roasted meat in his hand and tore a piece for the fox demoness to enjoy. This time, everyone took heed of her suggestions while roasting, and soon the meat was perfectly cooked. Delicious, exquisite, it was the finest meal I had ever tasted. Indeed, I never anticipated that the meat cooked over the embers would be so delectable. Oh no, it's not enough. I must go fetch more to roast. Me too. Foam Run, could you bring me some as well? The beast man named Foam Run immediately declined without hesitation. I want tea. You go get it yourself. I can barely gather enough for my own appetite. Very well then, I shall go alone. Undoubtedly, across all eras, barbecues are an irresistible delight. Even now, she finds immense pleasure in savoring barbecued delicacies. As the enchanting fox spirit finished grilling the skewers prepared by Mo Lin, she lost her desire to continue, for the sweltering heat rendered sitting by the fire unbearable. She was oblivious to whether the others had their fill, but she herself was satiated. With a leaf in hand, she fashioned a makeshift fan to cool herself down. Mo Lin, who also relished barbecued meat, tended to the grill with a delicate and endearing demeanor that elicited a soft chuckle from the fox spirit. To her surprise, beneath his usually aloof exterior, Mo Lin exhibited this charming side. Alas, the heat was overwhelming. Time passed. Almost 2 or 3 hours had elapsed, and they persisted in grilling. The fox spirit wondered if they had exhausted the day's catch. After all, she often witnessed them hunting. Occasionally, Mo Lin would offer her a piece, though he tended to burn some of it, and he was reluctant to let her eat the charred portions. She could not consume much anyway, so she encouraged Mo Lin to enjoy it himself. The fox spirit, feeling rather bored, wandered nearby and decided to utilize the system to search for anything of value in the vicinity. Upon her return to the tribe, it was likely that she would not venture out again for some time. Ding! She discovered a corn stalk. Corn! The fox demon's heart raced as she swiftly made her way towards the location indicated by the system. Before her stood a solitary corn stalk, its leaves tinged with yellow. Upon closer inspection, she found the corn to be quite well developed, with 2 ears. Although the corn had matured beyond edibility, it mattered not. She could take it back and plant it, ensuring a future bounty of corn. The mere thought filled her with joy. Carefully, she plucked the corn and cradled it tenderly. Continuing her search with the system, she soon stumbled upon a pepper plant. Goodness, was this not the very ingredient she had longed for? The fox spirit, filled with excitement, crouched beside a pepper that was unlike the modern variety. This pepper was round and scarcely larger than her thumb. Given that the system identified it as a pepper, it must indeed be one. However, it bore only 4 fruits, with just one having ripened. It was too premature to harvest now, as the pepper was still tender, and the seeds had yet to develop fully. She decided to leave it be, waiting for the pepper to mature and dry before she returned to collect it for planting. Not daring to venture far, she scoured the nearby area for wild vegetables. Lacking a pot, she refrained from gathering too much, instead opting for a handful of tender greens that would complement the roasted meat delightfully. After a considerable time, aside from corn and peppers, she found little else of note. Glancing over, she noticed they were still indulging in the roasted meat, and she hoped that once they were satiated, they might accompany her in search of additional ingredients. In Chapter 42, Vegetables with Meat, she found a spot to sit and began to peel the corn. Laying each kernel upon a leaf and positioning them in a sunny area to dry, as it was essential for preservation. The river was not far from her, so she took the freshly gathered wild vegetables to wash them. Wrapping them in a leaf, she returned to where Mo Lin and the others were seated. As she approached, Mo Lin hurried to assist her in sitting down, to which the fox spirit awkwardly expressed her gratitude. Nearby, an orc whose name she did not know offered her a piece of roasted meat, saying, "Little female, here, have some to eat." The fox spirit smiled and expressed her gratitude as she accepted the roasted meat. Mo Lin cast a chilling glance at the orc who had prepared the food for the fox spirit, causing the orc to break into a cold sweat as he wiped his brow, realizing the peril of provoking him. The other orcs continued to roast their meat in silence, too wary to cast even a furtive glance at the fox spirit, fearful of inciting the jealousy of the formidable figure nearby. The fox demon, naturally oblivious to their intentions, placed the slices of meat upon the freshly washed wild vegetables. Although the orc had initially no desire to observe her, he found himself unable to resist the allure of curiosity, eager to discern her actions. As the fox demon was about to savor her meal, it was snatched away by Mo Lin. Startled, the fox demon instinctively inquired, "What are you doing?" "I shall sample this dish to ascertain if it is poisoned," he replied, before taking a bite himself. The fox spirit, perplexed, uttered a sound of confusion, pondering whether this dish could be toxic. How could something the system endorsed be poisonous? Mo Lin took a bite, his brow furrowing slightly, clearly indicating that the taste did not align with his preferences. It was not poisonous. He returned the meat to her. Gazing at the piece he had bitten into, the fox spirit hesitated, unsure whether to accept it or not. After all, he had already taken a bite. Yet, could one discern toxicity from just a single bite? "It is safe. You can eat without worry," Mo Lin reiterated. The fox spirit quietly accepted the morsel, eyeing the bite mark left behind. As long as she avoided the area he had tasted, she would be fine. Though it was not particularly palatable, the vegetable juice was rather astringent. Could it be attributed to her original form as a fox, resulting in a distaste for greens? Perhaps. But it mattered little. She would adapt, considering it a means to enhance her lifestyle. Strangely enough, while the first bite was unappetizing, the second surprisingly tasted better. Quite delightful. In fact, she found herself consuming it with gusto. The other beastmen, observing her relish in the meal, couldn't help but cast glances at the leafy greens beside her. The fox spirit gazed upon the feast and remarked, "If one desires to savor the delicacies, one must partake of them oneself." She felt no hunger. Her curiosity merely beckoned her to sample the flavors. The other beast folk, witnessing her actions, eagerly seized the leafy greens and tender morsels, their expressions revealing a genuine delight in the repast. In this realm, it was not uncommon for beastfolk to embrace a vegetarian diet. The flavors were rather pleasing, and as she continued to indulge, she discovered that the taste was indeed quite delightful. Ah, how enjoyable it was. The fox spirit listened intently, noting that it seemed only Mo Lin was not particularly fond of the food here. However, in a brief moment, the vegetable leaves were entirely consumed. "Oh, it is all gone. There is nothing left. Ah, could you assist me in roasting? I shall go gather some more." "Very well, then." The fox spirit gazed at the departing orc in bewilderment, pondering whether he was aware of the nature of the dish. It was evident that he knew, as he hurried towards the spot where she had just foraged. Well, it seemed that the tender morsels had all been gathered by her, leaving only the older ones behind. At that moment, a piece of roasted meat appeared before her. It was offered by Mo Lin. She waved her hand in refusal, stating, "I shall not partake, for I am already quite full. You may enjoy it." Upon hearing this, Mo Lin cast a sidelong glance at the roasted meat he had just presented to her, causing the already frightened orc to tremble anew. "Ah, Mo Lin is truly terrifying. Do eat more. You see how slender you are," Mo Lin insisted, extending the meat once again. The fox spirit felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth, acutely aware of her past plumpness, which she had witnessed firsthand. She was determined not to revert to her former self, the chubby girl she once was, and repeatedly declined, stating, "I shall not partake. I am truly quite full." Observing her steadfast refusal, Mo Lin chose not to press further. Before long, the beast man who had gone to gather vegetable leaves returned. Subsequently, they indulged in a feast of roasted meat, marveling at the capacity of their appetites, seemingly insatiable. It was unclear how many times they had kindled the fire, but it persisted until every last morsel of their quarry had been consumed, at which point they finally regained their senses. "Alas, we have finished all the meat," one exclaimed. "Is that true? I feel as though I scarcely ate at all," another replied. "Isn't that rather obvious?" came the retort. "I too feel as if I have eaten little." The fox spirit, observing from the sidelines, was left speechless, having witnessed their constant retrieval of game. Could it be that their beastly nature endowed them with such voracity? Was it not evident why so many beastmen perished in winter? They had devoured an entire dozen of prey with no remnants left. "Well then, let us go hunting shortly," Yuan suggested, savoring the lingering taste of the roast. "This delicacy is simply exquisite. It remains delightful no matter how it is consumed." With that, they covered the embers of the fire with ash to protect the precious spark, pondering what would happen if it extinguished before their return. Alas, Yuan, under the impression that the fire had ignited due to the sun's intensity, remained unaware that it was the fox spirit who had imparted this knowledge to them. Once prepared, Yuan, accompanied by several beastmen, set forth. He led 7 out, with 4 venturing into the wilderness while 3 remained behind. At that moment, the fox spirit took Mo Lin by the hand, eager to search for ingredients. Having ventured out with such difficulty, she was determined to seek diligently. "Little fox, where are you headed? Accompany me in search of ingredients." "Ingredients?" Mo Lin queried, puzzled. The fox spirit clarified, "Even if they are vegetarian. Can you actually find them?" Mo Lin chuckled, jesting that females typically had food served to them, except for the little fox. Of course, but could she truly manage it? The fox spirit let out a contemptuous snort, clearly underestimating her. Her system was certainly not a mere ornament. "I assure you, I am well acquainted with a multitude of things." Mo Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, and a subtle crack of warmth appeared in his otherwise indifferent expression. How adorable the little fox was. Mo Lin followed closely behind him, accompanied by 3 other beastmen named Feng Run, Duoshi, and Shi. Ding. 100 meters away stood a watermelon tree. The fox demon narrowed her eyes in disbelief. What? A watermelon tree? Could it be as she envisioned? Eagerly, she grasped her sunglasses and dashed forward, filled with anticipation. Was tugged along, his dark eyes fixated on the hand that held his. The little fox. How endearing she was, never judging him for his identity. Treating him with such kindness. Would he truly let her go if she wished to return? The thought of her departure weighed heavily on him. Originally, she had been willing to stay, but now, due to the emperor, she might leave. Curse that damnable man. "Little fox, how can I bear to let you go?" Just as his memories swirled, he felt her gentle hand slip away. At that moment of regret, he heard the little fox exclaim in astonishment and delight, "Wow, it's really a watermelon. How can it grow on a tree? This is incredible." The watermelon looked exactly like the one she had eaten before. Matching in size and pattern, the only mystery remaining was whether the insides would be the same. Chapter 044, The Beehive. She could hardly contain her eagerness to taste it. "Little fox, you want to eat watermelon? I'll pick one for you." Watched as the fox demon gazed longingly at the watermelons, swiftly climbing the tree. "Watermelon? Is that what they call it here? Quite a charming name." He plucked one and descended. "Wow, it's truly identical," the fox demon exclaimed in wonder. Gently split the watermelon in half with his hands. The fox spirit was taken aback, for everything inside was identical. Unable to resist, she plucked a piece and tasted it, only to frown in disappointment. It possessed no flavor whatsoever, akin to consuming mere water. At last, she comprehended why it was dubbed watermelon. It was no wonder that, given its proximity, Mo Lin had never harvested it for her consumption. After all, it belonged to the category of fruits, did it not? She sighed, considering that rather than consuming this tasteless entity, she might as well drink water instead. Observing her transition from excitement to indifference, Mo Lin discerned her lack of enjoyment. Surely, this little fox had eaten before, hadn't she? It was quite normal for a female to be disinclined towards such flavorlessness. Any creature would hesitate to consume something devoid of taste, unless it were desperately parched and devoid of any water source. Mo Lin discarded the watermelon, and the fox spirit continued forward in search of other delights. Along the way, She foraged for wild vegetables and gathered some vines to weave into a basket. Although leaves could serve the purpose, they would scarcely hold much. Suddenly, a mechanical, emotionless voice resonated in her ear, causing the fox spirit to leap with joy. The system announced, "Ding! A beehive is located 1 meter ahead." A beehive. Surely it contained honey. How delightful. She could finally indulge in something sweet. Hastening towards it, the beast man trailed closely behind her. Upon sighting the beehive, the fox spirit's excitement surged. It was enormous, hanging high on a grand tree, with its length extending 7 or 8 meters down. Such a size promised an abundance of honey, which she could utilize for a myriad of culinary creations. Honey could soothe her throat, an ideal remedy for her current condition. Beyond its culinary applications, honey possessed antibacterial properties, effective for minor wounds or burns when applied as a salve. It could also nourish hair, rendering it smooth and silky, entirely natural and non-irritating, while serving as a remedy for dry skin when applied directly. Most importantly, it could be transformed into honey masks, which not only rejuvenated the skin but also exhibited antibacterial effects against acne and mites, proving exceptionally beneficial for the complexion. Moreover, she recalled the possibility of crafting honey candles, which would illuminate her surroundings and eliminate the darkness. The pressing challenge now was how to drive the bees away. The simplest solution would be to smoke them out. However, given the hive's substantial size, would that be feasible? Mo Lin noticed the fox spirit fixated on the nest of the stinging birds, a smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. He wondered if the little fox had taken a fancy to this peculiar sight. "Little fox, what are you doing?" "Staring at the nest of the stinging birds?" The spiked birds tend to congregate in flocks, although they do not typically attack without provocation. One should not underestimate their potential for harm. A minor encounter may be inconsequential, yet a severe one could prove fatal. Consequently, the beastmen generally refrain from provoking them. Indeed, even wild animals are wise enough to avoid confrontation. The name spiked bird seems rather arbitrary, derived simply from its spines, and it is not even a true bird. Nevertheless, I turned to Mo Lin and inquired, "Mo Lin, how do you usually fend off these stinging birds when you encounter them?" Chapter 045. Maintaining distance. "We typically do not provoke the spiked birds," Mo Lin replied. "They are not to be trifled with, as a careless mistake could lead to the death of a beast man." "Ah, I see," I responded. "It makes sense. Bees are inherently formidable creatures, and given that this is the most primitive era, they may be even more venomous. Yet, I am hesitant to let go of the thought. After all, such a large beehive poses a significant risk, and one misstep could indeed result in tragedy." The fox spirit reluctantly relinquished her pursuit, utilizing the system to continue her search. She traversed the path without encountering anything of significance, ultimately returning to her cave. Perhaps due to the day's incessant exertions, she felt an overwhelming fatigue upon her return and quickly succumbed to a deep slumber. Upon awakening, the sky had not yet darkened. She reached for the woven basket made from the vines she had collected earlier. Mo Lin sat not far from her, quietly observing. A torrent of emotions swirled within him. The little fox's wounds were healing rapidly. At this rate, it would not be long before she would depart. The little fox. The fox spirit diligently wove a basket, her gaze flitting to the videos on the system as she worked. Accidentally, she caught a glimpse of Mo Lin, who was watching her intently, causing her cheeks to flush with warmth. Why had he been observing her for so long? The thought filled her with shyness. She had known Mo Lin for nearly a month, and she was acutely aware of his kindness towards her. Truth be told, she harbored feelings for him as well. Yet, she had to ponder the future. The tribe would never accept him, just as his tribe would not embrace her. They were destined to remain apart. This world was not her own. The outside was fraught with peril, every corner brimming with danger. If only he were not a wandering beast. Then perhaps she could truly accept him. Perhaps it would be wise to maintain a distance, to refrain from offering each other opportunities for closeness. Resolute in her decision, she tucked away her emotions and focused intently on her basket weaving. As night fell, Yuan and the others returned, each beastman bearing 2 enormous prey, their quarry significantly larger than themselves in their transformed states. Upon their return, they eagerly set to roasting the meat, their impatience evident. It seemed they had been longing for this moment throughout their journey. The fox demon set down the basket in hand and took a seat beside the flickering fire. A large pile of firewood lay nearby, indicating that while he slumbered, the other orcs had not idled but rather gathered dry wood. Before long, the enticing aroma of roasting meat wafted through the air. The fox spirit prepared her own meal, roasting meat for herself, though occasionally, Mo Lin offered her some of his own flesh. She had made her decision and would not grant him the opportunity to change her mind. After all, the laws of this world are not to be trifled with. She was not concerned about Mo Lin's future loneliness. A wandering beast likely had no prospects either. Most importantly, she wished to prevent his demise, for in this world, if a wandering beast were to fall for a female, it would be akin to descending into hell, an unbearable fate with no happy ending. While Mo Lin was merely intrigued by her at present, she knew she must distance herself from him. As she had previously stated, she ultimately needed to return to her tribe. The roasting continued from dusk until nightfall. In the past, she would have retired early, but now, perhaps due to the warmth of the fire, everyone remained awake. The fox spirit had long since satisfied her hunger. Sitting aside and observing their lively conversation and laughter, it is said that the wandering beasts are terrifying. However, she found them far from fearsome, for they bore no distinction from ordinary beastmen. The heavens are unjust, unable to discern right from wrong, and as a witness to this reality, she clearly understood. Chapter 046. I wish you were not a wandering beast on a tranquil night. The myriad stars twinkled above, resembling a multitude of sparkling eyes winking in the night sky, akin to pearls embedded in the firmament, glimmering and guiding the lost traveler. In modern times, such a pristine and clear starry sky is a rare sight. A sudden wave of melancholy washed over her. She could not return. She felt no attachment to that world, nor to this one. In any realm, she was perpetually alone, her heart missing a piece, rendering her a person devoid of security, grappling with a profound void. This led her to appear indifferent to everything, yet paradoxically, it seemed she cared deeply. What is the point of overthinking? Is it not better to live in the moment? As the night deepened, after finishing the last of the prey they had caught, she reluctantly returned to rest, though she had already napped earlier and felt no drowsiness. Mo Lin stayed by her side. She had initially urged him to return to sleep, asserting her own lack of fatigue, insisting that she would retreat to rest when she felt sleepy. Yet, Mo Lin remained unconvinced. What are you so worried about? This is neither Feng Run nor Qizhou keeping watch. She chided lightly. I will accompany you for as long as you wish to rest, Mo Lin insisted stubbornly. Upon hearing the words, the fox spirit was utterly moved, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She did not weep. Rather, it was a profound sense of emotion that overwhelmed her. Gazing at him, she murmured, if only you were not a wandering beast. In that fleeting moment, she genuinely yearned to be with him. Yet, could she truly protect him? The wandering beasts were the outcasts, scorned and pursued by all other beastmen. Their union would surely lead to a dire fate. Moreover, Yuan had warned her that there were beastmen hunting him outside. If she returned, he would be safe. Mo Lin keenly perceived the shimmer of tears in her eyes. Though he could not discern their nature, he simply found the sparkle in her gaze extraordinarily beautiful. He remained oblivious to the deeper meaning of her words. Mo Lin steadfastly insisted on staying by her side, and she acquiesced. As the night wore on, she could no longer endure the fatigue and reluctantly returned to rest. The following 2 days were spent recuperating. Her wounds had nearly healed, and her skin was no longer as painful as before. Just as they were preparing to escort her home, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A large group of beastmen suddenly appeared. Little fox, we must leave at once, Mo Lin exclaimed, his expression tense as he swiftly lifted her into his arms. The fox demon had yet to regain her senses when Mo Lin embraced her and exited the cave. She had not even had the opportunity to retrieve her belongings. What was the matter with Mo Lin? What had transpired? Before could respond, she keenly discerned a dozen eagles circling in the sky. No, those were not mere eagles. They were avian beasts, the eagle beastmen. They had been discovered by the beastmen. Indeed, they had arrived. Yuan, I sense numerous beastmen hastening towards us, Scorpion Beast said. The expressions of everyone present grew grim as Yuan decisively declared, let us flee swiftly, we must run in that direction. Clutched her tightly as they ran. However, the eagle beasts overhead relentlessly pursued them, their movements laid bare. They were clearly guiding the approaching beastmen. What should we do? With the eagle beasts in the sky, no matter where we fled, we remained within their sight, leaving us nowhere to escape. Yet, there was no alternative. If we did not run, we would meet a far worse fate. At that moment, the fox demon also panicked, silently gazing at the eagle beasts above. Indeed, as they had said, with that group of eagle beasts present, they could not evade their watchful eyes no matter where they went. She understood that these beastmen would not harm her. But what would become of any others? Chapter 47. I am not afraid throughout their journey, They continued to run, increasingly swift and agile, darting through the tall grass that reached a meter in height, while the eagle-like beast soared closely above them. The fox demon remained still in Mo Lin's embrace, fearful to move, her heart racing at the sight of the wild grass brushing past. What should she do? Foamrun had mentioned that many beastmen were trailing behind. Could they possibly escape? Noticing the pallor on her face, Mo Lin discerned her fright. He spoke softly, "Little fox, do not be afraid." With that, he gently tightened his hold on her, wishing to provide her with a sense of security. The fox spirit nodded gently, leaning slightly against his firm chest, and said, "I am not afraid." The surrounding foliage appeared like fleeting shadows, continuously retreating. The jolting motion was quite uncomfortable for her. However, the current circumstances did not permit her to be finicky. They had been running for an entire morning, ceaselessly pursued, while the beastmen behind them were panting heavily. Yet they dared not pause even for a moment. The fox spirit found herself lost, her body frail and her mind clouded, experiencing a sense of nausea induced by stress. The sole silver lining was the dense jungle surrounding her, where the soaring beasts of the sky could not descend, allowing her a fleeting advantage over the pursuing Orcish hunters who could not catch up in an instant. Even if they could not reach her immediately, their keen sense of smell would enable them to close in rapidly. At this moment, the question of whether they could escape loomed large. We cannot continue like this. They will soon be upon us. We must transform into our beast forms, Yuan asserted, casting a glance at Mo Lin. After all, he had previously cautioned them against shifting forms in front of the young female, fearing it would frighten her. Yet now, danger was imminent. Mo Lin fell into contemplation, but soon made a decisive choice. Very well, you may transform. Yet, a question lingered in the air. What about him? It seemed he had no intention of changing. This was no time for levity. As he observed the fox spirit, he stated, "I promised the little fox that I would not take on a beast form." The fox spirit gazed at him in astonishment. He actually remembered. Yet, as she contemplated his unwavering commitment for her sake, she felt a surge of emotion. However, she was paralyzed by fear of snakes, though she harbored no such fear for Mo Lin. According to Cheng Yaojin, if they did not transform into their beast forms now, their escape was futile. "It's all right, Mo Lin. This is a perilous moment. Survival is paramount. You must shift into your beast form," she urged. Upon hearing this, Mo Lin replied, "But aren't you afraid?" His words were abruptly interrupted by the fox spirit. "I fear snakes, yet I do not fear you. Moreover, the beastmen will soon be upon us. We must hasten our escape." Upon hearing the fox spirit's insistence, the other beastmen hastily encouraged Mo Lin. "Indeed, Mo Lin, the female has spoken. You must transform quickly. The beastmen are closing in." They all echoed their concerns, emphasizing that if they continued on like this, none would escape unscathed. Mo Lin hesitated, fully aware of the little fox's profound fear of snakes. It was a palpable terror that resonated deep within her. Seeing his indecision, Ting Yuan grew frantic. "When did you become so obstinate? Hurry and transform. The little fox has said you can do it. If you linger, not only will we perish, but the little fox may also be in peril. You can sense it too. Many beastmen are pursuing us. Do you truly believe the little fox will remain unharmed if a confrontation ensues?" Chapter 048. The Pursuit. Listening to this, Mo Lin cast a glance at the pale-faced little fox, realizing that if this continued, she would not endure. Their fates would inevitably intertwine in demise. He resolved to transform, albeit not fully. Instead, he shifted into a half-human, half-snake form. He could not bear the thought of his little fox being embraced by a male beastman. He preferred to hold her himself. Indeed, in their beast form, they ran faster, yet the fox spirit was increasingly distressed, feeling as though she might tear apart from the strain. They could only flee deeper into the forest if they reached an open area. It would be a paradise for the eagle beasts. After a prolonged escape through the jungle, the fox spirit found herself perplexed. This forest seemed interminable. Surely they had been running for about an hour. Just then, one of the scorpion beastmen suddenly turned back, startling everyone, as they could not fathom his intentions. In that instant, he transformed back into his beast form, declaring, "This is untenable. We will be completely exhausted if we continue like this. I will hold them off. You all must run ahead." As soon as he finished speaking, he swiftly transformed into a scorpion and darted back. The others, alarmed, rushed to stop him, realizing that such an act would only lead to his demise. At that moment, another scorpion transformed into a human to block their pursuit. "Yuan, you all must flee. I will go keep Jai company." Yuan and the others, now in their beast forms, protested, "No, this is far too dangerous." Yet the scorpion insisted, "Yuan. At this juncture, we must have a beastman remain behind to hold them off. Otherwise, none of us will escape," Hugh said. Observing that Yuan and the others remained undeterred and were intent on pursuing GY, he extended his hand to stop them. "Yuan, listen to me. You and MLN are the most formidable among our tribe. With your presence, the tribe will undoubtedly grow stronger and more prosperous." Hugh FNGR called out, "Enough, you all should depart swiftly." Having spoken, Hugh transformed into a scorpion and swiftly took off in pursuit of GY. The fox demon gazed at the retreating figures of GIE and Chi, her heart a tumult of emotions. Is this the cold-blooded, heartless, and brutal beast that has long been rumored? How absurd. They are undeniably beings of flesh and blood, capable of profound emotions. For the sake of others, they willingly sacrifice themselves and act not easily undertaken by the average individual. Yet, astonishingly, these are the very beastmen despised by the world. Yuan observed the two distant kin, inhaling deeply before turning to say, "Let us continue our flight." This time, the pursuing beastmen were indeed much slower, but each felt the weight of despair as they ran. Knowing that Jai and Chi's actions were akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot, utterly futile, merely buying them a brief moment to escape. Yet the hawk beasts above relentlessly pursued them, rendering escape impossible. At this rate, either the enemy would exhaust themselves, or their own side would succumb. With the latter seeming more probable, they could either neutralize the hawk beasts or evade their gaze. Just then, the hawk beasts, seemingly driven mad, launched an attack against them. With fierce gazes and taut bodies, they descended with an air of lethal intent. Beastmen are inherently sensitive to the aura of danger, and as the hawk beasts charged down, they were already prepared for the confrontation. There were over a dozen hawk beasts, while they numbered merely 10, having already lost 2 members, excluding the fox demon. Only 7 were capable of fighting. Chapter 049, The Battle. The hawk beasts swooped down, their sharp beaks aimed directly at the scorpion beast's vitals. Fortunately, the scorpion beast reacted quickly, otherwise, it might have met its demise. As the scorpion beast defended itself, the hawk beasts, filled with wrath, lunged again. Infused with a potent desire to kill, as if they were confronting a long-standing enemy. Indeed, their animosity was not a matter of mere years but had endured for centuries. A wound not easily healed. One by one, the hawk beasts descended, and the scorpion raised its formidable tail, poised to strike. A single hit would mean instant death. The hawk beasts, aware of their venomous nature, approached with utmost caution. At the slightest sound, they would dart forward, skillfully evading the scorpion's stinger. Unable to be caught or pierced, yet their sheer numbers eventually overwhelmed. Meanwhile, Mo Lin and his companions found themselves entangled with 2 hawk beasts. Mo Lin's long, serpentine tail writhed, launching an attack against the hawk beasts, but they nimbly dodged, avoiding any hits. The fox demon, trembling with fear, sought refuge in Mo Lin's embrace. The terror was overwhelming. Would it strike her? The eagle beast was formidable, its claws immense, capable of inflicting devastating harm with a single swipe. As it taunted them, its sharp talons slashed, leaving 2 scorpion beasts grievously wounded, their injuries penetrating to the bone. Yuan and Mo Lin were filled with fury. Yuan's scorpion tail struck fiercely against one of the eagle beasts, eliciting a pained cry as it collapsed, writhing on the ground before falling silent, likely meeting its demise. Mo Lin, wielding his long, robust serpent, flung it with force, sending 2 eagle beasts crashing against a massive tree, where they fell to the ground, their wings flapping helplessly before becoming still. The remaining eagle beasts, witnessing this, became enraged and decided to engage in battle. But it was evident they were no match for them. After all, the territory haunted by these feral beasts was synonymous with the obliteration of tribes. It was no mere superstition. With the eagle beasts incapacitated, only 2 remained aloft. Mo Lin and his companions hastily fled, aware that and the others could not be deterred. They entered a towering forest, hoping to elude the pursuit of the eagle beasts. Once they entered the woods, the eagle beasts circled above, searching for their scent. Their flight continued for an entire day without the eagle beasts catching up, yet they dared not linger, for the orc hunters could track them by their scent. As night fell, they still had not escaped, and in the early hours of the following morning, they chose to rest briefly before resuming their flight. When the fox demon awakened, it was within a cave on a cliff, and the voice of Mo Lin, filled with both excitement and exhaustion, reached her ears. "Little fox, you are awake." Do you feel unwell anywhere? He inquired with concern. The fox spirit, bewildered about her location, felt an agonizing pain coursing through her body with the slightest movement. Memories flooded back. She had spent the entire previous day fleeing, and the tumultuous journey had taken its toll, leading her to lose consciousness along the way. Observing the worried expression on Imolin's face, his handsome features marred by fatigue, she shook her head gently. I am fine. What about you? Are you unscathed? I assure you, I am well, he replied, his tone reassuring. Hearing his words, the fox spirit nodded in satisfaction, relieved by his well-being. By the way, what of Fonrun and Karka? Why have I not seen them? A foreboding sensation gripped her heart. A chilling thought creeping in. Could something have happened to them? Lin remained silent for a long while, pain flickering in his eyes. Fonrun and Karka are dead. Dead. They are dead. In the mind of the fox spirit, only the word death remained, as tears suddenly blurred her vision. Fonrun and Cake had perished. Chapter 050, Lin fell. Though their time together was brief and their conversation scarce, she had always cherished their fervor. They often lent her a hand. Even though Lin consistently intervened, crystal-clear tears streamed down her face, marking the loss of a vibrant life. Little fox, do not weep. Upon seeing her tears, Lin was taken aback, his heart aching as he embraced her. Surely, the little fox was frightened. The moment she felt his warm embrace, she called out his name softly, burying her face in his arms as she wept delicately, suppressing the turmoil within her, uncertain of how to articulate her profound sorrow. Little fox, do not cry. The fox spirit yearned to heed his words and refrain from tears, yet her heart ached profoundly, burdened with sorrow. After a considerable time, she composed herself, emerging from Lin's embrace, wiping away her tears, her crimson eyes exuding an endearing charm. Being heartbroken served no purpose now. All she wished for was their peace. Glancing around, she inquired, Where are you and the others? I have yet to see them. They went to ascertain if there are any beastmen in pursuit. He replied. Ah, little fox must be hungry. He continued, I have only this singular fruit. Please, satiate your hunger. Lin handed her a fruit, the name of which eluded him, its surface a pristine white. Taking a bite, she discovered it had a slightly salty flavor, surprisingly delightful. After finishing the fruit, the fox spirit felt a flicker of strength return and resolved to explore the vicinity. At that moment, she noticed a trail of blood nearby, a vast expanse that startled her into a hasty self-examination. She felt no pain, which was unusual for someone who ought to be injured. A sudden chill gripped her heart, and just then, a loud thud resonated as a heavy object fell to the ground beside her. Turning to look, she beheld a towering figure sprawled on the ground, surrounded by a pool of blood. The fox spirit stood frozen in place, her body trembling uncontrollably as she weakly uttered, Lin, you have lost so much blood. She approached with painstaking steps, her trembling hand brushing against his face. Lin, she murmured, gazing at his pallid cheeks, colorless lips, and tightly shut eyes. The weight of despair crashed upon her. Lin, please don't frighten me. Wake up, don't scare me, Lin. The man lying in her arms remained motionless, his cheek icy to the touch. Yet, he was a serpent. Cold was his nature, but now he felt chillingly lifeless, devoid of any vitality. As she observed the blood pooling beneath him, urgency seized her, prompting her to inspect the source of his injury. The sight that met her eyes was horrifying. Some wounds were already turning black and entangled with grass. It was evident he had sustained these injuries while fleeing. How could this fool remain silent about such a dire situation? When did he get hurt? Judging by the claw marks, it must have been during a skirmish with a hawk beast. She distinctly recalled him stifling a groan at that moment. Yet, throughout their journey, no one had mentioned it. Were beastmen not sensitive to the scent of blood? Why had they remained silent? As she touched his frigid form, the thought gripped her, could it be that Lin was beyond saving? With Yuan and the others upset, what would she do alone? She was no healer. Tentatively, she sought his breath, and upon contact, she quickly stifled her tears. Lin still had a pulse, albeit faint, but she could feel it. With no one beside her, she steeled herself. Tears would not aid him. After regaining her composure, she utilized her system to search for any nearby herbs that could prevent infection. Chapter 051. I do not wish for your demise. Upon scanning her surroundings, she found no medicinal herbs. Nevertheless, she resolved to clear the debris from his wounds first. Fortunately, Lin habitually carried water with him. She washed her hands clean and then found a sturdy twig, cleansing it thoroughly as well. With utmost care, she gently pried at the grass entangled in Lin's injuries. her heart racing with fear of causing him pain. Yet, she feared even more that he might not feel it at all. Only the dead are devoid of sensation. Thankfully, at times, Lin would still react reflexively. She began to meticulously remove the weeds surrounding the wounds, painstakingly extracting them one by one. In certain areas, the weeds were particularly entrenched, and she hesitated to disturb them. While she worked, she called out to Lin, fearful that he might slip away, yet he remained unresponsive. She hoped that her voice would rouse him from his slumber. Lin's wounds were severe. He had already been injured by the eagle beast, and the journey had exacerbated his condition, causing his wounds to rub against the ground. The weeds had not been thoroughly cleared, and she feared that, once healed, they might leave lasting damage. After a considerable amount of time, she found herself exhausted, breathless, and drenched in sweat. She knew she had to persist. An infection would render her powerless. Eventually, she deemed her efforts sufficient and removed the snake skin draped over Lin's body. As she gazed upon his bare form, a blush crept across her cheeks, and she wondered if this could be considered indecent. However, there was no time for such thoughts. She needed to bandage his wounds immediately. If she used crushed leaves, they might lead to infection, and animal hides would not allow for proper ventilation, posing the same risk. Thus, she resorted to using the snake skin from his own body, which was breathable and suitable for the task. Once the wounds were wrapped, she cradled Lin's head in her lap and called out, "Lin, can you hear me? Lin, do you hear me?" His continued silence filled her with dread. Had it not been for the faint rise and fall of his breath, she would have feared he was already lost to her. When would Yuan and the others return? The thought of losing Lin terrified her. Tears streamed down her face as the possibility of his demise weighed heavily on her heart. Lin, wake up. Don't frighten me. What will I do without you? Lin, please wake up. Come back to me. As his lack of response persisted, her fear deepened and her heart sank further. Did you not promise to take me back to the tribe? You cannot abandon me. Do you understand? Lin, you cannot deceive me. You promised. You brought me out. And you must bring me back. When her calls went unanswered, the fox spirit wept bitterly, clutching him tightly. Lin, please don't die. I am scared without you. Do not leave me alone. I do not want you to die. I want to live. Lin, Lin, please don't leave me. At that moment, her cries were filled with heart-wrenching despair as she held Missouri Lin close, mourning the thought of losing him. Lin, I care for you deeply. Please do not leave me. Indeed, she harbors affection for him. Throughout their time together, she felt at ease and comfortable in his presence. However, she has been evading the truth. She believes that their tribes would never accept their union, and that happiness together is unattainable, leaving no benefit for either of them. Yet now, having truly lost him, she is filled with regret, deep remorse for her inability to confront her feelings with courage. In the past, during her time in the Rockfoot tribe, she yearned to be with you, simply because he was the only one who treated her with kindness. You was indeed someone worthy of lifelong commitment. But with Lin, it was different. He ignited a genuine excitement within her, and she truly desired to be with him, so very much wanted to be together. Lin, little fox. Suddenly, a calm yet pained voice resonated in her ears, causing the fox demon to startle and look up in disbelief at Lin, who had just opened his eyes. Lin, you're awake. You scared me to death. The fox demon gazed at the revived Lin, tears of joy streaming down her face, for she had feared he would be lost forever. Thankfully, he was alive, still alive. Lin looked at the weeping little fox with tenderness. Her once sparkling eyes were now reddened, and her nose was also flushed, evoking a sense of compassion. He reached out to wipe away her tears, but just as he was about to withdraw, the fox demon grasped his hand, her petite face rubbing against his broad and calloused palm. Lin, she said, her tone laced with grievance. Lin's heart ached for his little fox. Seeing her cry brought him distress. He could not bear to see her in tears, yet during their time together, she had always been sorrowful. He felt utterly powerless, unable to protect her, and it pained him to know that being with him brought her harm. He had also been injured, causing her to worry for so long. As Lin sat up, the fox demon, in a state of panic, exclaimed, "Be careful of your wound. Don't strain it." It was then that Lin noticed his injury had been bandaged, and he looked at the fox demon in astonishment. "Did you do this?" The fox spirit nodded, suddenly recalling something, and exclaimed in anger, "You've been injured, yet you didn't inform me. I was nearly consumed by worry. What would I do if you were to die?" No sooner had she spoken than tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Alarmed, Lin hurriedly wiped away her tears, saying, "Little fox, do not cry. Look at me. I am fine, aren't I? Rest assured, I will not easily succumb to death before I return you to your tribe. Was the little fox made of water, so prone to tears? Nevertheless, the thought of her concern for him filled Mo Lin with joy. She truly cared for him. Satisfied by his words, the fox spirit ceased her weeping. In the days that followed, the fox spirit forbade Mo Lin from moving about recklessly, fearing that he might aggravate his wound, which was quite deep and could lead to lingering ailments if mishandled. As night fell, Dosi returned. But Yuan and the others had yet to come back. Due to Mo Lin's injury, their evening meal consisted of the fruits that Dosi had gathered. By the following day, Yuan and the other beastmen still had tea returned, causing the fox spirit and Mo Lin to grow increasingly anxious, uncertain if they had encountered other beastmen. Dosi ventured out to search for them, and by afternoon, Yuan and the others returned, bringing with them some game. They had merely been delayed, and the initial fright was unwarranted. When asked about their prolonged absence, Yuan explained that they had gone back to disperse their scent before venturing into a swamp. The swamp was a trivial challenge for their scorpion beasts, yet it posed significant difficulties for the other beastmen. Upon hearing this, the fox spirit praised Yuan for his cleverness, who allowed them to harm Mo Lin. Such an act is unforgivable. Although they managed to escape, they too suffered the loss of 4 individuals. The fox demon pondered. Could it be that the wandering beasts and the ordinary beastmen cannot coexist in harmony? Witnessing this recent chase, she began to suspect that perhaps true peace was unattainable. At last, she comprehended why Mo Lin had mentioned that they had been driven to reside within the desert. Chapter 052. All right, I shall remain still after all. They were beastmen, and during her time spent with them, she recognized their appetites were far from ordinary. In the desert, apart from sources of water, there existed no provisions to sustain them. Thus, she surmised that they must venture forth to hunt for sustenance. For the past few days, they had been relentlessly pursued, and from the memories of her original form, wandering beasts were formidable creatures, feared by all beastmen. Just as in Mo Lin's previous encounter with the Rockfoot tribe, no beastman could triumph over him. Yet, this time they found themselves being hunted, a scenario that defied logic. Perhaps it was due to the overwhelming number of pursuers. Though she remained unaware of their exact count, she observed as the group violently tore apart a full-grown spotted deer, devouring it with great fervor. Upon witnessing the situation, the fox spirit promptly intervened, exclaiming, "Wait a moment. Instead of indulging in your appetites, you must gather some wood. We shall feast on roasted meat." The mere thought of grilled delicacies made everyone's mouths water, yet they lamented, "But we have no means to ignite a fire. How can we roast anything?" She paused momentarily, a flicker of confusion crossing her face, before inquiring, "Did Mo Lin not inform you?" "Informed us of what?" Upon hearing this, the fox spirit realized that Mo Lin had utterly failed to mention that she was the one who had taught them how to create fire. It all made sense now. For the past few days, they had been covering the fire source with ash, genuinely unaware of its significance. "I can manage the fire," she asserted. "But you must fetch some wood and dry grass." "What?" Upon hearing this, Yuan and the others exchanged glances, incredulous at her claim. "You can truly create fire? Are you not jesting?" "Indeed, I can. The last fire source was conjured by me. If you doubt my words, you may inquire with Mo Lin. She can attest to my abilities." The fox spirit widened her eyes in disbelief at their skepticism. The group turned their gazes toward Mo Lin, silently questioning whether the fox spirit spoke the truth, whether her assertions held any merit, and if she truly possessed the knowledge of igniting fire. Mo Lin nodded affirmatively and calmly clarified, "Yes, the little fox has already imparted the method of creating fire to me. I intended to teach all of you at once upon our return to the tribe." "Ah, you truly wish to share this knowledge with us?" Feng Run inquired eagerly. Mo Lin nodded again, composedly explaining, "From the moment the little fox taught me, I understood her intentions." The fox demon's expression momentarily froze, and a look of astonishment crossed her face before she smiled. Indeed, Mo Lin understood her intentions. "Very well, let us gather some firewood, and you shall teach us." The spark of fire was of utmost importance to each of them, and learning to create it would be invaluable. They swiftly collected a considerable amount of wood. But as Mo Lin approached to instruct them, he was halted by the fox demon. "You must not move. What if you aggravate your injury?" "I can manage this." "I'm quite fine," he insisted. "Even if you are well, it is imperative that you rest properly until your leg is healed. Do you understand?" Without giving him a chance to respond, she firmly rejected his protest. Today, it was unclear who had fainted which had caused her such anxiety. She would not allow him to move recklessly. That wound required diligent care, lest it lead to lasting complications. What if he were to become lame? Such a handsome figure reduced to a crippling affliction would indeed detract from his allure. Feeling her concern, Mo Lin smiled gently and replied, all right, I shall remain still. The fox spirit, with a haughty pout, exclaimed, this is more like it. Satisfied, she approached to instruct them on the art of kindling fire. Lacking the physical strength to perform the task herself, she merely conveyed the method to them. Before long, thick white smoke began to rise, a genuine spark of fire. In Chapter 053, You Are the Healer, Doxy and the others erupted in joyous laughter at the sight of the flame. Indeed, they had successfully ignited a fire, alleviating their fears of the cold winter to come. It was truly wonderful. Yuan gazed at the blazing fire, elated, and moved closer to the fox spirit, saying, Little fox, I should not have treated you that way in the past, yet here you are, willing to teach us the secret of fire. Indeed, he had once harbored a distaste for females, but the little fox before him was unlike any he had encountered. She did not disdain them and was eager to impart such a vital skill, even teaching them how to roast meat. Such a female was simply impossible to loathe. The fox spirit waved her hand, a smile gracing her face. It's nothing. I sincerely wish for your tribe to thrive after my departure. Upon hearing this, Yuan felt a pang of regret for his previous words. If only she could remain. Yet, judging by her demeanor, it appeared she would not return. Oh, you should refrain from adding too much wood. The flames are too fierce. The fox spirit hurriedly intervened as she eagerly tossed in more logs. In this small cave, it wouldn't be long before it was filled with smoke, which was unbearable. Once the sparks ignited, they began roasting meat. The fox spirit could scarcely eat, and with Mo Lin injured, the food was set aside for him. Throughout the night, the fox spirit engaged in delightful conversation with them. On the following day, her first action upon waking was to examine Mo Lin's wound. To her dismay, she found it had worsened. His calf was swollen, with some areas festering, and a light touch caused it to bleed. She placed her hand on his forehead. He had developed a fever, likely induced by the injury. Mo Lin, wake up. Mo Lin? He groggily murmured the name of the little fox but fell silent thereafter. Just yesterday, he had been well. How could this have happened? What should she do? This situation was untenable. She needed to procure some herbs to tend to Mo Lin's injury. Spotting Fengran, she urged Duo to accompany her to a more distant location in search of medicinal herbs. As they ventured out, they encountered Yuan. Where are you headed? He inquired. I'm off to gather some herbs. Mo Lin's wound is worsened. Herbs? Is the little fox a healer? Yuan asked in astonishment, as knowledge of herbs was typically reserved for the esteemed healers of advanced tribes. Healers were often singular in their lineage, making them as rare and precious as females. Each tribe took great care to protect their healers. The fox spirit shook her head, stating, I am not. This left Yuan puzzled. If you are not, how do you know about herbs? The fox spirit was momentarily at a loss. She could not possibly admit it was due to having a system. With a forced smile, she calmly replied, I once learned from my uncle. It was easy enough to fabricate a response, and moreover, her original uncle had indeed been a physician. Given that they had long since passed away, no one could question her veracity. All right, I shall accompany you. It is far too perilous for you to venture out with Duoshi alone. That works too. After all, Duoshi listens to you, and you are likely more formidable than Fengran. As they journeyed, the fox spirit diligently searched using the system. After a considerable time, she encountered several herbs of little use, which she disregarded. As she sought those capable of preventing infection, perhaps even potent ones. Soon, an unassuming little yellow flower caught her attention. It was dandelion. If not for the system's guidance, she might have overlooked it. She recalled a childhood memory when she and her grandmother went up the mountain, and she accidentally hurt herself. Her grandmother had used dandelion to treat her wound. Chapter 054. Herbal remedies for Mo Lin. Upon consulting the system, she found the following explanation. Dandelion, known for its cooling properties, can treat all kinds of sores, abscesses, and inflammatory conditions, whether taken internally or applied externally, proving to be quite effective, particularly for swollen and hardened areas. Fresh dandelion juice may be consumed warm, while the dried form can be brewed. It possesses the ability to clear heat and toxins, reduce swelling and dissipate lumps, as well as promote urination. When injured and infected, fresh dandelion can be used in appropriate amounts for poultices or decoctions to cleanse the affected area. Upon reading this, the fox spirit joyfully plucked the dandelion and handed it to Yuan, saying, "You must find more of this. The greater the quantity, the better." Although Yuan was unaware of the herb's significance, he obediently set out to gather it. Subsequently, the fox spirit also discovered cattail and sanchi. Cattail is known for its ability to resolve bruising, stop bleeding, and promote urination. Ripe cattail is considered the finest remedy for stopping bleeding and reducing inflammation. Regardless of the severity of a wound, merely tearing the fluffy part of the cattail and applying it to the injury will halt bleeding, with scabbing occurring within 3 to 4 days. The system provided this explanation, and whether it was true or not, she decided to bring it back regardless. As for sanchi, its efficacy in dispersing blood stasis, stopping bleeding, reducing swelling, and alleviating pain is well acknowledged. The Compendium of Materia Medica records that while many are aware of its ability to stop bleeding and relieve pain, they do not realize that pain arises from blood stasis, and dispersing blood leads to cessation of pain. The essence of the passage reflects the healing process through the application of herbal remedies, emphasizing the efficacy of certain plants in staunching bleeding and treating wounds. The protagonist, having gathered dandelion, hastens home, encountering Bai Shi along the way, who is adept at treating sores and facilitating the expulsion of pus. This is fortuitous, as she requires such assistance. Upon her return, she diligently cleanses the herbs, mashes the sanchi root, and applies it to Mo Lin's wounds. She then finds a concave stone to prepare the dandelion brew, as Mo Lin suffers from a fever that the dandelion can alleviate. Once the concoction is ready, she cools it with her breath and gently lifts Mo Lin's head to administer the medicine. "Mo Lin, can you hear me?" she inquires softly, weakly. He opens his eyes and hoarsely calls out, "Little fox." "Yes, open your mouth and drink the medicine," she encourages. He obediently complies, grimacing at the bitter taste. Watching him sink back into a deep slumber, she observes how his current frail state starkly contrasts with the proud and formidable figure she first encountered, one who could single-handedly challenge an entire tribe, instilling fear in her heart. Now, he lies in her embrace like a fragile child. As she gazes at his finely chiseled features, her fingers instinctively smooth his furrowed brow. This unparalleled visage, once seen, is forever etched in her memory. His closed eyes radiate an irresistible aura of pride. Her heart stirs anew as she acknowledges her feelings, resolved not to flee from them any longer. Life, she muses, should be lived with ease and fulfillment. Leaning closer to his ear, the gentle breeze caresses his face as she whispers, "Mo Lin, please recover swiftly. Once you are well, let us be together." Whether he hears her or not remains a mystery, yet her desire to be with him is genuine. At noon, Yuan arrives with freshly roasted food. Observing Mo Lin's condition fills him with concern, recalling his own injuries and the reluctance to speak of them for fear of distressing the little fox. Their journey had taken a toll, exacerbating his wounds, which are far more severe than those of Feng Run and Ka Ku. Chapter 055. You feed me. With both Feng Run and Ka Ku deceased, Yuan wonders how Mo Lin has managed to endure, casting a sympathetic glance at the tearful female. Perhaps it is indeed her presence that has bolstered his resilience. "Little fox, eat well, do not starve yourself," he advises. After a brief pause, he reassures her, "Rest assured, Lin will recover." Understanding that she might feel lonely, Yuan remains by her side. "By the way, little fox, we've spent so much time together. Yet I am unaware of your name. I only know to call you little fox, as Lin does." The fox spirit, upon hearing this, swiftly finished chewing the roasted meat in her mouth and replied, "My name is Fox Spirit." "Fox Spirit? May I call you Yao Yao from now on?" The fox spirit, with a gentle smile, remarked, "Certainly, it is merely a name. How did you come to know Lin?" As she recollected her first encounter with Mo Lin, a chuckle escaped her lips. It was quite amusing that she had mistaken him for one of the tribal beasts. Now, reflecting on that moment brings a smile to her face. She recalled his words, "Do you know who I am? I intend to feast on you tonight." At that moment, she was rather frightened, believing he intended to overpower her, only to later understand that he meant to consume her in a different sense. From that day forth, she resolved never to allow Mo Lin to feast on beasts. Such behavior was unacceptable. "Haha, you truly are foolish," Yuan laughed, bemused by how naive she was, unable to distinguish between a wandering beast and a typical one. "Indeed, I am rather dim-witted, otherwise it would not have taken me so long to realize the truth." They continued their conversation, sharing mundane stories until he finished grilling the meat. Afterwards, the fox spirit busied herself preparing medicine, for Mo Lin was of utmost importance. Throughout the day, he remained unconscious, and she tended to him diligently. Only when his fever subsided did she allow herself to relax after a day of heightened vigilance. She could finally rest. Nestled beside Mo Lin, the sweltering heat was alleviated by his presence. He was indeed a living air conditioner. The following morning, she awoke to the sensation of being tickled, and upon opening her eyes, she was met with a strikingly handsome face. Blinking in confusion, she took a moment to process the sight before her. He was charmed by her cuteness and chuckled softly. "Little fox, have you forgotten me?" Startled, she sat up abruptly, exclaiming with joy, "Mo Lin, you're awake." Without hesitation, she reached out to feel his forehead, checking for fever. No fever. Excellent. She then examined his wound and, to her surprise, it appeared much improved compared to the previous day. She retrieved the medicine from beside her, though it had cooled. Perhaps it was more suitable for a beast of his kind. "Here, Mo Lin, drink this medicine." Mo Lin watched the bustling fox with an indescribable sense of gratitude. His bright, deep-set eyes remained fixed upon her, fearful of missing even the slightest of her movements, neglecting the medicine entirely. "Why are you staring at me? Drink your medicine." The fox spirit, fully aware of his gaze, found herself speechless. What was there to admire? He was covered in dirt, his skin still shedding. Mo Lin's expression shifted slightly, and emboldened, he requested, "You feed me." In his delirium, he vaguely remembered her tending to him. The fox spirit was momentarily taken aback, gazing at him with a puzzled expression, astonished that such words could emerge from his lips. Once again, she raised her hand to touch his forehead, exclaiming, "Ah, you're not feverish." It seemed that his mind had been clouded yesterday. Chapter 056. Mo Lin's aversion to medicine. She regarded him with a peculiar gaze, pondering whether his mind had truly become unhinged. He appeared quite normal, after all. Perhaps he was merely a patient who would recover in a few days. For now, he seemed only slightly delirious. "Come, drink this." Mo Lin obediently opened his mouth to take the medicine. Upon tasting it, he turned his head away. A look of utter distaste etched on his face as the flavors struggled to blend harmoniously. Upon witnessing this, the fox demon could not help but chuckle, astonished that the formidable and proud Mo Lin actually feared taking medicine. Perhaps he had yet to encounter a more bitter concoction. Dandelion tea was quite sweet in comparison. However, abstaining from the medicine was not an option. "Come, drink your medicine," she urged. Mo Lin turned his head in resistance, as though he would rather face death than consume it. "Drink it. Won't your health deteriorate otherwise?" He glanced at the yellow liquid, his brows furrowing in distaste. "Is it really necessary?" "Indeed, it is imperative that you take the medicine." Reluctantly, Mo Lin opened his mouth, appearing as though he were marching toward his demise. As the medicine touched his lips, he hesitated, but fortunately, the fox demon swiftly intervened, insisting, "Finish it, and not a drop should be left behind." Mo Lin swallowed the medicine in one go, yet his cheeks puffed up with the effort, fearing he might regurgitate it. She quickly covered his mouth, threatening, "Swallow it." After what felt like an eternity, with a soft gulp, he managed to get it down, though the bitterness lingered in his mouth. Satisfied to see him comply, the fox demon retracted her hand and remarked, "Now you are being obedient." Setting aside the leaves, she earnestly advised, "Only by taking your medicine can you recover swiftly. Do you understand?" Mo Lin nodded, his handsome face contorted in discomfort. The fox spirit gracefully moved aside to crush some herbs, and after preparing them, approached Mo Lin, saying, "Lie down, I shall apply medicine to your leg." Upon hearing this, Mo Lin, filled with excitement, inquired, "Little fox, are you a healer?" He could think of nothing else. "No, I've merely studied a little," she replied. Mo Lin's joy increased. Having studied even a little was an achievement. "You are truly remarkable." After applying the medicine, she went to join Yuan and the others in roasting meat. The time to return her to the tribe was now delayed, and Mo Lin's injury required at least half a month of rest to heal. After all, injuries to bones and muscles take 100 days to mend. Moreover, she found herself reluctant to return. If she went back, she would have to part ways with Mo Lin, and her return would only burden you. Perhaps staying away was for the best. "I do not wish to go back," the fox spirit declared. "What?" Yuan thought he had misheard, so he asked again. "I said I do not wish to return to the tribe. Will your tribe accept me?" Upon hearing this, Yuan looked at her in disbelief. She wanted to stay? Even Mo Lin beside her thought he had misheard. "Little fox, what did you say?" "I said I do not wish to return to the Rockfoot tribe. I want to go back to the desert with you." Mo Lin's expression was momentarily stunned, unable to believe his ears. The little fox did not want to go back. She was willing to stay. Was it truly so? His heart raced at the thought of her staying for him. She was eager to move closer. But the fox spirit quickly intervened. Do not move around recklessly. Do you want to lose your leg? He disregarded her warning, focusing solely on her, little fox. Is it true? Yes, of course it is true. I just wonder if your tribe's beastmen will welcome me. After all, with someone like Dee present. And considering Dee's words about merely listening to others, it meant there were some beastmen in the tribe who might not welcome her. Chapter 057. Have you not considered relocating? We will welcome you, of course, Mo Lin said eagerly, fearing she might change her mind. Upon returning, he would certainly reprimand those in the tribe who disobeyed him. It had been too long since he had asserted his authority, and now they dared to bully him. Previously, he had been indifferent when alone, but now it was different. With the little fox around, he would not permit anyone to mistreat her or allow a repeat of the previous incident. Yuan was also delighted and hoped she would stay. But, Lin, you must understand, our tribe is too remote, and there is a scarcity of food. Yao will go hungry. He had to consider the consequences. They could barely sustain themselves, let alone support a female. Upon hearing this, Mo Lin hesitated. Indeed, their tribe was so isolated that food was hard to come by, and the little fox would surely suffer from hunger if she came. The fox spirit felt a twinge of disappointment as she observed their hesitation. Indeed, their provisions were woefully scant. One could even say they were virtually non-existent. Why have you not considered relocating? The fox spirit inquired, perplexed. If the desert is uninhabitable, then why not seek a different place? If one cannot survive here, what is there to fear? Where could we possibly go? Dorsey replied with resignation. No matter where we venture, we are relentlessly pursued by the beastmen. The others fell into a heavy silence. It was evident that the desert was the only place where they could sustain their existence. Curious, the fox spirit asked, how do you typically venture out in search of food? She recalled the oasis within the desert, which appeared devoid of sustenance. We usually send small squads to hunt for food and gather supplies, they explained. So, ultimately, you must still venture beyond the desert in search of nourishment? Indeed, they confirmed. The fox spirit, speechless, exclaimed, isn't it the same for you whether you remain in the desert or venture outside? If the orcs are discovered, they will face the same perilous pursuit, will they not? A profound silence enveloped the group, for her assertion rang true. While the desert offered a semblance of safety, it was devoid of sustenance, and the hunting orcs would inevitably encounter danger. What then shall we do? Mo Lin countered, directing the question towards the astute fox spirit. Hoping she might illuminate a solution, the fox spirit found herself at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Nevertheless, she suggested, ultimately, we must seek nourishment. I recommend we venture beyond the desert. While it may seem secure, it is also a barren land, lacking in food, which equates to a deprivation of our very essence. We have pondered this, Yuan interjected, but we dare not gamble with the lives of the orcs. Have you considered what will happen if your lake runs dry? The fox spirit pressed. Your dwelling is but an oasis, destined to wither. Eventually, you will be compelled to leave. Her words struck a chord. As they realized the lake's water had indeed diminished significantly, now reduced by more than half. Where then shall we relocate? Came the resigned question. I cannot say. Mo Lin replied. Unless we can find a defensible haven, akin to the Rockfoot tribe, which I have witnessed. It is encircled by sheer cliffs, rendering it nearly inaccessible to the orcs. As for how I entered, it was merely a stroke of misfortune. Mo Lin nodded. He had seen the Rockfoot tribe. A veritable sanctuary, accessible by only one narrow path, with no other means of entry save from above, a descent he had inadvertently experienced. He recalled how many times he had narrowly escaped detection by the orcs, fortunate that his transformation into a black serpent rendered him nearly invisible in the night. Chapter 058. Mo Lin, I am afraid indeed. I am reminded of a certain location, Yuan remarked. What location? The fox spirit and Dosi inquired in unison. The two shared a moment of surprise, followed by an awkward chuckle. Yuan addressed Mo Lin. Do you recall the mountain we encountered during our escape? It was entirely composed of cliffs, with a forest sprawling beneath. A great river encircled the mountain, where we sought refuge for several months until winter's approach forced our migration. Now, with the firebrand in hand, we need not fear. Yes, I remember that place. Dosi eagerly chimed in. It was you who guided us there. Guided us. The fox spirit's imagination conjured an image of a gigantic, bespectacled serpent leading a procession of scorpions. The fact that they had managed to remain there for such an extended period indicated its suitability, especially with a river bordering it. What could be more ideal? Then it is settled. We shall journey there. The consensus was unanimous. They merely awaited Mo Lin's recovery to embark on their quest. In the days that followed, the fox spirit devoted herself to caring for Mo Lin, administering medicine and changing his dressings, despite his consistent reluctance. In the pursuit of swifter recovery, she obediently consumed the concoction under the influence of the fox demon's enchanting power. Her skin, once marred, had nearly returned to its former alabaster hue. After a fortnight, Mo Lin's wounds had largely healed, prompting their journey to resume. Upon reaching the edge of the desert, the fox demon was seized by fear at the sight, ultimately leading Yuan and their companion, a beastman, to traverse the sands together. The fox spirit, Yao Yao, found a place nearby to settle. The following afternoon, she beheld Yuan leading a substantial gathering of orcs towards her. Having spent less than 2 days within, she had assumed there were not many orcs. To her astonishment, there were as many as 300 to 400, nearly rivaling the numbers of the Yin Xiao tribe's orcs. It was a mystery how Yuan managed to persuade such a multitude. Unfortunately, Yao Yao also spotted the emperor, who had abandoned her, upon seeing her alive. He displayed no surprise, as if he had anticipated her survival all along. The fox demon gazed at him with a triumphant expression, exclaiming, "You wish for my demise. Yet here I stand, thriving and having returned." Humph. The emperor regarded her antics with disdain, deeming her a rather juvenile female. As everyone gathered, they commenced their journey, swiftly transforming into their beast forms. Goodness, a serpent. The fox demon, terrified, fainted at the sight. Indeed, she harbored an intense fear of snakes. While she could somewhat tolerate beings that were part human and part serpent, the sight of them in their full serpentine form filled her with dread. Mo Lin, observing the pale little fox in fright, felt a surge of anger and coldly admonished them, "Refrain from transforming into serpents in the future, or I shall not hesitate to take action." It was rare for his little fox to accept him, and he could not allow others to frighten her. The transformed beastmen nodded in acknowledgement, understanding his warning. With a furrowed brow, one of them angrily retorted, "Understood, but why haven't you reverted us back yet?" The other serpents, who viewed the precious female with reverence, could only seethe in silence. After all, he was the strongest among them. Yet, it was a rare beauty they had, and he cherished her dearly. Anyone who dared to frighten her would face his wrath. How envious they were of Mo Lin, who had captured the affection of such a female. The fox spirit awakened in fright, her dreams plagued by serpents that encircled her, a truly terrifying experience. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with the striking visage of Mo Lin. Wrapping her arms around his neck, her voice laced with vulnerability, she whispered, "Mo Lin, I am afraid." Taken aback, Mo Lin had not anticipated her embrace. A ripple of emotion stirred within him. Gently, he patted her back, his tone imbued with tenderness. "Do not fear, I am here." Chapter 059, A New Place. The fox demon remained silent for quite some time. Having chosen to stay, she now faced numerous challenges ahead. She ought to dispel her fears. Yet, the mere thought of snakes sent shivers down her spine, an unbearable sensation. Nestled in Mo Lin's embrace. Unlike the last time when she fled, this journey was a gradual one, allowing her to feel a sense of comfort along the way. After a full fortnight of travel, they encountered various perilous situations, yet they ultimately arrived at their destination. The fox spirit gazed upon the expansive river before her, then turned her attention to the distant mountains. Indeed, a mountain range, towering high enough to pierce the clouds. At this twilight hour, as the sun descended in the west, the river's surface was enveloped in a golden tranquility, while the distant peaks donned the colorful garments of dusk. The clouds on the horizon, once resembling pure milk, now blazed with a fiery red hue. The fox demon, in a state of astonishment, exclaimed at the breathtaking beauty before her. However, gazing at the expansive river, she pondered how they would cross it. Soon, she realized her overthinking. The serpent could effortlessly swim across, and the spider could also traverse the waters. The only one left was the scorpion. Yet, with their ability to carry one another, they soon made their way across. Upon reaching the other side, they beheld a pristine landscape that would become their new home. After crossing the river, Mo Lin led her to the cave where he had previously rested. It was a delightful spot, surrounded by lush forests. Even if the eagle beasts soared overhead, they would hardly be able to discern what lay beneath. After a night of hasty rest, they decided to address matters the following day. The next morning, the fox demon awoke early, just as dawn began to break. She believed she had risen quite early, only to discover that Mo Lin had awakened even earlier than she. "Good morning, Mo Lin." She greeted him cheerfully. Imo Lin approached her to tidy her tousled hair and inquired, "Did you not sleep well, little fox? Why are you up so early today?" She shyly evaded his touch, acutely aware of her unkempt hair after a long period without bathing. "Not at all. I slept quite well," she replied. Imo Lin, feeling the residual warmth in his palm, chuckled, "You must be hungry. Let me prepare something for you." Upon hearing this, the fox demon realized her hunger. She had only eaten a single fruit the previous day. "Yes, yes. Please wait for me to return." As Imo Lin turned to leave, she promptly grasped his arm. "Imo Lin, I want to go too. Please take me with you." "Very well." Imo Lin acquiesced, and together they set out in search of wild fruits. Before long, they stumbled upon a tree laden with a plethora of red dates, densely packed and abundant. "Red dates," she exclaimed. Many had fallen to the ground, overripe and nearly spoiled from neglect, while some had already been feasted upon by birds. Upon noticing her delight, Imo Lin swiftly climbed the tree, gathering a generous bounty of red dates. The fox spirit, Yao Yao, picked up the good jujubes scattered on the ground. There were so many ripe ones, she intended to dry them for future use, as they were perfectly ripe and would soon be gone. Imo Lin had plucked many from the tree, and, seeing her gathering the fallen ones, remarked, "Little fox, why are you collecting those? Just discard them. Mine are clean." She smiled and replied, "You simply do not understand. These are quite useful." After saying this, she took the jujubes from his hand, wiped them clean, and tasted one. How sweet it was. Unable to resist, she finished the jujubes he had given her, prompting Imo Lin to pick more for her. She continued to gather the fallen jujubes, and before long, she had amassed quite a collection, aided by Imo Lin's generous harvest. Chapter 060. It's fine not to understand. As she gazed at the bountiful fruits hanging from the tree, Yao Yao felt a strong urge to collect them all. It would be a shame to let them go to waste. She decided to return home and weave a basket for gathering, remembering the last time she had fled, leaving behind everything, including her beloved chili peppers. Just the thought of it pained her. She hadn't tasted spicy food in nearly half a year. How unbearable! If she had known it would come to this, she would have eaten them then. They would have been delicious roasted. On her way back, she searched for vines to craft a basket. Upon returning home, Yao Yao immediately took the jujubes out to dry. Despite being in the forest, sunlight streamed into their dwelling. Then, she returned to the cave to begin weaving the basket. The tribe was busy that day, tidying up their surroundings. She had considered inviting Imo Lin to help, but after the incident of her abduction, he chose to remain by her side at all times. Noticing her working on the basket, he recognized its purpose and called for her to teach him. The fox spirit, eager and delighted, knew that henceforth, assistance in basket making would be at hand. In the afternoon, the baskets were completed. As soon as they emerged, she eagerly took Imo Lin along to gather red dates. Imo Lin climbed the tree, and before long, he returned home with 2 overflowing baskets. Upon arriving, the fox spirit immediately set about drying the red dates, then hurried back to continue her foraging. Imo Lin was puzzled. Although the little fox claimed they were useful, it seemed excessive to gather so many. Noticing his confusion, the fox spirit felt compelled to elucidate the benefits of red dates. They possessed numerous advantages, such as nourishing the stomach, strengthening the spleen, enriching the blood, providing sustenance, and bolstering vitality. Red dates are laden with vital and abundant vitamins, which can combat aging, protect the endothelial lining of blood vessels, and exhibit anti-tumor and anti-cancer properties. Sometimes, they offer particular benefits to females. Do you understand? Imo Lin shook his head. He comprehended none of the little fox's words, yet grasped that it was advantageous for females. As long as it was beneficial for the little fox, he resolved to gather as many as possible to bring home. The fox spirit sighed, expressing that it was perfectly fine if one could not comprehend her words, as they were rather contemporary. Moreover, she was merely reciting from the system. Her knowledge was limited to the fact that red dates were beneficial for blood replenishment, while other details eluded her understanding. Throughout the day, she diligently gathered red dates alongside Imo Lin. Upon returning home at night, they were greeted by Yuan and his companions, who had brought an unfamiliar creature for dinner. These catches were the fruits of their labor as they journeyed. After dinner, she stored the red dates that had dried in the sun all afternoon and then retired to bed, naturally nestling into Imo Lin's embrace, finding solace there. The following morning, she and Imo Lin resumed their foraging for red dates, completing the task by midday due to the sheer abundance of fruit, particularly at the treetops. Although the heights posed certain dangers that Imo Lin was advised to avoid, the red dates gathered would suffice her needs for quite some time. Upon returning home under the bright sun, She laid out the red dates to dry. Soon after, she took Mo Lin for a stroll, where they encountered Yuan and his group, who appeared to be distressed about something. What troubles you? Why the long faces? She inquired. Lin, Yao Yao, you've arrived. Yuan exclaimed upon spotting them, as if they were his saviors. He hurriedly explained, we encountered a nest of stinging birds ahead. Stinging birds? You mean bees? Yao Yao asked anxiously. Were they large? The last time, they were enormous, and I dared not engage. If they are smaller this time, it would be manageable. They're large. Ah. Chapter 061. Is there anything delicious inside? Take me up to see. If they are small, perhaps I can deal with them. As long as they are not larger than the last encounter. Yuan nodded and led her upwards. Upon sighting the beehive, Yao Yao's heart soared with excitement. There is honey to be had. The hive was substantial, nestled within the crevices of the rocks, making it an ideal target. Yao Yao, how does it look? Can we proceed? Yes, you all prepare firewood and some dry grass. In the meantime, Yao Yu collected some raw grass leaves. Yuan quickly dispatched others to gather the necessary materials, and soon the flames and wood were ready. Yao Yao moved a short distance away to ignite the fire. Once the flames blazed, she instructed those nearby to step back, as the raw grass and wood produced a thick smoke. She swiftly gathered the materials and hurled them into the beehive before sprinting away. Will it work? One of the beastmen questioned. The others shared similar doubts, wondering if it could truly succeed. Just wait and see, she replied confidently. She had seen this method on television before. Sure enough, not long after, a cacophony of buzzing filled the air as swarms of bees took flight. The fox spirit observed from a distance. Remarkably, it proved effective. They have taken flight quickly. Seek shelter. Witnessing a multitude of bees soaring away, the fox spirit marveled at the sheer quantity of honey. After a considerable span of time, approximately 10 minutes, with no sign of the bees, the fox spirit gathered her courage and approached, only to be promptly restrained by Mo Lin. What are you doing? He inquired. Ah. Given the current circumstances, since the bees have seemingly vanished, I thought I might take a look, the fox spirit explained with an awkward smile. No, you must wait here. I shall investigate, Mo Lin asserted, pulling her behind him. Very well, but do exercise caution, she replied. Mo Lin cautiously advanced. The smoke had dissipated, revealing several stinging birds lying motionless on the ground, while others struggled to regain their composure. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that the stinging birds had indeed dispersed. Mo Lin waved his hand and declared loudly, it is safe. Hearing this, everyone rushed forward eagerly. The fox demon is undoubtedly the most proactive among them, having discovered a source of honey. Upon inspection, it was indeed found to be harmless. The others were relieved to see that there was no danger. For the thorny flying birds pose a significant threat. A bite from them could spell disaster for the beastmen. Everyone gazed in astonishment, pondering how she had known to employ such a method. Previously, when encountering thorny flying birds, they would choose to distance themselves as much as possible. Although these birds are typically docile, their ferocity can truly terrify the beastmen. Observing her adeptness, it seemed evident that this was not her first encounter. She appeared to possess knowledge that surpassed even that of the others. The fox spirit, indifferent to their presence, crouched down to observe the beehive, contemplating how to dislodge it. Honey, little fox, what are you doing? Is there something delectable here? Ah, am I being that obvious? Mo Lin chuckled softly, raising his hand to touch the glistening droplet of saliva at the corner of her mouth, presenting it to her. Look for yourself, isn't it quite evident? Upon seeing her own drool, the fox spirit hurriedly wiped it away, offering an awkward smile. When did I even start drooling? She was completely unaware. And now Mo Lin had caught her in the act. How embarrassing. You haven't yet told me what scrumptious delights lie within that made you salivate so profusely. The fox spirit, Yao, tugged at him and said, Mo Lin, the honey from the thorny bird is delectable, truly sweet. Mo Lin, perplexed, noted that no beastman had ever tasted the honey from the thorny bird. However, observing her eager expression, he surmised that she must have experienced it before. Otherwise, she would not make such a claim. After spending so much time together, he believed he understood her reasonably well. Very well, I shall procure some for you, he replied. And with that, Mo Lin effortlessly pried open the stone crevice. My goodness, how astonishingly strong. In no time, a solid boulder was split open, revealing a honeycomb within, with another section concealed beneath. Mo Lin cleared the earth nearby and exerted his strength once more, quickly unveiling a honeycomb approximately a meter in size. Gazing at the large honeycomb, Yao's smile widened. This is splendid. Look at all the honey inside. She dipped her fingers into the honeycomb, tasted a sample, and the sweetness surged through her, overwhelming her senses. The other beastmen, witnessing this, rushed forward to partake. If the little fox could indulge, so could they. Wow, this is incredibly sweet, utterly delicious. They were astonished by the exquisite flavor of the thorny bird's honey. Indeed, how did we not realize this before? What are you daydreaming about? No beastman has ever tasted it before, he retorted. Seeing them all indulging, you felt a pang of anxiety. What would happen once they had consumed it all? No, this won't do. She hurriedly claimed a sizable portion for herself, declaring, "This is mine. You may all help yourselves to the rest." What use would it be for her to take it back? It would be perfect for wrapping around dates, enhancing their flavor. Upon hearing her words, the other beastmen quickly responded, "Ah, we shall not eat any more. Little female, if you desire it, take it back." It was well known that females had a penchant for sweets, and was this honey not perfectly suited for her? "Yes, we shall not eat any more. Take it all back." Little female, the fox spirit hurriedly declined, stating, "I have enough here. I do not require any more." In truth, she yearned for it. Yet she could not allow herself to be selfish, considering she had already taken quite a bit of honey. After her refusal, she pulled Lin back to their cave. Once inside, she busied herself with the honey, occasionally indulging in it. Lin, you should try some. It's truly delicious." Lin's deep gaze involuntarily fell upon her fingers, sticky with honey, and his Adam's apple subtly bobbed as he opened his mouth to partake. "Is it tasty?" "Yes. It is quite delightful." "Then you should have more." To her surprise, the aloof Lin seemed to have a fondness for sweetness. She broke off a piece of honeycomb and offered it to him, saying, "Here, have some." Upon seeing the piece she extended, he felt a tinge of disappointment. Having anticipated that she would continue to feed herself, Lin accepted it, perceiving that the honey before him was not quite as delectable as he had imagined. The fox spirit, after indulging in her meal for a while, began to tire of it and lost her appetite. She decided to wash the red dates she had collected in the morning, though the river was a bit of a distance from her abode. She hadn't washed the previous day's harvest either, so she needed to do that as well. Once dried, they could be consumed directly. Lin accompanied her to the riverbank to wash the red dates. Nodding in agreement, he swallowed the honey he held and picked up 2 baskets before heading out. However, Lin did not take her to the river. Instead, he led her to a nearby mountain spring. The water was crystal clear, revealing a few small red fish swimming about. The spring bubbled up from underground, forming a pit approximately 3 meters deep, with water overflowing into a small stream that eventually disappeared back into the earth. This place was simply splendid, with the perfect blend of nature's bounty, food and drink in abundance. Lin squatted by the spring, meticulously washing the red dates one by one. Although she intended to assist, Lin would not allow her to touch them. Unable to resist his insistence, she conceded and let him take care of it. Where could one find such a good man? In modern times, he would surely be pursued by countless admirers, for he was both handsome and gentle, a truly rare gem. Feeling rather bored sitting there alone, she decided to explore the area. It was so safe that she felt no apprehension. She unconsciously summoned the system to check if there was anything useful nearby. Ding! 300 meters ahead, there was mineral salt. Mineral salt. If asked what she was lacking at this moment, she would undoubtedly answer without hesitation, salt. Having been here for so long, she had not tasted salt once. She could hardly fathom how she had survived. After all, even beastmen needed salt. While Lin and his companions could derive salt from the blood of their prey, she, as a female, could not. Perhaps it was true that ever since she had been with Lin, he would occasionally give her a small fruit, no larger than a pea. She hadn't particularly enjoyed these fruits, as they were quite bitter yet slightly salty. Reflecting on it now, she realized it might indeed have been salt. Following the system's guidance, she reached her destination, a deserted cave overgrown with thick weeds. Upon entering, it became evident that this place did not appear to contain any salt. She brushed her hand against the stone wall, for the system had indicated it was mineral salt, so it had to be there. Lacking any tangible sensation, she picked up a stone from the ground and struck it against the wall, causing some fine sand to fall. Dipping her finger into it and tasting it, she grimaced at the saltiness. It truly was mineral salt. The pressing question now was how to extract the salt. Consulting the system, she researched how it was done in ancient times. There were 2 methods, the boiling method and the sun-drying method. Most of the information pertained to the production of sea salt, but hers was mineral salt, was it not? Upon reflection, it seems plausible that she could employ the method of creating sea salt to produce rock salt. by crushing the rock salt and placing it in a container. Then adding pure spring water and leaving it to bask in the sun, followed by stirring, she could indeed replicate the process of boiling salt. However, he currently lacks a pot and remains uncertain about the nature of the stone that was previously used to provide her with one. Why didn't he inquire at the time? Nevertheless, this method would yield only coarse salt, which, if consumed in excess, could be toxic, regardless of the circumstances. She must acquire a pot, as transforming coarse salt into fine salt necessitates 3 essential steps: dissolution with water, filtration, and boiling. Now, with the presence of others, a significant dilemma has arisen. Alas, it is quite distressing. Perhaps it is best to return for now and devise a plan later. Otherwise, once Lin finishes washing, there will be further concerns about her whereabouts. On the way back, she glanced up and noticed an enormous spider web in the trees, pondering which creature might inhabit this space. Unlike them, spiders do not dwell in caves. They reside within the webs they weave. Just as she was about to depart, a familiar face materialized within the spider web. Goodness, how is the Emperor here? Is this truly his home? Quick, run. The only remnants in the mind of the fox demon were these 2 words. The lingering shadows of the past rendered her powerless. Who could tell whether he might lose his sanity and abduct her to another place? The Emperor, with a bewitching smile, seemed intent on escape. In a single leap, he appeared before her. The fox spirit, startled, let out a cry, her hands instinctively pushing forward, her bright eyes warily regarding him. What do you intend to do? Chapter 064. Encountering the Emperor again, you have already departed. Why return? What purpose brings you to that cave? The Emperor inquired. He had observed her enter the cave from a considerable distance, perplexed by her choice to venture into a place known for the demise of beastmen. A location so forsaken that not a single beastman dared to dwell there for ages. The fox demon was momentarily taken aback, and upon regaining her composure, retorted angrily. What business is it of yours? You shouldn't have returned. The audacity of that wretched little female had led him to receive a beating from Lin. All in front of so many beast men, which was an utter humiliation for him. If it weren't for Yuan intervening at that moment, he might have been left severely injured. Were the fox demon privy to his thoughts, she would have surely unleashed a torrent of curses. Dignity? What dignity? To be struck was a minor grievance. She had nearly lost her life. What can you do to me? Are you going to abduct me again? She challenged, daring him not to regret it later. Just as the fox demon pondered this, she felt an arm encircle her waist, lifting her off the ground. Startled, she clung tightly to him, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" Before long, they arrived at the lair of the Emperor, entangled in a web. The Emperor cast her onto the net. And although the fox demon intended to move, she soon realized she was ensnared, unable to budge. Panic surged through her as she anxiously inquired, "Emperor, what do you intend to do? I hold no deep-seated grudge against you. Why do you persist in wishing me harm? What had this fellow endured at the hands of that female to be so twisted, dragging her into his turmoil?" Shui Yinyu, ah yes. She recalled Yuan mentioning Shui Yinyu. With a wicked smile, the Emperor leaned over her, his warm breath tickling her ear, causing her to break into a cold sweat from fear of his intentions. What was he planning? Surely not. Emperor, do refrain from acting rashly. Impulsiveness is a devil. And Lin will not let you off lightly. Do you understand? Understand what? The Emperor's seductive voice whispered in her ear, tightening every nerve in her body with dread of what he might do next. His fingers, unmistakably deliberate, grazed her neck, repeatedly caressing it. "A mere gentle bite from me, and you shall suffer a painful demise." The fox demon, startled by his words, trembled slightly. She was acutely aware that the Emperor was indeed capable of such deeds, having the audacity to abduct her and cast her into the desert to fend for herself. What could he not do? "Be careful not to bite," she cautioned. The Emperor chuckled at her remark, finding her adorably endearing. It was no wonder that the cold-blooded Lin cherished her as a precious jewel. Observing the trembling female, her large, round eyes, wide with indignation, sparkled with defiance, while her delicate lips appeared pale, devoid of their usual vibrant hue. Unable to resist, he lifted his hand to gently caress her lips, prompting her to furrow her brow in discomfort, instinctively turning her head away. Did this fellow possess some peculiar penchant that caused her such pain? The Emperor, however, turned her face back towards him, one hand holding it steady while the other continued its tender ministrations. The fox demon, in a fit of anger, found herself immobilized. Were she able to move, she would have relished the opportunity to deliver a couple of resounding slaps to him, much like the perverse individual. observing her already reddened lips. The emperor paused with satisfaction and remarked, "You appear far more enchanting in this manner." The fox spirit, in utter helplessness, exclaimed, "What do you intend to do? Please let me go." Chapter 065. Her first kiss is gone suddenly. The fox spirit found herself stunned as the warm sensation of lips brushed against hers, causing her mind to short-circuit. This. She had been kissed by the emperor. Oh no, her first kiss, preserved for over 20 years, was now lost, taken by a mere spider. Even when she was with Mo Lin, she had managed to keep it intact. How could it be snatched away by a spider? Regaining her senses, she became furious and began to struggle violently, but she was ensnared tightly in the web, rendering her immobile. Since she could not escape, she resolved to inflict some pain and bit down on the emperor's lips, causing him to release her in surprise. Seeing the blood trickle from his lips due to her bite, she indignantly retorted, "This is not my fault. Who told you to act so lewdly?" The emperor smirked, unconcerned, as he wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth, remarking that this female was indeed sweet. He leaned in to kiss her once more, leaving her momentarily bewildered. She could hardly believe it. She had been kissed again. Was this rogue spider addicted to kissing? Determined, she opened her mouth to bite him again. But this time, the emperor had learned his lesson and evaded her, only to retaliate with a bite of his own. Ouch! The fox spirit inhaled sharply. Taken aback by the unexpected bite, it was undeniably painful. "How does it feel?" "You bit me just the same, and I was in considerable agony," the emperor inquired, observing her distressed expression. "You scoundrel!" The fox spirit retorted through clenched teeth, vowing retribution without a doubt. It was he who had acted with such impropriety first. Although the emperor could not comprehend her words, he was certain she was cursing him, for this little creature's tongue rarely spoke anything kind. The fox demon felt an intense pain at the corner of her mouth. Unconsciously, she licked it, only to be met with a strong, metallic taste. This scoundrel had undoubtedly bitten her with great force. With a furious glare directed at him, she noticed his long fingers reaching towards her, startling her into wanting to retreat. She felt as if he had brushed against her wound, and a drop of crimson blood appeared on his fingertip. To her astonishment, she watched as he brought it to his lips and took a lick. The fox demon felt a wave of nausea and fear, struggling violently as the atmosphere grew increasingly ominous. The presence of the emperor was terrifying, and she yearned to escape this place. With no beastmen nearby, and knowing that stray beasts typically preyed on beastmen, she was left to wonder if the emperor might turn his hunger upon her. What should she do? She remained ensnared in the spider's web, its stickiness proving insurmountable. Suddenly, a thought struck her. She should call for help. Mo Lin was not far from her. "Mo Lin, help. Help? What are you doing?" The emperor inquired, perplexed as he failed to understand her summons to Mo Lin. Was Mo Lin truly present here? Just as he pondered this, an overwhelming sense of danger approached from behind. The emperor reacted with lightning speed, narrowly avoiding a lethal kick. He darted aside, glancing at Mo Lin, who was ensnared in his web, puzzled by his sudden arrival and his own obliviousness. "Run quickly, or there will be dire consequences for you soon." Upon encountering Mo Lin, the fox demoness felt as though she had stumbled upon a lifeline, repeatedly calling out to him, Mo Lin, I am here." The sight of the little fox with blood trickling from her mouth filled Mo Lin with compassion, prompting him to lift her into his embrace. Curiously, despite her earlier struggles to escape the net, Mo Lin was effortlessly able to hold her. "Are you all right, little fox?" Upon hearing his voice, she expressed her distress. I was almost devoured by the emperor. It's all right. I shall deal with her shortly." He recalled how, ever since meeting the little fox, he had forsaken his habit of preying on beastmen, only to find the precious little fox suffering here. It seemed the lesson from their last encounter had not been sufficient. Chapter 066. Willingness. He was genuinely furious. Nestled in Mo Lin's arms, she felt a sense of safety wash over her. Mo Lin had arrived so swiftly, she had called for him barely seconds prior. It turned out that after washing the red dates, he had followed her scent, only to stumble upon the scene of his ire. Mo Lin carried the fox demoness back to the cave, and then ventured out to retrieve the red dates for drying, remaining absent until nightfall. Upon his return, the fox demoness had already prepared roasted meat, and after their meal, they retired for the night. However, the fox demoness experienced a restless night, plagued by nightmares of the emperor attempting to consume her and his unwelcome affections. Consequently, she awoke early the next morning, the emperor remaining an inescapable nightmare in her mind. After a hearty breakfast, The fox demoness yearned for a bath and a wash of her hair, having gone far too long without either, leaving her uncomfortable. Yet, she lacked a beast's skin to change into. Seeking out Mo Lin, she requested a piece of beast skin to fashion into clothing, to which he graciously provided a pink hide. Wearing beast skin is so stifling. Could you perhaps transform your snake skin for me? Mo Lin, unperturbed by her snake skin, was taken aback by her request. Really? You would truly be willing to use my snake skin? Of course. Why would I refuse? Have you thought this through? The snake skin is a gift from our serpent kin to their females. If a female is willing to accept it, it signifies her acceptance of the male beast man. I have considered it. The weather is quite warm, and I do not wish to wear beast skin, as it is too suffocating. Hearing this, Mo Lin joyfully fetched the snake skin for her, and the little fox accepted his offering. Armed with the snake skin, Mo Lin took a bone needle and began crafting her attire, bringing her delight. In no time, he had completed the garment. She eagerly requested Mo Lin to accompany her to the riverbank for a wash, but he explained that the spring water was meant for drinking, not bathing. Eventually, he reluctantly led her to a secluded spot by the river. The fox spirit, clad in beastly attire, took a bath, for she dared not cleanse herself under the glaring sun. Subsequently, she sought a secluded spot to change her garments. After washing herself and her hair, the fox spirit felt a renewed sense of comfort. When Mo Lin beheld the fox spirit adorned in her serpentine skin, she was overwhelmed with excitement. The little fox. The fox spirit smiled and twirled gracefully before him, asking, "Do you find me beautiful?" "Indeed," he replied. She donned a garment of black adorned with subtle gradients of gray, which contrasted strikingly with her fair complexion, rendering her almost luminescent. Unable to resist, Mo Lin embraced her. Thinking she had captivated him, she laughed joyously for quite some time. Upon returning home, she hung her damp attire to dry. As night fell, while preparing for sleep, the fox spirit sensed the man beside her shifting restlessly, an unusual occurrence, as he typically slumbered soundly at night. "What are you doing, Mo Lin?" she inquired. His deep, husky voice resonated in her ear. "Little fox." The fox spirit, upon hearing this, felt a shiver run down her spine, goosebumps prickling her skin. Suddenly, a pair of large hands clasped around her waist, startling her into an upright position. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she indignantly exclaimed, "Mo Lin, what are you doing?" Mo Lin observed her reaction, his melancholic gaze dimming. "Little fox, are you deceiving him? Do you no longer wish for him?" Upon hearing the change in his tone, she began to grasp the situation. Mo Lin desired to be with her. In a swift motion, the fox spirit felt her face burn with heat, overwhelmed by shyness. This was too soon. She was not adequately prepared. She managed to utter, "Mo Lin, I'm not ready yet. Could you allow me some time to prepare?" Chapter 67. Mo Lin goes hunting. Mo Lin, puzzled, asked, "Prepare for what?" "I will be gentle." Upon hearing this, the fox spirit's face turned crimson. How could such words flow from his lips so effortlessly? Embarrassed, she clarified, "That is not what I meant. I simply mean that I am not mentally ready at this moment." Mo Lin nodded, seemingly understanding. "Very well then." The fox spirit let out a sigh of relief and promptly urged him, "Let us sleep. Otherwise, we risk encountering some trouble later." In the monotony of her days, the fox spirit found herself unable to procure a stone pot, lacking both suitable stones and the proper tools to carve one. Today, she had accompanied Mo Lin to the riverbank, primarily driven by her desire for fish, convinced that such a vast river must surely harbor some. Indeed, the river teemed with numerous fish, both large and small. She fashioned a sharp stick from nearby wood, uncertain if it would suffice for fishing. Observing her, Mo Lin leaped into the water and, within a short span, emerged with a plethora of fish. "Wow, Mo Lin, you are incredible." The fox spirit's praise spurred him on, and he became more fervent in his efforts. After catching over 20 fish, the fox spirit intervened. "That's enough, Mo Lin. We need not catch so many, or we shall have no place to store them when we return." Mo Lin, drenched, climbed out of the water, clutching the fish as they made their way back. Upon returning, he utilized a bone knife to gut the fish, cleansing them thoroughly before skewering them with a fork and roasting them over the fire. In a brief moment, the fish were ready, though he had not seasoned them. The flesh was sweet and quite delectable. They devoured the 20 fish together, and the fox spirit felt thoroughly satisfied. "By the way, little fox, I shall go hunting tomorrow. You wait for me at home." "Okay," she replied. Ever since Mo Lin had come to this place, he had been by her side daily, bringing with him the spoils of his hunts, which made her feel as though she were living off his generosity. It was somewhat embarrassing. After finishing the roasted fish, she ventured outside to inspect the red dates, which had dried considerably after several days of sun exposure. She decided to save them for later, popping one into her mouth. So sweet, she mused, planning to keep them as a snack for the future. The next day, Mo set out early. The fox spirit awakened. Beside her lay the wild fruits gifted by Mo. Concerned for her well-being, he had thoughtfully prepared sustenance for her. Mo's attentiveness delighted her, and as she savored the fruits, a sweet sensation filled her heart, stirring an impulsive desire to offer herself to him. With Mo absent from home, she found herself yearning for him, the hours stretching interminably. Each day felt like an arduous ordeal. She refrained from venturing outside, apprehensive of an encounter with the emperor. Just the thought of him sent shivers down her spine. He was simply too unsettling. At noon, she prepared a meal for herself and indulged in a brief slumber. Upon awakening in the afternoon, she realized that Mo's return was still far off. How had she never recognized the depth of her longing for him before? Ultimately, with no other recourse, she picked up a bone needle and fashioned a few sets of animal hide clothing, pondering how many garments Mo might require. She would measure him next time. For herself, she crafted 2 camisoles and 2 skirts, along with 1 long dress. Although her skills were limited, she managed the simpler designs. As night fell, Mo had yet to return. She sat alone by the fire, its red flames glowing brightly against the encroaching darkness. Where could he be? It was quite late. Typically, the hunting parties returned before nightfall. Why was today different? Could something have gone awry? Just as these thoughts began to cloud her mind, Mo's voice echoed in the distance. Little fox. Upon hearing the call, the fox spirit sprang to her feet, gazing at the approaching figure in the distance. Ecstatic, she dashed forward, and Mo instinctively caught her. Mo, I've missed you. I thought something had happened to you with your late return. Mo chuckled softly. I had quite a bounty today, which delayed my return. I apologize for worrying you. As long as you're back, that's all that matters, she replied, leading him back to their den. Immediately, she unveiled the succulent meat she had roasted earlier that day. I prepared a feast for you. If you had returned any later, it would have gone cold, but I can warm it up again. Mo interjected with a smile. No need. I relish it just as it is. Indeed, being a serpent, he preferred it that way. The current temperature suited his taste perfectly. She was adorably naive. She lifted an entire basket of roasted meat, declaring, now, dig in. This should be sufficient. It's about the same amount I usually prepare. Mo joyfully indulged in the meal, feeling a profound sense of happiness. He had never anticipated such moments before, yet now he eagerly awaited the delightful surprises that the little fox brought him each day. Ah, his precious little fox. The fox spirit cradled her cheeks, gazing at him with a blissful expression. How peculiar it felt. Today, Mo appeared far more handsome than before. Could it be that she missed him too much? After they finished their meal, they covered the embers with ash and embraced each other as they fell asleep. They had grown accustomed to lengthy slumbers, yet the most notable aspect was the delightful chill of Mo's body. She adored it, in a world with 2 blazing suns. It felt unbearable, akin to being in an oven. The next morning, she prepared a delicious meal, and the fox spirit urged him to continue their exploration. Even after spending so much time there, they had yet to fully explore the area in search of ingredients. This time, they ventured to the other side of the mountain, where the forest was so dense that they stumbled upon a vast bamboo grove. Bamboo, just what she needed for a cup. Surely, bamboo could serve as an excellent substitute. She could take a few stalks home and carefully slice them with her bone knife. As she dashed over, the sight took her breath away. The bamboo was astonishingly large, almost mutated in size. One stalk was thicker than her arm, and the largest was even broader than her waist. Truly enormous. Gazing at the bamboo, an idea struck her. She could use these to craft bowls and buckets. This was perfect, as she had been lamenting her lack of containers. Mo, come quickly and help me gather some bamboo. What do you need bamboo for? I have a purpose. Just hurry and help me with this one. She pointed to a stalk thicker than his waist. This would make an ideal water bucket. Mo nodded, as her happiness was all that mattered. Without hesitation, Mo approached and uprooted the bamboo with his bare hands. And this one, and this one. Here, I need this one too. Oh, this one will make a lovely cup. In total, they collected several stalks of bamboo. As Mo carried their bounty back, the fox spirit tripped over an object. Ouch. Ah. Her knee struck the ground with a painful thud, and she clutched it, tears welling up in her eyes. It hurts so much. Mo, dropping the bamboo in alarm, rushed over. Little fox, are you all right? It hurts. Her voice trembled slightly. Mo's heart ached as he examined the injury. which had turned blue and was bleeding. Chapter 69, The Natural Stone Pot. How are you feeling, little fox? Does it still hurt? Seeing the worry etched on Mo Lin's face, she quickly replied, I'm fine. Fine, my foot. It hurts so badly. To alleviate his concern, she bore the intense pain and insisted she was okay. Mo Lin, however, could not be convinced by her tears. At that moment, she was more focused on discovering what had caused her to stumble. Turning around, she spotted a large stone, overgrown with weeds, explaining why she had not noticed it. But this stone has an unusual shape. It resembles a pot. In an instant, the pain that had plagued me seemed to vanish. The object before me bore an uncanny resemblance to a stone pot, with its center indented and its sides flat, measuring approximately 1 meter in size. The thickness of this stone suggested it could withstand even the fiercest flames. Mo Lin, please help me extract this stone, I urged. Mo Lin, noticing the little fox who had moments ago been on the verge of tears now smiling at the sight of the stone, wondered if it held some value. Upon extracting the stone and clearing the dirt away, he revealed its full form. What I initially thought was a shallow pit turned out to be surprisingly deep, perfect for a pot. Eagerly, I called out for Mo Lin to carry this stone pot back. No longer would I have to subsist solely on roasted meat. How wonderful it was to finally have access to delicious food. Mo Lin intended to carry me back first before returning for the stone pot, but I could not allow that. What if someone else took it? My knee injury was indeed painful, but after a moment's respite, it was more bearable. Though I limped slightly, my heart was alight with joy, unable to resist my insistence. Mo Lin relented, hoisting the stone pot onto one shoulder while cradling bamboo in the other, casting worried glances in my direction. Instead of heading back to the cave, we made our way to the mountain spring, where I intended to cleanse the stone pot. I picked up a small rock to chip away at the protrusions within, striving for a smoother surface. Mo Lin offered to assist, but I halted him, fearing his strength might damage it. After all, he was a beastman capable of tearing prey apart with his bare hands. I instructed Mo Lin to cut the bamboo into segments, and he complied. After several washes, the once filthy stone was left spotless. Not a trace of dirt remained, not even dust. Mo Lin diligently sorted the bamboo into appropriate lengths and even crafted a few pairs of chopsticks. Gazing at these newfound treasures, a smile spread across my face. This was the happiest day I had experienced since wandering. With these items, my home felt truly like a home. Most importantly, with the pot, I could refine salt. The mere thought of it filled me with even greater delight. Elated, I gathered the cut bamboo and made my way back to the cave. Upon my return, I instructed Mo Lin to construct a simple stove and place the stone pot atop it. Mo Lin, wait for me. I shall prepare a delectable meal for you. It was time to showcase my culinary skills. All right. Mo Lin, seeing my exuberance, could not bring himself to hinder me. Having spent so much time together, he had come to understand that this little fox was incapable of sitting still. The fox spirit chuckled as she kindled a fire, allowing the stone pot to simmer for a while before introducing water, meticulously cleansing it multiple times for sanitation. Once the water was ready, she patiently awaited its boil, selecting a piece of exquisite meat to lay upon the stone cutting board, slicing it delicately with a bone knife. As the flames danced higher, the water in the pot began to bubble eagerly, prompting her to promptly toss the meat slices into the pot to cook. Chapter 070, The Varieties of Salt, Part 1. With a scarcity of ingredients and nothing suitable for stir-frying, she resorted to boiling the meat. She resolved to gather more ingredients in the future, urging Mo Lin to bring back whatever food he could find during his hunting expeditions, as long as it was edible and safe. The meat cooked to perfection. However, a taste revealed its blandness without salt. She decided to venture out to retrieve some salt from the nearby mines to commence the salt extraction process. With a bamboo bowl filled to the brim with succulent meat slices, she joyfully presented it to Mo Lin, exclaiming, Mo Lin, do give it a try. Her exuberance brought him joy as well. Mo Lin accepted the bowl, his appetite piqued by the sight of the glistening meat within. Just as he reached for a piece to savor, an unexpected exclamation escaped him. Ah, ouch, that hurts. The fox spirit was momentarily startled, realizing she had forgotten to provide chopsticks. The freshly grilled meat was scalding hot, yet it occurred to her that even if she had given him chopsticks, he would not know how to use them. How to express this? A bowl must surely be a novel experience in the beast realm. She approached, taking the bowl into her hands, and inquired with concern, Mo Lin, are you all right? She often forgot that Mo Lin was a serpent, having spent so much time together. She had come to regard him as human, neglecting his true nature. Mo Lin, wishing to assuage her worries, shook his head, assuring her he was fine. However, how could he be? The fox spirit chided herself for her oversight. From now on, she must be more cautious and not so careless. After blowing on the pieces of meat for quite a while, she deemed them cool enough and offered them to him. Mo Lin, it's cooled down now. You can eat. Mo Lin accepted the offering and took a bite. The flavor was not as delectable as roasted meat, but the aroma was richer and the texture softer. Each preparation had its unique taste, and this one was quite pleasant. Observing that Mo Lin displayed little emotion as he ate, she served herself some as well, mumbling, "What a pity there is no salt. It would taste so much better with it." Upon hearing this, Mo Lin halted his actions, filled with remorse. "Little fox, I'm sorry. I cannot procure salt for you. I will strive to hunt diligently and, in due time, exchange my catch with the merfolk for salt." Salt could only be refined by the merfolk. No other beast had managed to extract it, primarily because they were unaware of the method used for its refinement. They did not even know what the raw materials were. "That's all right. You need not worry about exchanging for salt. I have discovered a salt mine." The game they hunted was scarce, with each family able to claim only one, sometimes two families sharing a single beast. It was hardly sufficient for sustenance, let alone for trade. A salt mine? Hearing the term salt, Mo Lin's interest piqued. Could it be the very salt he was thinking of? A salt mine would imply the presence of salt on land. Is there salt on land? He pondered, as he had never heard the beast folk mention it. The fox spirit nodded, affirming, "Certainly, there are various types of salt, such as sea salt, lake salt, well salt, and rock salt. To put it simply, sea salt is derived from the ocean. Moreover, the merfolk, whom you often speak of, likely use sea salt as well. With a modicum of processing and filtration, it can be extracted. However, it should be consumed sparingly, as it is not refined salt and excessive intake could be fatal. Nevertheless, for those of you who require substantial amounts of food, the quantity of salt exchanged would not be significant." Her assertions were not without merit. In this primitive era, the production of refined salt would indeed be challenging. Mo Lin listened with rapt attention, entirely missing the latter part of her statement. "What about lake salt?" he inquired. Chapter 071, Types of Salt, Part 2. Let me enlighten you, lest you continue to barter food for salt. Lake salt is harvested from lakes and is superior to sea salt due to its freshwater composition, enriched with various trace minerals that are beneficial to the body. If one must choose a type of salt, lake salt should be the preferred option. "And well salt?" he asked. Well salt is rarer, as it is formed from underground rivers that flow through mineral-rich rocks, gradually accumulating salt deposits, sometimes at the edges of mountain springs. One might observe fine white grains that could be salt, though I merely suggest it is a possibility. Mo Lin nodded, appearing to grasp the concept. The fox spirit shot him a glance, bemused by his feigned understanding, reminiscent of her school days. Yet, since he was her favorite, she indulged him. She continued, "If you encounter such a situation, do take heed that there is an underground river below. If fortune smiles upon you, there might be a salt mine nearby." Mo Lin nodded again, then looked up at her. "What is an underground river?" An underground river is akin to the rivers we typically see above ground, except one flows beneath the earth's surface. She spoke until her throat grew parched. "And rock salt?" he pressed. "It refers to salt mines. The last one I discovered was rock salt." "Why didn't you tell me before?" he queried. "I deemed it pointless at the time, as there was no means to extract it. You must understand that rock salt is far more challenging to obtain than sea salt, lake salt, or well salt, primarily due to the numerous toxic substances it contains." Mo Lin nodded, lost in thought, seemingly processing her words. The little fox possessed extensive knowledge. Though he did not comprehend everything, he grasped the essential point. There was salt to be found on land. Suddenly recalling something, he asked, "Do you have a way to extract salt?" If the little fox could procure salt, her standing in the tribe would surely rise, for many looked down upon her, deeming her a liability. "I do not know, but it is worth a try. Although she has a system in place, ultimately she must rely on herself." "I believe in your abilities." "Yes, I will. Hurry and eat. Soon, I will take you to see the salt mine." "All right." After finishing their meal, she led Mo Lin to the mining site. Upon arriving, Mo Lin was astonished, wondering how this could possibly be the place. The fox spirit, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Mo Lin, have you been here before?" "No," he replied. "Previously, we fled here during a time of hardship, and there were beasts residing in this place. Eventually, one of them met an inexplicable demise. Mo Lin's profound gaze darkened slightly. The fox spirit, startled, uttered a cry, retreating in fright as she clutched onto Mo Lin's arm, exclaiming that this place had witnessed death. How terrifying! Yet, upon reflection, she acknowledged that death was a commonplace occurrence in a salt mine, rife with heavy metals. Now, her concern shifted to whether they should continue collecting the salt. As Mo Lin advanced, she cautiously followed him. "Where's the rock salt?" Mo Lin's voice resonated beside her. "It is right here. This entire area is a salt mine," the fox spirit replied. Mo Lin ran his hand along the cave wall, feeling the gritty texture of the minerals. Chapter 072, Salt Production. On the ground, scattered stones lay, albeit coated in dirt. The fox spirit, initially filled with trepidation, pondered for a moment and mused, what harm could a mere mortal bring? Can they consume me? She considered the rocks above, contemplating whether to dislodge them. Deciding to gather a few pieces from the ground for later use, she thought it prudent to assess their effectiveness before transporting them back, thus avoiding unnecessary toil. Mo Lin, let us first experiment here. Should our efforts prove fruitful, we can return to produce in abundance, she proposed. Indeed, Mo Lin nodded, selecting several larger fragments before they made their way back. Upon returning to the cave, she instructed Mo Lin to crush the salt mine into finer granules, ensuring the particles were as small as possible. Remarkably, the stones proved rather resilient, and Mo Lin spent the better part of a day hammering them into powder, not to mention the subsequent processing that awaited. This task was not one that could be completed in haste. While Mo Lin diligently worked on the salt mine, she busied herself fetching several buckets of water from the mountain spring for future use. Utilizing the system, she boiled the salt in a pot, and upon Mo Lin's approval, filtered it through snake skin, allowing it to settle aside. She continued the process with another pot, repeating the cycle of boiling, filtering, and letting it settle. After a day and a half of persistent effort, fortune favored the diligent. Mo Lin, look, the fox spirit exclaimed, presenting a bamboo bowl filled with pristine white salt. The fox spirit, Yao Yao, attempted it and found it to be exceedingly salty, quite akin to the salt she consumed in the modern era. Mo Lin, cradling the bowl, gazed at her with disbelief. "You actually made it?" "Indeed, we succeeded. Our efforts were not in vain," Yao Yao exclaimed joyfully. Mo Lin took a tentative lick. Yes, a lick. Though it was quite salty, he felt elated. They had truly created something, and it surpassed the salt he had previously encountered. Observing the exhilarated little fox, he pondered the nature of this beast folk. How could she possess such knowledge? She could kindle flames, craft delectable dishes, produce salt, and comprehend various kinds of it, information he had never encountered before. Yet, his little fox seemed to grasp everything, as if anything she wished to create could manifest. Surely, she harbored secrets. She resembled a divine beast, possessing an understanding of all. If Yao Yao were aware of his thoughts, she would likely agree, for she too felt destined to save this world. The first priority for the fox demon, Yao Yao, was to prepare a delectable meal. After all, having salt was a rare opportunity. Why not make something delicious? Indeed, she was determined to cook. While she was immersed in her culinary endeavors, Mo Lin stepped out, undoubtedly to seek out Yuan. By the time she had finished a large pot of boiled meat, Mo Lin had yet to return. The dish was nearly cold when he finally arrived, followed closely by Yuan. "Mo Lin, you're back. Come and eat. I've prepared a feast," exclaimed Yo-Yo. "Oh, and Yuan is here too. Perfect timing. I made quite a bit. Let us enjoy it together." "Yao," Yuan called out to her. She ladled generous portions of tender meat for them. "Come, taste this. I assure you, it will be an unforgettable experience." "Very well. I am eager to see just how delightful it is," Yuan replied, a sense of joy swelling within him as he observed her radiant smile. Since his arrival here, he had been ceaselessly occupied, scarcely finding a moment to rest. Had it not been for Lin seeking him today, he would have had no time at all. As he gazed upon the exquisite containers, he was momentarily taken aback, noticing the numerous jars and bottles surrounding them. The cave was impeccably maintained, exuding a warm and inviting atmosphere, a sight that evoked a touch of envy in him toward Lin. The fox spirit served herself a bowl, savoring the happiness of her meal, wishing fervently for some chili to enhance the flavor. As she indulged in the boiled meat slices, she mused that if only there were salt. And now that there was salt, she yearned for chili once more. Sighing, she observed Mo Lin and Yuan, the former cooling his food and the latter seemingly lost in thought. "Yuan, what are you doing?" "Eat," she urged. "Oh, right," Yuan replied hastily. gazing at the enticing white slices in his bowl. Clumsily wielding his chopsticks, he struggled to mimic the way the female was enjoying her meal. Unable to grasp how she managed it, a glance at Lin revealed that he too seemed unsure. This realization brought him some comfort. Unable to pick up the food, he resorted to poking at it, soon discovering the delightful taste that left him astonished. Is there truly food this delectable in the world? He thought, relishing every bite until his bowl was nearly empty. Staring at the now empty bowl, panic set in. What would he do now? He had barely tasted it, and it was gone. Embarrassed, he glanced into the bowl, prompting the fox spirit to exclaim, "Oh, Yuan, have you finished? Come, serve yourself. There's plenty left." Unable to resist the allure of the food, he approached to help himself. Returning to Mo Lin, he looked at the 2 chopsticks in his hand, puzzled as to why he had brought them back. Just then, he noticed the little fox using them, so they were indeed meant for picking up food. He attempted several times to use them, but failed. Observing Yuan poking at his food, he thought it a reasonable approach and decided to imitate him. This time, it worked splendidly, and he found himself unable to stop eating. The food was simply too delicious. The culinary creations of the little fox never ceased to amaze him, and soon his bowl was emptied once again. Without needing to ask the little fox, he refilled his bowl. He feared that if he did not eat quickly, Yuan would consume it all, and regrettably, he thought to himself that he should not have invited him over, as they were now competing for food. Yuan, meanwhile, gazed longingly at the pot while eating from his bowl, envious of Lin, who would return to the cave with more food, unlike him, who had to cook for himself upon returning home. What was he thinking? Was there anything wrong with his desires? As long as she could accept him, that was all that mattered. The fox spirit, unaware of the ill intentions of a certain scorpion lurking nearby, finished her meal and let out a hearty burp. It seemed that it had been quite some time since she had last done so. Afterward, as she prepared to wash the dishes, she was called by Yuan. "Yao Yao, could you teach us the process of making salt?" Initially, he could hardly believe it until Rin presented him with a small pinch of salt, which finally convinced him. Before seeing this salt, Yuan had been skeptical of the existence of such fine salt in the world. Even the best and finest salt available to the merfolk was considerably coarser and could cause illness if consumed in excess. He dipped a finger into the salt and tasted it, savoring the exquisite flavor that lingered long after. After a moment, he regained his composure, astonished by how delicious it was, far superior to the salt prepared by the merfolk. Rin, who had been observing the process, explained that it took them a day and a half to produce it, and with a few more hands, they could finish in a single morning. Furthermore, they were currently in dire need of salt, and the merfolk were too distant for convenient exchanges, especially for their nomadic kind. Moreover, having recently migrated, they had little food to barter for salt, and with the sweltering heat, their provisions could not be stored for long. Chapter 074. Relying on the mountains for sustenance. Relying on the sea for nourishment indeed. Salt is scarce everywhere, she thought, noticing Yuan's excitement tinged with urgency. It was evident that a considerable amount of food would be required for the exchange of salt, highlighting its significance. She had no qualms about teaching them, as she wished for the prosperity of their tribe. However, she pondered the necessity of a pot for salt production. It was improbable that she would part with her own pot, which she had obtained with great difficulty. What if it were inadvertently damaged? What is a pot? A pot. The fox spirit pointed to the stone pot beside her. This is a pot. All right, I will procure one. Yes, ensure that the stone is robust or thick, as it tends to crack easily. Additionally, you will need to create some containers. She gestured towards her bamboo bucket, like this one. There are many more behind. Yuan, resembling a diligent student, nodded earnestly, committing her instructions to memory. This will suffice. Once you have gathered these items, you only need to construct a fire pit. Go ahead and gather what you need. If you have any questions, feel free to seek me out or directly consult Mo Lin. The fox spirit observed Yuan, who was nodding incessantly, uncertain whether he genuinely retained the information or merely feigned understanding. Nevertheless, she decided it was inconsequential if he failed to remember. He could simply inquire later. All right, my dear spirit, she reassured him. I have committed everything to memory. Now, I shall take my leave to attend to other matters. The fox spirit nodded gently at Yuan, saying, Indeed, you may go. Yuan responded with a subtle nod and returned to make the necessary arrangements. The fox spirit tidied up the pots and pans, then took Mo Lin to the back mountain. Since the last time they discovered the pot, she had not ventured there again. Now, she wished to see if there were any other treasures to be found. After all, One must rely on the mountains for sustenance in the mountains, and the seas for sustenance by the sea, and considering this would be her future dwelling place, it was essential to familiarize herself with the area. The weather remained quite warm. It had been so long. And when would it finally cool down? Mo Lin. When will it become cooler? It is so hot. Mo Lin pondered for a moment and replied, it will be about another fire wheel's worth of time. Is it really that long? Calculating, it seems there are still approximately 2 months left, and if each day feels like 2, that means it could feel like 4 months. How is someone from the modern world supposed to endure this? The fox spirit could not help but let out a cry of despair. If it's too hot, come into my embrace. Upon hearing this, the fox spirit trotted over with enthusiasm, remarking how delightful it was to be in his embrace. While Mo Lin maintained a composed exterior, internally, his heart raced with excitement. He was utterly enchanted by the little fox, so soft and delicate. As they playfully made their way towards the back mountain, they wandered aimlessly, discovering nothing of significance, save for a few fruit trees, which he duly noted. Upon sighting the fruit trees, the fox spirit realized that for most tribes, their primary sustenance came from these fruit sources. After all, hunting was ultimately fraught with danger and unpredictability. Of course, this was predominantly the case. Those like Mo Lin, who were exceptionally skilled in combat, primarily consumed meat to sustain their bodily functions. Nevertheless, as he had mentioned, during prosperous times, they might share a single prey, but during leaner periods, it was not uncommon for 2 or 3 families to share one. Thus, it would be far more prudent to cultivate additional fruit trees, ensuring an ample supply for the following year. By drying the fruits, they could extend their storage life considerably. Eureka! The thought sparked joy within her, prompting her to call out to Mo Lin. Mo Lin, Mo Lin, I have conceived a method to ensure we never lack for food. Upon hearing this, Mo Lin, filled with excitement, grasped her hand eagerly. What is your plan? Chapter 075, The Path to Sustainable Development. The fox spirit, filled with joy, expressed her thoughts. We must embark on a path of sustainable development, with a vision that extends into the future. What do you mean by that? How does it relate to food that never runs out? Mo Lin inquired, furrowing his brow in confusion. Of course it relates, she replied. The path of sustainable development implies that we currently possess gathering and hunting teams, and we must utilize them judiciously. We should guide the gathering team to locate fruit trees or edible vegetables. Anything consumable should be harvested entirely. As for the hunting team, they should strive to bring back living creatures, such as pigs, chickens, cows, and sheep, preferably herbivores, as we cannot afford to raise carnivorous animals. Mo Lin, still puzzled, asked, what purpose do you have for these things? They don't seem to have any connection to food that never runs out. The fox spirit could not help but roll her eyes, gently tapping her forehead. You should listen to me. Let me explain it to you, so you won't become entangled later on. With a nod, Mo Lin responded. Look, fruit-bearing trees yield their harvest every year, right? If we cultivate them at home, we won't need to venture out for gathering. Vegetables, which you refer to as greens, also bear fruit annually. If we save the seeds and replant them next year, we would have an endless supply of food. Moreover, when hunting, do you not always aim for the larger prey, leaving the smaller ones to reproduce? My point is similar. If we capture them and raise them ourselves, they too can procreate, and when they grow, we can consume the larger ones, correct? Additionally, by nurturing them ourselves, we can prevent their untimely demise. Upon hearing this, Mo Lin's eyes sparkled with wonder, utterly astounded. He excitedly lifted her up, exclaiming, how does your mind work? You always manage to surprise me with your insights. The fox spirit chuckled softly to herself, secretly acknowledging that this was the wisdom accumulated over millennia, far beyond the comprehension of those from the ancient era. Upon returning to the cave, Mo Lin stepped out, and it was evident whom he sought. The fox spirit couldn't help but smile mischievously, sensing an intimate connection between the two, especially since Yuan affectionately referred to Mo Lin as Lin. How amusing. Could it be that she was entertaining such thoughts? Images of the two men surfaced in her mind, causing her body to shiver involuntarily. She quickly shook her head. It was impossible, absolutely impossible. If Mo Lin were inclined that way, he would not seek her out. Having been away from humanity for too long, her mind began to wander aimlessly. With Mo Lin absent and uncertain of his return, she decided to fetch some water for a bath. The heat was unbearable, leaving her feeling sticky and uncomfortable after just a brief outing. Regrettably, there was no soapberry available. However, she recalled that animal fat and plant ash could produce lather. Although plant ash could also be used for bathing, It required filtering and yielded minimal foam, making it unnecessary. Besides, she was merely taking a bath. There was no time for such elaborate preparations, especially since by the time she finished, the sweat would be gone. Perhaps when she had the time, she could make a soap using lard and plant ash. She hastily washed her body and rinsed her hair. It was only when dusk approached that Mo Lin returned. Chapter 76. A Bountiful Harvest. The matters she had discussed with Mo Lin were relayed to Yuan, who was understandably delighted. They were all particularly curious about what kind of female she was, utterly perplexed by the thoughts swirling within her little mind. Recently, the fox demon has been quite occupied, commencing the construction of pigsties and cattle pens, aware that the animals here are rather large. The stone houses are merely stacked together with stones and covered with a layer of grass, and today, during the rain, no water leaked inside, naturally. They are unsuitable for human habitation. However, it would not be impossible to sleep alongside the pigs if one so desired. After several days of toil, the pigsties and sheepfolds have been nearly completed. Now, everything is in readiness, awaiting only the return of the pigs and sheep to be housed within. The next step involves tilling the land, a laborious task she is reluctant to undertake, thus assigning it to the orc workers. Since it was her idea, the orcs of the tribe are bound to heed her directives, for she is the only one with the requisite understanding. As time swiftly passes, 2 months have elapsed, and the weather is gradually turning cooler, a change she welcomes. The orcs venturing out bring back various live animals and plants, after discarding those unsuitable for cultivation. The remainder is placed in the enclosures and sown in the fields. There are also fruit trees, some of which are laden with fruit. After 2 months of diligent effort, the tribe has nearly acclimatized to this new environment, and the orchards and gardens are now brimming with vegetables and fruits. Particularly in the orchard, perhaps due to the onset of autumn, the fruits have ripened fully, and the tribe members are busily harvesting them. She assists alongside them, although everyone is fatigued. Smiles adorn their faces as they labor. Furthermore, she now moves freely within the tribe, no longer subjected to the disparaging remarks of the orcs. In fact, there exists a profound respect for her among them. After all, she is their benefactor. How could they not show her reverence? Even UN is no exception to this. Yao Yao, a sow is about to give birth. An orc rushed over, panting, to inform the fox demon. It was his first encounter with such an event, and he was unsure how to proceed. Upon hearing this, those present were instantly stirred with excitement, and even the fox demon set down her basket in astonishment. Really, autumn. She had always known one of the sows was due, but she had not anticipated it would happen so soon. She had thought it would be another month. She hurried to the breeding area, where several orc workers, responsible for the construction of the multiple enclosures, had gathered around the pigsty to observe. Upon her arrival, they quickly parted to make room, their faces alight with joy as they eagerly proclaimed, "Yao Yao, look." The fox demon heard the mournful cries of the sow from a distance. Inside, a black sow, nearly 2 meters in length, lay on the ground, wailing in agony. Her belly round and swollen, seemingly capable of containing her own body. It appeared as though the sow had been waiting for her, upon her arrival. The cries transformed into desperate howls. Upon witnessing the scene, the fox spirit exclaimed anxiously, "Xiaohua, persevere. Have faith in yourself." It seemed that Xiaohua truly understood her words. As one by one, the piglets began to arrive. Upon seeing the birth of a piglet, the fox spirit entered to gently stroke it, exclaiming, "Xiaohua, you are remarkable." Xiaohua was the first black pig captured, and when she first encountered it, it had endured much like a wild boar, covered in wounds. It was through her tender care, applying ointments and providing nourishment, that Xiaohua grew attached to her. Each meal was prepared by her own hands. It refused to eat if offered by others. Chapter 077. The omen of winter. Xiaohua nudged her piglet towards her, as if to say, "Look at my offspring." Cradling the tiny newborn piglet in her hands, she marveled at its small size and sticky form, yet she held no disdain for it. The fox spirit cradled a palm-sized piglet while addressing those behind her, instructing, "Please fetch a bucket of warm water." "Certainly, Sister Yao Yao," responded several orcs, who promptly set off to retrieve the warm water. Upon seeing the piglet, everyone was filled with astonishment and excitement. They had not anticipated that little flower would give birth to 9 piglets. Before long, the warm water was brought forth, accompanied by a small piece of beast hide. The fox demon diligently cleaned the bloodstains from the little piglets using a piece of beast hide. The once rosy piglets transformed into a darker hue after their cleansing. She placed the now pristine piglets beside the little flower and urged the onlooking beast men to disperse, allowing the delicate flower to rest. The fox spirit gently patted Xiaohua's head and said, Xiaohua, you have worked hard. It is time for you to rest. Xiaohua nuzzled her hand and soon fell into a deep slumber. The fox spirit, having seen Xiaohua peacefully asleep, departed with a sense of relief, assured that she was now under the care of others. Turning to Chiu, she remarked, you must take good care of them here. Chiu replied excitedly, yes, Sister Yaoyao. All right, let us return and gather some fruit, she called to the beastmen following behind. Mo Lin gazed at the dazzling little fox ahead. His heart filled with a mix of emotions. He felt both gratified and joyful yet apprehensive. He was gratified by her contributions to the tribe, joyful at the prospect of being her companion, who accepted him despite his penchant for scavenging, but apprehensive of her radiant allure, fearing that other beastmen might vie for her affection. The fox spirit, seeing Mo Lin standing still, approached him and urged, come on, what are you pondering? Mo Lin gazed at the cheerful little fox and shook his head, saying, I was simply reflecting on how truly remarkable my little fox is. The fox demon, flattered to the point of dizziness, felt a twinge of embarrassment. Oh, not at all. I merely wish to assist everyone a little more. Above all, I hope for your well-being. Mo Lin affectionately tousled her hair, smiling tenderly. His little fox always thought of others. Let us go, he said. As they noticed everyone had already drifted away, the fox demon tugged at Mo Lin, urging him to catch up. Upon returning home that evening, weary from the day's endeavors, she hastily prepared a simple meal before succumbing to sleep. The following day, she pondered how best to preserve the fruits they had gathered. The most effective method would be to slice and sun-dry them. Some orcs ventured out to forage for fruit, while others remained home to help with the slicing, taking advantage of the bright midday sun to dry the produce. In truth, their stockpile was not particularly abundant, especially with winter fast approaching. Mo Lin had been going out daily for the past couple of months, sometimes not returning for 2 or 3 days. Perhaps due to her significant contributions to the tribe, the members held him in high regard, allowing him the freedom to hunt with a sense of security. However, the quantities of food he brought back were often meager. On 2 occasions, he returned empty-handed after days of hunting, and several orcs bore injuries. Even the formidable Yuan had sustained some wounds. It seemed that everyone was engaged in hunting to prepare for the winter. The tribes across the entire orc continent were countless, and they were not the only ones. Fortunately, they had managed to preserve a decent amount of food over the past few months, transforming it into cured meats. Nonetheless, according to the orcs' hearty appetites, it would not suffice to last through the winter. Although there were some dried fruits to supplement their provisions, they could hardly satiate their hunger. Chapter 078. The wounded. At this juncture, it was imperative for them to accumulate as much meat and fruit as possible to ensure they were well prepared. While their current food supply was several times greater than what they had in the desert, who could ever have too much food? Yaoyao, Mo Lin, and the others have returned, came the voice of an orc from outside. Upon hearing this, the fox spirit's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she swiftly darted outside. There, she exclaimed. Just moments ago, Dickie had mentioned that he was currently on his way to the other side of the river to bring them back. Upon hearing the news, the fox spirit hurriedly raced towards the riverbank, where she soon spotted a bamboo raft carrying a throng of beastmen. To her delight, she also caught sight of the man she had longed for, joyfully waving at her from across the water. As the raft drew nearer, she noticed several vacant spots upon it, sending a chill of foreboding through her heart. Previously, their returns had been jubilant, filled with boisterous waves and laughter, yet this time, every face appeared dejected. As the raft touched the shore, her eyes widened in dismay at the sight of the beastmen, each bearing visible wounds. Her beloved was among them, his body marred with injuries, the most glaring being a deep claw mark on his chest. What has happened to you? She gasped, her gaze sweeping over the other beastmen, who seemed equally afflicted, their expressions heavy with shock. What has befallen you all? She implored, yet they remained silent, heads bowed, their demeanor speaking volumes. Hesitantly, she approached her beloved, torn between the desire to embrace him and the fear of causing him pain. Tears brimmed in her eyes from the urgency of the moment. Little fox, I am fine. Do not cry, he reassured her gently. Yet she could not be deceived. The deep claw mark was a testament to his suffering, and she refused to be blind to it. Come, we must return quickly for treatment. Your wounds are severe. If they become infected, the situation could become dire. The fox spirit gently grasped Mo Lin's hand, guiding him towards her abode. As he observed the little fox leading him ahead, a surge of tenderness and sweetness welled up within him, prompting him to willingly follow her home. Find a place to sit. I shall fetch some water to tend to your wounds, she instructed upon their arrival at the cave. With that, she hurried off to prepare hot water. Ah, very well, Mo Lin replied obediently, his heart brimming with warmth as he watched the industrious fox spirit. He had scarcely settled onto a seat after removing his clothing when a sudden thud echoed in the room, the sound of a bucket falling. He swiftly turned his head to see the fox spirit's face glistening with tears, cascading down like an unrestrained river. Seeing her in such distress, Mo Lin felt an ache in his heart, as if something were tightly gripping it. It's all right, little fox. Look at me. I'm perfectly fine, he reassured her, his voice soft and soothing. Despite his own inexperience in comforting others, he attempted to wipe away her tears and tenderly stroked her head. With his other hand, he patted his chest, producing a rhythmic thump-thump. See, little fox? I am truly unscathed. Please, do not cry any longer. The fox spirit gazed at the man before her, who was acting foolishly, and her tears flowed even more freely. Despite her utmost efforts to suppress her sorrow, she found it impossible to hold back. The thought of him getting hurt was unbearable. What if one day he ventured out and never returned? The outside world was perilous. She had witnessed it herself. On ordinary days, many would leave, yet now only a handful had returned, merely 20 or so. Chapter 079. The Emperor returns. What if next time he couldn't come back? Would he be left all alone? Little fox, promise me you'll be careful next time you go out. She could never confine him to the tribe nor prevent him from venturing outside. They must find ways to bolster their strength. Come sit. I shall tend to your wounds. All right. She swiftly treated his severe injuries once again, bandaging them with great care. After ensuring he was comfortable on the bed, she gathered some herbs and ventured out to check on the returning orcs, for aside from her, the others were incapable of tending to wounds. Visiting each household, she was relieved to find that the injuries of the returning orcs were not too grave. A simple application of medicine would suffice for their recovery. Just as she was contemplating her return, a deep voice resonated nearby. Female, I have returned. Upon hearing it, the fox spirit shivered involuntarily. How had he come back? Turning around, she beheld a dark figure materializing before her, adorned with a smug and sinister smile. You are the Emperor. What? Am I not welcome? The Emperor approached with an alluring grin, his confident strides causing the fox spirit to retreat in fear. What do you intend to do? It had been long since she had seen him. After the last incident, his presence seemed to have vanished. What do I intend to do? What else could it be? It is because of you that I was expelled from the tribe. What do you mean? You were expelled? When did this happen? I was unaware. Was it perhaps during that time she had been bullied? Yet upon reflection, a sense of vindictive pleasure washed over her as she taunted. Who told you to bully me? The Emperor stepped closer, lifting her pale, frightened face, and despite her struggles, she could not escape his grasp. You should be grateful to me. Had it not been for my intervention, they would have long since perished at the hands of the Wild Boar clan. The fox demon was momentarily taken aback, then inquired, Why have you returned? The Emperor, filled with vexation, reflected on his forced departure, his mind consumed by thoughts of her. To his dismay, this insufferable little female seemed entirely indifferent to his presence. Upon returning to the tribe, he spotted her from a distance, only to realize she had not even acknowledged him. He had merely intercepted her on her way to tend to their wounds. They invited me back, he replied. Very well then, welcome back, she said, forcefully prying her hand away from his and distancing herself. Focus on being an orc and do not let yourself be cast out again. Oh dear, such words cut deep, she exclaimed before turning and fleeing. The Emperor watched her retreating figure, a faint smile gracing his lips as he softly uttered, I will. The fox spirit sprinted desperately, finally returning home, feeling a sense of relief. My goodness, the Emperor is truly terrifying. Mo Lin lay on the bed, having caught a chicken to nourish himself. Among the various creatures in the tribe, chickens were the most abundant. Recently, some of the chickens had even begun to lay eggs, which they refrained from consuming, as they needed to be preserved for breeding. Mo Lin, it's time to eat, she called. Mo Lin rose to partake in the feast, devouring an entire pot of chicken soup and meat. Although he was still hungry, the flavors were exquisite, unparalleled in taste. Delicious, isn't it? If it weren't for your injuries today, you wouldn't have been able to enjoy this, the fox spirit boasted, noting that even she had not had a share. All right, you lie still and don't move around. I need to check the orchard to see if the grapes have ripened. Mo Lin grasped her hand. Can't you stay with me a little longer? Chapter 080. Please, no hibernation. The fox demon hesitated for a moment before declining, stating, I cannot. I must explore which grapes are suitable for drying and winemaking. She could not afford to pause now. There were many things they were unaware of. and she needed to guide them through the process. As she walked away, Lin felt a profound sense of guilt. He deemed himself ineffectual. For while other male beasts safeguarded their females, the fox spirit arrived at the orchard, where a dozen beasts were busily harvesting various fruits. She approached the vines laden with grapes, likely wild varieties that had migrated back, their appearance not particularly striking. However, they were notably plump, which was a redeeming quality. Taking a basket, she cheerfully began to pluck the grapes. The recent weather had turned cooler. Although the sun still shone, its intensity had diminished compared to before. It was essential to gather ample provisions, as the 8-month winter would not be easy to endure. From the memories of her previous incarnation, she recalled that winters were exceedingly frigid. Now, as everyone prepared for the winter, she could not afford to be idle. Brewing wine was a means to keep warm, and she also needed to make cotton garments. She pondered whether cotton existed in this world. When the gathering team ventured out, she would instruct them to keep an eye out for it. Additionally, she had instructed some members of the tribe to chop firewood in order to produce charcoal for the winter. Days passed, and the weather grew increasingly chilly, as if hinting at an early onset of winter. As Lin's health improved, he naturally felt compelled to venture out for hunting. Strangely, he had invited Yuan to accompany her, which left her feeling somewhat perplexed. Then one day, out of the blue, Lin took her hand and said, "Little fox, I." The fox spirit was rendered bewildered by his earnest tone. What is it? Do you have something to convey? You must take good care of yourself, for I shall retreat into hibernation. The fox spirit was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the situation. Hibernation. Hibernation. In an instant, tears cascaded down, spilling uncontrollably. No wonder he had been rising later and later in recent days. It was because he was destined to hibernate. Little fox, do not weep. The tears flowed relentlessly. The voice tinged with sorrow. You are going into hibernation. You are going into hibernation. How long will it be until I see you again? Only after the cold season has passed. Upon hearing this, the fox spirit could not contain her emotions and burst into tears. I don't want to. Little fox, I don't want to leave you. Suddenly, the fox spirit became agitated. 8 months had passed since she last spoke to him. That was tantamount to taking her life away. Witnessing her distress, embraced her tightly. Little fox, I apologize. I cannot prevent myself from hibernating. Then where will you hibernate? At home or outside? The fox spirit, feeling helpless, had no choice but to acquiesce, for it was beyond her control to prevent him from hibernating. Her initial refusal stemmed from the overwhelming excitement upon hearing's intention to hibernate. Now, with her emotions somewhat calmed, all she wished to know was where he would hibernate and whether it would be far from her. Replied, not far. I will find a cave nearby my home and hibernate there. Upon hearing that it would be close to home, a sense of relief washed over her, as she could still visit him. Yet, her curiosity prompted her to ask, why not at home? Gently stroked the fox spirit's head and replied, because during hibernation, I will revert to my true form. Are you not afraid of my true self? The fox spirit wiped away a tear and said, I am not afraid. But I fear the absence of you. Could you perhaps hibernate at home? That way, I could still see you when I miss you. He looked at her with a face full of doubt, asking, are you truly not afraid? The fox spirit gazed at him with unwavering certainty and eager anticipation. MHM. As Lin observed the little fox nodding enthusiastically in his arms, a gentle smile crept upon his lips, filling his heart with sweetness. Very well, little fox. I shall hibernate at home. Upon hearing Lin's agreement to hibernate at home, the fox spirit leaped with joy. Chapter 81. Let us become partners, Lin. As Lin watched the fox spirit dancing with delight, he chuckled softly, pulling her back to reality. The fox demon gazed at the enigmatic smile of Lin. Her delicate visage instantly flushed with a rosy hue that reached her ears. Suddenly, a bold thought surged through her mind, causing her cheeks to redden even more. Lin, I have something to discuss with you this evening. What is it? Can it be said now? The fox spirit, with great reluctance, finally spoke. Let's discuss this in the evening. Very well. Lin replied, scratching his head in confusion. What could possibly warrant a conversation at night? The little fox seemed rather peculiar and shrouded in mystery. The fox spirit shyly turned her head away, feeling a tumult of anxiety within her. Alas, the mere thought of his impending hibernation brought her immense sorrow. 8 months without conversing with him. Oh, how it pained her. That evening, she prepared a sumptuous feast and then glanced at the wine she had crafted herself, inhaling its fragrant aroma, rich with fruity notes. To her astonishment, her first attempt at winemaking had not gone awry. Could it be that she was an extraordinary winemaker, a rare talent born once in a century? Unbeknownst to her, she was indulging in self-praise. As long as she followed the same method demonstrated in the video, even if the sealing and fermentation conditions did not meet the video's standards, it would suffice. In fact, the local fruits were sweeter and of superior quality, ensuring that the overall taste would not be significantly lacking. After sampling a sip herself, she found the flavor quite pleasant. However, as she was not fond of wine, she poured a glass for Mo Lin. Mo Lin, do try the wine I made and tell me how it tastes. Mo Lin nodded, took a sip, and found it slightly spicy, with an unusual flavor that sent a warm sensation coursing through her body, invigorating her. Well, what do you think? The fox spirit eagerly inquired. Mo Lin frowned slightly. It's not particularly enjoyable. The taste is rather peculiar, but it does warm the body. Haha, you are right. It is indeed a warming sensation. When the cold season arrives, a little sip should help. Oh, is that so? Yes, I am not fond of drinking either. I only made it for its warming properties. Tomorrow, take it to Yuan for him to sample. If it meets his approval, we can consider mass production. All right. After finishing their meal, they lay on the stone bed to sleep. Mo Lin embraced her from behind. Feeling the chill in the air, she found Mo Lin's body too cold to touch. Indeed, little fox, did you not mention you had something to discuss with me this evening? What is it? The fox spirit shyly exclaimed. Her cheeks instantly flushed with a deep crimson hue, making it difficult for her to articulate her thoughts. Mo Lin lazily emitted a curious sound, inquiring, what is the matter? If you are reluctant to speak, you may share your thoughts at a later time. Upon hearing this, the fox spirit immediately expressed her firm opposition. No, I shall no longer be able to converse with you. But why? What is the reason that she can no longer speak to him? The fox spirit's voice was deep and heavy as she said, you are about to hibernate. I do not know when I will be able to speak with you again. Suddenly, summoning her courage, she leaned closer to him, gazing earnestly into his eyes. Mo Lin. Mo Lin was momentarily taken aback, momentarily lost in the resonance of her voice. The fox spirit hesitated, burying her head in his broad embrace. After a considerable moment, she resolutely lifted her gaze to meet his eyes and declared, let us become partners. Mo Lin was momentarily taken aback, his mind a blank slate, unable to process her words. After a brief interval, he regained his composure and, filled with excitement, sat upright. Stammering, a little fox, are you truly speaking from your heart? The fox spirit gazed at her foolish man and couldn't help but chuckle softly. She sat up, embracing Mo Lin, and said, yes, let us become partners. Mo Lin's face was filled with disbelief. He questioned whether he was experiencing auditory hallucinations. A glance at her expression, however, confirmed that she was utterly sincere. It was true. The little fox had consented to become his partner. Overwhelmed with joy, he embraced her tightly, exclaiming, thank you, little fox. He had believed he would never earn the approval of a female in his lifetime, yet now he had secured the companionship of the one he cherished most. In that moment, tears streamed down his face. Chapter 082. Mo Lin's hibernation. The following day, the fox spirit stubbornly lay in bed all day. She felt as though her body was in disarray and regretted her decision to become a partner. Observing Mo Lin's beaming countenance, she gritted her teeth. She had never imagined he possessed such vitality beneath his typically indifferent demeanor. The little fox was eating. Mo Lin, delighted, offered her the meat he had cooked. Humph. I won't eat it, the fox spirit replied with a playful pout. Mo Lin chuckled lightly. Without food, where will your strength come from? Upon hearing the words of the fox spirit, her countenance flushed with embarrassment, sensing an underlying implication in his remarks. Come now, indulge yourself, otherwise it shall grow cold before long. The fox spirit, opened her mouth in surprise. After eating, it's time to sleep. Mo Lin embraced her from behind, startling her into exclaiming, no, I'm still in pain. With a soft chuckle, Mo Lin reassured her, I am merely holding you. I shall do nothing else. Once she realized he truly intended to do nothing further, her anxiety subsided. After all, should he engage with her again, she would be utterly overwhelmed. As the cold season approached, their moments of intimacy increased, yet Mo Lin's opportunities to rise dwindled. There were days he would sleep for an entire day, waking only for an hour. She feared that one day, he might close his eyes and never awaken again. On this particular day, before Yao had fully roused from her slumber, she sensed something slippery lying beside her. The texture was astonishingly smooth. When had Mo Lin become so sleek? She called out his name, but received no response, sending a chill down her spine as she sat upright to behold a massive, coiled python on the bed. With a roll, it tumbled from the stone bed a snake. Terrified, she recoiled, bewildered at how a snake found its way into her home. It was a considerable creature. Mo Lin's abode had welcomed a serpent. Typically, whenever she called out, Mo Lin would immediately be by her side. Yet, after a prolonged silence, a sense of foreboding enveloped her as she scrutinized the large serpent on the bed. The formidable creature was none other than Mo Lin himself. She had encountered his true form before. The fox demon gazed at the great serpent on the bed, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. After a prolonged weeping session, she seemed to come to terms with reality. Wiping away her tears, she ventured out of the cave, a sudden chill enveloping her, prompting her to wrap her arms around herself. The cold had set in. She added some charcoal to the fire, which blazed more fiercely, warming the cave considerably. Yet her heart remained cold. In the afternoon, a beastman arrived, summoning Mo Lin to the abyss to collect food and supplies. As provisions were distributed uniformly, everything was deposited at the abyss. Mo Lin was hibernating, leaving her to go alone. Clad in a cloak fashioned from animal hide, she made her way to the abyss. "Ah, it's you, Yao Yao. Where is Mo Lin?" The abyss inquired, perplexed. Typically, Mo Lin would not permit her to undertake such tasks. At the mere mention of Mo Lin, the fox demon felt a pang of sorrow, tears welling in her eyes. The abyss, sensing her distress, felt a tightening in his chest. Given her visit today, he surmised something was amiss. Indeed, she replied through choked sobs, "He is hibernating." As he spoke, the fox demon's voice quivered with grief. The abyss stepped forward to comfort her, saying, "It's all right. He will return after the cold season." However, this only made her weep more. "I know, but it will be a long time." They were utterly unaware of how 8 months felt for someone from the modern world. All they comprehended was that it was merely a cold season. Nearby, 2 beastmen approached to collect supplies. Upon noticing, the fox demon quickly dried her tears. Yet the beastmen accurately discerned her distress. "Sister Yao Yao, what is wrong? Why are you crying? Did Mo Lin bully you?" Chiao inquired. As Chiao asked, he received a light smack on the head from the abyss. "What are you meddling in? Go, the food is over there." "But Sister Yao Yao is crying," he protested. How could he turn a blind eye to her sorrow? It was because of her that they could live so well. "Enough. Mo Lin is hibernating. Yao Yao is merely upset. You both should hurry and collect your supplies and return." The 2 beastmen nodded. Understanding the depth of the bond between Yao Yao and Mo Lin, it was no wonder she was in tears. "Sister Yao Yao, do not cry during Mo Lin's absence. I will protect you," Chiao declared, disregarding the abyss. "Indeed, I will protect you too, Sister Yao Yao," added another beastman beside him. Chapter 083. Early cold season. The fox spirit gently touched her tears and expressed her gratitude, for their words alleviated her sorrow. She resolved to wait patiently for the day when Mo Lin would awaken. After receiving food from Yuan, she returned home. And Yuan assured her that she need not come for it anymore. He would deliver it himself from now on. He also offered to assist in caring for Mo Lin in his absence. The fox demoness declined. She was not at the stage of being unable to carry anything. With Mo Lin absent, she needed to be strong. On her way home, she was accompanied by Chiao and others, who offered to escort her back. Upon arriving at the cave, she invited them in to sit for a while. Chiao politely refused, saying, "No, Yao Yao Jia, we still have to lend a hand." "Indeed, Yao Yao Jia, the weather has been getting colder these days. The cold season is approaching, and we must prepare in advance," chimed in the little beastman, Lin. Lin and Chiao were the caretakers of the pig pen, and the pigs they brought back were for their care. "Well then, you may go ahead for a while. I will join you soon," she replied. With the cold season approaching, it was crucial to ensure the animals were kept warm to prevent any from perishing in the chill, rendering their efforts over the past months futile. After they left, the fox demoness prepared a simple meal for herself, but without Mo Lin's presence, she found her appetite lacking. After finishing her meal, she first visited the pig pen to check on Xiao Hua, who, along with her piglets, was doing well. Lin, the fox demoness, called out to Lin, who was not far off. "What's the matter, Yao Yao Jia?" Lin asked as he jogged over. "Could you please fetch some hay from the storage shed to cover them? It's getting cold, and we mustn't let them freeze," she instructed. "Of course." Lin nodded in understanding. After overseeing the pigs, she proceeded to the sheep pen, the cattle pen, and the chicken coop, making arrangements in succession. She then inspected the vegetable garden. It appeared satisfactory, though the variety was limited. Most plants had already blossomed and borne fruit. And once they were a bit fuller, she could gather the seeds, leaving some vegetables for their daily meals. Next, she ventured into the orchard, the largest area, where many beastmen were busy picking fruit. Upon her arrival, the other beastmen warmly greeted her as Yao Yaojie. Strangely, she did not understand why they called her that. All she could respond with was an awkward smile. Having grown accustomed to the title, she replied to each call. "Thank you all for your hard work. Let us push through today to finish everything, and then we can rest tomorrow," said the fox demoness. "It's not hard at all. We're quite content," they responded. "Indeed. Thank you, Yao Yaojie. If it weren't for you, we'd still be out hunting," one exclaimed. "This year has been the most bountiful of my life," another chimed in. "In previous years, when we went hunting, we were often suppressed by other tribes, which left us short on food during the cold season." Exactly. Food is already scarce in the cold season, and being oppressed by other tribes made it even worse. Thinking back, it was truly distressing to be hungry. Some beastmen even starved to death. One of them expressed, "If it weren't for Yao Yaojie, I would have been a complete fool." When Yao Yao first arrived, I even conspired with Di to send her away. As he spoke, guilt washed over him. The fox spirit, upon seeing them, quickly exclaimed, "I hold no resentment towards you. After all, you were merely frightened. Look at me now. I am perfectly well. Enough of our conversation. Let us hasten to gather the fruits." Indeed. Let us all get to work. The sensation of a bountiful harvest is simply delightful. The fox demon, eager to assist, joined in the fruit picking, as there was an abundance to gather. Chapter 084. Do not concern yourself with me. Who would you prefer to oversee? Others quickly interjected, "Sister Yao Yao, please refrain from helping. We are perfectly capable. There is no need to worry. We can finish this swiftly together." "Indeed, Sister Yao Yao, with just these few fruits, we shall complete the task shortly. You should rest. After all, you have ensured our sustenance, so how could we allow you to toil further?" With each encouraging remark, they managed to persuade her to refrain from assisting. Sitting aside, she observed the busy figures of her companions, reflecting once more that, despite the common perception of wild beasts as cruel and cold-blooded, she could not discern any such traits among them. Instead, she perceived their enthusiasm, vivacity, and courage. It is often unwise to rely solely on hearsay. One must witness for oneself, as what one hears may not necessarily reflect the truth. True understanding comes from personal experience and intuition. In the afternoon, the fox demon returned home, only to find the great serpent within. And her heart sank as she muttered to herself, "It has truly entered hibernation." She prepared a meal for herself, laying out a small bed beside her. Emolin, transformed into a serpent, occupied the stone bed entirely with his massive form. As the weather turned cold, she found herself wrapped in several layers of beast hides. The following day, she ventured to the orchard, instructing them to bind the fruit trees with weeds, as the prolonged cold could damage them. The winter provisions were nearly complete, with only meat remaining to be secured. Consequently, most of the ordinary beast men had set out to hunt. The entire snake clan had succumbed to hibernation. What few beast men remained were now diminished further. Today, the fox demon had a particular craving for fish. Although the tribe had salted fish, she yearned for the freshness of the catch. With Emolin absent, she pondered whom to seek for assistance and resolved to fashion a small fish spear to try her luck by the river. Numerous fish swam about the riverbank, some quite sizable, igniting her excitement as she thrust her spear into the water. Alas, it was to no avail. The fish darted away, leaving her empty-handed. After a considerable time, she had yet to spear a single fish. Frustrated, she waded barefoot into the icy water, the chill sending shivers through her. And she leaped back out. "How cold!" she exclaimed. Yet, gazing at the fish in the river, her desire for them was too strong, and she ventured back in, only to scare them away again. After standing in the frigid water for what felt like an eternity, she finally noticed fish slowly approaching. With a fierce thrust of her spear, they eluded her once more. After several attempts, she had still caught nothing. The water was already frigid, and her failure to catch any fish only heightened her frustration. In a fit of vexation, she discarded her spear, deciding to try capturing them with her hands instead. Suddenly, a thunderous voice erupted nearby. "What are you doing?" The suddenness of the sound startled her, causing her to lose her balance and tumble into the water. Fortunately, the river was shallow, reaching only to her calves, so she merely landed with a splash. Alarmed, a nearby male beastman rushed forward to lift her from the water. The fox spirit shivered from the cold. Upon recognizing the visitor, she quickly pushed him away, exclaiming, "Why are you here?" However, the emperor could not be so easily dismissed. He held her tightly and questioned with a hint of anger. "The water is so frigid. What if you fall ill?" Such a reckless spirit she possessed. Given the frailty of her constitution, what madness drove her to venture into the icy depths in this biting weather? The fox demon felt somewhat aggrieved by his ferocity. That is none of your concern. The emperor let out a cold laugh. If it is not my concern, then whom do you wish to take responsibility? Upon hearing his words, the fox spirit felt an odd sensation and immediately struggled to free herself from his embrace. Release me, she demanded. In chapter 085, if you cannot descend, then come here. Despite her frantic efforts, she was unable to escape his grasp. Frustrated, she glared at him. What do you intend to do? The emperor paid no heed to her protests, instead carrying her above the river's surface and swimming towards the cave. She could not fathom his thoughts, and as she struggled in vain, he only tightened his hold. Let me down. It would be troublesome if any beastmen were to see us. Her concerns were unfounded, as the tribe's beastmen were scarce, with half of them having ventured out to hunt, leaving the path devoid of any presence. The emperor's cold voice cut through the air. Who is there to fear? Mo Lin or Yuan? The fox spirit, infuriated by his words, found herself at a loss for words. What does Guan Yuan have to do with this? Just let me down. And what if I refuse? He retorted. The fox spirit was rendered speechless, feeling a sense of powerlessness. When did he become so obstinate? Haven't you always despised me? Just let me down. I truly do not comprehend what this insufferable spider intends to do. Didn't you once wish to see me dead? After struggling for a considerable time, the emperor remained unyielding, ignoring her pleas as if he were deaf. She was parched from her incessant attempts to reason with him. Ultimately, she decided to let it go, considering he had returned her to her home. However, wait. What on earth are you doing? Where's my home? The fox spirit pointed in the direction of her cave, but the emperor seemed oblivious, bypassing her abode and continuing onward. The fox demon struggled violently upon realizing her predicament. Let go of me, you foul spider. What on earth do you intend to do? As she found herself drifting further away from home, a sense of panic enveloped her, intensifying her struggles. She found it impossible to decipher the intentions of this unpredictable and deranged individual. At that moment, she sensed herself ascending, the surrounding trees and underbrush receding below. To her astonishment, the entity was lifting her into the air, towards a colossal box woven entirely of spider silk. This was no ordinary web, it was a grand, perfectly square enclosure. Once inside the nest, the fox demon took in her surroundings, a bed adorned with animal pelts and a stone basin filled with glowing embers, leaving her utterly astonished. There was even a door. As the creature set her down, she instinctively recoiled, unsure of the purpose behind this strange invitation. However, she noted with intrigue that this particular web was not sticky. The creature cast her a glance, mocking her fear. What are you afraid of? I have no intention of consuming you. The fox spirit retorted with unwavering defiance. Who knows? Just take me down quickly. The emperor chuckled softly. If you possess the capability, then why not descend on your own? Upon hearing the words, the fox demon approached the door and opened it. Gazing down at the precipice, her delicate face turned ashen, and she instinctively recoiled a few steps, her body pressing against the figure behind her. Terrified, she spun around and retreated further. If you wish to descend, then do so on your own accord, came the emperor's voice, dripping with a hint of mockery. The fox demon, in a fit of anger, felt her chest rise and fall with agitation. You are fully aware that I cannot descend. If I cannot come down, then you should come over. Suddenly, the emperor grasped her hand forcefully, pulling her into his embrace with an air of dominance. The fox demon, in a state of bewilderment, found herself abruptly pulled into his embrace, the force of his grip causing her wrist to ache. Regaining her senses, she began to struggle vehemently. Yet the emperor's strength was insurmountable, far beyond what a single girl could resist. What do you intend to do? Please let me go, she implored, her tone tinged with desperation. The emperor led her to a fur-covered bed, intent on removing her beast skin attire. At this moment, the fox demon was genuinely frightened, fearing that he harbored ulterior motives, and she clutched her clothing tightly. Chapter 086. In the process of changing for you suddenly, the emperor halted his actions, momentarily frozen, a look of uncertainty crossing his stern features. The feminine form before him trembled, her shoulders shaking, while crystalline tears streamed down her delicate face. Yet, she bit her lip with defiance, her grip on her beast skin unwavering, presenting a heart-wrenching sight. Seeing him pause, the fox demon, suppressing her tears, pleaded, Emperor, I acknowledge my mistake. Please let me go. Indeed, she had long suspected that his expulsion from the tribe was a consequence of her actions. The emperor, taken aback, felt a flicker of emotion on his cold visage as he sighed. Your beast's skin is wet. I only wish to change it for you. The fox demon was momentarily taken aback, her tears abruptly ceasing. She brushed her garments, realizing they were damp from her recent plunge into the river. She had intended to change her attire. It seemed she had overthought the situation. Noticing her cessation of tears, the emperor reached out to assist her in shedding her wet clothing, as remaining in such damp and beastly garments would be detrimental to her health. Upon witnessing this, the fox demon hastily clutched her garments, exclaiming, "No, no," although she understood he did not mean it in that manner. She was a young lady and not well acquainted with him. If I do not remove it, I shall fall ill. The emperor, exasperated, declared that she would indeed become unwell. Why, then, would this little female not heed his words? The fox spirit is certainly not inclined to listen, for they are hardly acquainted. In truth, the number of times they have met can be counted on one hand. I can manage on my own. You may escort me back, and I will change in my cave. I shall not accompany you. You. Realizing he is resolute in his refusal to escort her home, she reluctantly concedes. Very well then. If that is the case, please hand me the beast's skin, and I shall change by myself. After a moment's contemplation, the emperor acknowledged her stubbornness and resolved to comply. He searched briefly and casually tossed her a garment. Upon glancing at the size, the fox spirit immediately recognized it belonged to him. Although she felt a twinge of embarrassment, after all, it was rather inappropriate to don the garments of another man, especially when she had never worn anything belonging to Mo Lin. However, considering the emperor's disposition, she feared that if she did not change, he might insist on assisting her himself. Just as she was about to put it on, she caught him staring intently at her, prompting her to snap. Could you please step outside? Why should I go outside? The emperor replied, bemused and perplexed as to why he was being asked to leave. If you don't step out, how am I supposed to change? She retorted, even if you remain, you could still change into your beast attire just as easily. The fox spirit, rendered speechless by his words, let out a sigh and said, Your Majesty, I shall not accompany you. If you do not leave, I shall not change. She firmly established her stance. Hurry and change, or I shall do it for you. The emperor also made his position clear. Frustrated, the fox spirit found conversing with him exhausting and reluctantly conceded, Very well, turn around, and I shall change. You must not look. The emperor furrowed his brow, contemplating the situation. Realizing that any further delay might genuinely cause her distress, he ultimately turned away. The fox spirit, upon noticing him turn away, hastily changed her attire, glancing at him anxiously, fearful that he might steal a glance. Fortunately, during her change, the emperor did not look. Once she spoke, he turned around and was momentarily taken aback. There she stood, petite and enchanting, clad in a beast skin many sizes too large for her. The loose fabric revealing a substantial portion of her delicate shoulder. The garment fell gracefully to her thighs, presenting a tantalizing sight that left him parched and breathless. The fox spirit was taken aback by the size of the garment, clutching it tightly to her chest, fearful that it might slip away. Chapter 087. Mo Lin and the Emperor are brothers. Noticing the Emperor's unwavering gaze upon her, her delicate face flushed crimson in an instant, and she rebuked him with indignation. I am dressed now. Surely you can escort me home. Is that all you desire? The Emperor scoffed, a shadow lurking in his brow. Why do you always seek to depart? It is simply not possible. The fox spirit nodded, uncertain of what might transpire when she was with him. The Emperor lifted her foot, causing her to instinctively retract it, eyeing him warily. What are you planning to do? She inquired, ignoring her question. The Emperor assertively pulled her foot back, wrapping it in a nearby piece of animal hide. The fox spirit was momentarily taken aback. Her feet having soaked in the water for so long, now a rosy hue, that she had entirely forgotten the chill that enveloped them. It was only now that she truly felt the coldness of her feet. After completing his task, the Emperor stoked the charcoal fire, and in a short while, the room became pleasantly warm. The house the Emperor constructed was truly remarkable, unlike the drafty abode she shared with Mo Lin. Although she had fashioned a door from bamboo, the cold wind that seeped through was intolerable. After some time, her body began to lose its chill. Casting a glance at the aloof man beside her, the fox spirit spoke in a tentative and gentle tone, Emperor, I am warm now, no longer cold. May I be released? Being in the presence of the Emperor felt overwhelmingly suffocating, an unbearable weight. Suddenly, the Emperor seized her, causing her to tense in surprise. Is Mo Lin in hibernation? Though phrased as a question, his tone was unmistakably assertive. The fox spirit nodded, perplexed by his inquiry. Moreover, Isn't it common knowledge that most serpentine creatures are in hibernation during this season? In his absence, I shall safeguard you. Ah, the fox spirit was startled by his declaration. Protect her? She immediately interjected, No, no, I can manage perfectly well without Lin. Protect her? He should be the one to meet his demise instead. Besides, why should he offer protection? Were they even acquainted? Just look at you. Lin has been gone for only a few days, and you've already plunged into the water? He harbored no belief that a female could adequately safeguard herself. The female was inherently feeble, lacking the capacity for self-defense. No, it's simply that I wish to catch fish, replied the fox spirit. If you desire fish, why not catch them yourself? Upon hearing this, Dee was truly infuriated. This female was utterly oblivious to her own peril. Well, what else am I to do? She couldn't find anyone else. Are you foolish? Dee restrained his urge to eliminate her. If you cannot find anyone, you could seek out Yuan and me. Or perhaps other beastmen might suffice. I can manage on my own, the fox spirit retorted, genuinely speechless. Did he truly perceive her as so weak? Enough. During Lin's absence, I shall protect you, Dee insisted, dismissing her protests with unwavering resolve. The fox demon observed his expression and demeanor, recognizing the futility of the situation. However, her desire to protect was unnecessary. She simply wished to remain by her beloved's side, awaiting his awakening. Moreover, she had no intention of drawing close to any other man to avoid misunderstandings. I do not require anyone's protection, she declared. Yuan was taken aback. It was the first time he had ever heard such words from a female. Yet, his expression swiftly shifted, and his subsequent words left the fox demon in astonishment. As your brother's younger sibling, in his absence, I am entitled to safeguard you. Fox spirit Yao expressed her bewilderment with a gasp. What? Are you two biological brothers? Yao questioned again in disbelief. Indeed, why would you doubt it? Dee affirmed with a confident nod. The fox spirit shook her head in disbelief. Trust? How could one possibly trust? Lin was a serpent, while he was a spider. Their very species differed. Could they truly be considered brothers? Chapter 088. You wouldn't deceive us, would you? The emperor, noticing her skepticism, regarded her with an expression of rare curiosity and began to explain gently. It is thus. Listening to the words of the fox spirit, one could not help but feel a mix of astonishment and pity. It became evident that their father was a wandering beast, and the female counterparts could never coexist with such a creature. They harbored an aversion so profound that the notion of companionship was utterly inconceivable. Consequently, their only recourse was to capture females, bringing them back to ensure the continuation of their lineage. Thus, when they initially abducted a female from the cat tribe, they returned her only after she had borne offspring, a release negotiated at the cost of their father's life. This was primarily due to the rarity of females. Even as wandering beasts, they would not inflict harm upon them. Moreover, being young, they required the guardianship of beastmen to thrive, which is why Lin's father took it upon himself to raise them. So, those spider beastmen and snake beastmen outside are your brothers, are they not? Did you not claim to have many siblings? With a voice tinged with sorrow, Dee replied. They're all gone, leaving only Lin and me. The fox spirit was taken aback and quickly reassured him. I apologize, I was unaware. She had not anticipated that they harbored such a tale. Suddenly, Dee seized her arm with a grip that caused her pain, drawing closer with an icy tone. You wouldn't deceive us, would you? Hiss. The fox demon furrowed her brow, her gaze caught by his icy stare, causing her words to retreat in fear. However, upon reflection, she questioned the validity of her deception. Who had she truly misled? Moreover, what concern was it of his if she had? With a decisive motion, she yanked her hand from his grasp and declared, Deceive you? Why would I? We share no connection. If we did, you would need to call me sister-in-law. It suffices that you do not. Otherwise, I would have to take your life. His cold words resonated ominously, and a flicker of dread surged within her, as if he truly possessed the capability to enter existence. She instinctively shifted backward, opting to maintain a safe distance. For his threats of violence were not to be taken lightly. With no beastmen nearby, the prospect of death loomed large, leaving her with nowhere to lament her fate. An oppressive silence enveloped the room, stretching into an eternity. The thought of escaping crossed her mind, yet the fear of inciting his wrath held her captive. He was indeed a capricious beastman, oscillating between silence and fury, as if he bore two conflicting personas. Perhaps the warmth of the room was to blame, for she found herself growing drowsy, teetering on the edge of slumber. At that moment, he stirred, jolting her awake. she observed as he tended to the charcoal fire before stepping outside. Once he had departed, a sigh of relief escaped her lips. Had he remained, she might have suffocated in the tense atmosphere. Approaching the doorway, she gazed down from the dizzying height of several meters, her legs quaking in fear. The drop was perilous, rendering escape impossible. Reluctantly, she returned to the warmth of the fire, awaiting his return. Hardly had she settled down when the specter of sleep began to envelop her, only to be interrupted by the arrival of the Duke, insisting on a game of chess. Overcome by fatigue, she found herself unable to resist. When he returned, he found her asleep beside the fire, her brow furrowed in worry. Truly, this little female had no regard for her own well-being. He gently lifted her into his arms, carrying her to the furs of his bed. The fox spirit stirred slightly, groggily casting a glance at him, murmuring the name Mo Lin before drifting back into a deep slumber. The emperor, cradling her, paused momentarily, perhaps mistaking himself for Mo Lin. He gently placed her on the bed, covering her with a fur blanket. As the fox spirit nestled into the warmth of the bed, she turned over in comfort. The emperor, reminiscent of a prince beseeching a princess for her hand, knelt beside her, his typically icy demeanor softened by a flicker of emotion. Chapter 089. The emperor's subtle thoughts. Her silvery hair was styled into twin ponytails, and her closed eyes were adorned with delicate white lashes, resembling miniature fans. Her ruby lips and the rosy hue of her cheeks, warm with a hint of fever, rendered her stunningly beautiful. He reached out to caress her slightly flushed cheek. Sensing her discomfort, her frail little hand swatted at him, murmuring, "Don't fuss, Mo Lin." His hand froze in midair, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. He was both elated and mournful. Elated that Mo Lin had captured the affection of the little fox, yet mournful that he was not the one to receive it. He pondered whether things would have been different had he encountered the little fox sooner. Since that fateful kiss, he had been unable to forget her. Her vulnerable yet defiant visage forever etched in his mind, even as he was ostracized from the tribe. He attempted to numb his feelings by hunting and competing for the tribe's females, yet none could compare. His thoughts were consumed solely by her, an overwhelming desire to see her again driving him to madness. Upon returning to the tribe, he refrained from disturbing her, fearful of being cast out once more. He could only observe her from a distance, acutely aware that her eyes held no one but Mo Lin. Dejected, he retreated to the warmth of the charcoal fire, preparing the fish he had just caught, knowing it was something she desired. In the afternoon, the fox spirit awoke from a delightful slumber, her surroundings unfamiliar. It was then she noticed the emperor seated beside the fire. The realization of her current whereabouts dawned upon her. "Come here," his authoritative voice commanded. The fox spirit, Yao Yao, with a sense of resignation regarding her past, had barely settled down when a perfectly roasted fish appeared before her. Upon sighting the fish, her eyes sparkled with delight. "Fish." She swiftly grabbed the fish and began to eat. Observing her voracious appetite and joyous consumption, the emperor couldn't help but chuckle lightly. Yet he admonished her coolly, "Eat slowly. The fish has bones. There's no beastman here to snatch it away from you." Yao Yao replied, her words muffled. Yet her eagerness to devour the fish remained unabated. Suddenly, she coughed, having been pricked by a fish bone, prompting the emperor to pat her back in alarm and exclaim in irritation, "I told you to eat slowly." She had indeed been eating at a measured pace, painstakingly picking out the bones one by one. After a few moments, she managed to extricate the bone, feeling discomfort as she squeezed her throat. The emperor offered her a cup of water, which she drank before her gaze once again fell upon the fish. Just as she intended to take a bite, a pair of elegant hands snatched the fish away from her grasp. The fox spirit gazed at him in confusion, unable to comprehend his meaning. "I will point out your flaws," the emperor stated. Upon hearing this, she hastily declined. No, I can manage that myself." Their relationship was such that she felt ill-equipped to endure his scrutiny. However, the emperor paid her no heed and continued to identify the imperfections. Before long, he presented her with a piece of fish, expertly deboned. The fox demon blinked her eyes and said, "I won't eat that. I only consume what I prepare myself." According to their familial hierarchy, she was his sister-in-law. How could she allow her younger brother-in-law to find fault with her? The emperor, fully aware of her subtle intentions, recognized her desire to maintain distance from him. The more she resisted, the more he was drawn to her. He reached out, intent on forcefully placing the fish meat into her mouth. The fox demon tightly closed her mouth, refusing to eat under any circumstances. What a situation this was. Seeing her refusal, the emperor, filled with irritation, approached her and pinched her chin. The fox demon winced in pain and reluctantly opened her mouth, only for him to hastily shove fish meat inside. Dare to spit it out. His cold and domineering voice startled her, preventing her from rejecting the food. Chapter 90. I want to go down. Realizing that provoking him would yield no benefit, she reluctantly began to chew the fish. The emperor observed her with satisfaction as he continued to pick out the fish bones, offering them to her. She obediently accepted and began to eat. Before long, she had consumed 3 fish, feeling quite content. I can't eat anymore. I'm full. Eat a bit more. Look at how thin you've become, the emperor insisted, extending the fish meat towards her. I truly cannot eat anymore, the fox demon replied. Seeing her genuine refusal, the emperor finished the remaining fish himself. With so many bones, they usually relished the fish, but he truly could not comprehend why the little female was so averse to it. The fox spirit turned her gaze towards the outside, where the daylight still lingered. Having taken a brief slumber, she was utterly oblivious to the duration of her stay in this place. Casting a glance at the emperor, she hesitated to voice her concerns, dreading the possibility of being trapped here indefinitely. Once the emperor had finished his meal of fish, his demeanor appeared to brighten considerably. Your Majesty, I have completed my warmth and my meal as well. May I return now? She inquired, uncertain whether her words might be interpreted as a plea. Alas, she feared provoking the emperor's wrath. As anticipated, he responded coldly, No, I have stated before that in Emolin's absence, I shall protect you. The fox spirit, filled with a blend of helplessness and indignation, found herself utterly powerless against him. No, I must return, she proclaimed with unwavering resolve. Very well then. You may descend by yourself. He was fully aware of her inability to do so. Had she been capable, she would not have endured such a prolonged stay in his presence, suffering his foul temper. Will you take me down or not? I shall not. If you refuse to escort me, I will call for help, and you shall be expelled from the tribe. The fox spirit was genuinely furious, utterly perplexed by her little uncle's intentions. Go ahead and call. If you can summon someone to take you down, then so be it. You, the fox spirit, trembling with rage, pointed at him. Fine, you think you are so capable. You may bully me now, but I shall remember this. When Emolin awakens, you will face the consequences. Humph. Let us discuss it upon his awakening then. The emperor dismissed her words with indifference. Truth be told, it was but a mere statement. Emolin was currently in hibernation and could not be roused. He harbored no fear, for what could happen? At worst, he would receive a beating. What was there to fear? The fox spirit, feeling disinclined to engage in a battle of wills, retreated to a distance, her heart heavy with a sense of grievance at his treatment of her. With her partner absent, she felt vulnerable to the whims of others. Surely, if any beast men discovered her absence, they would seek her out, and she would not hesitate to confront him then. For now, she was compelled to lower her head beneath the same roof. The emperor observed her quietude with a sense of satisfaction, thinking to himself that before Emolin awoke, she would remain peacefully by his side. The fox spirit had no desire to acknowledge him, deeming him a lunatic. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the chill in the air intensified. Sister Yao Yao, are you there? Chiyo called out from outside the cave. When silence lingered, he grew perplexed. Sister Yao Yao was usually home at this hour. He called out several more times, but still received no reply. He searched the vegetable garden and orchard, but they were empty, deepening his confusion. Where could Sister Yao Yao have gone? With no other recourse, he decided to seek out Yuan. Little Flower had not eaten for 2 or 3 days, and despite his numerous attempts, he had been unsuccessful. With Sister Yao Yao absent, he had no choice but to turn to him. Before long, Chiyo arrived at Yuan's cave entrance, where he found Yuan engaged in discussions with a group of beastmen. He hurried over. Yuan, Little Flower hasn't eaten in 2 days. I don't know what to do. Chapter 091. Yuan's arrival. Have you gone to find the fox spirit? Yuan inquired, perplexed. Little Flower only cared for Yao Yao. He typically sought her out for such matters. Yao Yao isn't here. I've already searched the orchard and the vegetable garden. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to you, Chiyo explained. Upon hearing this, Yuan's expression shifted to one of concern. Yao Yao typically frequented only those few locations. Where else could she possibly be? Go search quickly. I'm worried something may have happened to Yao Yao, Yuan urged. The others, upon hearing this, became anxious. Yuan dispatched numerous individuals to search, and they swiftly followed the scent trail. Eventually, they discovered Yao Yao had been taken by the emperor. Yuan, upon learning this, dashed towards the emperor's residence, his heart racing with dread. The emperor was known for his vindictiveness. Would he harm Yao Yao? Time was slipping away, and Yuan feared for her safety. It had only been a short time since Mo Lin had begun his hibernation, and now Yao Yao was in peril. He blamed himself for having sent too many people out to gather food, leaving her alone. Just recently, he had promised Mo Lin to protect her diligently, and now, with a surge of urgency, he quickened his pace until he reached the entrance of the Emperor's lair. "Emperor, come out." The fox spirit sat beside the charcoal fire, pondering how she might persuade the Emperor to send her down. Suddenly, she heard the voice of Yuan, and her eyes sparkled with delight. It was indeed Yuan. She hurried to the doorway and looked down, where Yuan, spotting her, joyfully exclaimed her name. Instantly, a wave of relief washed over her. All was well. The fox demoness was particularly delighted upon seeing Yuan, joyfully waving from below. "Yuan, I am here." At that moment, the Emperor peeked his head out, and upon seeing him, Yuan gritted his teeth in frustration. "What is the matter?" The Emperor feigned innocence. "Hurry and bring the demoness down." The Emperor chuckled. "Why don't you come up and escort her down yourself?" Yuan, exasperated, pondered how a mere scorpion could ascend. The Emperor took advantage of his inability to climb trees. Humph. Little did he know that Yuan had devised another plan, summoning a spider beastman nearby to assist him. The fox demon, upon realizing that she was about to depart from this place, was filled with immense joy. Oh, at last, liberation is at hand. The spider beastman approached, only to be swiftly struck down by the Emperor. Here, aside from the formidable presence of the abyss, he deemed everything else insignificant. The fox demon, filled with anger, struck his hand and exclaimed, "What are you doing? Why did you hit him? No one is allowed to lay a finger on you." The Emperor declared with an air of dominance. The fox spirit was momentarily taken aback, sensing that the Emperor's gaze was directed towards her. She immediately shook her head, dismissing the thoughts that crept into her mind. How could the Emperor wish her well when he would rather see her perish? Furthermore, her heart was solely devoted to Mo Lin, and no one else could occupy that sacred space. As a youth of the 21st century, she was aware that this world embraced a matriarchal society where polyandry was permissible, yet she found it unpalatable. Having chosen Mo Lin, her desire was to be with him alone. Resolute in her decision, she resolved to maintain her distance from the Emperor in the future. "Please, escort me below swiftly," she implored. The Emperor cast her a fleeting glance, his expression one of indifference, as if to say, "Make your own way, I shall not accompany you." The fox demon, truly enraged, exclaimed, "If you do not escort me down this instant, do you believe I will leap from here? Then jump by all means," came the retort. In a fit of pique, the fox demon took a step forward, yet upon glimpsing the considerable height, she felt a surge of hesitation. The image of the Emperor flashed in her mind, and upon glancing at Yuan below, she declared, "Yuan, catch me." Summoning her courage, she leapt, reassured by the thought of Yuan's presence. Before Yuan could fully comprehend her words, he witnessed the figure descending and, startled, quickly extended his arms. Chapter 092. Expelling the Emperor from the tribe, the fox demon felt herself plummeting rapidly, realizing too late that Yuan was not yet prepared. Would he be crushed into a pulp? How impulsive she had been. Suddenly, a pair of strong hands encircled her waist, and a voice filled with ire exclaimed, "Are you truly going to jump?" The fox spirit gazed at the handsome face before her, feeling immensely grateful that he had caught her while they hung suspended in midair. Yet, simultaneously, a surge of irritation welled up within her as she exclaimed, "Why won't you let me down? Are you intending to leap if I do?" He retorted, having always perceived her as a timid creature. Little did he expect that she would truly dare to jump. "You told me to jump on my own," she insisted. "Your Highness, please lower me quickly. If you take me any higher, I shall have no choice but to leap," the fox spirit threatened. Upon hearing her declaration, the Emperor felt a mix of anger and helplessness. He realized that his earlier actions had genuinely frightened her, and thus, he complied and gently descended with her in his arms. As soon as the fox spirit descended, she swiftly leapt from his embrace and ran to Yuan's side. Upon seeing her, Yuan immediately approached with concern, asking, "Are you all right, Yao Yao?" The nearby beastman also stepped forward, expressing his concern. "Sister Yao Yao, are you unharmed?" The fox spirit shook her head, proclaiming, "I am fine." Upon witnessing her apparent well-being, everyone glared furiously at Emperor. "Why did you take Sister Yao Yao away?" One demanded. "Do you wish to be expelled from the tribe once more?" Another chimed in. "I always said he should not have been allowed to stay. Now he has harmed Sister Yao Yao. I propose that we banish Emperor. For as long as he remains, Sister Yao Yao will never be safe." Yuan furrowed his brow, seemingly deep in thought, while Emperor maintained an air of indifference. The fox spirit, realizing the situation had escalated, hurriedly interjected, "Let it be. I am perfectly fine and there's no need to expel him. After all, he is Imo Lin's brother, and with winter approaching, it would be perilous for him to be out alone. But Sister Yao Yao, he has bullied you." A nearby beast man questioned, glancing at the emperor's indifferent demeanor. He continued, "He did not bully me. I cannot believe that," the beast man retorted. "Truly, he has not harmed me. See, I am quite well, am I not? Moreover, casting him out now would be exceedingly dangerous," she insisted. Yet, some of the beastmen hesitated. Regardless of the emperor's shortcomings, sending him outside would be tantamount to inviting death. Especially with the frigid season looming, being outdoors could indeed lead to fatalities. But what if he intends to harm you? Exactly. Yuan, you must say something. Yuan cast a glance back and forth at the fox spirit, seemingly torn in his decision. The fox spirit hurriedly exclaimed, "Yuan, I truly have nothing to worry about. He has not harmed me." Upon reflection, she acknowledged that he indeed had not inflicted any harm upon her. "Very well then, what Yao Yao says shall be accepted." Yuan, unwilling to let the emperor venture outside, recognized the truth in Yao Yao's words that the world beyond was fraught with peril. Turning to the emperor, Yuan's expression darkened. "I hope this is the last time. Do not compel me." The emperor scoffed dismissively, seemingly indifferent to Yuan's words, cast a glance at the female speaking to him, and retreated to his lair. Once the emperor had departed, Yuan escorted the fox spirit back to her cave. Upon their return home, Yuan stated, "Yao Yao, I shall summon a few beastmen to safeguard you tomorrow." Upon hearing this, the fox demon declined, saying, No, I'm perfectly fine. This is a crucial moment, and since the serpent beasts are hibernating, there are even fewer beastmen around. I have no need for assistance here." Chapter 093. Imo Lin, I miss you. Those details are inconsequential. What truly matters is you. Rest assured, I will take good care of myself, and indeed, the emperor did not mistreat me today. Is that so? Yuan observed the ill-fitting beast attire she wore, a flicker of subtle concern passing through his eyes. The fox demon nodded. "Would you like to come in and sit for a while?" she asked. "No, I have matters to attend to," he replied, finding her beast skin attire rather bothersome. Were it not for the absence of the emperor's aura surrounding her, he might have lost his mind. Yet, even so, he could not help but ponder what they had experienced together, questioning why she donned the emperor's beast skin. Although Imo Lin had subtly encouraged him to protect her before his hibernation, she maintained her distance, offering him no opportunity. "Be careful on your way," the fox demon remarked. As he departed, she retreated to her cave, gazing at her partner's imposing figure. She reached out to touch him, murmuring, "Imo Lin, when will you awaken? I miss you so much." In his absence, each day felt interminable, stretching endlessly before her. Overwhelmed by emotion, she composed herself and prepared a meal, eating alone. She lay in bed for an extended time, yet sleep eluded her. With a sigh of resignation, she rose and stoked the embers of the fire. Glancing outside, she noted the darkness had descended, the stars absent from the sky. A gust of cold wind swept in, prompting her to don a cloak. Observing the drafty bamboo door, she resolved to patch it with some animal skins the following day to ward off the chill. Sitting idly by the fire, loneliness enveloped her, an endless solitude weighing heavily upon her. Turning her gaze towards Imo Lin, she reminded herself that this was merely the first year. Being with him meant she had already prepared for this. There were still many years ahead. As these thoughts crossed her mind, she recalled a song sung by Xiao Wanan. Layers of dark clouds obscure the light, strength peels away the facade. Past vehicles conceal the panic in my eyes. Fragility wounded by a smile that belies the pain. One heart harbors another, yet that person possesses but a single heart. One dines alone, sleeps alone, yearns for another, drowning in solitude. I am but a small fish, never having contemplated escape. I love the sea and wish to breathe. Yet the thought of abandoning you leaves me yearning to wither in your vast palm. I long to turn back, yet I know you are not behind me. Upon finishing the song, tears streamed down her face. She had not realized how significant Imo Lin had become in her heart. Imo Lin, I miss you. Without you, I cannot manage. I am so afraid alone. In her solitary past, she had felt lonely, with no one to save her, yet she had grown accustomed to solitude. Now, however, the fear of being alone haunted her. During the day, she could distract herself with other pursuits, but when night fell, darkness enveloped her, leaving her feeling isolated, lonely, and terrified. Imo Lin shines into her world like a beam of light, embodying both solitude and romance, salvation and abyss. She leans against Imo Lin, striving to maintain her composure, yet she cannot suppress her tears. As she weeps, she spirals into despair, haunted by the fear that she may not endure this trying time. Lin, I miss you, she cries, overwhelmed with emotion. The fox demon wept inconsolably, unaware of the tall figure standing in the darkness outside the cave, filled with jealousy and anguish. Chapter 94. Why do you flee? Am I truly that terrifying? The following day, the fox demon awoke, perplexed as to why she found herself in bed. She distinctly remembered crying on Lin's shoulder, and then she had drifted off to sleep amidst her tears. There was no recollection of how she returned to her bed. Never mind, what was the point of overthinking? Perhaps she had sleepily made her way to bed. Simply forgetting the details, she prepared a delectable meal for herself and then secured the door with animal hide, nodding in satisfaction once her work was complete. With Lin's arrangement, the chilling winds would be less intrusive, allowing her to hibernate in peace. After all, she was uncertain whether Lin felt the cold. However, she always ventured outside only after stoking the fire with charcoal. She stepped outside to inspect the vegetable and fruit gardens, ensuring nothing had been overlooked. Most importantly, Yuan had indeed summoned 2 beastmen to guard her, who promptly began digging a shelter adjacent to her home. With little choice, she allowed them to remain. Yet, gradually, she found herself unaccustomed to the arrangement. She had no private space, and each day was filled with incessant calls of Sister Yao Yao that began to irritate her. Today, Yuan came by to deliver food. Did I not mention? I shall fetch my own food from now on. I am not without hands. I promised Lin that I would protect you. How could I allow you to retrieve your own provisions? Yuan placed the food on the stone slab. The fox spirit let out a dry laugh, unsure of what to say, and could only express her gratitude. Please, take a seat. The fox spirit moved a stone bench for him and fetched a bowl of dried fruits. Here, eat, she said. Yuan observed her peculiar manner of hospitality. While others would savor their food slowly, she consumed it with abandon. Yuan, could you please allow Xian and Xiao to return? Their presence affords me no personal space. The fox spirit remarked. Yuan furrowed his brow, unsure of what she meant by personal space, yet he discerned her desire for Xian and Xiao to cease their guardianship. But I cannot help but worry about you being alone. What is there to worry about? I remain within the tribe and go nowhere. Besides, the emperor has not troubled me, she replied. That is still insufficient. If you do not wish for their protection, I shall personally ensure your safety, Yuan insisted. Upon hearing this, the fox spirit promptly declined, saying, No, you are the leader of the tribe. You have far too many responsibilities to attend to. How could you possibly protect me? She felt unworthy of his protection, especially after the incident with Lin, which left her feeling embarrassed each time she encountered him. However, as long as she did not dwell on it, she believed she would be fine. Yet, she still found it difficult to adjust to having someone nearby. Please, send them away, she implored. Yuan Shen furrowed his brow, and seeing her beseeching expression, he reluctantly acquiesced. Very well, I shall speak with them shortly. Thank you, Yuan Shen, she replied. After conversing with her for a while, Yuan Shen took his leave. The fox spirit let out a sigh of relief, feeling an immense weight lift off her shoulders. She turned to glare at the imposing figure of her man, blaming him for the situation. All she desired was a lifetime shared with one partner. What need had she for multiple companions? Could she truly manage so many? Afterward, Xian and Xiao ceased to visit, leaving her alone once more, finally able to unwind. The sensation was profoundly liberating. Oddly enough, when Xian and Xiao were by her side, the Emperor's presence was nowhere to be seen. Yet, in less than half a day, he reappeared. The thought of gathering vegetables lost all appeal, and she turned to flee. This younger relative was troublesome. Just a few steps into her escape, she was seized. What are you running from? Am I truly that fearsome? Chapter 095. My utmost dislike is females indeed. You are rather intimidating. Could you possibly maintain a greater distance from me? The fox spirit felt exasperated. Why did this younger relative persistently cling to her? The emperor's expression darkened. No. What do you intend to do then? I don't wish to do anything. If you desire nothing, then why are you holding on to me? Could he not keep a little distance? She was well aware of his intentions. If you let go, I won't run, he declared, like a stubborn child. Very well. As long as you release me, she acquiesced, hoping to avoid drawing attention from others. The emperor cautiously loosened his grip, and upon seeing she did not flee, he finally relaxed. It was a rare opportunity to spend time with her, yet how was she behaving? Each time he appeared, she would take flight. As the fox spirit released herself, she wandered to the vegetable garden plucking greens while casting a silent gaze at the tail that trailed behind her. After a prolonged silence, stifling and suffocating, she inquired with irritation, "Do you not have your own affairs to attend to?" "Indeed, I do," the emperor replied. "Yet, when there is a task at hand, why do you persist in following me?" "To protect you," he stated. The fox demon paused momentarily and inquired, "Did Yuan summon you to safeguard me?" The emperor scoffed. "He wouldn't dare to command me." Upon hearing this, the fox spirit realized that his feelings were merely one-sided. "You need not protect me," she asserted. "I have already stated that in Mo Lin's absence, I shall safeguard you." The emperor, with his domineering and willful demeanor, replied, "I have said it is unnecessary. I require no one's protection." She was not blind to his recent peculiar behavior. It was evident to her, and she wished not to instill false hope in him. The emperor then wrapped his arms around her waist, his voice low and resonant. "What is it that you fear?" The fox demon struggled to extricate herself from his embrace, her voice laced with anger as she declared, "Emperor, I solemnly assure you that I, the fox demon, do not require anyone's protection. All I need is Mo Lin. Furthermore, I implore you to refrain from holding me again, as it will only provoke my ire." The emperor's hand remained suspended in the air, a flicker of anguish evident in his eyes, yet it swiftly vanished, replaced by his characteristic icy indifference. "What are you pondering? Do you truly believe I wish to be your companion? You are sorely mistaken. I harbor a profound aversion to females, and you are no exception." The fox spirit was naturally elated. "It would be ideal if it were so. I harbor a dislike for you as well." The fox spirit returned home with the harvested vegetables, followed closely by the emperor, arriving at the doorstep. The fox demon gazed at him with annoyance, mocking, "I've arrived home. What? Do you wish to come in and sit for a while?" The emperor smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth, replying, "This is my brother's home. Why should I not come?" He then found a spot and sat down with ease, causing the fox demon's face to twitch with irritation. She inwardly cursed the shameless man. Resigning herself to his whims, knowing she could not contend with him, she busied herself with stoking the fire and boiling water, preparing the vegetables she had just brought back into pickled cabbage. If she delayed, the produce from the garden would spoil. Suddenly, a delicate flake of snow landed on her hand, sending a chill through her, and she froze momentarily. Looking up, she noticed the sky outside was beginning to snow. "It's snowing?" the fox demon murmured. "Winter has arrived," the emperor said, approaching her side. "Indeed," she replied. In their locale, snowfall signified the onset of the cold season. Suddenly, she wondered if Mo Lin would feel cold and hurriedly retrieved several pieces of animal hide to cover him. Observing her actions, the emperor's gaze darkened, his fists clenching tightly, only to relax after a considerable pause. After the fox spirit had properly covered Mo Lin, she turned around to find the emperor standing still in place. Chapter 096. The cold season has arrived. It is snowing now. Do you have any matters to attend to? No. Very well then. Did she not seem eager to usher him away? The fox demon engaged in her own affairs, disregarding the emperor, who remained in her presence until evening. They shared dinner together, and the fox demon candidly remarked that she had never encountered anyone so audacious. When it was time for rest, she added charcoal to keep warm. Unperturbed by the drafts seeping through her home, confident that it wouldn't pose a lethal threat. The following morning, as the fox demon awoke, she beheld a winter wonderland outside, with snow accumulated to nearly half a meter at her doorstep. Just as she contemplated shoveling the snow in front of her home, she spotted both Yuan and the emperor approaching. Their eyes met for a brief moment, caught in an inexplicable pause. "Yao Yao, are you well?" Yuan's voice resonated first. "I'm doing fine," she replied. The fox spirit warmly welcomed the two of them inside, urging them to take a seat while she stoked the charcoal fire. No sooner had they settled down than Yuan spoke up, saying, "Yao Yao, this winter has arrived with greater ferocity than before. I cannot bear the thought of you staying here alone. Come to my place, where I can ensure your safety." The fox demon was momentarily taken aback, momentarily lost in thought. Residing together in the past? That is implausible. A female cannot come to my domain, for you are the chieftain of the tribe. Burdened with numerous responsibilities, lacking the time to safeguard her, the emperor firmly refused. "What are your intentions?" Yuan retorted angrily. "What intentions do I have? It is you who harbors intentions," he scoffed. "Humph, if MLN consents, then you shall have my approval. If MLN disapproves, you will not." Yuan declared with pride. "MLN is absent at present, thus I harbor no fears." The fox spirit listened to their exchange, rendered speechless by their words. What did it matter whether Mo Lin agreed or not? Had they even consulted her? Did she consent? You two should return. I am not going anywhere. I shall remain right here, she declared resolutely. It is the cold season now, and this is no time for jest. How can a female manage alone? Yuan retorted. Who says a female cannot survive? I have done so on my own before. Do not perceive me as fragile. She wished to sever any ties with them, desiring no connection whatsoever. No, when Lin entrusted you to my care, how could I allow you to brave the cold season alone? Yuan said, somewhat irked. She had no idea how frigid the cold season truly was. How could a female endure it alone? During this time, females typically had males by their side, as a moment's lapse could lead to illness. Moreover, females sought partners with fur to weather the cold, yet here, there were none, making it all the more perilous for her. I have said it before, I am not going anywhere. I will stay here to watch over Mo Lin. Yao Yao, please do not make this difficult for me. Yuan was wounded. He had assumed that with the arrival of the cold season, she would instinctively seek shelter. But he had underestimated her resolve. Her affection was wholly devoted to Lin, leaving no room for him. Even in the face of the frigid season and the specter of death, she would not offer him a glimmer of hope. Understanding Yao Yao's nature, he realized that, aside from Lin, no one could sway her. Di was certainly not Yuan. He would not indulge her whims. That night, he abducted the fox spirit and brought her to his lair. Di, you are insane, Yao Yao shouted, pointing accusingly at him. Di paid her no heed, oblivious to her words, only recognizing her ire from the flush on her cheeks. He was not Yuan. He could not allow her to remain alone in such perilous conditions. Do you not understand? The cold season is no laughing matter. Chapter 097. Do you dare strike me? Seeing Di's silence only fueled Yao Yao's anger. Di, take me back at once. I will not. I command you to return me immediately. Yao Yu was beside herself with rage, her body trembling from the intensity of her fury. Di, irritated by her tone, grasped her shoulders with frustration. Female, are you foolish? This is the cold season, not a time for tantrums. Did I not tell you earlier? The cold season cannot defeat me. I can manage alone. Yao Yao replied weakly, intimidated by his demeanor. Do not entertain such thoughts. If you refuse to confront the cold, you will remain here. I refuse. She rejected his proposition without a second thought. Being with him was worse than death. His words perpetually instilled fear within her. What must I do for you to stay? Di conceded, knowing he could neither strike nor scold her. If it were anyone else, he would not have the patience to placate them. I will not stay. I wish to return to find Mo Lin. Is there truly no one in your heart aside from Mo Lin? No. Is there not a single one? The emperor asked, his heart still clinging to hope. The fox spirit, growing impatient with her inquiries, responded curtly, it simply does not exist. The fox spirit widened her eyes, gazing at the enlarged visage before her. In an instant, her mind short-circuited. Regaining her senses, she forcefully pushed him away, only to spin around and deliver a sharp slap. Slap. You scoundrel, she exclaimed, subsequently rubbing her mouth vigorously, as if attempting to erase his taste from her lips. For a long while, the emperor remained utterly unresponsive. His face had turned away from her, obscured in the shadows, rendering his expression invisible to her. Yet, the more she contemplated this, the more trepidation gripped her, and she could even sense a thread of danger lingering in the air. Suddenly, the emperor erupted into laughter, his mirth sending shivers down the fox spirit's spine and causing her to involuntarily retreat a few steps. Could it be that she had rendered him speechless? You actually dared to strike me. Do you realize that apart from Mo Lin, I have never been struck by anyone in my life? His words echoed chillingly through the darkness. The fox spirit involuntarily took several steps back, her voice trembling as she uttered, Who provoked you first? The emperor turned his face, his silent countenance shrouded in frost, and she seemed to catch a glimpse of a faint trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Had she struck him a tad too forcefully? She swallowed hard. The emperor's demeanor was utterly terrifying, igniting an overwhelming urge to flee. Just as she contemplated whether to escape, he lunged towards her. The fox spirit was suddenly pinned to the ground by him, her face paling in terror. Surely, he wouldn't intend to devour her. It was the end. Her life was at stake. Your Majesty, I am sorry. Please, do not eat me. Recognizing the wisdom and submission, she chose to placate him first. The emperor regarded her coldly, seemingly contemplating where to begin. I was truly wrong. I sincerely apologize, she pleaded. Though he was initially furious, witnessing her panic, he found himself at a loss. He was unafraid even in the presence of Mo Lin, yet this female? He feared for her safety. The emperor rose, lifting her to the bed, an action that startled her into jumping up. With him present, she felt utterly helpless. I truly am sorry. Please do not do this. I am genuinely frightened. He held her tightly, wrestling with the urge to end her life. Silence. Sleep now, and do not provoke me. Upon hearing this, the fox spirit tightly covered her mouth with her hands, fearful of making a sound. It was terrifying. The emperor was even more frightening than Mo Lin. Aside from the initial encounter with Mo Lin that had startled her, he had never frightened her again. Chapter 098. The emperor moves in with her no. You cannot sleep with me. You must get up. Despite her fear that the emperor might be angered, she resolutely refused to share a bed with him. Doing so would make her feel guilty towards Mo Lin. The emperor, however, disregarded her protests, wrapping his arms around her from behind, leaving her no room to move. Get up. I will not sleep with you. She struggled to pry his hands away, which felt as unyielding as steel. Sleep. It was evident that the man's patience had reached its breaking point. No, Emperor, I can agree to stay here for the winter, provided you do not sleep with me. The emperor, not one to concede easily, was forced to relent. She felt a sense of injustice. When would Mo Lin awaken? Alone, she felt helpless. The emperor was unmanageable. Seeing he remained unmoved, the fox spirit began to cry, feeling wronged. Wowu, she lamented, feeling utterly powerless against her predicament. The man behind her stiffened, and his hands released their grip around her waist. Sleep now, I will not touch you. After saying this, she sensed the man moving away, finding a spot to lie down. Only when he had left did she exhale with relief, gradually ceasing her tears. She dared not sleep the entire night until dawn broke. The emperor, observing her haggard appearance, felt an unwelcome agitation within him. She had not slept, and neither had he. Reluctantly, he decided to escort her home, fearing that if he compelled her to remain, this fragile female might truly perish from exhaustion. Upon returning home, the fox spirit was overjoyed, though puzzled as to why the emperor had seen fit to escort her back. Nevertheless, she was grateful to be home. She prepared a delicious meal as a reward for herself, and then set about clearing the snow from her doorstep. Since it was winter, few beastmen ventured outside. Aside from those on patrol. Bored, the fox spirit began to build a snowman at her door. The day passed unnoticed in its monotony. That night, the emperor arrived, leaving the fox spirit momentarily stunned. Why have you brought bedding with you? Surely it cannot be as I suspect. You do not wish to stay at my place. So I have come to stay here with you. He skillfully arranged the bedding beside her, and the already small cave felt even more constricted with his presence. No. How could he possibly move in here? If one did not know better, they might think they were engaging in an affair behind Mo Lin's back. And now it was brazenly obvious. Then where do you expect me to go? Thus, it became inevitable. In the end, there was no choice but to allow him to reside there. Otherwise, he might succumb to a fit of madness and abduct her to his own dwelling. A screen was erected to separate her from the emperor, as the situation would be too awkward otherwise. Noticing her lack of resistance, the emperor smiled triumphantly, feeling justified in making himself at home. From that moment on, he seemed to treat the place as his own, rarely returning to his own lair. When Yuan arrived and discovered the emperor residing with the fox spirit, he was taken aback, unable to comprehend why the emperor would choose to dwell there, especially since she had always despised him. He even found himself perplexed as to why he was inferior to the emperor. The fox spirit shunned him, yet did not reject the emperor, who consistently treated her poorly. If the fox spirit were aware of his true feelings, she would undoubtedly wear a pained expression and declare, I too am compelled. I do not wish for him to reside here. As the days gradually slipped by, 2 months had unknowingly passed, and the snow no longer fell as heavily as before, merely gracing the nights with its presence on occasion. Just hold on. Only 6 months remain until I can reunite with my beloved. She was at a loss as to how she had spent this time, her longing for him intensifying with each passing day. At times, she would engage in conversation with Mo Lin's essence, seeking to articulate her deep yearning for him. Chapter 099. Eating fish. The weather was excessively cold, and the fox spirit preferred to remain indoors, spending her days weaving baskets, crafting garments, and experimenting with culinary delights whenever boredom struck. Essentially, she occupied herself with whatever tasks were at hand. What perplexed her the most was her newfound propensity for sleep. She found herself increasingly drowsy and particularly ravenous, coupled with an overwhelming sense of lethargy. She was uncertain of the reasons behind this, attributing it either to the winter's somnolent nature or the monotony of her existence. Today, an unusual craving for fish overwhelmed her. compelling her to bundle herself warmly and venture out to see if any fish could be found in the river. "Where are you going?" Dee inquired, puzzled by her intention to go out in such frigid weather. "What purpose does it serve to go out now?" The fox spirit, upon seeing his demeanor, understood that there was no need for an explanation. It seemed she would not be venturing out today. "I yearn for fish. I wish to see if any remain by the riverbank." Dee was taken aback, gazing at her with an unusual expression. "You claim to be a fox, yet you possess such an affinity for fish?" She too was puzzled. After all, she was indeed a fox, yet her desire for fish remained inexplicable. "Very well. Wait for me in the cave. I shall fetch some for you. Let me accompany you. Perhaps it would be best to refrain. The weather is quite frigid, and I would not want you to catch a chill," Dee remarked as he donned additional layers. "Very well then." Dee departed and took quite a while to return. When he finally reappeared, drenched and carrying a basket brimming with fish, the fox spirit was utterly astonished. "You didn't leap into the river to catch them, did you?" "Not at all. The river had frozen over, and while I was breaking the ice, I fell in." Upon hearing this, the fox demon was overwhelmed with guilt, attributing the mishap solely to herself. If it weren't for her desire to indulge in fish, she would not have fallen into the frigid river. Now, in the depths of winter, with the icy waters threatening to sweep her away, she would bear this remorse for eternity. "You must change your clothes quickly, lest you catch a cold," she urged. Indeed, the emperor hastened to don his beastly attire, while she diligently stoked the fire, ensuring he would be warm. After all, falling into water during such a cold season was no trifling matter. The emperor soon emerged clad in his beastly garb, and the fox demon eagerly beckoned him to sit by the fire before preparing a bowl of ginger soup for him. "Here, drink this," she said. The emperor, filled with joy, raised the bowl to his lips and drank deeply, reveling in his good fortune. However, as the bitter liquid coursed down his throat, his brow furrowed in distaste. "What is this concoction? It's utterly unpalatable," he grimaced. "It's ginger soup. It helps prevent colds," she explained. "Oh, what is a cold?" the emperor inquired, curiosity piqued. Having spent considerable time with her, he often found himself bewildered by her peculiar expressions and phrases, pondering her origins as a beast folk and the unfamiliarity of her words. "You fall ill." "Oh, I see," he replied. After finishing the soup, he indeed felt a warmth enveloping his body. She possessed an abundance of knowledge, far surpassing that of their male counterparts, and at times, they felt a twinge of inadequacy in their masculinity. The fox demon, intensifying the fire, began to prepare the freshly caught fish. With meticulous care, she cleaned and gutted them thoroughly, then steamed 2, fried another 2, and simmered 3 to create a delicate fish broth. Once the dishes were prepared, each one was adorned with fish. "Dinner is served, Your Majesty," she announced, as the emperor gazed upon the table, resembling a grand banquet fit for royalty. His mouth watered in anticipation. Savoring each bite, he found the flavors exquisite. The culinary experience was a stark contrast to what he had previously tasted, elevating his dining experience to unparalleled heights. The fox demon devoured her meal with great speed, yet the emperor surpassed her in gluttony. In no time, the table was left strewn with nothing but the remnants of fish and meat bones, a scene of utter chaos. The fox demon, feeling utterly satisfied, gently stroked her belly, exclaiming how full she was. In chapter 100, she lamented, "Oh no, this is mine," while reluctantly licking the remnants of flavor from the corner of her mouth. It was no wonder she had such a fondness for fish. Now, he too had developed a taste for it. Alas, she still craved more. The fox spirit gazed at him with mischievous eyes, stealthily glancing towards the pot. Unable to suppress a chuckle, she had never seen such an expression from the emperor before. "Is there nothing left after the fish was prepared?" he inquired. "No, it's all gone," the fox spirit replied, spreading her hands in honest admission. "Then I shall fetch some more," he stated as he rose to his feet. "Ah, you're going again?" she exclaimed. "Yes, you consumed so much just now, and I have yet to satisfy my hunger," the emperor replied, his tone cool yet tinged with a hint of grievance. The fox spirit gazed silently at the fishbone before her, well aware of who had indulged excessively. "Very well, be cautious," she replied. As the emperor departed, the fox spirit tidied up the remnants and stoked the fire, awaiting his return. In a short while, the emperor returned, bearing 2 large buckets of fish. What had begun as 1 bucket had now transformed into 2. The fox spirit, Yao, had anticipated handling the situation herself, yet to her surprise, the emperor was even more enthusiastic, having already taken care of 2 buckets of fish. Was he intending to complete the task together? Nevertheless, considering the voracious appetite of the beast men, perhaps this quantity would indeed be insufficient. The fish were prepared in the same manner as before and soon adorned the table. The emperor, unable to contain his eagerness, awaited by the fire, and as soon as the fish was served, he began to feast. Yao Yao, having already satisfied her hunger, only nibbled a few bites before abstaining from further indulgence. Just as the emperor was relishing his meal, Yuan arrived. Upon seeing the abundant delicacies before the emperor, he paused, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips, pondering how he could ever measure up to the emperor. Yuan approached to join in the feast, and upon spotting him, Yao Yao beckoned him to partake in the fish. With a cheerful nod, Yuan accepted the invitation. However, the emperor, feeling possessive, swiftly shielded his portion, exclaiming, "No, this is mine. There is hardly enough here for me." The fox demon playfully swatted his hand and turned to Yuan, saying, "It's fine, don't mind him. Come and eat together." "No way." D resolutely refused to relinquish his fish. He had braved the cold to catch it by the river. Even though the fish had jumped out on its own at the time, why should Yuan be allowed to eat it just because he came over? If he wanted fish, he should catch his own. "All right, D, stop messing around. Let go. Why can't you understand the concept of sharing?" "I won't, it's mine." D displayed a possessive demeanor, leaving the fox demon at a loss. She could only coax him, "Just hand it over, and I'll make it for you again next time." "Really? Well, fine then." D reluctantly displayed an expression of concession. Yuan observed their playful interaction, akin to flirtation, and felt a pang of discomfort. Upon hearing the fox demon invite him to eat, his desire vanished, for he was disconcerted by D's smug expression. "Yao Yao, I won't eat. I came to find D." The fox demon felt a wave of embarrassment and shot a glare at the instigator. "Looking for me?" D asked, puzzled, as Yuan typically did not seek him out. "Yes. Could you step outside for a moment?" Yuan replied. D, holding a piece of fried fish, followed Yuan outside. From a distance, the fox demon could not hear their conversation and was utterly perplexed as to what could be so secretive. Before long, Yuan departed, and D returned, wearing a frown. The fox spirit, perplexed, inquired, "What is the matter? What did Yuan say to you?" The emperor, suppressing his grave expression, waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing. Yuan merely urged me to protect you more diligently." Chapter 101. Fox spirit, you actually wish to take my life? How absurd. The fox demon shot him a silent glance, for he seldom indulged in such jesting. Meanwhile, Emperor E remained taciturn, quietly savoring the fish. The fox demon, perplexed, wondered what Yuan had truly conveyed to him. However, it seemed Yuan had his reasons for withholding the truth, thus there was no necessity for her to pry. Since that day, the emperor had been leaving early and returning late. The atmosphere in the tribe felt stifling, and she was left to ponder if something untoward had transpired, particularly tonight. After preparing a warm dinner that had long since cooled, she grew increasingly anxious awaiting his return. The pervasive tension among the tribe members had not escaped her notice, and she felt as though secrets were being kept from her. Though she understood that as a female, her involvement in tribal matters was unwarranted, her concern weighed heavily upon her. Gazing at the formidable figure of Mo Lin, she wondered when he would awaken. She sat silently by the fire, waiting in vain for the emperor's arrival until late into the night. Fatigue began to overtake her, compelling her to stoke the flames, hoping the warmth would greet him upon his return. In the depths of the night, she suddenly found herself pinned down by an unknown presence, jolting her awake. In the darkness, she could discern little more than the form of a man. Alarmed, she hastily pushed him away, exclaiming, "Emperor, is that you? Move aside. What are you doing?" To her surprise, he offered no resistance and was easily displaced. "What madness is this? Get up and sleep over there," she reprimanded. Yet, the figure lay motionless on the ground, and her irritation grew. It was one thing for him to be tardy. It was another for him to return only to collapse upon her, as if she were a mere cushion. "Emperor, why do you not respond?" She reached out to touch him, only to recoil in shock. His skin was icy, sending a chill through her own hand, which soon became sticky with a metallic scent that filled her nostrils. A wave of dread washed over her. This was blood. Quickly, she rose to stoke the fire, tossing in some hay to illuminate the cave. Rushing to the emperor's side, she was struck by the sight before her. His body was marred with numerous wounds, some deep enough to expose bone. His once sturdy garments were nowhere to be found, leaving him a ghastly figure drenched in blood. "Emperor," she called out, but he seemed to have lost consciousness, unresponsive to her pleas. Were it not for the faint rise and fall of his chest, she would have believed him lifeless. Fortunately, She had prepared herbal remedies in advance, as no one in the tribe possessed such knowledge. She had taken on the role of healer. Swiftly, she boiled water to cleanse the wounds. While the other injuries appeared manageable, the one on his back was the most severe and required suturing. But she had no experience in such matters, and the sight of the unconscious emperor filled her with dread. There was no time for hesitation. She had to act as if a dying horse could be treated as a living one. After washing her hands thoroughly, she grasped a bone needle and fashioned a thread from grass, proceeding to stitch the first wound. The moment she did, the emperor cried out in pain. Startled. The fox spirit was taken aback, calling out in a panic, "Emperor! Emperor!" In a swift motion, the emperor flipped over and pinned her beneath him, one hand gripping her neck. With indignation, he exclaimed, "Fox spirit, what weapon did you intend to use against me? You actually sought to take my life." Little did he expect that his fervent struggle would lead to such a fate. Indeed, he should have known better. Females are all deceivers. Chapter 102. The Vulnerable Emperor. The fox demon gazed upon the enraged emperor, feeling the painful grip around her neck and the suffocating sensation that accompanied it. Fearful, she attempted to pry his hand away. But his strength was overwhelming. Hastily, she explained, "I did not intend to harm you. I merely wished to assist you with your wound. You dare to stab me and call it assistance?" Came the emperor's frigid reply. "Assistance? Did he take her for a fool?" Observing the female's flushed face, the emperor's eyes brimmed with compassion. How could he bear to inflict harm upon her? Enduring the agony coursing through his body, he stole a glance at her, only to be disheartened by the turn of events. It would have been preferable to perish alone in the wilderness than to witness this. The pain was excruciating, causing his body to tremble, yet it paled in comparison to the torment within his heart. He longed to obliterate her, yet he hesitated, unable to bear the thought of her suffering. Reluctantly, he released his grip, his eyes filled with anguish. "Do not let me see you again." Coughing violently, he loosened his hold, allowing the fox demon to inhale the fresh air deeply, nearly escaping the clutches of death. Watching as the emperor rose to depart, she disregarded her own well-being and immediately grasped his hand. "Emperor, you cannot leave. You are injured. Release me," he roared in fury, shaking off her grasp. When he cast her aside, her head collided with the stone bed where Mo Lin lay in slumber. Ouch! The impact left her dazed. Yet the thought of him departing propelled her into action. The frigid weather and his injuries rendered his exit a fatal decision. She rushed to steady his unsteady form, reiterating her plea, "Emperor, you must not go. You must believe me. I do not wish to harm you. I only seek to tend to your wound, truly." The emperor, feeling a sense of injustice, shed tears, an unexpected display for a man of his stature. He genuinely wished to trust her, yet could he truly do so? This was his most vulnerable moment. Any creature could easily take his life. "Your wound at the back is deep and requires suturing. Otherwise, I cannot save you." The fox demon implored once more. The emperor gazed into her sincere eyes, longing to believe, yet he could not place his life in another's hands, nor could she. With a forceful shove, he pushed her away and staggered forward, collapsing to the ground. "Emperor!" The fox spirit hurriedly supported him, her heart heavy as she beheld the emperor, whose body was bleeding profusely from his continued refusals. "Why do you not trust me? I genuinely wish to save you. Just lie down and rest," she scolded angrily. Regardless of the emperor's willingness, she forcibly laid him upon the bed. Then she procured a length of rope entwined with grass and bound his hands and feet, ensuring he could not flee. "Let me go," the emperor shouted, veins bulging with fury. "Stay put, and I shall tend to your wounds." The fox spirit gently took a piece of animal hide from beside her, folding it neatly and placing it by his lips. "Bite down," she urged, "or soon it shall become quite painful." "Humph, just bite down." The fox spirit, seeing that he would not bite, proceeded to insert it into his mouth until he finally clamped down. After all, he had just experienced a moment of excruciating pain that had awakened him, and the subsequent torment would be even greater. The needle he had just discarded was nowhere to be found, so she retrieved another, sterilizing it with fire before cleansing the wound. "Bear with it. It will hurt quite a bit," she advised, and then began to stitch him up. She could feel his body trembling under her hands, acutely aware of the agony he was enduring, yet there was no alternative. She had to proceed with the task. Chapter 103. The Crisis of the Tribe. It was evident that he was biting down fiercely on the animal hide, exerting all his strength to endure the pain. His face flushed and veins bulging prominently. The fox spirit gazed with deep compassion, fully aware that suturing the wounds without anesthesia was excruciatingly painful. She dared not let her mind wander. She had to focus intently on her task. His injuries were extensive, spanning the entirety of his back, and he had fainted from the pain several times. By the time she completed the stitching, dawn was breaking, and he had succumbed to a deep slumber. She heated water to tend to his other wounds, which were a disturbing array of scars, some small, some large, all densely packed. Once she had treated and bandaged his injuries, the sunlight had fully emerged. Staring into the bamboo basin filled with his bright red blood, she lost count of how many basins she had filled. Where had he been last night? Why had he returned with so many wounds? The fox spirit was enveloped in a haze of confusion, having silently remained by his side, fearful of any unforeseen mishap. It was not until noon that Yuan arrived, drawn by the scent of blood emanating from the cave. He was momentarily taken aback and, in a state of panic, called out to her. Yao Yu. The already drowsy fox spirit was jolted awake by his exclamation. She immediately rose and stepped out from behind the screen, only to be struck dumb upon noticing the injuries on Yuan's body. What has happened to you? Yuan, disregarding his own wounds, rushed forward to inquire. Yao, are you unharmed? Why is there the scent of blood here? He feared that she might have encountered trouble. Upon hearing this, the fox spirit spoke with a grave tone. It is not mine. It belongs to the emperor. The emperor? He has returned? Yes, he arrived last night. Gravely injured. I am uncertain if he will survive such severe wounds. Yuan approached the emperor, his eyes filled with sorrow, his fists clenched tightly. By the way, you are injured as well. Come, sit down. Allow me to tend to your wounds, the fox spirit offered. Very well. The fox demon gazed at Yuan's wounds, noting that while a few were severe, the others were relatively minor. After tending to his injuries, she was left in a state of profound bewilderment. What on earth had transpired? Why did each of you bear injuries? Upon posing this question, she distinctly sensed a surge of hostility emanating from Yuan. It was the neighboring black wolves, those ruffians, who had been incessantly troubling us. Just last night, they launched a considerable assault against us, yet we managed to repel them. The fox spirit paused, realizing why the emperor had been venturing out daily. It seemed implausible. After all, the Black Wolf clan could not possibly cross such a wide river. Yet, they must have summoned the Dragon clan from somewhere. The Dragon clan. No wonder they were at a disadvantage. The dragons are the sovereigns of the beast realm, possessing formidable combat prowess. Were there any injuries among the other warriors of the tribe? She sensed that her inquiry was rather futile, considering that the two most formidable warriors of the tribe had already been wounded, leaving little hope for the others. There are many, Yuan replied. I came to urge you to attend to them. Upon hearing the news, the fox spirit could no longer remain seated. She promptly gathered her belongings and followed Yuan. Upon arrival, she was taken aback by the sight of the injured beast men. Many lay upon the ground, writhing in agony, with several suffering from severed limbs. A wave of nausea and fear washed over her. As an ordinary individual, she dared only to attempt to assist. Yet the sight of those maimed creatures filled her with trepidation. Battling her fear, she endeavored to tend to their wounds. Though some of the beast men succumbed to their injuries during her efforts, the fox demon was utterly stunned. Her heart heavy with sorrow as she witnessed a vibrant life extinguished before her eyes, feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness and inadequacy. In Chapter 104, The Emperor's Fever, she realized that managing alone was simply beyond her capacity. Once this ordeal was over, she would need to enlist the help of several beast men to teach them. After all, she truly could not handle it all by herself. Moreover, the urgency of the situation meant that more beast men would perish if she continued to work alone. As night fell, the injured beast men finally returned to their cave, weary and famished, where she checked on the still unconscious emperor. Upon examination, she was alarmed to find his temperature alarmingly high. She panicked at the thought that, having been absent all day, he might be rendered a fool by fever. Forgetting her own needs, she hurried to prepare medicine and administer it to him. Yet, a new challenge arose. The emperor lay on his stomach, and turning him over would risk reopening his freshly stitched wounds. He was too heavy for her to lift. With all her strength, she managed to prop him up into a kneeling position. Despite her best efforts, she could not get the medicine into his mouth, which left her in despair, without sustenance. He was akin to a lifeless being. The fox spirit, with a determined bite of her teeth, resorted to mouth-to-mouth administration, downing the medicine in one swift motion before pressing her lips against the emperor's thin ones. In her heart, she thought, if you do not revive me, emperor, it would be a grave disservice to my existence. As anticipated, he managed to consume the medicine without difficulty. Subsequently, the fox spirit prepared a basin of warm water to cleanse the wounds from which blood flowed. After tending to him, the night had grown late, and exhaustion overtook her, prompting her to lie down and sleep. Upon awakening the next day, she once again examined the emperor's injuries, administered more medicine, and casually nibbled on some dried fruits before venturing out to assess the condition of the other beastmen. Unfortunately, the two scorpion beastmen had succumbed and passed away. Fortunately, the Black Wolf clan had not seized the opportunity to attack. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Yet, the fox spirit remained uneasy, aware that an assault could occur at any moment. She had also visited the riverbank and observed that the edges of the river were frozen, quite thickly, while the center remained unfrozen. However, with the bitter cold of winter, it was conceivable that the river could freeze over entirely, allowing the Black Wolf clan to cross. Preparations must be made in advance. This time had merely been an attack. Who could say what the next encounter would bring? The thought of descending was impossible, as the upper regions were woven with dense spider webs. The only feasible approach was from the surrounding areas. Any beastman with wings could fly over from any direction. Upon consulting the system, she concluded that constructing a wall around their mountain would be ideal. But the undertaking was far too monumental to realize, especially in winter when sourcing stones would prove difficult. Thus, her focus shifted to weaponry. However, the absence of iron rendered any potential forging futile. Returning to the cave, she tended to the emperor once more. After 3 days, there were no signs of him awakening, and were it not for his steady breathing, she might have believed him dead. She hastily prepared a meal for herself. Yet with the current state of the tribe and the emperor's unconsciousness, she lacked the appetite for anything substantial. She gathered several sharp stones to sharpen. Why could peace not be an option? Must the wandering beastmen be condemned to exile? Stone weapons could inflict considerable damage, and she was reluctant to resort to them, not wishing for anyone to be harmed, particularly if they fell into the hands of those with malicious intent. After all, history shows that conflicts arise from the powerful seeking purpose in war. She did not wish to bear such a burden of guilt. Ultimately, the fox spirit cast the stones aside. The creation of stone tools was not the answer. They could be used for clearing land or cutting grass, but to turn them into instruments of harm was unacceptable. If all else failed, she would discuss with Yuan the possibility of setting traps by the riverbank. Chapter 105. A sense of pregnancy in the days that followed. The fox spirit remained by the side of the wounded, anxiously awaiting the emperor's awakening. The strain was beginning to numb her, and with inadequate nourishment, she had lost weight significantly. As the fox spirit diligently prepared medicine for the emperor, a sudden wave of pain surged through her abdomen. A sharp gasp escaped her lips as the cramping in her lower belly intensified, causing her to curl up on the ground, her forehead glistening with cold sweat. What could be the cause of such agony? Could it be due to her recent fatigue? The pain is unbearable. Unable to contain herself, she cried out in distress. It was excruciating. The torment overwhelmed her, and she wept, the relentless cramps assailing her core. It was too much to endure, a sensation that pierced deep into her very bones, when suddenly she felt a warm rush below. The fox demon was taken aback. Was her menstrual cycle upon her? The pain was unbearable. Since arriving in the beast realm, she had not experienced such a cycle, believing the females of this world were devoid of it. The agony! It blurred her vision, and suddenly, darkness engulfed her as she fainted from the pain. In this frigid weather, a petite figure curled up in a corner, her tightly shut eyes glistening with tears. Her once vibrant red lips had lost their color, and her complexion was as pale as the driven snow. Suddenly, snow began to fall from the sky outside, initially as delicate flakes, but soon intensifying into a flurry. The pristine white snowflakes carried an air of indifference, cloaking the desolation of the world, though they could not conceal the profound sorrow and chill that lingered. There were no beastmen passing by the roadside. None would discover the pale-faced female hidden within the cave. The fox demon woke from her frozen slumber. Rising to behold the darkened sky, she approached the fire pit, hoping to find embers, but alas, the flames had extinguished. Groping through the darkness, she recalled the presence of the emperor. He still lived. She added a few more animal skins to his side before she carefully made her way back to her bed. As she touched her abdomen, she realized the pain had subsided. The discomfort from her monthly cycle had ceased. Could it be that the orc's presence had caused her symptoms to vanish so abruptly? Despite her curiosity, the pain she had endured earlier left her hesitant to risk a recurrence. It was not something an ordinary person could bear. Feeling her stomach, she pondered the oddity of its enlargement. Suddenly, a jolt of realization surged through her as she sat upright, her hand resting on her swollen belly. A daring thought blossomed in her mind. Was she with child? She recalled the night spent with Mo Lin, and the possibility struck her. She might truly be pregnant. Previously, she had not paid much attention to her body, but today's discomfort had brought her awareness. Reflecting on the recent weeks, her persistent fatigue and cravings echoed the symptoms of pregnancy. Tentatively, she touched her belly. It was indeed protruding. Yet, uncertainty lingered. If true, would she also experience bleeding? Might she suffer a miscarriage? But her belly remained full, not indicative of such a fate. What if it were a minor complication? Regardless, she resolved to protect herself. The thought of losing Mo Lin's child was unbearable. The mere notion of carrying his offspring filled her with an unexplainable joy. She caressed her belly, uncertain of the truth, knowing she lacked the means to ascertain it, and the tribe's members would be no help either. Caution would be her ally in the coming months. She would wait to see if her condition persisted. If her belly continued to swell, the truth would be undeniable. Yet, the thought of Mo Lin being a serpent made her shudder. Would she bear a brood of little snakes? Chapter 106. The Emperor Awakens. Fear gripped her heart. Her love for Mo Lin was genuine. If it were a girl, she could accept that, but a boy. The prospect of little snakes sent chills down her spine. Caught in a whirlwind of anticipation and trepidation, she silently wished for a daughter. Unbeknownst to her, she drifted into slumber. Upon awakening the next day, her first instinct was to check on the Emperor's wounds. As he lay there, she felt uncertain about his fate. The fire had long since died. Leaving her without a source of warmth, she would have to borrow from the neighboring orc's household. Alas, she was no adept at kindling flames through traditional means. The nearby abode of the scorpion beast, Chi-Yu, was just 100 meters away. Upon spotting her, Chi-Yu rushed over, exclaiming, "Sister Yao Yao, what brings you here?" "Chi-Yu, the fire in my home has extinguished, and I've come to borrow some from you." "Ah, of course. Hurry over and take what you need. Do not linger in the cold." The mere mention of her lacking fire sent a shiver through Chi-Yu. How could one survive without it? After the fox spirit obtained the fire, she swiftly returned home, intent on preparing sustenance and concocting medicine for the emperor, while also tending to the injured beastmen. Her tasks were numerous. By the time she completed this series of duties, it was already afternoon, and her body ached from the exertion. Engaging in such labor daily was taking a toll on her. Upon returning home, all she desired was to recline on her bed, utterly fatigued. Yet, she had no choice. The emperor remained in slumber, and she still needed to prepare a nourishing broth for him. Just as she was about to commence her cooking, she heard soft murmurs emanating from the emperor's side. Upon hearing the news, the fox spirit joyfully dashed to the emperor's side. "Emperor, have you awakened?" A cough escaped the emperor's lips, a sound of discomfort. Slowly, he opened his eyes, the bright light causing him to instinctively squint. "Emperor, you are truly awake." The fox spirit's joy knew no bounds. Having lain in bed for nearly a week, she feared he might become incapacitated, often needing to massage him as if he were a revered ancestor. Observing his discomfort, she hurriedly poured a glass of water for him. "Emperor, drink some water. As long as you are awake, that is all that matters." As the emperor opened his eyes, he was met with her tearful yet joyous smile, momentarily rendering him speechless. "Fox spirit? Startled by his call, she quickly set down the glass. "What is it? Is there something painful?" The emperor shook his head as he attempted to move. Every muscle in his body protested with pain, prompting him to frown. His gaze fell upon the bandaged wounds on his body. Then, looking back at the concerned fox spirit, he couldn't help but smile. She truly meant him no harm. The fox demon, upon seeing that he was unharmed, lifted a nearby cup of water and offered it to him, saying, "Here, have a sip." The emperor accepted the cup and took a drink. "Do you feel any discomfort?" the fox demon inquired. "Yes, my back," he replied. "That's nothing to worry about. The important thing is that you're awake. You have no idea. You've been asleep for 6 days, which frightened me to death," the fox demon lamented. The emperor, astonished, grasped her hand tightly. "Did you say I slept for how many days?" 6 days. She confirmed. 6 days? That is an eternity. Has the Black Wolf clan not come by? He asked. Rest assured, the Black Wolf clan hasn't appeared at all these past few days. That is a relief, the emperor said, loosening his grip. The absence of their presence was indeed reassuring, especially since he had fought valiantly against the Dragon clan, sustaining injuries in the process. Though his wounds were severe, the dragon had not emerged unscathed either. "Make sure to rest well and avoid straining your back. The stitches are delicate and should not be disturbed," she advised. "Yes, I understand," he nodded, a deep sense of gratitude swelling within him. Were it not for her, he feared he might not have survived. How foolish he had been to doubt her. He truly was a scoundrel. Chapter 107. It truly has been quite a struggle. The fox spirit was completely unaware of his thoughts. The only source of her joy was that he had awakened. What a relief. For his sake, she had fretted incessantly, losing both sleep and appetite. She had even come perilously close to losing the child she was uncertain she carried. "My lord, are you hungry? Shall I prepare something for you?" The fox spirit inquired. He nodded in response, and her question drained the last remnants of strength from her body. "Very well, I shall prepare a meal for you. Please do not move around too much and be cautious of your wound." He nodded again. The fox spirit swiftly prepared a pot of hot oil, and soon the dish was ready. The emperor sat up and devoured it with fervor, reminiscent of a ravenous wolf that had gone years without sustenance. A sudden cough escaped him, causing the fox spirit to anxiously pat his back, admonishing, "Do take your time. There is no one here to compete with you." "I'm just so hungry," the emperor replied, a hint of grievance in his voice. "Even if you're famished, you must eat more slowly." He complied, moderating his pace, yet it wasn't long before the bowl lay empty. "I want more," the emperor exclaimed. The fox spirit prepared a bowl for him, unaware of how many bowls he had consumed before feeling satisfied. After finishing his meal, she brewed a bowl of medicine for him to drink. "Here, take this medicine," she urged. He nodded, accepting the bowl and drinking it. However, soon after, Xiao observed his cheeks bulging and his brows furrowing tightly together. She quickly exclaimed, "Do not spit it out." Yet, before she could finish her warning, he expelled the contents, half of which landed on her. Instantly, the expression on the fox spirit's face darkened. "Ah, what are you doing?" Upon witnessing her reaction, he realized he had made a mistake and, with a pained expression, replied, "This medicine is too bitter." "Bitter or not, you cannot spit it out, especially on me," she retorted. "You must finish it." Looking at the remaining half bowl, he protested, "I refuse to drink." "You must." She insisted. "I will not." He countered defiantly. The fox spirit let out a sigh, realizing there was no way to reason with him. She coaxed gently, "If you don't drink this, how can you expect to regain your strength? Be good and take your medicine." "Absolutely not," he retorted, refusing to heed her sweet words. The medicine was far too bitter. He would rather face death than consume it. The fox spirit, exasperated by his obstinacy, snatched the bowl from his grasp. "Do as you wish, but if any misfortune befalls you, don't come to me for aid." She regretted ever saving him, especially after tirelessly caring for him day and night. And now, just as he regained consciousness, he chose to anger her. The fox spirit, in a fit of anger, set the bowl aside and approached the fire to dry her damp garments. After all, with the emperor now awake, she found it inappropriate to change her attire. He called her name several times, but she remained unresponsive, signaling her genuine displeasure. She felt a sense of grievance within. The medicine was indeed bitter, and he truly loathed drinking it. "Fox spirit, I must take the medicine," he declared, leaving her with no choice but to acquiesce. The fox demon ignored him, her heart brimming with irritation, unwilling to concern herself with him. "Fox demon, I wish to take my medicine," the emperor reiterated once more. The fox demon remained indifferent. "I want to have my medicine." Suddenly, she heard some commotion behind her and turned back, puzzled by what the emperor was up to this time. To her astonishment, she saw him climbing down by himself. Startled, she hurried over to support him. "What are you doing? Did we not agree that you should remain in bed?" "If you disregard me, I shall fetch the medicine myself," he declared. Truly. She found herself at a loss, and with an exasperated sigh, she brought the medicine over. "Here, drink up." Chapter 108. Lin. "We have a child." The emperor joyfully accepted the medicine, suppressing the impulse to gulp it down all at once. Observing the brothers huddled together, the fox demon couldn't help but sigh. It was evident that they were indeed blood relatives, sharing even their distaste for medicine. In the past, she may have doubted such a notion, but now it was hard to deny. "I have finished," the emperor announced. The fox demon took the bowl from him and continued, "Now, you must lie still and refrain from moving around. Look, you're bleeding again here." She pointed to the wound on his chest, where blood had seeped forth. "Given the severity of your injuries in the back, this is troubling indeed." The fox spirit hastily examined him and found that he was indeed bleeding. She wondered if the stitches would hold. Casting an exasperated glance at the fidgeting emperor, she wore an expression of frustration akin to that of a mentor disappointed in a wayward pupil. "Hurry, lie down and remain still. Let me take a look." Obediently, the emperor lay down, ceasing his restless movements. The fox demon carefully unwrapped the bandage. relieved to find that the stitches had held and only a little blood was seeping out. After applying a fresh layer of snake skin to the wound, she returned to the warmth of the fire to rest. In the afternoon, Yuan visited and was delighted to see the emperor had awakened. Their conversation was brief, and soon Yuan took his leave. A month slipped by in the blink of an eye, and the emperor was now full of vitality. Although he had experienced another bout of fever during that time, it did not detract from his current robustness. Once the emperor had fully recovered, the fox demon grew somewhat lethargic, reverting to her previous habits of excessive sleep and indulgent eating. Throughout the month, she had come to the undeniable realization that she was pregnant. With the hibernation of Mo Lin followed by the passage of this month, her belly had begun to swell, round and full. Perusing the system, she learned about snakes. It was said that their eggs required 1 to 2 months to hatch. By all accounts, she should have laid her eggs by now. How peculiar. Unless, of course, she was carrying a girl, as girls would gestate for 10 months like modern children. Surely, she couldn't be pregnant with a girl. Yet, in this beastly world, perhaps the norms were different, and one could not be certain how long it would take for offspring to develop. From her memories, some females gave birth within a month, while others took a year and a half. Oh well. Moreover, when she gave birth, Mo Lin would surely be awake. Just then, it felt as if the child within her responded to her thoughts, delivering a gentle kick. Goodness, the egg could kick? She glanced at her belly, catching sight of a small foot pressing against her skin. This revelation filled the fox demon with joy. It was not an egg, but a baby. She was carrying a little girl. Ecstatic, she rushed to Mo Lin's side and exclaimed, "Mo Lin, we have a child, a daughter." Alas, the only response was silence. But she paid it no mind, still beaming as she lifted her rounded belly to touch Mo Lin's serpentine form. It was as if the child sensed her happiness, delivering another gentle kick. The fox spirit joyfully exclaimed, "Look, Mo Lin, the child has kicked you. Can you feel it?" However, met with silence, her initial elation waned, leaving her somewhat despondent. What should have been a joyous occasion felt hollow without the presence of the child's father to share in the moment. Wiping away the unshed tears, she took a deep breath, reassuring herself that all would be well. Soon, Mo Lin would return. She rolled out of bed and made her way to the kitchen to prepare something to eat, for despite having just dined, her hunger had returned. It was indeed a struggle. The emperor had been away for quite some time, and she was uncertain when he would return. In chapter 109, the emperor was absent in her dreams. He had forbidden her from venturing outside, cautioning that the outside world was fraught with danger. The Black Wolf clan had recently been stirring with restlessness. The only solace was that the river's surface had remained unfrozen, likely due to its considerable width of 20 to 30 meters, rendering it normal for the center to remain liquid, while the Black Wolf clan could not cross. The thought of them summoning the Dragon clan was a daunting prospect. The fox spirit began to ponder whether her initial suggestion had truly been wise. If they were in the desert, everyone would surely be safely nestled within their caves by now. When noon arrived, the emperor returned. Gazing at the fox spirit peacefully slumbering upon her bed, his heart heavy with unspoken emotions and his eyes brimming with reluctance. "Yao Yao, I shall protect you. I will not allow anyone to harm you." No one. He could not help but place a gentle kiss upon her forehead. Typically, she detested such displays from him. It was only when she was asleep that he could draw so near. "Yao Yao, I must depart now. Henceforth, you shall never see me again." Rising, he cast a lingering glance at the girl lost in deep slumber before resolutely turning away. The fox spirit, sensing an inexplicable feeling, turned uneasily in her sleep. Upon awakening in the afternoon, she gazed bewilderedly around her home, her hand instinctively brushing against her forehead. In the depths of winter, she found herself inexplicably sweating. A shiver coursed through her as she recalled the scenes from her dream, where a figure, drenched in blood, approached her, repeatedly uttering, "Yao Yao, I must depart. Yao Yao, I am sorry, I can no longer protect you. Yao Yao, I cannot accompany you any longer." Surveying her surroundings, she found no trace of the figure. After a moment's contemplation, she reassured herself that it was merely a dream, for dreams often convey the opposite of reality. Rising to prepare a meal, she awaited his return. As dusk fell, he had yet to arrive. Perhaps he was simply too busy, she thought, yet the unease stemming from her dream lingered. An ominous sense that something was amiss. Lying in bed, sleep eluded her as she tossed and turned, the unsettling feelings refusing to dissipate. Finally, she rose, draping a cloak around herself, and peered outside. The snow allowed her to discern the world beyond with clarity. Igniting a fire with some wood, She ventured out of her cave, walking towards the dwelling of Yuan, where a light flickered within. She called out for him. Yuan quickly emerged. Disbelief etched across his face as he exclaimed, "Yao Yao?" Confirming her presence, he rushed over, urging, "Yao Yao, what brings you here? Quickly, come inside. It is cold outside." The fox spirit entered, but did not see the emperor, and inquired with confusion, "Where is the emperor? Is he not here with you?" Upon hearing this, Yuan, filled with curiosity, asked, "Did he not return early?" "No, he has not come back at all." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yuan abruptly stood up. Seeing him in such a state, the fox spirit anxiously inquired, "What is the matter? What has happened?" "The emperor may have gone to the Black Wolf tribe." The fox spirit felt a sudden jolt in her heart as the scenes from her dreams began to feel increasingly vivid. Could something have happened to the emperor? Anxiously, she grasped Yuan's hand and implored, "Yuan, please hurry and bring the emperor back, will you?" The fox spirit, unbeknownst to herself, clutched Yuan's hand, trembling incessantly. Her voice laced with fear, on the verge of tears. Yuan, perceptive to her distress, reassured her, saying, "Yao Yao, do not fret. I shall summon the beast men of our tribe to search for him. I will safely bring the emperor back." Yes, please hurry," she urged him. After imparting his instructions to her not to wander aimlessly, he departed. The fox spirit returned to her cavern, pacing back and forth, occasionally casting anxious glances toward the outside. Her unease deepened, rendering her unable to remain still, yet she found herself powerless to act. All she could do was await news from Yuan. Meanwhile, Yuan and his band of 7 or 8 beastmen were hot on the trail of the emperor, following his scent. They soon encountered the emperor, who was lurking within the Black Wolf clan's territory. "What brings you here?" the emperor inquired, puzzled. "What brings us here?" Yuan seethed, nearly wanting to slap him for his reckless behavior. Day after day, he had been a source of concern, and now he had ventured out alone. "Come back with me." "Absolutely not. I am determined to annihilate this rabble today." Yuan cast a grim glance at the patrolling Black Wolf beastmen in the distance. Aware that the timing was not opportune, their clan was dwindling in numbers. Furthermore, 2 dragons currently resided within their territory, their strength on par with that of the 4 pattern beastmen, making them formidable opponents. Engaging them would yield little benefit. They could only wait for the Serpent Clan and for Mo Lin to awaken. "Return home. The fox spirit came looking for you. Do not cause her further worry." The emperor paused, taken aback. "The fox spirit is worried about me?" "Of course. She learned of your presence here and was nearly in tears. Hurry back. Rest assured, we will not allow the Black Wolf clan to go unpunished for the harm they have inflicted upon our kin. We are merely biding our time for Mo Lin to awaken." The emperor hesitated, thoughts of the fox spirit's concern for him flooding his mind, making him realize the impulsiveness of his actions. With the continual harassment from the Black Wolves, he had wished to provide her with peace, which led him to this desperate course of action. Moreover, the dragons within their clan posed a significant threat. He had approached with a mindset of certain doom, knowing that if the dragons fell under his influence, their fate would be sealed. He entrusted the rest to Yuan, confident in his ability to handle the ensuing matters. "Very well, let us return." The mere thought of the fox spirit's tears of worry filled him with joy, yet he chastised himself for causing her distress. He shot a cold glance back at the clan before swiftly making his way home. Not long after their departure, a Black Wolf beastman discovered their hiding place. Fortunately, the emperor and his companions had already left. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. As the emperor stealthily returned, he caught sight of the fox spirit, wandering distractedly near the fire. "Yao Yao, I have returned." Upon hearing the voice, Fox Yao Yao turned around to see Di. Overjoyed, she rushed towards him. Just as Di assumed that Fox Yao Yao was eager to embrace him, she unexpectedly delivered a resounding slap. The sound echoed loudly in the darkness, leaving Di momentarily stunned. After a while, he recovered, covering his face with his hand, a surge of anger rising within him. How dare this female strike him? This was the 2nd time. "Why did you hit me?" he demanded. "Why did I hit you? Don't you have any awareness of your own actions? I am merely trying to protect you." He was delusional to think he could safeguard her. "Protect me?" Fox Yao Yao scoffed, a derisive laugh escaping her lips. "You cannot even safeguard yourself. How could you possibly protect me? Do you realize that last time you nearly lost your life? Just because I saved you once does not guarantee I will do so again. I cannot rescue you every time." Her final words were almost a roar, filled with frustration. Chapter 111. Informing Di of the child, she was genuinely furious, exceedingly so. Life is singular. While we traverse it, we ought to cherish every moment of joy. For no matter how much we may regret, time will not reverse, nor will it grant us a second chance at life. Dee stood there, taken aback by her words. After a moment of reflection, he felt a surge of happiness. Yao Yao was expressing concern for him. Yao Yao, I understand now. I shall not repeat my mistakes, Dee replied. The fox spirit, initially filled with anger, softened upon seeing him and began to ponder whether she had overreacted, realizing that as long as he was unharmed, all was well. Very well, I shall refrain from such behavior in the future, she assured him. With his promise, she sighed in relief and approached the fire, stoking the flames. He had just returned from the chilly outdoors. The emperor moved closer to the fire to warm himself and remarked, Yao Yao, you have waited for me all night. You should return to rest. I will warm up for a moment before I retire as well. The fox demon pondered for a moment before nodding. She had refrained from sleeping in anticipation of his message, and now, descending, she felt an overwhelming fatigue. She needed to rest. Not only for herself, but also for her child. No sooner had she settled into bed than drowsiness enveloped her, and she quickly succumbed to slumber. The following day, the fox demon awoke to find that the emperor had risen even earlier than she. He had stoked the fire, filling the cave with a comforting warmth. After a brief morning routine, she set about preparing a meal, and soon a table laden with steaming dishes was ready. The emperor devoured the food with great enthusiasm. The meals prepared by the demon were always delectable. Watching him relish his meal, the fox demon could not help but smile. She glanced at her own belly, contemplating whether she should share the news with the emperor, especially since their child would eventually call him uncle. Moreover, he was the only brother of Mo Lin, so it should not be a problem to inform him. Resolute in her decision, she called out to him. The emperor, engrossed in his meal, turned to her with a puzzled expression. What is it? Emperor, you are going to be an uncle. The fox demon exclaimed joyfully. The emperor tilted his head in confusion. What is an uncle? The demon began to realize he might struggle to comprehend her words. It means I am pregnant. I am having a baby. The emperor froze, bewildered by her statement. What do you mean by pregnant? What is a baby? Baby, she reiterated, her eyes widening in disbelief as she noticed him pausing mid-bite, staring at her in astonishment. Did you just say you were having a baby? Yes. The sight of his expression made the fox demon want to laugh. If only Mo Lin were present, he would undoubtedly be even more astonished. The emperor looked incredulously at her, his thick garments obscuring any evidence of her burgeoning belly. Is it truly true that you are having a baby? The fox spirit hesitated for a moment before reiterating. It is indeed a female. A female? The emperor, taken aback by this revelation, swiftly approached her side, leaning in close to her abdomen, straining his ears to listen intently. The fox spirit was momentarily taken aback by his actions and pushed him away, exclaiming, Emperor, what are you doing? Such gestures should be reserved for Mo Lin. What business do you, my little uncle, have in this affair? If one were unaware, they might mistakenly believe the child is yours. The emperor, unfazed by her push, felt a surge of joy and exclaimed, Ha! Yao Yao, I heard it. I can hear the heartbeat of the little one. Oh, how delightful. You are with child, and it's a female, such splendid news. Flushed with embarrassment, the fox spirit quickly grasped the situation, considering the scarcity of females in the beast realm, which made them as precious as rare treasures. His excitement was thus understandable. Chapter 112. Long Shun the emperor was in high spirits, stealing glances at her abdomen, which left the fox spirit feeling somewhat exasperated. One could easily mistake the child for his own. After their meal, she eagerly ushered the emperor out, genuinely feeling discomfort at his presence. He departed to patrol the vicinity, returning for lunch before swiftly leaving once more. The Black Wolf clan was becoming increasingly active, necessitating their vigilant watch. The fox spirit, feeling rather bored at home, found herself caught in the monotony of yet another uneventful day. When weariness struck, she would simply succumb to sleep, leading a rather tranquil existence. However, it wasn't long before news of her pregnancy spread throughout the tribe, prompting Yuan to pay her a visit. Naturally, other beastmen also came to see her, all expressing immense joy at the revelation that she was expecting a female offspring. Some of the beastmen even began to set their sights on her child, thinking that while they might not be able to seize Yao Yao herself, there remained a glimmer of hope regarding her offspring, unbeknownst to the fox spirit. These thoughts lingered in the minds of others. After 2 peaceful days, while she was enjoying a meal, the emperor was summoned by other beastmen who informed him of an impending attack by the Black Wolf clan, accompanied by 2 Dragon Clan beastmen. The emperor urged her to remain inside the cave, advising her to stay safe and secure. The fox spirit, Yao Yao, remained anxiously within her cave. Pacing intermittently at the entrance, her heart heavy with uncertainty about whether the traps could restrain them. Being situated in the middle, she was oblivious to the happenings outside. Suddenly, a dark mass loomed above, as if something immense hovered overhead. Upon glancing up, Yao Yao was taken aback to behold a gigantic black dragon soaring gracefully through the sky, its eyes resembling lanterns in their size, leaving her utterly astonished and frozen in place. Abruptly, the dragon's gaze fell upon her, snapping Yao Yao back to reality, prompting her to dash back into her cave. Could this be the dragon clan that the emperor had spoken of? The sight of the startled female retreating into her cave astonished the dragon, Longshan, who was soaring above. He was surprised to discover the presence of a female here. And what a stunning one she was! Her bright, round eyes captivated him. He contemplated descending to whisk her away, but the layers of spider webs below deterred him. As a four-patterned beast, he could not afford to become ensnared in a web. Longshan furrowed his brow. The roaming beasts were far too cunning. Many of the wolf clan that had just landed had fallen into ambush, including his companion, Long Qi, who had been captured, leaving him alone to guard the skies and narrowly escape disaster. With a heavy heart, Longshan took flight, resolved to return to his tribe and devise a new strategy. In the cavern, the fox demon was filled with trepidation. The dragon clan was indeed terrifying. The mere thought of his eyes, larger than lanterns, was truly frightening and astonishing. Yao Yao, I have returned. Suddenly, a voice resonated from a distance. It was the emperor. The fox demon turned to see him joyfully approaching her from afar. The fox spirit, upon seeing the situation, felt a twinge of confusion. Typically, they would be out for an extended period. Why had they returned so early today? What happened? Why are you back? Ha ha, Yao Yao, your trap proved to be remarkably effective, ensnaring them all. Truly, the fox spirit was taken aback, uncertain if she could indeed capture them, while simultaneously pondering how they managed to ascend. After all, the trap was merely set around the tribe. It would have been impossible to ensnare them had they approached from the river directly. How did they manage to come up? Chapter 113. Severely wounded, discarded. Humph. It was the dragon clan that brought them here. Quite cunning indeed, remarked the emperor. Oh, remembering the black dragon she had just seen. It was evident they possessed the ability to fly. By the way, what do you plan to do with them? Let us kill them. The emperor replied nonchalantly, his demeanor suggesting it was a matter of no concern to him. Ah, the fox spirit, in a state of fright, let out a cry. Just kill them. Yet, how could such words emerge from his lips with such elegance? What troubles you, Yao Yao? The emperor inquired with concern. It is nothing. But must it truly come to killing? She replied. They have caused the demise of so many of our kind. They deserve their fate, the emperor declared with indignation. The fox demon fell into silence, for after all, many orcs from their tribe had perished. Truly. She could not fathom the purpose of such relentless violence, killing one another as if bound by the inexorable laws of cause and effect. It seemed unlikely that the cycle of fear could ever be broken. Of course, the emperor suddenly interjected, if the fox demon does not wish to kill, then we shall not. Is that acceptable? Indeed. He had long understood that the fox demon abhorred the slaughter of orcs. Then we shall refrain from killing. But how do you propose to handle them? Incapacitate them and cast them aside. That is agreeable. In truth, rendering them incapable was far more merciful than execution. At least they would retain their lives. Yet, the fox demon was aware that incapacitating them could inflict greater suffering. After all, death was simply death. But to be left to languish was akin to abandoning them to their own devices. Deep down, she recognized that the emperor's promise to spare the orcs merely meant incapacitation. She was reluctant to allow them to be killed. But these orcs had slaughtered members of their own tribe and could not simply be released without consequence. It was a matter of providing each side a means to retreat gracefully. The emperor understood the immense sacrifices the fox demon had made for her tribe, which earned her the heartfelt respect of every orc within it. He could not bear the thought that releasing these orcs might jeopardize her standing within the tribe. The optimal solution would be to eliminate them entirely. Yet, that was something the fox demon would detest. He did not wish to cause her distress. Thus, incapacitating the orcs appeared to be the most prudent course of action, both to appease the tribe and to spare the fox demon heartache. The emperor ventured out and soon returned. In the days that followed, the Black Wolf tribe remained quiet, and the tribe enjoyed a temporary peace. The emperor stayed by her side, ostensibly to protect her cub. Meanwhile, upon returning to the Black Wolf tribe, Longshan was greeted with jubilation, as they believed he had vanquished the rogue beasts, which explained his swift return. However, when they beheld Long Shun transformed into an orc, his countenance troubled. Their elation turned to concern. Long Shun himself was at a loss for words. For over 100 orcs had ventured forth, and he was the sole survivor. Long Shun, what of our orcs? The chieftain of the Black Wolf tribe inquired. After a prolonged hesitation, he replied, they all perished. What? The orcs of the Black Wolf tribe were stunned into silence. How could they have all died in such a brief span? The chieftain's face went pale, disbelief etched upon his features. After enduring such a protracted conflict, their tribe had also suffered significant losses among their adult orcs. It was a devastating blow indeed. They had discovered the existence of this group of strays long ago. During their journey, they had even seized some of their food, yet they never contemplated engaging in combat with them. Chapter 114, An Unforeseen Crisis. As the frigid season approached, they appropriated even more of their provisions. Initially, they intended to eliminate them swiftly, but their tribe possessed a formidable serpent beast, prompting them to wait until winter, when it would hibernate, to launch their attack. They had long underestimated their adversaries, only to realize their misjudgment. Now, reflecting on it filled them with trepidation. Fearing retaliation upon their return, the chieftain, gripped by fear, trembled uncontrollably, and given his advanced age, he suddenly expelled a mouthful of blood, creating a crimson fountain before collapsing. Chieftain! Several robust male orcs rushed to catch the fallen leader, their faces etched with worry. Quickly, summon the healer. A few wolf tribe orcs regained their composure and transformed into black wolves, darting swiftly towards the healer. Meanwhile, others anxiously transported the chieftain back to his den. Before long, the healer arrived, supported by 2 orcs. He swiftly conducted an examination and reassured the orcs, it's nothing serious, he simply needs some time to recuperate. However, they were unaware that the healer only addressed external injuries. He could not assess internal ailments. Yet, as the only healer in the tribe, his words were taken to heart. Upon hearing that the chieftain was unharmed, a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. All right, you may leave now. Do not disturb the chieftain's rest. The healer instructed. The orcs obediently exited. They exchanged glances, unsure of what to say, with the chieftain incapacitated and no news from the orcs that had ventured out. Survival seemed increasingly precarious, as Dragon Shun had indicated. What were they to do? A few strong male orcs convened secretly with Dragon Shun, contemplating how to eradicate the strays. For their presence instilled a profound sense of unease. They were too powerful. If left unchecked, trouble was inevitable. I believe I must return to the tribe and request the assistance of an additional orc. We must eliminate them in one decisive strike, Dragon Shun asserted. This time, we acted hastily, assuming that 2 dragon tribe orcs would suffice. After all, a single dragon can typically dispatch small groups of strays. Very well, they agreed. A male orc from the Black Wolf clan spoke. Their gaze turned once more towards the dragonkin. Long Shun returned to his tribe. Yet the image of that brilliantly beautiful female lingered in his mind, stirring a tumult of emotions within him. After so many years, he had encountered such an exquisite female for the first time. The mere thought of her wandering among the feral beasts, enduring hardships and potential mistreatment, filled him with an urgent desire to rescue that enchanting female. In his memory, the feral beasts were vicious, and it was evident that she must be suffering greatly in their midst. He vividly recalled the last time he eradicated a small band of feral beasts, where he had witnessed a female reduced to a mere shell of her former self. As this thought crossed his mind, his speed of flight instinctively quickened. All he desired was to rescue her swiftly. The fox demon was unaware that her whereabouts had been discovered by the dragon clan, which had summoned a multitude of dragon beast men to assault their tribe. Naturally, neither she nor the entire tribe realized that a monumental crisis was gradually approaching them. By the time they became aware, the enemy was already at their gates. However, this is merely an afterthought. The fox spirit continued to live her modest life, unperturbed by the presence of the Black Wolf tribe's beast men, for with the Emperor by her side, she felt no fear of harm befalling them. Their incapacitation was, in fact, a preferable outcome. As for the intruders, their demise was inconsequential. After all, they had slain numerous members of her tribe. To release them unscathed would not only be unthinkable for her, but also for her fellow tribesmen. Their incapacitation was indeed a better fate, for at least they could continue to exist. After all, she was a denizen of the 21st century, unable to stand idly by as lives ebbed away before her eyes. For someone like her, hailing from a peaceful 24th century era, coexisting harmoniously was the ultimate ideal. Moreover, considering the limited number of people in the entire tribe. Prolonged conflict would undoubtedly result in their defeat. Thus, after a half-day's passage, the fox spirit tended to the fire, adding charcoal and roasting fish. When the emperor wearily returned from outside, he plopped down across from her, unceremoniously snatching the freshly roasted fish from her hands and stuffing it into his mouth. Observing him, the fox spirit was momentarily taken aback, her lips twitching in disbelief at his utter lack of decorum. Yet, she suppressed the urge to strike him down. Turning to the emperor, she inquired, "What of those beast men?" As he munched on the fish, the emperor nonchalantly replied, "I have already broken their limbs and just threw them across the river. As for whether the Black Wolf tribe retrieved them, I cannot say. Even if they were saved, they would remain incapacitated and utterly useless." The fox spirit nodded in understanding. However, after this incident, the Black Wolf clan had not returned, allowing for 3 months of tranquil existence. There remained 2 months until Mo Lin's awakening. She found herself counting the days incessantly, and her belly had grown to a pitiable size, seemingly on the verge of labor at any moment. Sleep eluded her, and rising from bed became a formidable challenge. There were nights when she tossed and turned restlessly, unable to find solace in slumber. Throughout it all, Dee had been her steadfast caretaker. Remarkably, Dee had learned the art of cooking. Aware of her fondness for fish, he would venture out daily to catch it for her, meticulously removing the bones each time. In the presence of the gentle emperor, the fox spirit found herself at a loss for words. As he overstepped boundaries, she resolved to convey her singular desire for Mo Lin, expressing that she wished he would not place his hopes upon her. Such expectations would be in vain. That day, the emperor spent hours in sorrow, and just as the fox spirit believed he had relinquished his pursuit, he returned. When she thought he would not relent, the emperor spoke. "It is perilous. I cannot bear to leave you alone. Once Mo Lin awakens, I shall depart." At that moment, the fox spirit was rendered speechless. Indeed, she had once yearned to distance herself from him, wishing to avoid any form of interaction. However, upon engaging with him, she discovered the emperor's admirable qualities, his kindness and tenderness. Though he could be overbearing and eccentric at times, yet he was inherently good, deserving of someone far better, was he not? Did she harbor feelings for the emperor? By conventional standards, one might conclude she did. Yet, having chosen Mo Lin from the outset, her heart would remain steadfastly loyal to him. All else, she would inevitably forsake. "Yao Yao, I have carefully deboned the fish for you. Indulge," the emperor said, presenting a bowl of expertly prepared fish before the fox spirit. The fox spirit expressed her gratitude with a soft thank you before picking up her chopsticks and indulging in the delectable fish. As the tender morsel graced her palate, her eyes narrowed in blissful enjoyment. The fish was simply exquisite. The emperor, observing her squinting eyes in delight, couldn't help but jest. "Ah, given your profound love for fish, you ought to be a cat, not a fox. It is only the feline kind that possesses such a fondness for fish." Chapter 116. The Onslaught of the Dragon Clan. The fox demon paused with her chopsticks, seemingly pondering. She was unsure why she had developed a fondness for fish. After all, she was a fox. A genuine white fox at that. Perhaps it was due to the fact that her body now harbored a different soul, a human soul. Yet, upon reflection, that notion seemed flawed, for she had never had an affinity for fish in her human days. Could it be attributed to her pregnancy? That seemed plausible. Ever since she had become pregnant, her craving for fish had intensified. Unsure of how to respond to Dee, she could only deny it. "I do not know." With that, the fox demon eagerly devoured the fish meat. In no time, her bowl was empty, prompting Dee to promptly offer her another bowl of expertly deboned fish. The fox spirit cast him a glance, then glanced at the bowl, contemplating whether to indulge further. "Do partake more," the emperor urged. The fox spirit expressed that it was not that sentiment. Rather, it was the emperor's exceptional kindness towards her that instilled a sense of fear. Observing the emperor's sincere demeanor, she accepted the bowl, having spent considerable time with him, during which she had grasped a semblance of his character. After consuming several bowls of fish, she felt satiated, though lamented the absence of rice, which would have made the meal complete, alleviating the need for such an abundance. The emperor tidied up the dishes while the fox spirit settled beside the hearth, basking in the warmth of the fire. As noon approached, the emperor stepped outside, and scarcely had he departed when the fox spirit donned a cloak, intending to venture out for a stroll. The emperor had always prohibited her from wandering, but the fox spirit insisted that during her pregnancy, it was important to take walks, otherwise it would complicate the childbirth process. The emperor dismissed her reasoning, asserting that no female in her condition roamed about, but rather remained at home, resting. Thus, he forbade her from leaving. From that point onward, the emperor would exit first, and she would follow suit, albeit only to stroll in the vicinity of their cave. After walking for a mere 10 minutes, she returned to the cave, utterly exhausted, as if burdened by a hundredweight, feeling quite unwell. As she lay upon the bed, drowsiness gradually enveloped her, and soon she drifted into slumber, engaging in a game of cards with the deity of dreams. Just as she was reveling in this dreamlike card game, she was abruptly yanked awake by some force, her name being urgently called with palpable tension. The fox spirit, awakening with a sense of confusion and the languor of just roused slumber, gazed at the anxious emperor and inquired, "What is the matter?" "Yao Yao, we must leave at once," the emperor urged, his voice tinged with urgency. "What is it? What could possibly be so grave?" She replied, her fatigue prompting her to lie back down. "What dragons? What dragons are you speaking of?" "Dragons!" Suddenly, the fox spirit's eyes flew wide open, and she sat up abruptly, grasping the emperor's arm, uncertainty etched across her face. "What did you just say? Dragons? They are attacking?" "Yes, indeed, the dragons are coming. I must take you away immediately," the emperor declared, as he retrieved a cloak and draped it over her shoulders. Once she was cloaked, the emperor lifted her into his arms and made for the door. As they reached the threshold, the fox spirit noticed a menacing darkness overhead. Upon glancing up, she beheld a multitude of western black dragons soaring through the sky. Her complexion turned ashen. "Get lost!" the emperor barked fiercely. His own countenance was no better. The dragons, which had previously been a distant sight, were now ominously close. Their speed was terrifying, and with so many dragons, it seemed they were prepared to annihilate them all. In that moment, he felt utterly disoriented. What are we to do? Chapter 117. A great crisis. His concern was not for himself, but for the fox spirit in his embrace, whose face had gone pale with fright. There was no way to escape with her. The fox spirit, too, gripped the emperor's garment tightly in fear. "What shall we do, Emperor?" "Do not worry, I am here. There are so many dragons. Will we be able to escape?" "Rest assured, if we cannot exit, they cannot enter." "Huh, why is that?" "We anticipated their return and thus coated the spider webs with venom long ago. Any who become ensnared shall meet certain death." "I see. So, that means we cannot leave either." Indeed, though he thought this, he was uncertain if such measures would truly deter the dragons, given the sheer number that had arrived. Realizing he could no longer take the fox spirit with him, he reluctantly returned her to the safety of the cave. The fox spirit was set down. "Yao Yao, you must remain here. You cannot go anywhere. Do you understand?" She was aware that if he were to perish in battle, at the very least, they would not harm her. The situation at hand was far graver than the last. After all, it involved the dragon clan, a formidable force within the beast realm, and there were so many of them. Tears suddenly blurred her vision. She was terrified, fearful of losing the beast men who accompanied them. "Do not cry, Yao Yao," Dee said gently, wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes. She brushed away a tear and grasped his hand, sorrowfully imploring, "You must promise me that you will return alive." With so many dragons in the sky, the possibility of survival seemed almost non-existent. She knew this. She understood that even if they departed, the dragon clan would not harm her. Dee smiled slightly, patting her head. "All right, I promise you, I will return safely." "You must." The fox spirit insisted stubbornly. Dee nodded in affirmation, replying, "I will come back." As he stepped out, watching his figure disappear into the distance, the fox spirit cried helplessly. Turning to gaze upon the massive form of Mo Lin, she suddenly leapt towards him, exclaiming, "What should I do? What should I do?" Had she known it would come to this, she would not have allowed him to hibernate in the cave. Anywhere is better. Anywhere at all. If they were to be attacked, Mo Lin would be like a lamb to the slaughter. After a while, powerful footsteps resonated outside the cave. The fox demon lifted her gaze, believing the emperor had returned. However, what she beheld was an unfamiliar beast man. The fox demon immediately became anxious, inquiring, "Who are you?" She was familiar with nearly everyone in the tribe, yet this individual was entirely unfamiliar to her. "Do not be afraid, little female. I am here to rescue you," Long Shun hastily explained upon noticing the startled demeanor of the female, eager not to frighten her further. "Rescue me?" the fox demon responded, perplexed. As she pondered, she considered that this person might belong to the dragon clan. However, she questioned, "How did he even get in here?" "Indeed, I am here to save you. Come quickly," Long Shun insisted, reaching out to grasp her hand and lead her away. He had stealthily navigated through the chaos of the battle to evade the stray beasts. Yet, the female evaded his grasp, casting a puzzled look at him. "Little female, what are you doing? This is urgent. We must leave at once. If we are discovered, neither of us will escape." The fox spirit swiftly evaded him, shaking her head and declaring, "I shall not depart." Long Shun, taken aback, momentarily believed he had misheard her. Did she truly assert that she would not leave? Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the immense serpentine form beside her, and in a panic, he hastily pulled her away, exclaiming, "Be cautious." In a sudden and unexpected turn, the fox spirit was pulled forward, twisting her ankle and causing tears to stream down her face. Chapter 118. Lin, do not leave. My dear, do not depart. Longshan observed the enormous figure before him with caution, sensing an overwhelming danger. Yet, upon closer inspection, it seemed to be in a state of hibernation, unresponsive. Abruptly, its hand transformed into a dragon's claw, ferociously lunging towards Lin. The fox spirit, already in pain from her injured ankle, gasped as she witnessed the unfamiliar man charging at Lin with lethal intent. Her complexion turned pale with fear, and before her mind could catch up, her body acted on instinct, rushing forward while shouting, "Do not harm him." Yet, she was a heartbeat too late. Scalding blood splattered across her face, rendering her momentarily speechless. She stared in shock at the gash on Lin's body, where flesh had been torn open and crimson blood flowed freely, staining the stone bed beneath. Frantically, she dashed to staunch the warm blood that gushed forth, trembling uncontrollably, her words faltering. Lin, the blood flowed like a relentless river, uncontainable. Lin. I was wrong. Had I known it would come to this, we would have been better off remaining in the desert. It is far safer there. Lin, please do not leave. Do not abandon me. Why won't this blood stop? No, please, do not go. What should I do? It won't cease. Long Shun stood frozen, astonished, his mind reeling. This young female was attached to this beast. Impossible, utterly inconceivable. How could a female develop feelings for a stray beast? Surely, she must have been bewitched. Yes, that must be it. He rushed forward to grasp her arm, urging, "Hurry. Female, come with me. There is no time to lose." The fox spirit glared at the one who had harmed Lin, her heart seething with rage. With a forceful shove, she exclaimed, "Get away from me. I shall not leave. I refuse to go." Long Shun, however, could not allow her to remain. He regarded her merely as a female ensnared by the allure of a stray beast and forcibly took her away. The fox demon struggled with all her might, attempting to push him away, yet no matter how hard she tried, she could not budge him. In a moment of desperation, she bit down on his hand, causing Longshan to instinctively release her. The fox spirit fell to the ground, her abdomen striking the stone bed with force. Instantly, a wave of pain surged through her belly. Ah, it hurt so much. Oh, the agony. The fox demon felt as though something vital was seeping away from her, panic-stricken as she clutched her abdomen. My baby, my baby." Longshan was utterly bewildered by her reference to the baby, and upon witnessing her suffering, he anxiously inquired, "Little female, what is the matter?" The sight of his face ignited a profound fury within the fox demon, and she forcefully pushed him away, exclaiming, "Leave." To her astonishment, Longshan actually complied and stepped back. At that moment, she suddenly noticed a copious amount of blood flowing beneath her, sending her into a state of terror as she wept and covered her belly. "Don't go, my baby, don't go. I have already lost your father. Please don't leave me. Do not abandon me, please, my baby. No, my baby, please." The pain in her abdomen was excruciating, and she realized she might not be able to hold on any longer, crying out desperately for her child not to depart. Lin was gone, and even their child could not be retained. She felt utterly helpless. The fox spirit, filled with rage, let out a piercing scream, yearning to vocalize all her grievances and fury. Dragon Shun was taken aback by her outburst. Suddenly, a colossal serpent rose from behind, its icy gaze fixed upon him, baring its chilling fangs. He felt the temperature plummet around him, rendering him paralyzed with fear. Before he could comprehend the situation, a streak of black energy surged toward him, propelling him away in an instant. With a resounding crash, Dragon Shun found himself hurtling through the air, crashing heavily against the wall before collapsing to the ground. Just as he attempted to rise, a sudden sweetness filled his throat, and blood erupted from his mouth. As he tried to discern the cause, an immense force struck him once more, involuntarily launching him into the air, this time not against a wall, but out of the cave's opening. Dragon Shun lamented internally. "Do I not have any dignity? I am a dragon. I can fly on my own. I do not require your assistance." Another loud thud echoed as he fell heavily to the ground, unconscious. Meanwhile, the fox spirit gazed at Dragonshin as he flew away, momentarily stunned, pondering how he had soared into the air twice. Suddenly, she felt herself enveloped in a familiar embrace, the warmth and voice that she recognized all too well. She mechanically turned her head, beholding the face she could only dream of. Slowly, she reached out, her hand brushing against his handsome visage. Fearful that this was merely a dream, and that upon awakening, he would once again slip into slumber. Yet, the familiar sensation assured her this was reality. "Mo Lin," she exclaimed, gazing at the man she had longed for, her beloved, with whom she had not exchanged words for 8 long months since his slumber. In an instant, tears streamed down her face like a torrential downpour. But the next moment, a sharp pain gripped her abdomen, intensifying and coalescing into a singular agony. She clutched Mo Lin's arm with one hand while the other pressed against her belly, struggling for breath. "Mo Lin, our child is in pain. Little fox, what is wrong?" Mo Lin looked down at the girl he cherished, who was curled up in agony within his embrace, his heart aching for her. At that moment, he cursed himself for not awakening sooner. Suddenly, his pupils dilated as he noticed the crimson blood beneath her, piercing his eyes with dread. Frantically, he lifted her. "Little fox, what has happened? Why are you bleeding?" "Mo Lin, it hurts. It feels as if my body is being torn apart. It hurts so much." Mo Lin held her tightly, his eyes filled with rage. "Dragon Clan! Mo Lin, it hurts so much." The pain pierced her heart, and he wished desperately to bear her suffering in her stead. "Ah, ah." The cries of the fox demon pierced through Mo Lin's heart like sharp blades. "Mo Lin, little fox, assist me in removing the beast skin trousers, so I may ascertain whether the child is on the verge of arrival." The fox spirit pointed to her bleeding wound and spoke. Mo Lin swiftly lifted her and placed her on the bed where she usually slept, hastily removing her trousers, which were dampened, whether by amniotic fluid or blood, remained unclear. Upon closer inspection, Mo Lin was taken aback by the sight of a tiny head emerging. He was bewildered, unable to comprehend what this phenomenon was. A small fox, with a head. Upon hearing this, the fox spirit became convinced that the child was on the verge of being born. Regardless of whether the outcome would be life or death, she was resolute in her determination to bring the child into the world. "Ah!" The voice of the fox spirit had grown hoarse, utterly oblivious to the impending arrival of her child. Was the little one trapped, unable to emerge? A wave of pain surged through her, and suddenly she felt something detach from her body. In that moment, she was utterly spent. Weariness enveloped her, and she longed for slumber. No, she must see her child. With great effort, she propped herself up, reaching between her legs to grasp the tiny creature, no larger than the palm of her hand, drenched in blood. Chapter 120. The little one has passed away. Mo Lin stood in stunned silence before the scene unfolding before him. It was a female infant. As he sensed her essence, his body trembled uncontrollably. It was his offspring, his precious little female child. The fox demon cradled the tiny child, whose small eyes were firmly shut. She was filled with an urgent desire to ascertain whether the child still drew breath. She extended her hand to touch the delicate bridge of the child's nose, but was uncertain if it was due to the child's diminutive size, as she could not perceive any signs of respiration. She then lifted the child closer to her ear, hoping to discern the faint rhythm of a heartbeat, yet there was none to be heard. The fox spirit wept, placing it beside the bed, using her index finger to perform cardiac resuscitation, followed by artificial respiration. "Darling, please do not frighten your mother." Upon witnessing the distraught fox spirit, Mo Lin was momentarily taken aback and rushed to intervene, asking, "What is wrong with the little fox?" "Mo Lin, do not touch me, do not touch me." The fox spirit, with reddened eyes, desperately pushed him away, continuing her efforts to revive the child. Observing her frantic state, Mo Lin immediately embraced her, exclaiming, "Little fox, please do not act this way. What has happened to you?" The fox demon was tightly embraced by Mo Lin, rendered immobile. Grasping his arm, she implored, "Mo Lin, darling, please do not touch me. Let me go, our little one." Although Mo Lin was unaware of what she referred to as little one, he comprehended the essence of her words, which implied their offspring. "It's all right. The little one is perfectly fine." The fox spirit shook her head vigorously in his embrace, weeping. "No, the little one has lost its breath. The little one is gone." Upon hearing her words, Mo Lin's body stiffened, and he turned to see the frail little creature lying on the bed. A profound realization struck him. His little one was no more. just moments ago. Upon discovering it was a female, he had felt a flicker of joy, thus he had failed to notice the absence of her vital breath. Before he could fully process his sorrow, the beloved little fox in his arms curled up tightly once more. The fox demon clutched her aching abdomen. As a fresh wave of agony surged through her. She had barely begun to mourn the loss of her child when the pain in her belly intensified once more. Could it be that she was bearing twins? The torment was unbearable. Lin, witnessing this distress, felt a pang of anxiety. Was not the child meant to be born? Why was she still in such excruciating pain? The fox spirit tightly grasped Lin's arm, inflicting a deep gash that drew blood. Yet, Lin did not flinch. His heart ached solely for his little fox. He desperately wished he could bear her suffering in her stead. They say that a man should not weep, but in this moment, he found himself unable to suppress his tears, lamenting his own helplessness for not awakening sooner and for being unable to alleviate her pain. The fox spirit, utterly exhausted, has lost her voice from the strain, yet the child within her remains stubbornly unwilling to emerge. The fox spirit, already burdened by the sorrow of losing her firstborn, found herself devoid of strength to bring forth another. Unbeknownst to her, perhaps due to the profound bond between mother and child, the first infant had already begun to exhibit signs of life, with a heartbeat faint yet present. The pain coursing through her body served as a constant reminder that she could not succumb to despair. There remained a possibility that her second child might survive. Furthermore, she could no longer afford to cry out, for her strength was nearly depleted. Thus, she clenched her teeth and recalled the breathing techniques she had seen on television during childbirth. In due course, her second child emerged into the world. Yet, scarcely had she the chance to behold this new life when a wave of pain surged through her abdomen once more. Chapter 121. Little Fox, do not abandon me. The fox demon was in a state of despair. How could there still be one more? She felt utterly drained, her body racked with waves of excruciating pain. A constant reminder that another life resided within her. The thought of dying in childbirth filled her with dread. At this moment, she truly lacked the strength to endure another birth. Her surroundings faded into an ethereal silence, leaving her in a disorienting void where sounds ceased to exist. Was she on the brink of death? Why was there nothing but silence? Perhaps this state was not so bad. She could finally accompany her baby. The little one, having just arrived in this world, had yet to behold its beauty. Would they wander alone? It would surely be better with her by their side. The only regret she harbored was that she would have to say goodbye to Lin, the man she loved. Little fox, you must hold on, came Lin's urgent voice, breaking through her haze. She wished to open her eyes and see him, yet her eyelids felt unbearably heavy. She was so tired, so longing for sleep. In her mind's eye, she envisioned her baby joyfully crawling toward her. Baby, just as she yearned to embrace the little one's adorable form, she heard the anguished voice of the man she cherished behind her. Turning around, she saw him kneeling in torment, calling out to her. Little fox, don't leave me. Please, don't abandon me. Little fox, look at me. I am here. Please don't go. Seeing the pain etched on Lin's face stirred her desire to run to him, to hold him tight, but the piercing cries of her baby echoed from behind. Wah, wah, wah. The fox demon stood in the midst of a profound dilemma, flanked by her beloved child on one side and the man she cherished on the other. Overwhelmed, she found herself at a loss. Both were the dearest to her heart. Lin, my little fox, please don't leave. Look, our baby is still alive. Open your eyes and see. Suddenly, an excruciating pain surged through her body, jolting her awake, and her gaze fell upon Lin, who was tearfully watching her. Lin, my little fox, you're awake. Upon witnessing her revival, Lin anxiously embraced her, fearing the loss of her once more. Her breath had been alarmingly faint, instilling dread within him. She longed to reassure him that she was all right, yet the relentless agony in her abdomen rendered her powerless. I can't go on. I have no strength left, the fox demon uttered in anguish. Little fox, look. Our baby is alive. You must hold on, Lin implored, lifting the firstborn cub beside them. As she had closed her eyes moments ago, he had genuinely feared she might lack the courage to continue living. A nearby cub, having taken its last breath, cried out. Drawing his attention, the fox demon gazed ahead, her eyes flickering with a glimmer of hope. The baby had survived. The baby had not perished. No, if the baby lived, how could she succumb? She must endure. With a piercing scream, the child was born safely. In that instant, she felt a considerable weight lift from her shoulders. She weakly raised her hand to caress her abdomen, Thankfully, it had flattened. Had another one come, she would have truly met her end. Immediately, she turned to check on the remaining 2 infants. The second appeared well, but the last one was lifeless. Regardless of her efforts in resuscitation and artificial respiration, nothing seemed to work. Despite the agony coursing through her body, she persevered for over 10 minutes, performing heart compressions and breaths. Finally, the baby drew a breath. All 3 infants were alive, and the fox demon released a sigh of relief. Yet, upon observing their tiny forms, still under 10 months and classified as preterm, anxiety gnawed at her. This environment lacked proper medical facilities, and she questioned whether they would survive. Chapter 122. With me, there will be no harm. She began to fret over the baby's chances of thriving. Lin urged her to rest, but she could not bring herself to do so. She remained vigilant in caring for the children, knowing that Lin and his compatriots, being primitive beings, would not provide the necessary attention. At least in her recollections, children were typically raised with little intervention. However, these 3 were different. They had arrived earlier than anticipated. If it had not been for her, the recently lifeless child would have surely been discarded, for it had entered the world without breath. She pondered the scarcity of females in this world, realizing that birthing a female was far more challenging than that of a male. This could explain the numerous females who succumbed shortly after birth, perhaps not truly perishing, but rather experiencing a temporary cessation of life due to prolonged distress. The 3 tiny infants lay beside her, swaddled and unwashed, as she lacked the strength to tend to them. Lin, a robust man, would not undertake such tasks either. Instead, he remained by her side, attending to her needs while casting loving glances at the 3 little ones, overwhelmed with happiness. "You have worked hard, little fox," he murmured, struggling to articulate the depth of his emotions. As a wandering beast, he had never dared to dream of such abundance. Yet today, he found himself in possession of everything, feeling like the happiest beast man in the world. The fox demon smiled gently at him and reassured, "I am fine, so do not worry." Just moments ago, she may have felt detached, but now, with the baby and him by her side, how could she possibly bear to part with them? Suddenly, as if recalling something vital, she grasped Lin's hand and exclaimed, "By the way, Lin, there are dragons attacking outside. What shall we do now?" The dragon beast men had already breached their defenses, which meant the outside was in chaos. The dragon clan possesses formidable combat prowess, and with so many dragons outside, could the tribe's beast men withstand such an onslaught? Rest assured, as long as I am here, nothing will happen. Lin tenderly brushed the damp, white strands of hair from her forehead. She felt an inexplicable sense of security whenever she looked at Lin. "Wait for me here. I shall return shortly," he said, understanding his intent to venture out. She quickly cautioned, "Please be careful. The baby and I will be waiting for your return." "All right," he replied, and as he stood up, the moment he turned, his once gentle visage transformed into an icy mask, his pupils narrowing into slits, his gaze seething with flames of fury, a palpable aura of wrath enveloping him. "Dragons, how dare they harm the little fox? They shall pay dearly." He cradled her as if she were fragile, unwilling to let her feel sorrow or pain. He wished he could bear all the suffering alone. In the past, he had been indifferent to their provocations, but now, these beastmen had dared to injure his precious little fox, the one he cherished above all. Seeing her lie amidst a pool of blood shattered his heart. When he witnessed her agony during childbirth, he longed to take her pain upon himself. The dragons had almost cost him his beloved fox and their child. Such transgressions were unforgivable, absolutely unforgivable. Amidst the struggle, the battling dragons suddenly felt a chill run through them, as if they were being watched, an instinctual fear gripping their hearts. Then, a colossal python descended from the sky, its gaping maw wide open, and it devoured a dragon whole. If the fox demon were here, it would surely be astonished. Is it not a cobra? How could it be a colossal python? And how could it be so immense? In truth, Lin is indeed a cobra, albeit one that has grown in size. After all, the dragon clan possesses many wonders. Is it not conceivable that a large cobra exists? The world is vast and full of marvels. To return to the matter at hand, the dragon clan was taken aback when a gigantic serpent emerged, swallowing one of their kin in an instant. They were momentarily stunned, and before they could regain their composure, the soaring dragons were forcibly struck down by the serpent's tail, creating a path through the sky. The fallen dragons writhed in agony, expelling blood with each gasp, their insides likely rearranged, and some even cleaved in two, evidently meeting their demise. The sight left all dragon beastmen gasping in horror, their expressions darkening. And thoughts of fleeing began to creep in. With a resounding smack, another group of dragons was brought crashing down. By the time they regained their senses, the number of fallen dragon beastmen was already staggering. The once formidable throng of 200 or more had dwindled to just a handful. The terror was overwhelming. They never anticipated that such a formidable serpent beast could exist within this seemingly insignificant tribe. Flee. The singular thought echoed in their minds. If they did not escape, they would surely perish here. But the giant serpent, observing the fleeing dragon clan, glared with murderous intent. Having harmed his little fox and nearly caused the death of his offspring, they dared to escape? A delusion. The colossal python lashed out with its tail once more, bringing down the fleeing dragons. Those who fell to the ground writhed in pain, some succumbing to the serpent's venom, their struggles mere moments before meeting Yama. In mere moments, the dragon clan was entirely obliterated, with none escaping, only the anguished cries of the dragon beastmen remaining. Clearly, these beastmen were no longer capable of inflicting harm. As the giant serpent transformed back into Mo Lin, the wandering beastmen finally regained their senses. Lin, you have awakened. Yuan was the first to express joy as he approached. Mo Lin did not even spare him a glance, hastily returning to the cave where his little fox awaited. The wandering beasts gazed at Mo Lin's receding figure, their eyes filled with admiration. How remarkable! Could this be what talent truly is? When would they ever attain such prowess? In the past, Mo Lin had always been unassuming, often overlooked as the mightiest among them. Following this battle, they would surely not forget. Initially, they had been prepared to risk their lives in a desperate fight against the dragon clan. Yet with Mo Lin's emergence, the dragons were left in utter disarray. Yuan's eye twitched as he observed the awestruck gazes directed at Mo Lin, and he irritably called out, "All right, enough staring. Let us quickly attend to the aftermath." Even he could not help but marvel at how much more formidable Mo Lin seemed to have become. No one noticed the emperor standing not far away, his eyes a mixture of anguish and joy. He had awakened. He had arrived. The beastmen spoke. The dragon clan, though not entirely vanquished, had been dealt a final blow, ensuring their complete demise before being cast to the outskirts of the tribe. Having spent considerable time with Sister Yao Yao, they had long ceased to consume beastmen. In truth, they had never intended to dine on them. Their choice to do so was a matter of survival. After all, if they were to slay a beastman, the adversary would surely sense their presence and pursue them to the ends of the earth. They had been left with no choice but to eradicate the evidence. Soon, the remnants within the tribe were meticulously cleared away, even the bloodstains washed away completely. Sister Yao Yao had an aversion to blood. Everything had to be spotless, lest she behold it. Chapter 124. The third brother has ceased to breathe again. Mo Lin returned to the cave, gazing at the fox spirit Yao Yao, who was struggling to hold on, his heart aching. Little fox. Upon hearing Mo Lin's voice, the fox demon turned, a smile gracing her lips. Mo Lin, you're back? She inquired. Mo Lin settled beside her, enveloping her in his embrace. How are things outside? She asked, a note of concern evident in her tone. With so many dragons, I worry about our chances. Do not fret. With me by your side, they shall not cause any trouble, he reassured her. Is that truly the case? The fox demon questioned, still harboring uncertainty, for they were, after all, the most formidable dragons of the beast realm. Of course, Mo Lin replied, his affection evident as he gently brushed his finger against the tip of her nose. The fox spirit wrinkled her nose and remarked, I trust you. Then, gazing at the three tiny children, a wave of anxiety washed over her, leaving her uncertain of their survival. Detected the concern reflected in her eyes and reassured her. Do not worry, the little ones will be fine. His gaze inadvertently drifted towards the three small female cubs, which were even smaller than the males he had encountered. Was it possible that females were inherently smaller than males? Could such fragile beings survive? He too felt a growing concern, unaware that they were premature. Indeed, let us hope for the best. The fox spirit, Yao Yao, and Mo Lin stood vigil nearby. Mo Lin, filled with concern, urged her to take a moment to rest. But all her entreaties fell on deaf ears. The fox spirit dared not slumber, for she must remain vigilant to every movement of the child. In exasperation, Mo Lin proposed. Very well, you shall rest first while I stand guard over them. Should their breath cease, I shall awaken you immediately. Is that agreeable? The fox demon hesitated momentarily, refraining from giving her consent. While it was true that the beastmen possessed the ability to sense the presence of breath, she remained uneasy. These 3 tiny infants were so fragile. What if she fell into a deep slumber and could not awaken? She was acutely aware of her own predicament, exhausted and weary. She found it difficult to rouse herself once she lay down. At that moment, she was merely sustaining herself by sheer willpower. This is not a viable solution. If the children recover, you may find yourself utterly depleted, gently urged her. After much persuasion, the fox demon reluctantly acquiesced, realizing that if she did not prioritize her own well-being, she could not adequately care for the children. Indeed, as she allowed her body to relax, an overwhelming wave of drowsiness enveloped her, and she swiftly succumbed to sleep. Observing the slumbering and fatigued fox demon, a tide of guilt washed over. He had never comprehended the agony of childbirth until now. He vowed never to subject her to such suffering again. The memory of her near demise had almost pushed him to the brink of losing control. Casting his gaze upon the minuscule, barely breathing female offspring beside her, his heart ached anew. May they survive, he silently wished. The fox spirit, having only just fallen into slumber, was soon approached by Yuan, who was halted at the entrance of the cave by Mo Lin. You should return for now. Do not disturb the little fox while she is asleep. I shall visit you in a few days, he advised. Of course, the exact timing of those days remained uncertain. He would make his way over once the little fox and her offspring had recovered. Yuan nodded in understanding and turned to leave. Throughout the day, Mo Lin attentively cared for the mother and her 4 little ones. It was not until dusk that the fox spirit was roused by Mo Lin's voice. Little fox. The third one has stopped breathing, Mo Lin said, her voice laced with anxiety as she gazed at her in distress. Upon hearing this, the fox demoness was instantly wide awake. He had ceased to breathe. The third brother had drawn his last breath. This phrase echoed in her mind. The third brother had always been the weakest among the trio, having only survived after being resuscitated for several minutes at birth. Chapter 125. Hope shattered in this moment. The anxious little third, a fox demon, commenced the life-saving procedure, lamenting over a fragment of flesh that had fallen from her own being. She was reluctant to part with it. Mo Lin stood anxiously at her side, feeling utterly helpless, merely a spectator to the unfolding drama. After nearly 10 minutes of fervent efforts, the little third finally detected a heartbeat. The fox spirit embraced the little one, tears of joy streaming down her face. Fortunately, they were alive. Turning her gaze to the 2 other infants beside her, she suddenly recalled that the 3 little ones had not been fed all day. Wishing to nourish them, she realized that they were far too small to consume milk. Moreover, this was her first time unable to initiate the feeding herself. She had to rely on Mo Lin for assistance. Naturally, he was more than willing to help. However, he was unprepared for the pain that the fox spirit would endure. Alarmed, he hesitated to continue assisting her, knowing that she would undoubtedly be displeased. Yet, for the sake of her children, she could bear the pain, no matter how excruciating. With no other choice, Mo Lin offered his help, albeit with a heavy heart. As he assisted in extracting the milk, tinged with blood, even he, a strong man, felt a pang of pain for his little fox, who had suffered so much for him. The fox spirit meticulously used a clean chopstick, delivering the precious liquid drop by drop into the mouths of her tiny offspring. Mo Lin stood by her side, recognizing that feeding one infant alone, especially in such a painstaking manner, would take an eternity. Working together would expedite the process. Both first-time parents approached their task with utmost care, fearful of harming the fragile little ones. As darkness enveloped them, they relied on the flickering light of a flame. By late night, Mo Lin, deeply pained for her, urged her to rest while he took on the remaining responsibilities. The fox spirit nodded in agreement. The following day, at the break of dawn, she awoke and glanced at the baby, ensuring everything was well before asking Mo Lin for a handful of dried fruits to quell her hunger. At present, she was unable to prepare a meal, and Mo Lin was even less capable of doing so. Suddenly, the fox spirit noticed Dee outside the door, and saw Mo Lin gazing at him. Panic surged within her, fearing that Mo Lin might misconstrue their relationship, and she hastily clarified, Mo Lin, there is nothing between Dee and me. He is here to protect me. Mo Lin chuckled, gently patting her head. I understand. From the moment he awoke, he was aware of Dee's presence in the cave. Witnessing the little fox's reaction filled his heart with sweetness. To be acknowledged by a female was a fortune he had cultivated over many lifetimes, granting him such serendipity. Feeling relieved that Mo Lin bore no resentment, she pondered the situation. However, With Mo Lin's return, what would become of Di? After all, he had cared for her for a month. Could she bring herself to send him away? It seemed she could not find the words. Di, upon noticing the fox spirit's awareness of him, felt a surge of joy. But when he saw her hesitation, a wave of despondency washed over him, especially as he listened to her earnest attempts to explain herself to Mo Lin. His heart shattered into countless pieces. Had he known it would come to this? He had long anticipated Mo Lin's return, knowing full well that her gaze would no longer rest upon him. No, that was not quite right. Her attention had never truly been his to begin with. It was he who had harbored a one-sided affection all along. He had hoped, despite everything, for one last chance, having spent so long by her side. In that moment, all his hopes were dashed. Yet, dear Yao Yao, do you not realize how I would fare without you? The fox spirit, upon witnessing the injured gaze of the emperor, found herself at a loss for what to do and cast a helpless glance at Mo Lin. Mo Lin gently caressed her small head and turned his attention to the wounded emperor standing at a distance. The emperor had been aware of the situation since last night, standing at the doorway, yet he had chosen to feign ignorance. In that moment, he had felt a twinge of fear. He was apprehensive that the little fox might have developed feelings for the emperor. When he observed the little fox gazing at the emperor, he was consumed with anxiety, dreading that she might confess her affections for him. However, witnessing her earnest attempts to explain herself filled his heart with immense joy. Now, as he regarded the emperor, he found him considerably more agreeable. What? Must you remain outside indefinitely? Mo Lin inquired, not even granting the emperor a glance. The emperor paused, taken aback, and silently stepped inside. Instantly, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. The fox demon seemed to be able to hear the rhythm of her own heartbeat. The emperor stood there, feeling awkward, his gaze continuously directed towards the female he cherished. Yet, the object of his affection did not even grant him a glance. The fox spirit dared not meet his gaze, and the situation was exceedingly awkward for her. In a moment of helplessness, he dragged his wounded heart and declared, "I have come to retrieve my belongings." After speaking, he stole a glance at the fox spirit, hoping to gauge her reaction, yet there was none, absolutely no response. The pain was relentless. His heart ached uncontrollably. Wasn't this all a consequence of his own making? Hadn't she warned him long ago not to harbor any feelings for her? Had he not resolved to leave the moment Mo Lin regained consciousness? He had believed he could endure any sacrifice, remaining silent, cutting his losses, and not pressing for more. Yet in this moment, he realized he was utterly incapable of doing so. The mere thought of letting her go filled him with unbearable sorrow. Yao Yao, what am I to do? He slowly gathered his bedding, as if an eternity passed, desperately wishing she would ask him to stay. All he needed was a single word from her, just one simple request to remain. But there was nothing at all, even as he folded his bedding. She offered no words, not even a glance in his direction. The pain in his heart was unbearable, striving to suppress the emotions that should not be there. He steadied his voice and said, "Well then, Yao Yao, take good care of yourself. I shall take my leave." The fox spirit nodded gently, feeling a sense of relief upon witnessing the emperor's demeanor. She had feared he might act capriciously and refuse to leave. Deep down, she felt a pang of sorrow, truly. What could she do? With Mo Lin awakening, it was not ideal for the emperor to remain. At the moment he turned away, an unidentifiable tear slipped from the corner of his eye, and he departed swiftly. In the presence of Yao Yao, he could feign strength and indifference, not wishing to be ridiculed by Mo Lin. Yet, he could not suppress his emotions. The ache within him was profound. Returning to his lair, he felt the emptiness of a place he had not inhabited for too long. It was desolate, yet no chill could compare to the coldness in his heart. Yao Yao. Yao Yao, how I long for you. Why do your eyes only seek Mo Lin and not me? After all the time we've spent together, where am I in your heart? Am I destined to retreat into darkness, silently watching over you? I do not wish for that. I only desire to remain by your side, to protect you. Yet, why do you offer me no glimmer of hope? The thought of a future without her sent waves of pain through his chest, leaving him unable to either hold on or let go. In a fleeting moment, he loathed himself for failing to leave a good impression the first time they met. Racked with anguish, he curled up on the discarded bedding, calling out for his beloved female. Even he, who was usually proud, cold, and domineering, found himself in such sorrowful moments. Indeed, in the realm of love, the one who takes it seriously is often the one to suffer. Chapter 127. Naming. In the days that followed, Yao Yao found little respite. Since the last time Little Third had ceased to breathe, she dared not sleep deeply, existing in a half-dreaming state, fearing that if she fell fully asleep, she might awaken to find little third gone. Consequently, she had grown noticeably haggard, losing considerable weight. Mo Lin, observing her wan visage, felt a deep pang of compassion, yet, gazing at her delicate features, his heart softened. However, he was cautious, for these were his 3 precious little offspring, born at the cost of the little fox's life. Fortunately, in recent days, the children had encountered no mishaps and were all in good health. Mo Lin, please boil some hot water and don't forget to bring a piece of beast skin, the fox spirit instructed from her bed, seemingly lost in thought. Understood. Mo Lin nodded. Though he was uncertain of the little fox's intentions, he obediently set about his task, trusting that she had her reasons. He approached the fire, adding more charcoal to the flames, then cleaned the stone pot and filled it with water. Soon, the hot water was ready. The fox spirit gracefully descended from the bed, draping herself in a garment made of animal hide. She blended hot and cold water to create a soothing warmth, then stoked the fire. With gentle care, she lifted the firstborn, completely unclothed, and tenderly washed away the remnants of amniotic fluid with the hide. In a short span of time, a delicate, snow-white female offspring emerged. After attending to the firstborn, she proceeded to deliver the second and finally the third, each one pristine and resting upon the bed. Their tiny faces flushed with a rosy hue, utterly enchanting and melting the heart of the fox spirit. By the way, what shall we name our little one, Mo Lin? She inquired. Mo Lin paused, momentarily taken aback, for he had yet to contemplate a name. Dear little fox, you decide. I shall cherish whatever name you choose. The fox spirit cast a sidelong glance at him, remarking, You are their father. Surely it is you who should be pondering this? Mo Lin scratched his head, bashfully responding to the fox spirit, I just can't seem to come up with anything. Observing her man's foolish expression, she shook her head in exasperation. Well, you must think of something. Regardless of the circumstances, it was imperative for him to devise a name. Thus, throughout the morning, he squatted in a small corner, assuming a contemplative pose. Was it truly so challenging to conjure a name? In a moment of frustration, the fox spirit approached and gently patted his shoulder. So, have you come up with anything? Mo Lin paused, a frown etched upon his face, and replied, No. The 3 little girls are so beautiful that any name I think of feels unworthy. Oh, how difficult this was. It was the first time he realized how arduous it could be to find a name. After an entire morning, he had yet to think of even one. Well, perhaps you could share your thoughts with me. Let me see if I find them appealing. He hesitated. Maybe not. They don't sound good at all. Come on. Say them out loud. You never know. I might like them. Seeing her insistence, he reluctantly shared his ideas. Flower, water, snow, moon, sauna, qixin. Well, I did say they wouldn't do. My little ones deserve the finest names. What was she to say in response? With a sigh, she admitted, actually, they are quite lovely. Then, dear little fox, which names do you wish to choose? I find it too difficult to decide. I will be happy with whatever you select. Chapter 128. No more hibernation in the end. It seemed he would have to name them himself. It appeared there was no other choice. After squatting there all morning without a single idea, perhaps she had indeed placed too great a burden upon him. Very well then, I shall think on it. The fox demon assumed a pensive demeanor and said, Your name is Mo Lin, so let us adopt your surname from the character. The child shall bear your surname. As for the given name, let it be one of your choosing. How about Mo Shui, Mo Yaya, and perhaps Mo Lingling? No, Mo Lingling is too similar to your name, so let us settle on Mo Shui instead. Although aware that surnames do not exist in this world and names are chosen at random, as a person of Huaxia, one must not forget their roots. The tradition of surnames is paramount. Mo Lin joyfully repeated the child's name. Mo Shui, Mo Yaya, Mo Shui. Ah, how melodious. Indeed. A name bestowed by a little fox is undeniably charming. Is this flattery? The fox spirit cast a sidelong glance at him before turning her attention to the children, gently uttering the names of her 3 little ones. The eldest is Mo Shui, the second is Mo Yaya, and the youngest is Mo Shui. Gazing upon the 3 adorable infants, the fox spirit felt her heart soften. They were so pure and beautiful. Among the trio, only the eldest occasionally opened her eyes, while the youngest remained still, causing the most concern for her. The third child possessed the weakest constitution of the 3. In the days that followed, Mo Lin remained inseparable from them, never straying far, and steadfastly stayed in the cave for half a month. Only when the baby showed signs of improvement did he venture out to seek Yuan. Yuan had become almost numb in his cave. having promised to visit in a few days. Yet half a month had passed without a word. In truth, the tribe remained oblivious to the fact that the fox spirit had given birth to 3 little females. At that time, the emperor, out of concern, had also failed to notice. Had he known, Yuan would have certainly insisted that Mo Lin stay behind, saying, "You need not come, just watch over them. My situation is not urgent." Alas, he was unaware. When Mo Lin finally appeared at the cave entrance, Yuan was overjoyed and hurried to greet him, exclaiming, "You have finally arrived. It has been quite the journey." His tone resembled that of a scorned lover. "What is it?" Mo Lin inquired. "Come, sit down. We must converse at length." Mo Lin nodded and took a seat. Yuan had intended to discuss certain matters with him, but suddenly, he posed a different question. "Lin, will ending your hibernation prematurely harm your body?" Mo Lin shook his head. "There is a slight risk, but the impact is minimal." Yuan, still concerned, pressed on. "Since winter has yet to conclude, will you still enter hibernation?" "I will not hibernate this year, nor will I in the future," Mo Lin replied resolutely. The moment he witnessed the little fox lying helplessly in a pool of blood, he could no longer dare to hibernate. He could not allow such a tragedy to occur again. It would drive him to madness. "Will this not harm your body if you do not hibernate?" Yuan asked anxiously. "Rest assured, whether I hibernate or not makes no difference now," Mo Lin assured him. Before Yuan could finish, Mo Lin nodded, leaving Yuan astonished. "You have already become a 7-pattern beast." Though he had confirmed it, he could not help but exclaim in surprise. This would certainly raise the stakes for the beastmen. Lin was already the most formidable among them, although he often appeared aloof, making it difficult for others to recall his strength. It was undeniable that he always stepped forward in crucial moments. Chapter 129. Conspiracy. However, this was advantageous. Mo Lin's strength would bolster their tribe's security. Nonetheless, they could not afford to lag behind too much, for despite Mo Lin's prowess, he was ultimately but a single individual, and even the strongest can reach their limits. Only when the entire tribe of orcs grows stronger can they truly safeguard their home. It seems that it is time to encourage them to bolster their strength. Ever since relocating here, and with the fox demon's tireless efforts ensuring an abundance of food, they have grown somewhat complacent. While pondering this matter, a sudden thought struck me, and I turned to Mo Lin, saying, "Lin, the orcs on guard recently reported that dragonkind has reappeared nearby. It is highly likely that those same dragons have not departed and are now stirring once more." Mo Lin, with a dismissive scoff, replied to Yuan, "Let one come, and I shall slay it. Let 2 come, and I shall vanquish them both. I will eradicate an entire nest if they dare approach." Yuan, gazing at the boastful Mo Lin, fell into contemplation. "Your strength is undeniable, and you are indeed formidable," he acknowledged. But after a moment's reflection, he continued. "What about the fox demon? You know she disapproves. Then perhaps we should stealthily eliminate them," Mo Lin proposed, his eyelids not even fluttering as he uttered the suggestion. Yuan found himself momentarily speechless, recognizing the merit in the idea. "That is certainly an option," he mused, stroking his chin. Thus, the 2 orcs engaged in an animated conspiracy regarding a plan that would affect the nearby tribe and the dragons. After discussing for nearly 2 hours, Mo Lin excused himself to return to his wife, for nothing was more important than her. Yuan looked on with envy as Mo Lin made his way home, where he found the fox demon busily preparing a meal. Upon hearing the commotion, the fox demon turned her head and, upon recognizing her beloved, joyfully exclaimed, "Please wash your hands first. My meal will be ready shortly, and we shall dine together soon." Mo Lin, observing the industriousness of Hu Yaoyao, nodded with contentment. Before long, a large pot of meat had found its way into Mo Lin's belly. After satisfying their hunger and enjoying a tender moment with his little fox, Mo Lin said, "My dear fox, I have some matters to attend to. I must step out for a while. I have yet to finish my discussion with Yuan. If I am not back soon, do not wait up for me. Rest early." "Oh, all right. Then you go ahead. Please return soon. I will be here with our little one, awaiting your return." The fox demon was acutely aware that the matter regarding the dragon clan needed addressing, and several days had already passed. However, she remained oblivious to the fact that Mo Lin was indeed seeking Yuan, but not for negotiation. Rather, they were intent on slaughtering the surrounding tribes. In a sudden shift of scene, Mo Lin turned to Yuan and inquired, "Are you prepared?" Yuan nodded at the dozen individuals behind him, indicating readiness. Abruptly, Mo Lin's expression hardened, a palpable aura of menace radiating from him, causing the temperature around them to plummet. He bellowed, "Let us depart." and they charged directly towards the location where the Dragon Clan was stationed. Half an hour later, Yuan and Mo Lin arrived near the Dragon Clan's stronghold. Although their approach seemed leisurely, it was primarily due to the lagging of the 10 or so beastmen following them. Had it only been Mo Lin and Yuan, their speed would have rivaled that of the dragons soaring above. Moreover, the Dragon Clan appeared to hold them in contempt. Having established their base a mere 10 kilometers from the river, a distance the dragons could traverse in about 10 minutes. Observing the seemingly unguarded dragon stronghold from a distance, Mo Lin could not help but scoff at their audacity. So arrogant? Soon enough, they shall lose even the right to such arrogance. Nevertheless, adhering to a principle of caution, he circled the camp twice, ensuring there were no hidden ambushes before proceeding with confidence. He nodded at Yuan and the beastmen, and their expressions shifted to one of fierce determination as their killing intent surged. In a chilling voice, Yuan addressed the dragon territory before them, uttering the word, kill. As the command resonated, the beastmen's killing intent peaked. Today, they would exact vengeance for their fallen brethren. Mo Lin and Yuan charged forward, with the beastmen following closely behind. The moment they appeared, the patrolling dragon beastmen noticed them and were momentarily taken aback. Yet, as the strongest of their kind, they could not be easily intimidated. One among them shouted, "Stray beasts!" The resting dragon beastmen, upon hearing the call, rushed out from their hiding spots. Initially relieved to see only a handful of stray beasts, but soon a wave of indignation surged within them. As the pinnacle race of the land, they had always been the aggressors. Now they were being attacked by a mere dozen beastmen, a profound insult to their pride. From the throng of dragon beastmen emerged a robust figure, his upper body marred with numerous scars and deep claw marks etched across his face, lending him an air of ferocity. The surrounding dragon beastmen regarded him with deep respect, for he was a senior warrior of the Dragon Clan, Long-Ao. Having fought countless battles for the Dragon Clan, their prowess has ascended to the level of 6 stripes. This visit was primarily a precautionary measure, as the tribe had yet to receive any word from Long Shun, prompting the dispatch of Long-Ao to investigate. To his astonishment, merely 2 days after his arrival, a group of unobservant strays dared to launch an attack. However, like other dragon warriors, he initially underestimated the situation upon seeing only a handful of beastmen. Yet, as a commander, he understood that while one might downplay the enemy strategically, one must never underestimate them in combat. All dragon warriors, prepare to face the enemy, he bellowed. Yes, responded the dragon beastmen in unison. True to their reputation as the apex race of the continent, the Dragon Clan displayed remarkable battle awareness, swiftly forming ranks to confront Mo Lin and his forces. Before long, the two factions clashed. Yet the defenses of the dragon beastmen crumbled like mere paper against Mo Lin's assault, which pierced through with the ease of arrows led by him. Observing the lopsided battle from his vantage point, Long-Ao seethed with fury. "A pack of useless wretches, stand aside," he shouted. Having surveyed the battlefield from above, he discerned that the serpent beastman led the charge. Capturing him would undoubtedly lead to the defeat of the rest. He had not sensed Mo Lin's strength earlier, but felt no trepidation. In this remote locale, no one could reach such heights, let alone surpass his 6 stripes. Thus, he charged directly at Mo Lin with full force, unleashing a lethal strike. In an instant, Long-Ao veered to the left with a swiftness that outpaced his initial charge. The dragon beastmen were momentarily stunned, their attacks momentarily forgotten. With a resounding crash, Long-Ao struck the ground, spewing blood and 2 of his teeth in the process. Gazing at the 2 white teeth on the ground and feeling a searing pain across his face, his fury surged to its zenith. The realization that he had been caught off guard despite exerting all his strength ignited a fierce rage within him. "You dare to strike me?" As a beast of considerable stature, particularly a leader of the Dragon Clan renowned across the continent, it was utterly humiliating to be casually swatted away by another. Should word of this incident spread, it would surely bring delight to his numerous adversaries. The thought of it ignited a fire of indignation within him, regardless of everything else. Witnessing his fellow Dragon Clan member being so easily dispatched left him feeling utterly mortified. Transforming into his dragon form, Long-Ao charged at Mo Lin, only to be met with Mo Lin's transformation into a half-human, half-serpent state, which swiftly sent him flying once more with a single flick of his tail. It was not just him. The Dragon Clan and beastmen nearby were likewise cast aside. Pain surged through him as he felt the internal damage, and the fate of those beside him remained uncertain. However, judging by their profuse bleeding, it was likely they would not survive. Upon reverting to his human form, Disbelief etched across his face, he addressed Mo Lin, exclaiming, "You possess the strength of a seven-patterned beast. Why do you linger in such a remote place? Oh, pray tell, why should I not reside here?" Mo Lin inquired with an air of indifference. "And no, your power grants you the liberty to be wherever you wish. In this world, despite the distinctions among wandering beasts, beastmen, and colossal creatures, it ultimately comes down to strength. The one with the mightiest fist dictates the truth." In his memory, there had been but 6 individuals who had attained 7-pattern prowess. Their leader, the Lord of Wanshou City, the chief of the Bear Clan, and the remaining 3 from the city of Wandering Beasts. With the addition of this Serpent Beast Man, the total rose to 7. Previously, the 6 had been evenly matched, but now the Wandering Beasts held the advantage. We were blind and disrespectful, and for that, I offer my sincerest apologies. Rest assured, I will compensate you suitably. I beg you, noble sir, to overlook my transgressions." He spoke while enduring excruciating pain, bowing and nodding to Mo Lin. The moment the Dragon Clan witnessed Long Ao collapsed on the ground, their faith shattered instantaneously. Particularly upon realizing that this serpent beast was a 7-pattern creature, their morale plummeted, and they ceased their attacks, adopting expressions of utter resignation. Regardless of the circumstances, they could not evade the wrath of a 7-pattern beast, especially one belonging to the Wandering faction, who would likely not allow them to escape. Now, the faces of the Dragon Clan were ashen, each member likely contemplating their own demise. No one had anticipated encountering a 7-pattern beast in such an inconspicuous locale. Taking advantage of the chaos, the Wandering Beasts claimed numerous Dragon Clan lives. Observing this, Long Ao was thrown into a panic, urgently pleading with Mo Lin, "Might you show mercy, noble sir? We vow that the Dragon Clan will never trespass here again." Even without such a promise, he lacked the courage to return. After all, who would dare approach a 7-pattern powerhouse? To do so would be akin to walking into the night with a lantern, courting death itself. Moreover, the foremost priority is to stabilize the immediate situation with the Serpentine Beastmen and promptly relay the information back to the chieftain for decisive action. Chapter 132. A safe environment. Although there were previously 3 7-pattern beastmen among both the beastmen and the Wandering Beasts, the former held the upper hand due to their larger numbers and greater unity. In contrast, the Wandering Beasts were significantly outnumbered and lacked the close-knit bonds that characterized the Beastmen, with many remaining solitary and only a few congregating to form Wandering Beast tribes. Thus, it is evident why the Beastmen dominate. Now, with the emergence of another 7-pattern beast in the beastly realm, one can easily foresee the impending chaos that will engulf the continent. On a grander scale, it is plausible that the entire power structure of the beastly continent will undergo a thorough reshuffling. Regardless, it is imperative to disseminate the news of the Serpentine Beast being a 7-pattern beast to ensure that our chieftain and the other 2 7-pattern elites are informed and can make the necessary preparations. However, gazing at the frigid demeanor of the Serpentine Beastman, there is an unsettling certainty that he will not spare me. Yet, I am unwilling to forsake any opportunity. Thus, despite the pain coursing through my body, I utter, if it is merely your desire for us not to disturb you, I assure you, our Dragon Clan shall never trespass upon this land again. Given my formidable strength and status, it is unlikely that Mo Lin would allow my return. Nevertheless, I wish to plead once more. Mo Lin, observing the reckless beast charging toward him since their entry, did not hesitate to retaliate with a swift and powerful slap. With a resounding impact, Long Ao was sent flying, clutching his aching stomach, only to expel a mouthful of blood alongside 2 lost teeth. The prowess of the 7-pattern beast was overwhelming, leaving no room for resistance. Indeed, all efforts proved futile. The Wandering Beasts would not relent. Mo Lin and the other Wandering Beasts surveyed the fallen Dragon Clan, their faces ashen, and a sneer curled at their lips. "Spare us? Who would grant us mercy? How many of our kin have perished while they showed us none? If not for the presence of our formidable ally, we might very well be the ones lying beneath." Spare us? Is that even a possibility? Thus commenced the relentless slaughter of the Dragon Clan. What began as a skirmish swiftly devolved into a one-sided massacre. In a matter of moments, the majority of the Dragon kin lay lifeless, leaving only a few of the weakest beastmen to be maimed and sent back to deliver the grim tidings. "Return and inform your chieftain that this entire area spanning 100 miles shall henceforth belong to us, and no beastmen may tread here. For every one that approaches, I shall slay him. For every 2, I shall vanquish a pair." Should you provoke me further, I would not hesitate to pay a visit to your dragon clan. Furthermore, I demand that all tribes within a 100-mile radius vacate. Otherwise, I shall make it a point to visit each tribe, one by one. Standing beside Mo Lin, Yuan was momentarily taken aback by his words. This deviated from their original plan. They had intended to eliminate all the dragonkin first to prevent them from rallying the surrounding tribes of beastmen for a counterattack. Their strategy involved compelling each tribe to relocate, eliminating any who resisted, and taking all the females with them, transforming the area within 100 miles into a desolate wasteland, solely inhabited by their tribe. This arrangement would provide a secure environment for the fox demon and her young female offspring. When Mo Lin revealed that the little fox had given birth to 3 female cubs, Yuan was astonished. Thus, their objective was to ensure a safe haven for these 3. Yuan pondered Mo Lin's meaning. After all, the myriad beastmen tribes in the vicinity numbered in the hundreds, if not thousands. Merely reaching these tribes could take 1 to 2 months. Moreover, it was inevitable that there would be resistance from the wandering beasts and those unwilling to migrate for various reasons, further prolonging the process. The potential for unforeseen complications loomed large over such an extended timeline, necessitating substantial manpower and resources to oversee the situation. Mo Lin proposed enlisting the dragonkin to relay the message to the tribes, leveraging their prestige and influence to facilitate a swifter and more efficient gathering of the tribes for relocation. This approach would spare them the need to expend time and energy supervising the process. Their subsequent task would be to deal with the tribes that refused to comply. The surviving dragonkin beastmen, upon hearing Mo Lin's words, felt as though they had received a divine revelation, nodding fervently. Although they were presently incapacitated, the significance of returning with the message was paramount. Moreover, since they were not inclined to annihilate all the surrounding tribes but rather encourage their relocation, it suggested they were not particularly ruthless wandering beasts. This was invaluable intelligence. As Mo Lin and Yuan observed the nodding heads, they fell into a contemplative silence before turning to depart. The accompanying beastmen, witnessing their leader's departure, followed suit, casting a fierce glare at the remaining dragonkin before leaving. The few surviving dragonkin beastmen were left trembling in retreat. As Mo Lin walked ahead, a thought struck him, prompting him to turn back and address them, saying, "You have but 3 days." As he turned around, I initially feared they might reconsider, my heart trembling with anxiety. Upon realizing that they had indeed not changed their minds, I exhaled a sigh of relief, followed by a moment of surprise, yet I nodded vigorously. After witnessing Mo Lin and the dozen or so beastmen depart, the remaining dragonkin exchanged glances and then collapsed onto the ground in despair. They gazed at their fallen brethren, who could no longer rise, and a wave of profound sorrow surged within them. Just moments ago, they had been sharing laughter and meals, and now they faced an eternal separation from their kin. With time of the essence, they dared not linger. After a brief respite, they rose to gather their belongings, exchanging nods of understanding. The least injured among them, who still possessed the ability to fly, bore the agony and transformed into dragon form, soaring into the sky. The other dragon beastmen dispersed, each heading in different directions to alert their respective tribes to expedite their migration. After all, they were constrained by time, with merely 3 days to communicate with several hundred tribes. As Mo Lin and his companions exited the dragon stronghold, they chose not to return to their tribe immediately, but instead wandered the surrounding 100-mile radius. They discovered no particularly formidable tribes, the only noteworthy one being a wild boar tribe, which boasted several members with 4 markings of strength. The mightiest among them reached a level that made them arguably the strongest tribe within that vicinity. However, for Mo Lin and his group, disobedience would result in their swift annihilation. By the time they returned to their tribe, night had fallen. In an instant, Mo Lin accelerated away, leaving Yuan and the beastmen momentarily stunned. Yuan then shook his head with a smile, exclaiming, "Ah, how envious." Shortly thereafter, Mo Lin arrived at the cave entrance, where he first checked on the fox spirit, only to find her asleep, cradling her young. As Mo Lin gazed at the enchanting fox spirit lying on the bed, his heart brimmed with sweet sentiments that words could scarcely convey. He leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on her forehead. In chapter 134, the 3 little ones began to cry in unison. Mo Lin turned to the table, brushed aside the ash covering the embers, and added some charcoal, warming himself by the fire while savoring the remnants of the evening meal. Though he typically harbored a fear of flames in such frigid weather, even a serpent like him found it unbearable. Feeling the warmth of the food, A sense of comfort enveloped him. After satisfying his hunger, he climbed into bed, embracing his beloved female and drifting into a contented slumber. Before long, dawn broke, and as the fox spirit opened her eyes, she found Mo Lin propped up on his elbow, his gaze filled with tenderness as he looked at her. The fox spirit was utterly captivated by his presence. How could there exist such an extraordinarily handsome man in the world? She found herself questioning whether being with him was merely a matter of gazing upon his enchanting visage. He was simply too striking. "Little fox, do you find me attractive?" His voice, a low and husky timbre, carried an ineffable allure, each word dripping with a magnetic charm and tender affection, causing her ears to flush with warmth. Suddenly, it dawned on her, and her delicate face flushed crimson, akin to a ripe apple. Why did it seem as if Mo Lin were teasing her? But was that really the case? Regardless, if it was teasing, it was undeniably true. He was indeed handsome. "Yes, you are handsome. If so, I shall gaze upon you more." When did he become so audacious? The fox spirit, Yao Yao, rose abruptly, disregarding her self-absorbed companion, and turned her gaze toward the 3 small infants beside her, who were peacefully slumbering. The eldest was particularly exaggerated, with a large bubble forming at her lips. The second child appeared to be lost in a delightful dream, sporting a smile as she slept. Only the youngest remained the most serene, albeit with her little hands awkwardly crossed, resembling a tiny mummy. Observing their adorable sleeping forms, Yao Yao could not help but chuckle softly. Upon hearing her laughter, Mo Lin, who had been reclining on a stone bed, also sat up, enchanted by the endearing sight of his 3 little ones. A smile graced his lips, and his heart swelled with warmth as he gazed upon the trio of charming daughters, feeling like the most fortunate stray beast in the world. Suddenly, Yao Yao noticed the bubble of the eldest growing larger. Unable to resist her curiosity, she poked at it, inadvertently causing it to burst. This startled the eldest awake, unsure whether it was the sight of the 2 enormous faces before her or the shock of the bubble popping. She pouted and began to wail. Both Yao Yao and Mo Lin were taken aback. Yao Yao immediately rushed to comfort the eldest. However, the commotion had roused the other 2, who blinked their large eyes a couple of times before joining in the chorus of cries. This unexpected symphony brought a mix of surprise and joy to the couple, for it was the first time in over half a month that they heard their children cry. Yet, the sight of all 3 weeping together left them flustered, prompting them to hurriedly attempt to soothe their little ones. The fox spirit cradled one little cub, soothing it with gentle embraces and tender kisses. Particularly, Mo Lin felt a mixture of longing and trepidation. He dared not hold or kiss the cub, let alone approach to comfort it, fearing that a moment's mishap might harm the fragile creature. He stood anxiously by, helpless. Initially, only Yuan was aware of the 3 little female cubs in the tribe, but now their cries echoed, reaching the ears of neighboring dwellers. Curiosity piqued, they rushed over, wondering who could possibly be crying so. One by one, they approached the entrance of the fox spirit's den, with Chi Yu being the first to arrive. Upon seeing the fox spirit holding a little female cub, he was momentarily stunned. Surely, he could not be mistaken. That was indeed a little female. Chapter 135. The commotion caused by the crying Chi Yu, uncertain, rubbed his eyes, afraid that he might be seeing things. Could it be true? Yes, indeed. It was a little female. An overwhelming joy surged within him. Sister Yao Yao had borne a female cub. Did this mean their tribe would have more females in the future? As Chi Yu noticed nearby beastmen approaching, he excitedly grasped their shoulders, exclaiming, "Sister Yao Yao has given birth to a little female." The newly arrived beastmen were puzzled by Chi Yu's morning exuberance, but upon hearing his words, their eyes widened in disbelief. What did you say?" "I said, I saw Sister Yao Yao holding a little female." "Is that for real?" The surrounding beastmen remained skeptical. "Just look for yourselves. Isn't Sister Yao Yao holding one right now?" Chi Yu, feeling a bit irked by their disbelief, impatiently urged them. Upon hearing Chi Yu's insistence, the nearby beastmen turned their gazes towards the fox spirit. Although they had come in response to the cries, they still felt uncertain without having truly seen for themselves. Not glancing was one thing, but when they did, they were taken aback. What was this? It seemed like Sister Yao Yao had another one. After a while, the beastman closest to Chi Yu gave him a light pat on the head. "Is this what you meant by one female?" Chi Yu rubbed his slightly aching head, feeling quite innocent himself. "I really did only see one when I arrived." Just then, another beastman playfully slapped him on the back of the head. "Are you deaf? You two are truly something. One blind, the other deaf, can't you tell?" There are 3 distinct cries. Upon hearing this, the nearby beastmen suddenly realized, listening intently. Indeed, There were 3 different voices. "Wait for me. I'll go fetch my brother," one beast-man said. The one who had been slapped rubbed his head, finally understanding the logic behind it. Disregarding it, for they will come to know in due time, there is no need for haste. Let us first pay our respects by observing. Thus, an originally smooth, elliptical opening appeared, and in the next moment, numerous spherical forms, resembling their heads, sprouted symmetrically from either side of the aperture. A faint voice could be discerned. "You are so heavy. You are nearly suffocating me. Please do not step on me. Hey, you are treading in the wrong place. This is my family heirloom. If you damage it, you shall compensate." "Oh, I didn't quite notice. Wait a moment, and I shall treat you to some meat." That would suffice. Yet, what resonated the most was, "Wow." The cries of the little ones were so delightful. Perhaps the commotion was too great, disturbing the fox spirit, who, upon glancing up, was startled, nearly causing the second child in her arms to be flung out. This action sent a jolt of fear through Mo Lin, who was observing nearby, as though his heart were about to leap from his throat. He turned to gaze at the onlooking beastmen outside, a cold glimmer flashing in his eyes. An immediate chill surged through Chi-Yu and the others, who were still puzzled as to what was happening. The beastman above them patted them, curious about the commotion. Chapter 136. A cue to observe the little ones with a slightly trembling hand. He pointed towards the opening. The 2 followed his gesture and nearly had their hearts leap from their chests. They beheld Mo Lin, his gaze icy and piercing, and their previous amusement dissipated in an instant. A wave of dread washed over them. Oh no, it seemed Mo Lin was angered, although they had not provoked him. Merely peering in at the entrance, Mo Lin pulled the windscreen crafted by the fox spirit, obscuring their view. Chi-Yu and the other beastmen exchanged glances at the concealed Mo Lin and the fox spirit, and in the next moment, they collectively lamented, "This is your fault. Had you not leaned out so far, Mo Lin would not have noticed us, and we could have continued watching." That seemed plausible, yet now they could not see. What should they do? They yearned to behold the little female. "Let us leave. Mo Lin is angry. He might hold us accountable later." "We should hurry," suggested one beast man as they began to depart. Indeed. Let us make haste. Otherwise, he would not have drawn the screen, especially with that gaze that nearly rendered them weak at the knees. Some beastmen left reluctantly, longing to catch another glimpse of the adorable little females. Remarkably, due to the wails of the 3 little females, within less than an hour, the entire tribe was informed. They all rushed over. Had it not been for Mo Lin's presence, they would have feared entering the cave. After all, it had been hundreds of years since a female had been born in the wandering beast tribe. They knew not what the little females even looked like. However, upon observing their demeanor, the fox spirit could no longer bear to watch and could only beckon them inside. "Feel free to enter, but do not crowd at the doorway. However, once inside, please keep your voices down so as not to disturb them." The other beastmen, upon hearing this, erupted in joyous cheers. Yet, upon catching sight of Mo Lin's stern expression, they felt a twinge of fear and could only tiptoe inside, all the while stealing glances at Mo Lin's countenance, as if they were thieves. What more could Mo Lin say? With his beloved wife having spoken, any inclination to refuse was rendered futile. The fox spirit was amused by their appearance, playfully nudging her man to lighten his stern expression. After being chided by the fox spirit, Mo Lin also relinquished his icy demeanor, revealing a stiff smile. The fox demon rolled her eyes, raising a hand to her forehead, pondering how insincere his laughter sounded. Alas, it mattered little, as long as he was not frightening. She then observed them lining up, each taking turns to gaze upon her 3 little ones, leaving her speechless, as if her precious darlings were akin to creatures in a zoo under scrutiny. The exaggerated expressions on their faces suggested they had never encountered female cubs before. Particularly, a few beastmen were whispering to one another, "The little female is so tiny. Indeed, she is no larger than the span of my palm." Yet, they were all remarkably handsome and adorably charming. I wonder if I will ever have the chance to become their companion in the future, although their voices were quite soft. The cave's confined space allowed the fox demon to catch every word they uttered. Chapter 137. The Proud and Haughty Snake. The fox spirit expressed her exasperation. Her little one was still so young, yet they had already set their sights on her. Although the beastmen in this world could live for a considerable time, the thought of her child growing up only to find themselves entangled with such individuals was utterly disconcerting. The imagery was appalling. A horde of older men pursuing a young girl, imploring her to be their mate. It sent shivers down her spine. Enough of this, she thought, it's terrifying. Nearby, An orc who had ventured out could not help but chuckle at their misfortune. I told you to hurry up, but you refused to listen. Look at you now. You're even slower than I am. Ha ha ha. The orc on the ground, though somewhat dim-witted, quickly grasped the situation. He scrambled to his feet and gave chase, grumbling. You could have been clearer instead of just shouting to run. How was I supposed to know what you meant? That's because you lack any sense. Another chimed in. The moment you see a female, you freeze up. So according to your logic, you won't pursue anymore? Of course I will. Otherwise, how could this dullard protect the little one? As they ran and bickered, Mu Lin, from a distance, overheard their banter, his eyes twitching with irritation. He felt an overwhelming urge to smack them. His young offspring had just been born, and already they were being eyed by such fools. It was beyond comprehension. They were utterly unworthy. Anyone worthy of her affection must be far superior to him, especially if they couldn't even best him in a fight. How could they possibly protect her? As the fox spirit listened to Mo Lin murmuring behind her, she couldn't help but laugh, while simultaneously rolling her eyes at him. Stronger than whom? Just how formidable was he? The only orc from the tribe had mentioned that Mo Lin was the mightiest in their clan. But the specifics of his strength remained a mystery. Curiosity piqued, she inquired, Mo Lin, what rank beast are you? To her surprise, the serpent, with a proud smirk and head held high, declared, your man is a 7-patterned beast. Impressive, isn't it? His expression was unmistakably one of eager anticipation for praise. The fox demon was rendered somewhat speechless by his expression. By the way, where had the man from her family, the one with the cold demeanor, gone? Chapter 138, Persuasion. However, was the 7-patterned beast truly that formidable? She recalled that he was a 2-patterned beast, while Bai Li was a 3-patterned one. Bai Li's 3 patterns had already made him the strongest within 100 miles of the Rockfoot tribe. If that were the case, then Mo Lin's strength must be at least equivalent to 2.5 of Bai Li's. Initially, Bai Li was revered by the tribe's beastmen as a deity due to his 3 patterns, so according to that logic, Mo Lin could be considered a divine king. How astonishing! No wonder he was able to vanquish the Rockfoot tribe so decisively. In truth, the fox demon was unaware that the 7-patterned beasts were among the elite of the beast world, a group that commanded respect and fear across the continent. Truly remarkable. Observing her man's affectionate and expectant demeanor, the fox demon could only say, as long as I am here, no beastman shall harm you. Mo Lin gazed deeply into her eyes as he spoke with heartfelt sincerity. The fox demon paused, her heart stirred, nodding in agreement. After all, he was her man, and her trust in him was unwavering. While the fox demon and Mo Lin indulged in their sweet affection, the dragon beast men, who had been battered and sent to notify various tribes, were far from enjoying such bliss. Since that evening when Mo Lin and Yuan left, they had tirelessly informed the nearby tribes, yet the number of tribes remained considerable. Up to this point, they had only managed to notify around 200, leaving 600 still uncontacted. Although they belonged to one of the most prestigious races on this continent, leveraging their influence and some enticing incentives, along with the alarming news regarding the 7-patterned beast, they managed to persuade several small to medium-sized tribes with strength levels of 3 or 4 patterns to comply with their migration orders. However, some tribes exhibited a stubborn nature. Regardless of the conditions or threats posed by the dragon beast men, they refused to abandon their territory, rather than a reluctance to leave. It was a sense of misplaced hope that led them to doubt the existence of the 7-patterned beast. Additionally, the current season was harsh, and their food supplies were scant. The perilous journey would likely claim the lives of many beast men, particularly the fragile females. Some merely wished to preserve their dignity after being defeated by the nomadic beasts, unwilling to leave without a semblance of pride. For these tribes, the dragon beast men felt powerless. Their honest warnings fell on deaf ears, leaving them with no recourse. Nevertheless, they made several earnest attempts to persuade them, all of which ended in futility. In their weakened state, the beast men, at best, were merely driven away, while those with a fiercer temperament nearly faced fatal repercussions. Ultimately, they resigned themselves to the situation, having already communicated the potential consequences. Chapter 139, The Dragon Clan Assembly. A few days later, the dragon tribe convened an urgent assembly. At the heart of the tribe, within a cavern, the clan leader and numerous high-ranking patterned beasts were present. Despite the multitude of beasts gathered, only the clan leader and Long Ling, who had just escaped from a tribe, exchanged words. Is the news credible? Indeed, esteemed leader, it is absolutely true. I hasten back day and night solely to inform you. Moreover, he declared that the territory within 100 miles belongs to him, forbidding any other beast tribes from encroaching. Long Ao met a tragic end at his hands, leaving only a few of us with diminished strength. We were instructed to notify the surrounding tribes to migrate. As I sustained the least injury, I returned first to relay this message, while the others proceeded to inform the tribes of the impending migration. The middle-aged man seated at the forefront listened intently, his brow furrowed in contemplation, clearly weighing the gravity of the situation he was presented with. The 7-pattern beast presents quite a challenge. If it were merely a 6-pattern one, it would be simpler to send more personnel to eliminate it. However, this is a 7-pattern beast. He is well aware of its formidable strength, for he himself is a 7-pattern beast. It is not that a 6-pattern beast could withstand it. Yet, as the leader of the dragon clan, he cannot act impulsively. There are numerous factors to consider. Moreover, even if he were to gather a group to confront that serpent beast man, victory would be ideal. But what if they were to fail? Such a defeat would severely undermine the prestige of the dragon clan. From what Long Ling mentioned earlier, that serpent beastman belongs to the cobra lineage, which possesses a highly potent venom that guarantees death upon contact. The Tiger King of Beast City rarely intervenes in such matters, provided they do not occur within his territory. As for the leader of the bear clan, he is likely still in a deep slumber, one that would be difficult to rouse. Additionally, the 3 notorious spiders from the City of Strays cannot be overlooked. Should those 3 foul spiders also enter the fray, it would put him at a significant disadvantage, potentially even leading to his demise, an event that would spell disaster for the dragon clan. Furthermore, the 2 previous groups of dragons that were dispatched have been entirely wiped out. While this may not cripple the dragon clan, it has certainly inflicted wounds. However, it soon dawned on him that the serpent beast man had actually leveraged the power of their dragon clan to drive away the nearby beastman tribes instead of exterminating them. This indicates a desire to prevent disturbances from the neighboring tribes. Otherwise, given the serpent's ruthless nature, those tribes would have been slaughtered long ago. Reflecting on this, Long Xian reached a conclusion and addressed the assembled dragon beastmen. What are your thoughts on the 7-pattern serpent beastman that Long Lin mentioned earlier? As soon as Long Xian's words fell, a wild voice erupted. What is the leader waiting for? Let us confront him directly. He has already struck us. If we do not retaliate, how will other beastmen perceive us? Long Xian turned to seek the source of the voice, which belonged to a towering figure, approximately 2 meters tall, whose muscular frame exuded immense strength. He was one of the few 6-pattern beasts within the dragon clan, known as Long Yi. Following this, a refined voice interjected, addressing Long Yi. You think of yourself as a brute, and indeed, you rely solely on your raw strength without engaging your intellect? He is a member of the Cobra lineage and a 7-pattern beastman. How do you propose to fight him? Chapter 140. To fight or not to fight? It can be asserted that among all present, aside from Long Xian, who possesses the capability to engage him, who else qualifies? You, or you, Long Yi? The dragonmen he pointed to, including the brawny Long Yi, all shook their heads. They were acutely aware of their own limitations, recognizing the extent of their 6-pattern strength. For other orcs, it is quite commendable, but for those of the 7 marks, it is beyond their wildest imagination. It is a unilateral domination. Given this circumstance, what is your perspective, Long Xian? We cannot engage in combat, nor can we simply surrender. He is eager to see what solution Long Xian might propose. Surrender is out of the question. Regardless, we currently lack the means to fight. The tribe's food supply is rather insufficient. With the current reserves, we can barely endure this harsh winter. Should we engage now, the consumption of our provisions would accelerate, leaving us in dire straits after the winter's end. Moreover, the Tiger King and the Bear Chief will not offer assistance at this time. The Tiger King generally remains uninvolved unless on his own territory, and the Bear King is currently unresponsive. If we, the Dragon Clan, were to confront them alone, it would likely result in mutual destruction. Should the trio from the City of Strays launch a surprise attack, even if we do not suffer total annihilation, the outcome would be nearly as devastating. What do you suggest we do? Long Yi, visibly impatient, could not help but mutter to himself, how bothersome Long Xian is, always beating around the bush and leaving everyone perplexed. Long Xian, observing Long Yi's impatience, patiently replied, please allow me to finish my thoughts without interruption. Moreover, they have stated that they merely wish for the surrounding tribes to relocate and have no intention of slaughtering anyone. This indicates they may not desire conflict. Let us first wait for winter to pass, gather provisions come spring, and then confer with the Bear Chief before making a final decision. Is this the best you could come up with? Long Yi scoffed. He had anticipated a more ingenious plan from Long Xian. This is the most viable solution I can conceive at present. We are unaware of the full extent of our opponent's strength. We only know there is one 7 marks beast among them, and the status of the other orcs remains unknown. To advance recklessly would only lead to our demise. Do not forget that when Long Shun returned last time, his group was utterly annihilated, and he was the sole survivor. Furthermore, we can utilize these months to observe the situation with those tribes, and perhaps we might enlist the Tiger King's assistance. Having stated his case, Long Xian turned to Long Xian and said, "Chief, this is the best course of action I can propose, as it is also the most advantageous for our clan at this juncture. The Dragon Clan has already suffered some losses and requires time to recuperate. Are you suggesting we rest now and reassess in the spring?" "Indeed," Long Xian respectfully affirmed. Long Xian nodded, then addressed the remaining orcs. "Do any of you have alternate suggestions?" A silence fell, with most orcs either shaking their heads or remaining mute. Since others have no further opinions, Long Yi, what about you? In response to the chief, I believe this plan is quite commendable. Indeed, if there are no objections from everyone, let us proceed with Long Xian's proposal. Chapter 141. As winter departs, spring arrives. Upon observing that the other dragon beastmen had no further comments, Long Xian readily concurred with Long Xian's idea, which aligned closely with his own thoughts. Standing below, Long Xian exhaled in relief upon hearing the clan leader's agreement. He had harbored considerable apprehension that the leader might, in a moment of impulsiveness, acquiesce to Long Yi's suggestion to engage in another confrontation with the Serpent Beastman, a decision that would prove detrimental to the current state of the Dragon Clan. After a few days of tender moments between Mo Lin and the Fox Spirit, Mo Lin glanced at the time and sensed that the moment had come. Addressing the Fox Spirit, who was still entertaining the little ones, he said, "Little Fox, I need to attend to some matters with Yuan. Please remain at home and take care." "Very well, do return swiftly. I shall prepare a meal for you," she replied. "Agreed." With that, Mo Lin turned and set off in search of Yuan. The fox demon gazed at Mo Lin, who had just emerged from the cave. Feeling a tinge of doubt, she sensed that both Mo Lin and Yuan were concealing something from her, yet her trust in them remained unwavering. Before long, Mo Lin and Yuan returned, leading over 30 stray beasts out of the tribe. Centered around their settlement, they conducted a search within a 100-mile radius, disregarding the migrating tribes, but issuing warnings to urge them to hasten their movements. They granted an additional 3 days. Should the migration remain incomplete after that period, they would bear no responsibility. As for the obstinate tribes that refused to heed the warning, they faced a merciless slaughter, for with Mo Lin's presence as a 7-patterned beast, resistance was futile, and they were swiftly eradicated. The females from these tribes were mostly offered to the migrating tribes, while the remaining few, those unruly females, would not be treated with any leniency. Among the strays of their tribe, the majority held a deep disdain for females. Had it not been for the presence of one, they would not have been in a constant state of flight. Of course, this did not apply to their sister Yao Yao, who, unlike the others, possessed no heirs and instead provided them with a life of ample sustenance. Yao Yao was the most peculiar yet the finest female they had ever encountered. To them, no other female could compare to her. By the end of the day, the tribes that chose not to flee were nearly annihilated. They had been given a chance, and if they failed to cherish it, that was their own loss. Over the next 3 days, they visited the vicinity 2 or 3 times. Aside from their own tribe, not a single beast tribe remained within a 100-mile radius. In fact, the area had become a true sanctuary for beasts. As the migrating tribes spread word of the presence of a 7-patterned beast, leading to widespread alarm across the continent. Initially, the entire continent was in a state of panic, but soon realized that the beasts only roamed within that 100-mile range, allowing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. Time, like a swift current, passed unnoticed, and 2 months had elapsed, marking the end of the harsh winter. The ice and snow began to melt, and the white-clad mountains were once again adorned in green. As winter gave way to spring, life began to awaken once more. The 3 little fox spirit babies are no longer as tiny as they once were. They have grown significantly and have now begun to crawl and walk. Their presence has filled the entire tribe with joyous laughter, and the trio has become the beloved darlings of the community. In Chapter 142, titled The Arrival of Spring, the orcs of the tribe gather around the 3 of them, leaving their mother with little opportunity to engage. However, if she truly wished to take her little ones away, it would merely require a word from her. Nevertheless, she finds contentment in their playful companionship, especially as managing 3 young children proves to be quite the challenge. As it is still early spring, Some of the Serpent Clan orcs have yet to awaken. The tribe is experiencing a shortage of food, necessitating that some orcs venture out to hunt and gather sustenance. It appears that the provisions accumulated over several months last year were barely sufficient to last through the winter, although there is still a meager supply. It is only just enough to survive. As the snow begins to melt, orcs set out to hunt. Naturally, Mo Lin is no exception. Despite being the strongest in the tribe, he too must contribute to the community's efforts. The fox spirit has now begun her preparations, as spring has arrived, marking the perfect time for planting. After all, achieving sustainable development is not an instantaneous success, but rather a gradual process requiring time and patience. According to Mo Lin and Yuan, the entire tribe has now been divided into 3 groups. One group ventures out to hunt, the second focuses on planting and managing livestock, while the third continues to gather food. She instructed everyone to craft stone hoes to commence land cultivation, expanding the fields to sow the seeds preserved from last year. When the harvest flourishes, their food supply will increase, consequently alleviating the pressure and frequency of hunting expeditions. Although the seeds saved from last year are not abundant, they are sufficient to plant several plots. Moreover, she has observed that the yields in this world are remarkably swift. After all, they had only harvested just before winter. By now, an entire year has passed, and she cannot fathom how much has ripened. The fields have been prepared, and the seeds have been sown. Throughout the winter, the domesticated pigs and sheep have given birth to several litters, particularly the chickens, which have produced a plethora of eggs. Most of them have now hatched, resulting in a count of around 100 chickens. This is indeed a fortunate development. The cycle of life continues as chickens lay eggs, producing more chickens without end. With this new batch of chickens, they will no longer need to incubate all the eggs, allowing them to reserve some for consumption. Additionally, with the increased chicken population, they can also spare some for meals, achieving dual benefits. However, she finds it peculiar that Xiao Hua, since giving birth to those piglets, has shown no inclination to produce more. Initially, she had intended to introduce several boars, yet Xiao Hua consistently rebuffed them. Thus, there is nothing to be done but allow her to remain as she is, entrusting her care to Qiu Hao. The only downside is that land cultivation cannot be excessively extensive. It is unwise to clear trees for tilling, as the risk of landslides could be catastrophic. Hence, they can only cultivate in small increments. Furthermore, the mountain they inhabit resembles a small island, not particularly vast in size. If only they could utilize the land across the river, for it is expansive and far superior to the limited area of this island. Alas, the other side of the river is inhabited by orcs. Upon reflecting on this, she cannot help but feel a tinge of melancholy. The fox spirit remains blissfully unaware that not only across the river, but even within a 100-mile radius, there are no orcs left. Chapter 143, Going Out. Well, let it be this way. Sister Yao Yao, take a rest. We will handle the rest, said an orc who was digging the ground to the watering fox spirit. It's fine. If I water it, the soil will be moistened and better for digging, she replied. It's all right. We have plenty of strength and are not tired. With that, she flexed her muscles. Haha, it's all good. Working together will yield better results. Let us keep up the effort. Seeing that they could not persuade the fox spirit, they ceased their attempts, marveling at how kind Sister Yao Yao was. If it were any other female, such cooperation would be utterly impossible. Usually, they would not even touch the soil, let alone assist in watering the fields. Glancing at the sky, they realized time was of the essence. Just yesterday, Yuan and the others had returned with a batch of fruit tree saplings and some vegetables. The land they had recently tilled was already sown with last year's seeds, and now they needed to prepare a new batch. The seeds and saplings that Yuan had just found needed to be planted promptly. Otherwise, if the seedlings perished after a while, it would be unfortunate. Unbeknownst to them, nearly 2 months had passed, and their planting area had expanded significantly. The number of domesticated animals had also increased, as several litters of piglets, calves, and lambs had been born in recent days. Even the rabbits had produced several litters, while chickens remained the most numerous among their tribe. One day, Mo Lin took her out to play, and it was quite remarkable how well the fox spirit had adapted, having stayed in such a small place for nearly a year. However, Mo Lin and Yuan had always restricted her from venturing beyond the tribe, primarily due to the danger posed by neighboring orc tribes. It was perilous for a female to wander alone. I think I'll pass. It's too dangerous outside, she said, though she had long wished to explore beyond the tribe. Yet, her primary concern was not wanting to burden him. Don't worry. Haven't you always wanted to go out? It's not dangerous anymore. Really? Wasn't there a black wolf tribe nearby last time? Mo Lin couldn't help but smile at her adorable mix of eagerness and trepidation. Rest assured, they have long since departed. Our tribe is currently surrounded by no one. There are no orcs within 100 kilometers. Upon hearing this, the fox spirit thought her ears had betrayed her. Could it truly be that in such an extensive area, not a single orc tribe remained? She had previously heard from the inhabitants of the tribe that numerous orc clans existed in this vicinity. Moreover, did Mo Lin really mean within 100 kilometers? Surely he was not mistaken? That was an astonishing figure. And what did he mean by they left? If they departed, where could they have gone? Was it as she envisioned? Turning to face Mo Lin, her expression betrayed uncertainty. You haven't annihilated the nearby tribes, have you? Mo Lin, upon noticing her apprehensive demeanor, quickly reassured her. How could that be? They left of their own accord. We played no part in it. While it was true they had not exterminated all the tribes, some had indeed met their end. Yet, he could not disclose this to her, for it would surely incite her disdain. Thus, he chose to deny the truth. Chapter 144. A day out. Moreover, he was not entirely inaccurate. They had not engaged in the massacre. They had only eliminated those who refused to obey. Given that the tribes had shown reluctance, they posed a potential threat to both the tribes and the little fox. For the sake of her safety, he felt compelled to act thus. They had already been afforded an opportunity, and their refusal to leave was not his fault. Was it truly so? The fox demon clearly harbored doubts about him. With his abilities, how could he possibly disperse all the nearby inhabitants? After all, there are so many tribes in the vicinity. What is the matter, little fox? Do you not trust me? Mo Lin said earnestly. Upon observing the expression of her beloved, the fox demon, Hu Yao Yao, pondered whether her suspicions might have been unfounded. Surely, she should place her trust in her partner, for a marriage thrives on mutual faith. Moreover, Mo Lin would never deceive her. All right, I believe in you, she cooed, wrapping her arms around his, her tone playful and affectionate. Mo Lin smiled gently, sensing that his little fox was quite the charmer. However, he reassured himself that this was no deception. He had indeed spoken the truth. Regardless, it mattered not, for as long as his little fox had faith in him, all was well. Shall we venture out now? The fox spirit gently grasped Mo Lin's hand and led him toward the riverbank. Since the opportunity to venture outside had presented itself, she was determined to explore, realizing that her prolonged stay within the tribe had rendered her somewhat numb to the world. Mo Lin, cradling her with one arm while holding a basket in the other, was responsible for their 3 little ones. It was rather challenging for her to carry all 3 babies simultaneously, as she only had 2 arms. Thus, a large basket was necessary to accommodate them all. Although the basket was quite sizable and cumbersome, lifting it was not an insurmountable task for Mo Lin, who possessed an enviable strength. How she wished she could possess such power. This was a sentiment echoed by the little fairy within her. Once they stepped outside, the fox spirit largely relinquished her responsibilities, leaving all the childcare to Mo Lin. She began to search for items based on the images provided by his system, recognizing that such an outing was a rare opportunity that warranted enjoyment. However, returning empty-handed would be a disappointment. While the wandering beasts often discovered various seeds outdoors, there were certainly some items they disliked and would not bring back. Furthermore, there were things they were unfamiliar with, making it uncertain whether they were edible or not. Thus they remained uncollected, as the fox spirit played and searched for treasures. She soon realized that the area across the river was not only more expansive than the small island, but also richer in resources. In a short span of time, she stumbled upon a vine laden with fruit. Comparing the leaves and shapes of the grapes against the images from the system, she deduced they were black grapes. Although the tribe had plenty, the abundance of food was never a concern. Remarkably, only 2 months into spring, the fruits were already ripe, suggesting that the seasons in this world progressed swiftly. After all, a single day here felt like 2. She plucked a few grapes to taste. They were deliciously sweet and tart, and she took some to share with Mo Lin. He nodded in approval, exclaiming, "Indeed, these are delightful. Well done, little fox." She suggested they summon the tribe's orcs to transplant some back home. As they continued walking, she munched on a cluster of grapes, sharing a few more with Mo Lin. The flavor was exquisite, and she mused that if they were seedless, it would be even better. In no time, they had consumed an entire bunch, most of which had found its way into her own stomach. Indeed, it was spring, the season of blossoming flowers. As they strolled, she encountered numerous blossoms, many of which she had never seen in her modern life. Suddenly, she was captivated by a flower with vibrant, multicolored petals. What kind of flower is this? It is so beautiful, she exclaimed. This is the seven-colored flower. The seven-colored flower, I exclaim, truly possesses 7 distinct hues. Is it possible to make a wish? Can each petal grant a desire? Such is the narrative woven in fairy tales. What are you babbling about, little fox? What is this notion of wishing? The little fox often utters words beyond his comprehension. Upon hearing this, the fox spirit immediately replied, in my homeland. It is said that if one can find flowers of 7 distinct colors, they may make a wish. What is a wish? Lin inquired, puzzled. The fox spirit was taken aback, unsure of how to articulate her thoughts. Eventually, she chuckled and said, a wish is my hope that our little ones grow up safe and sound. A wish is also my desire to be with you for a lifetime without separation. That is what we refer to as a wish. It seemed that this was the only way she could comprehend the concept. Otherwise, she was at a loss for how to explain the term wish to him. Upon hearing her words, Lin felt a jolt within his heart. Is this what a wish truly is? A sense of sweetness enveloped him, realizing that the little fox's wish was to never part from him. He instinctively approached her and embraced her, declaring, then my wish is the same, to never be apart from you. For a lifetime. The fox spirit, with a gentle smile, exclaimed, Subsequently, she struggled to free herself from Lin's embrace, gazing at the vibrant flowers. In her haste to escape, she had forgotten to bring a basket. Longing to take the 7-colored blossoms home. Alas, her heart ached with disappointment. Observing the little fox squatting on the ground, fixated on the enchanting flowers. Lin felt a curious intrigue regarding her thoughts. What occupies your mind, little fox? He inquired. I was contemplating how to bring them back, she replied. Bring them back? He echoed. Indeed, they are so beautiful. I wish to take them home and plant them so that I could admire them every day. But we left too quickly and didn't bring anything. How disheartening. Noticing the sudden sorrow etched on the little fox's face, Lin reached out to pat her head. Perplexed by her swift change in demeanor. Just moments ago, she had been joyful. Females are truly difficult to understand, he mused. Weren't you thrilled when I invited you out to play? Why the sudden gloom? This flower is so lovely. If only there were many, I could pick one. But I can't bear to pluck even a single blossom. It is too exquisite. How wonderful it would be if our tribe could cultivate fields of such flowers. Girls are naturally drawn to beautiful things, and these vibrant blooms are particularly captivating. Lin found himself at a loss for words, witnessing her genuine affection for the flowers. Finally, he offered, little fox, do not be disheartened. Let's simply remember this place for now, and later we can have the beastmen come to retrieve them and plant them back home. That would suffice for the time being. Chapter 146. The serpent seeing the little fox's spirits lift slightly, Lin breathed a sigh of relief, only to find his hand suddenly grasped by the fox spirit. Lin, let us explore other areas to discover more treasures. All right, he nodded, allowing her to lead him by the hand. Thus, the fox spirit and Lin spent an entire day frolicking in the outdoors, discovering several delightful fruits and stunning flowers. They meticulously noted the locations, planning to summon the beastmen to collect their finds upon returning to the tribe. After a full day of play, even Lin, a creature of the 7 patterns, felt utterly exhausted trailing behind the lively fox spirit, his face etched with fatigue. Yet, astonishingly, the fox spirit seemed as energetic as ever, showing no signs of weariness. Lin marveled at his little fox's resilience. If he were to hunt or engage in battle, he would be weary after a day, or even 2 or 3. Why then did he feel so drained after merely a day of playful adventure with her? Lin, the little serpent, found himself baffled, pondering where the discrepancy lay. Nonetheless, despite his fatigue, he remained profoundly content. Today he spent the entire day in joyous laughter with the little fox. Ever since their migration, he had seldom witnessed her so blissful. As Lin observed the fox spirit, still brimming with energy, darting about and pausing to gaze at various things, he couldn't help but admire her. In terms of vitality, she far surpassed him, a 7-patterned beast. Nevertheless, he felt at ease allowing her to frolic freely. As there were no beasts nearby, and with him present, he believed no malevolent entities would dare to approach and invite their own misfortune. However, he never anticipated that fate would deliver a swift slap to his face. Upon hearing the fox spirit's startled cry, Lin was instantly alarmed and rushed towards her, thoughts racing through his mind. Little fox, please be safe. Whoever dares to harm my little fox shall face a fate worse than death. Moments later, Lin positioned himself protectively in front of the fox spirit. Are you unharmed, little fox? The fox spirit, in a state of fright, leapt onto her beloved's form without a moment's hesitation. With her delicate fingers, reminiscent of tender bamboo shoots sprouting after the rain, she pointed towards a nearby snake adorned in hues of red, black, and white, her voice trembling with trepidation. Emolyn, there's a snake. Woo-woo. Upon noticing it was merely a snake, Emolyn felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had feared that another beastman sought to harm her. Nevertheless, he promptly drove the creature away. He was acutely aware of his little fox's profound fear of snakes, having witnessed her fainting at the mere sight of one in her true form before. With this thought in mind, he quickly soothed the fox spirit nestled against him. It's all right, little fox. Look, it has already slithered away. You carry my scent, and it would not dare to harm you. Rest assured. Really? Has the snake truly gone? Clearly, she had not fully absorbed his reassurances. However, after Emolyn's comforting words, the fox spirit calmed considerably, though she still glanced around nervously to ensure that the danger had indeed passed before finally relaxing. Her fear of snakes was genuine, rooted deeply in her being. The very sight of their undulating forms sent chills coursing through her. It's gone, it's gone. It has already fled. Emolyn continued to comfort her as he held her close. The fox spirit nodded gloomily. Of course, this was merely a minor episode. Yet the encounter with the snake had dampened her spirits. Throughout her journey, she found little joy in seeking other treasures, consumed by the dread of another snake encounter, prompting her to return home early. Nevertheless, she managed to gather a considerable bounty, particularly Sichuan pepper, which is indeed a prized commodity. It serves as a delightful seasoning, ensuring that her future meals would be far from bland. Upon her return home, dusk had already descended. After preparing and enjoying her meal, the night enveloped her surroundings in darkness. It was not until midday on the following day that a beastman delivered the items they had foraged the previous day. Wild fruits and vegetables were taken to the fields for cultivation, along with a few flowers brought back for her. Upon sighting a vibrant seven-colored flower, the fox spirit could hardly contain her joy. With a cheerful demeanor, she took a small hoe and began to cultivate a small patch of earth at the entrance of her dwelling to plant the flowers. In no time, her doorstep was adorned with a plethora of beautiful blooms. Among them was a climbing rose, which, if nurtured well, would gracefully envelop her walls in beauty. After planting the flowers, she entrusted the children to Emolyn and ventured to the fields to inspect the young seedlings recently brought back. These saplings, still in their fragile infancy, were vulnerable, and she feared they might perish with the slightest misstep. Although she had once been a modern individual unfamiliar with these practices, she had since acquired a wealth of knowledge. Furthermore, with the aid of a system assisting her, she felt confident in her ability to nurture them. Additionally, her years of exposure to modernity had imparted her with practical insights, and having reaped numerous harvests last year endowed her with even more experience in cultivation. The fox demon visited the orchard to inspect the fruit trees, and then proceeded to the animal husbandry area, both of which were thriving steadily. There is a firm belief that food independence will soon be realized. Time passed day by day, and the fruits and livestock they cultivated increased significantly, with even the land being expanded across the river. Cattle, sheep, and pigs began to graze on the opposite bank, as relying on everyone to cut grass daily proved insufficient for their sustenance and required considerable manpower. It would be far more efficient to let them roam freely, requiring only a few orcs to oversee them. Furthermore, Emolyn and the others mentioned that there were no orc tribes nearby, alleviating concerns about potential hunting incursions. Recently, Yuan and the others have been constructing a wall. She had merely suggested it during the winter, without any intention of actual construction at that time. After all, undertaking such labor in the harsh winter would have been exceedingly taxing, and with the snake tribe still in hibernation, the tribe was short on orc members, leading to the decision to postpone the building. However, it was unexpected that as spring arrived, they began to take action, especially as the snake tribe orcs awakened, significantly increasing the tribe's numbers. The fox demon was perplexed by the source of the remarkably adhesive and sturdy plant material, rivaling cement. Although the construction was still in its infancy, it had already stretched nearly 10 meters in length. Once the central mountain was encircled and draped with spider silk, they would no longer need to fear incursions from other orc tribes. Furthermore, the formidable wall was not only tall and imposing but also featured a single grand entrance, devoid of any alternative access points, making it unlikely for the dragon kin to infiltrate from elsewhere. Even if the dragons or others attempted to besiege them, they could rely on this formidable barrier to buy precious time. Chapter 148. Hot Pot. The vicinity is indeed vast, and the fox spirit, Yao Yao, leisurely ventures out with Mo Lin each day, savoring the passage of time. Today, however, she is particularly elated, for she has unexpectedly encountered chili peppers. Reflecting on her year-long stay here, she realizes she is yet to experience the thrill of spice. Upon returning to the tribe with her newfound treasure, the orcs, including Yuan and Mo Lin, expressed their bewilderment at her choice to bring back such an odd-tasting fruit, one that not only causes discomfort but necessitates copious amounts of water. It was later that Yao Yao discovered that they were already aware of the existence of chili peppers. They simply did not favor them enough to bring them back. Upon learning this, she was nearly driven to frustration. Had they brought the peppers back earlier, she would not have been condemned to the blandness of her daily meals. And by now, she might have completely forgotten that spice existed. Consequently, after this revelation, she made it abundantly clear to her companions to never forget to bring back any delectable, unpalatable, or intriguingly flavored items on their next outing. After all, their aversion might be the very reason for their neglect. In retrospect, she could understand their perspective. Before her arrival, their diet consisted solely of raw meat and fruit. They likely found no appeal in seasonings that could not satiate hunger, for certain flavors were far from enjoyable when consumed alone, while one might find a single ingredient unpalatable. The combination of flavors could yield a delightful experience. Thus, on the very first day she acquired the ingredients, she unhesitatingly entrusted the children to Mo Lin's care and set about preparing a sumptuous hot pot for herself. The essential ingredients, pork, beef, and lamb, were plentiful in the tribe and indispensable for hot pot. Yao Yao joyfully sliced the meat into thin, delicate pieces, then ventured into the garden to gather a few tender sprigs of newly sprouted greens, perfect for the hot pot. Regrettably, the chili peppers were still rather immature and lacked the time for drying, rendering her unable to create chili powder. Otherwise, the hot pot would have been even more delectable. However, her impatience got the better of her, and upon seeing the peppers, she could no longer resist. Thus, she resolved to prepare a clear broth hot pot, roasting the peppers over the fire to transform them into a delightful chili sauce for dipping. After assembling the hot pot ingredients and coaxing the three children to sleep, Yao Yao eagerly pulled her beloved partner to the table to enjoy the feast. Yet, Mo Lin, being a serpent, found it difficult to indulge in such hot fare and had no taste for spice. Alas, such a delicious meal was hers alone, devoid of companionship for sharing. Fortunately, the clear broth meant that Mo Lin could still partake, albeit only after it had cooled sufficiently. The enjoyment of hot pot is inherently slower than other meals, and they took a leisurely 2 to 3 hours to finish. Moreover, during their meal, Yao Yao added numerous vegetables, leaving Mo Lin astonished. Was this truly the same little fox who usually nibbled at her meals? Chapter 149. Preparation. As doubts began to creep in, one couldn't help but wonder if the efforts made initially had failed to please the little fox. However, it was not the case that the dishes were prepared by him. They were all crafted by the little fox herself. Observing her now, it was evident that she showed no signs of wanting to pause her culinary endeavors. Quite the contrary. After much anticipation, the fox spirit finally indulged in a spicy meal. Having traversed this world for some time, it was her inaugural experience with such fiery flavors, and she was determined to savor every bite. Once her hunger was satiated, the fox spirit gently caressed her round, full belly and approached Mo Lin. Upon noticing her approach, Mo Lin inquired, "Are you full?" "Indeed," she replied with a nod. The fox spirit nodded contentedly, exclaiming, "This is absolutely delicious. It has been ages since I've savored something spicy. I am utterly satisfied." "Is it truly that delightful?" He pondered, for he possessed no affinity for such flavors, finding the chili just as unpalatable as ever upon tasting it. The fox spirit nodded in agreement and replied, "Indeed, I shall indulge again tomorrow." "Very well. I shall feast once more. For now, I shall have an apple to soothe my stomach, as I fear I have overindulged today and might struggle with digestion later." "All right. I shall fetch it for you," offered. No need. It is right before me. I can retrieve it myself." As the fox spirit spoke, she made her way to the stove. After consuming an apple and freshening up, she retired to bed. The following day, at the Dragon Clan's encampment, a flurry of activity ensued. "Quickly, move the supplies over there. You, and you assist on that side." "Yes." Long Xian observed the bustling dragon orcs below, lost in thought. Just then, Long Xian emerged from the stone cave and addressed the still distracted Long Xian. "The clan leader is currently organizing supplies and provisions. We should be ready to depart by tomorrow at the latest. Indeed, has Long Xin confirmed the news? Yes, clan leader. According to reports from orcs returning from the wandering city, there have been signs of activity. It could emerge at any moment. Understood. Instruct the clan's orcs to hasten their efforts. Long Xian nodded in agreement, certainly, and slowly retreated. Suddenly, Long Xian recalled something and continued. What about that individual? Hearing Long Xian's voice, Long Xian promptly returned. That being has never ventured out from the silent forest. Even the orcs from our clan have not seen them. Long Xian nodded, his expression revealing that it was as he had anticipated. What do the Tiger King and the Bear Chief have to say regarding that serpent beast? Long Xian shuddered slightly, hesitating before responding. The Bear Chief expressed a willingness to assist, but mentioned that, due to the distance and his fatigue from just waking, his arrival may be delayed. The Tiger King, however, outright stated he would not lend his aid, claiming that the serpent orc from the silent forest rarely emerges and is likely not a particularly bloodthirsty wanderer. At this point, Long Xian paused before continuing. Moreover, he noted that apart from our last offensive, that serpent orc has not attacked other orcs. In fact, he has even encouraged the relocation of nearby orc clans, though some are stubborn and refuse to leave. However, the Tiger King also remarked that should the serpent orc begin to recklessly assault orcs, he would not stand idly by. Humph. Two cowards, Long Xian remarked, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. Chapter 150. Signs of drought. By the way, Long Xian, what are your thoughts on that serpent orc? Long Xian hesitated, uncertain whether to speak candidly. Noticing his expression, Long Xian chuckled heartily. Feel free to speak your mind. It is just the two of us here. Very well, clan leader, I shall speak frankly. Long Xian took a deep breath. I believe we should refrain from combat at this time for several reasons. Firstly, as previously mentioned, if we were to rely solely on our dragon clan, there is no guarantee that we could secure a decisive victory against them. Furthermore, the city of the wandering beasts is currently watching us closely, poised to launch an attack against our orc brethren at any moment. Secondly, it is imperative to note that the city of the wandering beasts also requires a contingent of orcs for defense, which implies that we cannot dedicate our full strength to assaulting them. A moment's lapse in vigilance could lead to our complete annihilation, leaving our dragon clan in a precarious position. Thirdly, Chief, I wonder if you have observed that nearly 3 months have elapsed since the onset of spring. Yet there has been not a single drop of rain from the heavens. The absence of rainfall has significantly diminished the yield of fruits in the wild, and numerous nearby tribes have reported that their foraging efforts yield scant sustenance. Some tribes are even beginning to face a crisis of food scarcity. Fourthly, as the Tiger King stated, it has been 4 to 5 months since the Snake Beast Man and his tribe were last heard from, and it seems unlikely that they pose any imminent threat to us. In summary, I believe that the present moment is not the most opportune time for an offensive. Additionally, we must dispatch orcs to guard against the city of the wandering beasts, which will also require provisions. Thus, I earnestly hope that the chief will deliberate on this matter with caution. I understand. Please proceed to arrange for the necessary supplies. With that, Longguan clasped his hands behind his back and turned to observe the bustling tribe, lost in thought. Upon hearing this, Long Xian promptly turned to depart and organize the relevant tasks. Alas, it is indeed a tumultuous season. The orcs had just established a balance, even gaining an advantage, but now the emergence of another wandering beast has disrupted that equilibrium. However, one can only take solace in the fact that this new entity does not belong to the bloodthirsty variety of wandering beasts. Yet, it would be wise for you to remain in your territory, otherwise, I would not hesitate to rally the orcs to eliminate you. Humph. Upon reflecting on this, Long Xian could not help but clench his fists tightly. Meanwhile, the fox demon Yao and Yuan, along with several beastmen, were engaged in discussions within Yuan's cave regarding recent occurrences within their tribe. They had also observed signs of distress, particularly concerning the river, where the water level had receded noticeably, leaving a distinct mark along the riverbank. Given the living conditions of the fox demon Yao's community, it was unusual for them to notice such subtle changes. However, they had previously diverted water from the river by digging a small channel to irrigate their fields, and now, unexpectedly, the water had ceased to flow. Thus, they followed the water channel to the riverbank and discovered the alarming drop in water levels. Coupled with the recent rise in temperature, reminiscent of the heat when she first arrived, and the prolonged absence of rain, Yao deduced that a drought was likely imminent this year. Drought. The conclusion struck Mo Lin, Yuan, and the surrounding beast men with astonishment. Although they had never directly experienced the terror of a drought, They had gleaned fragments of its horror from tales passed down by their ancestors. The notion of drought evoked images of nightmares and demons. When it struck, rivers would cease to flow, fierce winds would fall silent, and the riverbeds would dry up, leaving desolate wastelands devoid of life, where not a trace of green could be seen. In the absence of food and water, the beastmen would resort to gnawing on tree bark and consuming roots, and when sustenance dwindled, they would turn on one another. Initially, their aggression was directed towards colossal beasts, but it gradually morphed into conflict with stray animals, rival tribes, and even kin. During that dreadful era, the beastmen endured unspeakable horrors in their struggle for survival. Yet, despite this grim reality, the number of beastmen lost during such calamities remained unfathomable. As this thought crossed their minds, a shiver ran through the gathered beastmen. For the fox demon Yao, her existence unfolded within a peaceful and technologically advanced era, rendering the concept of drought foreign to her. In her time, prolonged dry spells could be mitigated through artificial rain, effectively preventing droughts. Her understanding of drought stemmed solely from her grandparents' stories and what she had seen online. Nonetheless, she reasoned that droughts were likely similar in nature, characterized by the same desperate measures of consuming bark and earth. Even though these notions were unfamiliar to her, there is an old adage that suggests it is better to be prepared than to suffer misfortune. Should a drought truly arrive, they would at least have sufficient food and water. While it might not guarantee their survival, they would not be entirely unprepared. Had the drought not arrived, they could have consequently stored more food. Who would ever complain about having an abundance of provisions? Regardless of the veracity of the situation, it is indeed true that it has been several months since the last rainfall. Thus, we must prepare ourselves. If the drought turns out to be a mere rumor, so much the better, for we would then be able to conserve ample resources, which is certainly advantageous. The surrounding orcs nodded in agreement, affirming the words of the fox spirit. Subsequently, the fox spirit shared her thoughts and plans with the members of the community. Essentially, she proposed that everyone should venture out to gather more fruit trees while there is still access to water sources, hastily planting them to ensure multiple harvests and produce dried fruits. Furthermore, any meat obtained from hunting should be transformed into jerky and cured meats as much as possible to extend their shelf life. Currently, the primary concern troubling everyone is the issue of drinking water. Fortunately, the river has yet to dry up, and there remains a small pond atop the mountain. This is still sufficient to provide for each orc in the tribe, but should a drought occur, even the river and the mountaintop pond could potentially run dry. What then would become of their water supply? The fox demon and Mo Lin, along with others, were troubled by the issue of water. Alas, there was little they could do but take it one step at a time regarding the water crisis. For the moment, their priority was to accumulate as much food as possible. Ultimately, their survival would hinge upon these provisions. Chapter 152. Preparations for drought. However, the predicament of the water source continued to plague them. After all, it is said that one can only survive 3 days without water, and up to 7 days if one has water to drink. Thus, the days passed, and before they knew it, a fortnight had elapsed. Their food supplies had grown considerably, especially since the orchard had flourished across the river, occupying nearly 10 acres of land. In a desperate measure, Yuan had constructed 2 additional storage facilities, primarily to house fruits and vegetables, as meat was becoming increasingly scarce. Perhaps due to the drought, their hunting expeditions yielded fewer animals, as it seemed the creatures instinctively sensed the looming danger and migrated away. Currently, the tribe's meat supply consisted of a few domesticated animals and the dried meat preserved from the previous year. To mitigate the depletion of their meat reserves, Yuan began rationing the meat for each orc, mostly providing chicken, duck, and even eggs. The water level was also declining rapidly. Within just this half-month, it had receded by another finger's breadth. The fox spirit gazed at the fish, now more conspicuous due to the receding water level. Consequently, she fashioned a rudimentary fishing net from animal hides, puncturing holes to create a simple contraption for the orcs to attempt to catch fish. Observing the assortment of fish filling nearly half of the warehouse, it was evident that her net proved effective, though it could also be attributed to the abundance of fish in the river, as a casual scoop yielded a considerable catch. On that day, after finishing their lunch, Mo Lin took the 3 little ones to play. The fox spirit felt quite assured regarding their safety, not to mention Mo Lin's formidable strength. The trio were the cherished darlings of the entire tribe. Should any fool dare to bully them, they would swiftly face the collective wrath of the tribe. After the fox spirit observed their departure from the cave, she rose to her feet. Stretching languidly, She recalled that it had been over 10 days since she last ventured into the fields. Curiosity piqued. She decided to inspect the crops and see how much they had proliferated, as well as to discover if any new varieties had emerged. Before long, the fox spirit arrived at the vegetable garden. Gazing upon the lush expanse of verdant greenery, a wave of satisfaction and pride surged within her. Although many of the vegetables were not her own handiwork, the concept was hers. As she admired the vibrant green leaves swaying gently in the breeze, she couldn't resist plucking a leaf and tasting it. To her delight, it was quite sweet. She then proceeded to the area where the domesticated animals were kept. Despite a reduced catch from her recent hunting endeavors, resulting in the culling of some, the overall quantity remained remarkably abundant, with no discernible difference evident. The fox spirit wandered about, casting glances to the east and west, until it eventually arrived at the orchard. As soon as it stepped into the grove, it was as if it had entered a lush woodland brimming with fruit. Each tree stood in orderly rows, laden with vibrant green fruits, promising a bountiful harvest in due time. This orchard was the largest of the three, boasting the greatest number of trees. On the opposite bank alone, there were 6 acres, not accounting for the additional expanse on this side of the island. In the lush, fruit-laden forest, the fox spirit leisurely strolled, delighting in the diverse shapes of the fruits while savoring the gentle caress of nature's breeze. Suddenly, a fruit resembling a watermelon but growing on a tree caught her attention. Instinctively, her right hand brushed against her snow-white chin, as if she were deep in thought. Is this a watermelon? No, she recalled it being called a watermelon. Watermelon, watermelon, water. Suddenly, the fox spirit clapped her hands and burst into joyous laughter. Chapter 153. A solution has arrived, haha. I've got it. This lady is truly a genius, haha. With that, the fox spirit plucked a watermelon and hurried home, eager to surprise Emolyn. On her way back, some beast men, upon seeing the fox spirit clutching the watermelon, were puzzled. This watermelon had no flavor, tasting merely like water. They inquired. But she merely smiled and continued on her way, leaving the other beastmen scratching their heads in confusion. By the time the fox spirit arrived home, night had fallen. Emolyn, well, it seems he is yet to return. With no other option, she set the watermelon aside and proceeded to prepare dinner for her man and their child. After finally managing to lull the child to sleep post-dinner, the fox spirit suddenly remembered something she had forgotten to mention. Emolyn, I have something wonderful to show you. Emolyn gazed thoughtfully at the watermelon in the fox spirit's arms, yet curiosity prompted him to ask, Little fox, what is the purpose of this watermelon you are holding? The fox spirit, with a playful smile, left Emolyn in a state of bewilderment. This was the solution I had envisioned. The watermelon. Suddenly, the initially confused Emolyn came to a realization and joyfully inquired, Little fox, are you suggesting? Indeed. The fox spirit nodded happily, pleased that her partner comprehended her meaning. Overjoyed by the fox spirit's affirmation, Emolyn lifted her into his arms and twirled around, filling the cave with joyous laughter. After a delightful frolic, he gently set the fox spirit down and, holding the watermelon, addressed her, Little fox, I shall first convey this wonderful news to you on. Please wait for me at home, and if I return late, you and the cub can rest. All right, you go. She replied. Emolyn affectionately patted the fox spirit's head before cradling the watermelon like a precious treasure and turning to find Yuan. The following day, both the orcs responsible for planting and gathering received a message to plant and bring back as many watermelons as possible. Initially, the orcs were perplexed by this announcement, for the watermelon possessed little flavor, akin to consuming mere water, and it could not even be dried into fruit snacks. However, cultivating the watermelon was straightforward. Once planted, it required minimal care and bore abundant fruit. The few they had previously planted were mostly used to feed chickens, cattle, and sheep, as the watermelon was unpalatable and had a short shelf life. Upon learning that this directive came from the fox spirit, they wasted no time in executing it. They trusted their beloved sister, believing there must be a rationale behind her words. Even in the absence of logic, they were willing to comply, for it was the fox spirit who had brought them such prosperity, ensuring their meals were plentiful and free from threats. Moreover, they were confident she would never harm them. From that day forth, the tribe increased their cultivation of watermelons, even dedicating a specific plot of land solely to this fruit. As far as the eye could see, it was a magnificent expanse of watermelons. Yet, due to the rapid growth and fruiting of the watermelon, the diet of the domesticated animals transformed to consist solely of this fruit. While cattle and sheep fared well, occasionally grazing on grass, chickens and ducks found their meals comprised entirely of watermelons. Of course, there were occasional scraps of other overripe fruits mixed in, but these were exceedingly rare. Chapter 154. Tiger King Zaylin. As the fox spirits cultivated watermelons to secure their water supply, the other tribes outside faced desolation. Spring was nearing its end. Yet not a single drop of rain had fallen. Tribes located near lakes or rivers fared relatively well, while those farther afield, devoid of rainfall and remote from water sources, suffered from severe drought and the ensuing food crisis. In the wilderness, even fruits were scarce, let alone animals. Consequently, many of the beastmen began migrating towards the city of beasts. Are we truly heading to the city of beasts, chief? A member of a small tribe in transit inquired. This drought has struck unexpectedly, catching everyone unprepared. Traveling to the city of beasts seems to be our best option, especially since it is a hub for trade. Likely abundant in supplies, the chief responded. But if we reach the city of beasts and find it lacking, what then? The water scarcity is dire. Surely the city of beasts is not immune to it? The concerned villager questioned. Not at all. It is said that the city of beasts possesses a lake that never runs dry. While food may be scarce, water will still be available, the chief reassured. Then we must hasten our journey, the villager exclaimed. This scene was not unique to their tribe. Many others were making their way to the city of beasts, as well as to the dragon and bear tribes. This year's drought had arrived with alarming swiftness and intensity. Your Majesty, over the past month, an increasing number of tribes have sought refuge in the city of beasts. Initially, only smaller tribes approached, but now both medium and large tribes are converging upon us, reported a concerned advisor. Moreover, I have heard that even more distant tribes are making their way here. Our city is already filled to capacity with beastmen. We have no space left for them. What shall we do? Many females are becoming restless, and we cannot contain them, the advisor continued. Standing at the forefront was the king, his towering figure exuding a regal presence, with sharp, chiseled features reminiscent of a sculpture. His deep, icy gaze conveyed a wild spirit, and his strikingly handsome visage radiated an aura of authority. Yuanxin observed the silent king, unsure of his thoughts. Inform the leaders of the various tribes to pacify their females. This is a critical time. The city of beasts has no surplus food to offer. They must exchange goods to obtain what they need. Furthermore, the city is at full capacity, so they should establish their encampments in the open spaces outside, Yuanxin suggested cautiously. The king, seemingly amused by the situation, turned to face Yuanxin, a smirk playing on his lips. Humph, he uttered, leaving the air thick with unspoken tension. In the vast realm of Beast City, under my dominion, Zaylin, they wish to seek refuge with me. Thus, they must adhere to my rules, or else they may leave. Very well, my king. It seems Yuan Xin has something more to convey, his voice a mere whisper. The Tiger King, Zaylin, glanced at Yuan Xin, who appeared hesitant to speak, his expression growing stern. Yuan Xin, have you not discerned my character after all this time? Speak your mind. Chapter 155. The drought approaches recently. Has the city of strays not exhibited some restlessness? Hence, they have summoned reinforcements. Regardless, what time is it now? If they cannot govern themselves, why should we concern ourselves with them? Moreover, the city of strays lies within the desert. They are likely struggling for survival. As for the other faction, as long as they remain hidden, we shall not interfere. We are hardly idle, especially in these times of scarce resources. Do you imply, Yuan Xin, that I am lacking in occupation? Yuan Xin hastily shook his head, for to suggest that the Tiger King is idle would be a perilous folly. No, my lord. I shall return and inform them at once. Zaylin nodded, feeling a sense of helplessness. How could such a clever individual be burdened with a somewhat simple-minded subordinate? Currently, the majority of tribes across the continent are facing severe food shortages. Their existence is fraught with difficulty, and the strays, with conditions far inferior to those of the beastmen, are hardly able to sustain themselves. Yet, we must remain vigilant regarding the city of strays, lest they emerge in desperation to pillage, causing further harm. As for the Fox Demon clan, they observed the river's surface, which had receded by 2 to 3 meters. Initially a mere suspicion, it has now become evident to all the gravity of the situation. Compounded by their recent outings in search of flora and fauna, they often returned empty-handed, with only the occasional fortunate discovery of a fruit tree. Moreover, other orcs have reported that numerous tribes outside their territory have chosen to migrate, allegedly to Wanshou City or towards the Dragon Clan, and remained nonchalant about this development, as long as those orcs did not provoke them. After all, finding food outside had become exceedingly arduous. unlike the fox spirits who cultivated and raised livestock, transforming them into dried fruits or cured meats. Fortunately, their tribe had prepared well in advance, as the fox spirits believed in pursuing a sustainable development path, which now proves beneficial. Even though they struggle to find food outside, they are not in dire need. Although the time elapsed is not particularly long, if it were solely a matter of meat, it would undoubtedly be insufficient, given the voracious appetites of the orcs. However, they have an abundance of fruits and vegetables, enough to satiate every orc, often leaving surplus that is sometimes fed to the chickens. This may be attributed to the shorter growth cycles of vegetables and fruits compared to livestock, resulting in a greater quantity of the former. Naturally, animals are fewer than vegetables, but relatively speaking, every orc in their tribe can still enjoy meat and eggs daily, with chicken and goose eggs predominating. Reflecting on the chickens, ducks, and geese, the fox spirits were genuinely astonished. The chickens in this world are remarkably prolific. They now have over 2,000 chickens in captivity, and the combined number of ducks and geese exceeds 3,000. One warehouse is dedicated solely to storing chicken and duck eggs. The fox spirits pondered whether to transform some of these eggs into century eggs, as the quantity is overwhelming and prone to spoilage. By converting them into century eggs, they would ensure a greater yield of preserved eggs. Although chicken and duck eggs might not hold significant value to the orcs, perhaps merely regarded as a trivial snack, vegetables and dried meats constitute their staple diet. Nonetheless, they are still a form of meat, and for the other tribes outside, the existence of such chickens and eggs is unfathomable. Chapter 156. The Nurturing Father. The drought has begun to reveal its terrifying nature. From a divine perspective, their tribe's area appears as a patch of green along the banks of the river, resembling gentle strokes of green ink on a sheet of yellow paper. The once lush forests have turned desiccated and yellowed. Not only the trees, but even the hardy weeds have withered. Were it not for the river, which has not yet entirely dried up, the water level has diminished from its original 30 meters in width and unfathomable depth to approximately 10 meters wide, where one can even see the riverbed. The fruit saplings cultivated by the fox spirit and her companions began to yield diminishing returns, with each harvest proving less bountiful than the last. Were it not for the occasional watering of the vegetable garden, they might have succumbed to desiccation. Nevertheless, the fox spirit found solace in the mountain spring at the summit, which she had long believed connected to the river below, given their proximity. Yet, with the river's water level having receded significantly, the spring's flow remained unchanged, leading her to ponder the existence of a hidden underground river within the mountain. However, the spring's orifice was too diminutive for her to excavate. For fear of obstructing it, the repercussions would be dire, especially since water resources were already scarce. Although the mountain spring offered a modest supply, it was sufficient for the villagers to quench their thirst, and with careful conservation, could also irrigate their vegetables and fruit trees. Moreover, she remained oblivious to the depths of the potential underground river. Otherwise, she would have been inclined to dig a well. After all, an increase in water would bolster their tribe's chances of survival. Thus, she instructed the beastmen to excavate several pits just beneath the spring, directing some of the spring water into these reservoirs. The water emerging directly from the source could be used for drinking. The flow to the second pit designated for washing vegetables, and the third for feeding chickens and cattle, as well as for watering. Although this method was somewhat cumbersome, it allowed for multiple utilizations. Today, the fox spirit, accompanied by her children, ventured out for a rare outing, greeted by cheerful beastmen who surrounded them with delight. Finally, Sister Yao Yao has brought us along. Mo Lin wouldn't let us see, exclaimed one. Indeed, Mo Lin is rather insufferable, having a partner, yet forbidding us from enjoying the same. Another chimed in. Be cautious with your words. Speak softly lest Mo Lin overhear. Someone warned. Humph. I shall speak freely. With Sister Yao Yao here, I fear nothing. Listening to their unrestrained chatter, the fox spirit could only manage an awkward smile. Oh, it is not just you. Even at home, I am seldom permitted to embrace them. Now, the fox spirit harbors doubts about whether Mo Lin still loves her, or if his affections have shifted solely to those three little ones. He has nearly transformed into a doting caretaker, responsible for their every need. In matters concerning the children, Mo Lin has grown far more familiar than she. Yet, little does she realize that his reluctance to allow her to hold them stems merely from a desire to spare her the burden. These three little treasures, now 6 months old, have already learned to walk, and each day they babble away in an earnest attempt to speak, though their words remain utterly incomprehensible. As a mother, she finds herself equally at a loss regarding their utterances. She recalls with trepidation the moment when the youngest nearly lost his breath. It was truly terrifying. However, now he is more spirited than the other two, and this brings her the greatest solace. Chapter 157. The Emperor Who Has Been Avoiding. The Fox Spirit. After engaging the orcs in playful amusement for a brief while, led her 3 daughters to pursue other diversions, strolling leisurely along the path constructed by the tribe. She admired the myriad of flowers that adorned either side. These blossoms were once collected by the orcs while foraging for fruit tree saplings, but now they had wilted. Yet, it was not difficult to envision the path's former splendor. The daughters frolicked ahead, their laughter ringing through the air, while she trailed behind, observing them with a face aglow with joy. Thus, they ambled toward the orchard, where the fox spirit unexpectedly encountered a familiar figure she had not seen in quite some time. Elated, she hurried over with her children, calling out to the silhouette busy with fruit gathering. "Dee, it has been so long. Where have you been lately? Sometimes when I seek you, you are nowhere to be found." Since the birth of her child, she truly had not laid eyes on Dee at all. She had attempted to find him, to express her gratitude for his past kindness, but he seemed to have vanished, as if into thin air. Even when she inquired with Mo Lin about his whereabouts, the response was merely, "He is in the tribe." This left her perplexed. In the tribe? Why, then, could she not encounter Dee? Was he perhaps avoiding her? The fox demon, Yao Yao, inquired with the other orcs in the tribe, who confirmed that he was indeed present. This reassured her. Perhaps Dee was truly evading her, as she was well aware of his cautious nature. However, she also recognized that she could no longer offer him anything, for her affections had become exclusive to Mo Lin. Yet, now that she had seen him and observed that he seemed unharmed, her worries had considerably eased. Upon hearing Yao Yao's voice, Dee was taken aback. He had not anticipated her presence here, nor did he expect her to call out to him. He had made every effort to avoid her, ensuring that their paths did not cross. The mere sight of her ignited a longing within him to be with her. Initially, he would steal glances from afar, but his happiness with Mo Lin was profound, a joy he felt incapable of providing to Yao Yao. He reflected on their past together. Each moment had been driven by his unreciprocated affections or his own compulsion. Perhaps it was time for him to distance himself from her. Yet, upon hearing her voice, he found himself unable to resist. His heart raced uncontrollably at the thought of seeing her again. Yao Yao was searching for him? Did she long for him, too? It seemed unlikely. Her concern was probably only that of a friend worried for another's well-being. Dee? Yao Yao called again, noticing his lack of response. Her persistence tugged at him, and he struggled to maintain his composure. Taking a deep breath, he turned to face her. "Yao Yao, what brings you here?" Seeing her face filled him with uncontainable joy, and the impulse to embrace her grew stronger, yet he understood the necessity of restraint, causing his demeanor to dim slightly. "Is something the matter?" Yao Yao asked, puzzled by his unusual behavior. Wasn't it perfectly normal for her to be here? She had been coming regularly over the past few days. Sensing that he had revealed too much of his feelings, Dee hurriedly added, "Yao Yao, why did you bring the little ones to the orchard? Aren't they usually with Mo Lin?" "They are with me today because Mo Lin has matters to attend to," Yao Yao replied. "By the way, it's been a while since I last saw you. Where have you been?" "I asked Mo Lin and the other orcs, and they all said you were in the tribe, but I couldn't find you." As Dee absorbed her concern, fantasies began to blossom in his mind. Yao Yu still cared for him, indicating that he held a place in her heart. Could it be that she was open to the idea of them being together? The Emperor remained silent, leaving the fox spirit perplexed. She sensed that he appeared to be lost in thought, prompting her to wave her hand before him. Yet he still showed no reaction. With a shrug, she decided it was of little consequence. His presence was sufficient. After months of absence, she had feared something might have gone awry. "If you have matters to attend to, please do so," she said. "I shall take the children and entertain them elsewhere." Just as she turned to lead the 3 little ones away, the Emperor grasped her arm. The fox spirit looked back at him, puzzled. "What troubles you, my lord? Is something amiss?" The Emperor awkwardly withdrew his hand, exclaiming, "It is nothing." In truth, he longed for her companionship, having not conversed with her in ages. He yearned to express how deeply he missed her, how intensely he desired her presence. Yet, he understood that such sentiments could not be articulated, especially not in her presence. To voice them could bring her distress, and he feared that if he spoke poorly, she might choose to distance herself from him entirely. After all, she had never favored his overt displays of affection, and for now, their ability to converse was a comfort. Thus, he repressed his yearning, unable to express what lay within his heart. "Nothing is wrong?" The fox spirit, noting his hesitance since he harbored unspoken concerns. However, since he was unwilling to divulge, she refrained from probing further. By the way, as your brother-in-law, you have yet to meet the 3 little ones. Would you care to see them? She deftly shifted the topic. The emperor followed her lead, and the fox spirit introduced her children. This is the eldest, named Mo Shue. The second is Mo Yeye. And the youngest is Mo Shue. What do you think? Aren't they delightful names? I chose them myself. The fox spirit wore an expression of proud defiance, clearly quite pleased with the name she had chosen. It is melodious. Indeed, the names we spirits bestow are always pleasing, reminiscent of you, dear spirit. Upon seeing the third one, Emperor E developed an immediate fondness, for she shared the same white hair as the fox spirit, even mirroring her eyelashes, making her a delightful miniature version of the fox, utterly charming and enchanting. The emperor tenderly caressed their heads and remarked to the fox spirit standing nearby, "And they are all so adorable. Of course, just look at who gave birth to whom." As the emperor beheld the fox spirit's adorable visage, he could not help but chuckle, instinctively reaching out to pinch her cheek, only to withdraw his hand at the last moment. The fox spirit gazed at the emperor, who was playfully engaging with Shue and the others, a smile unconsciously gracing her lips. Yet, her curiosity lingered regarding his whereabouts over the past few months. "By the way, Emperor, where have you been all this time? I hardly saw you." Upon hearing the fox spirit's concerned inquiry, the emperor, momentarily pausing in his frolic with the 3 little ones, replied, "Due to the previous battle, I sustained some injuries and spent time recuperating at home. Just as I recovered, spring arrived, and I joined Xiao and the others in searching for fruit tree saplings and animals. In truth, the primary reason was to evade her." "Is that so? No wonder I hardly ever see you. After all, the items collected by the gathering team seldom reach me. The orcs retrieve what they bring back and manage it accordingly. Our sole responsibility is to bring the items home." However, this situation was not quite right. After all, it had been 5 or 6 months since she last saw him. Nevertheless, as the saying goes, as long as he was still around, that was enough. They spent the next few hours conversing, and eventually, Hu Yaoyao decided to take the 3 little ones home. The little ones were still quite young, and the sun was too strong, making them susceptible to sunburn. Moreover, they were beginning to feel drowsy and started to whimper. After bidding the emperor farewell, the fox spirit departed with the children. The emperor watched as the fox spirit walked away, carrying the little ones. Although his heart ached at the sight, he knew he had to let her go. After all, she had never truly seen him. The only thing he could do was to cherish his love for her silently and protect her from afar. At times, he felt a profound sense of sorrow, questioning himself and wondering if he was still the same person he once was, proud and unrestrained. Now, he found himself bound by emotions that were ultimately unattainable. Alas, in her eagerness to return home, the fox spirit endeavored to lull the 3 restless little ones to sleep. With great effort, she held one in her hand while another perched upon her shoulder, hastening towards their abode. After much toil, she finally arrived home, only to discover that these little rascals were wide awake once more. Can you believe it? Observing the trio of lively children bouncing on the bed, she felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. You see, it was just moments ago that each of you was pleading to sleep, and now, it is you who refuse to close your eyes. As if that were not enough, why must I, through such arduous labor, bring you back home? The fox spirit recalled the considerable effort she had expended to hasten the little ones home for their slumber, and upon arriving, she found herself utterly exhausted. It had been quite some time since she had felt such fatigue. Contemplating this, she gazed at the mischievous little rascals still frolicking about, and an overwhelming urge to chastise their little behinds surged within her. However, just as she was about to decide which one to reprimand first, an orc burst into the cave, his face etched with urgency, panting as he addressed the fox spirit. "Huff, huff, spirit, Sister Yaoyao. The water channel you instructed us to dig by the riverbank has been completed." Upon hearing this, the fox demoness stood up in sheer delight. Momentarily forgetting her intentions to chastise the child, she swiftly approached the orc before her and inquired, "Have you completed the excavation so soon? What about the materials I instructed you to place beneath? Have they been arranged?" "Sister Yaoyao, the hides you asked us to lay down have been properly positioned, and the lid you mentioned has also been crafted. However, there is one unfortunate piece of news." Upon hearing the unsettling news, the fox spirit's heart quivered momentarily, prompting her to inquire hastily, "Xianku, what troubles you? What is this bad news?" Xianku scratched his head awkwardly. "We have just completed the excavation, But to our dismay, the water level in the river has receded so rapidly that it is now unable to flow in. He concluded with a bashful lowering of his gaze. Ah, fret not. We possess ample means to channel the water in. This is but a trivial matter. The fox spirit initially believed the issue to be quite significant, only to discover that it was merely a trivial matter. The water level was insufficient, but it could be gradually replenished. However, this method would be time-consuming. The best solution would be to construct a water wheel, harnessing the river's current to elevate water into the reservoir, and even redirecting any surplus water to the fruit trees on the opposite bank. This approach would not only enhance the yield of the trees, but also liberate the orcs who had been laboriously transporting water, thus achieving multiple benefits with a single endeavor. Yet, they were not yet capable of building a water wheel, although the fox spirit had acquired knowledge about its construction from the system, which was not overly complex. The actual execution posed challenges. After all, the system was visible only to her. When she attempted to explain it to others, they could not comprehend her words. Nor could they interpret the diagrams she sketched in the soil. For the time being, they had no choice but to rely on manual labor, moving small amounts each day until completion. Subsequently, they covered the pools with thick planks to shield them from the sun, preventing evaporation. After 2 days of diligent effort, they finally filled the 2 pools along the riverbank with water. "What brings you here?" she exclaimed, startled as she noticed approaching, each hand cradling a small child, with another child perched atop his head. Upon closer inspection, she saw 3 little ones, their eyes glistening with tears, their big eyes reddened, clearly having just been weeping. "Indeed, the children miss you. I cannot soothe them," lamented, his expression reflecting his own helplessness. The trio of infants cried in unison, and no matter how he tried to comfort them, his efforts were in vain. "Ah, they miss me?" The fox spirit regarded the 3 children with a puzzled expression. Surely, they were not so whimsical as to yearn for her presence, considering they typically clung to. Their attachment to him stemmed from his indulgence. He granted them anything they desired, nearly plucking the stars from the sky for their whims. It was improbable that they would truly miss her. Given the family dynamics, her fatherly affection coupled with a strict maternal approach meant that any misbehavior on their part resulted in her disciplinary measures. She could not afford to spoil them. Hence, it was unusual for the children to express a longing for her company. As soon as the 3 little ones caught sight of him, they scampered toward her, clinging to her legs and wailing once more. "Wah wah wah." The fox spirit, exuding an air of helplessness, gazed at the infant whose eyes were swollen from tears, feeling a pang of sympathy. She knelt down to gently stroke the second child's head and inquired, "Yeah, what troubles you? Why are you crying?" The little one responded with a soft, plaintive "Ya." The fox spirit, perplexed, admitted her inability to comprehend. "What are you saying?" "Ya," came the reply once more. Meanwhile, the eldest seemed to grasp the essence of the second child's lament, interjecting with a series of "Ya." In a playful rebuttal, the fox spirit gazed intently at the eldest and second, her face flushed with effort as if she believed her mother could not comprehend. She then impulsively approached and pushed the eldest, who fell to the ground, wailing in distress. Incensed at being shoved by his younger sister, he quickly turned over and forcefully pushed the second aside. It seemed the fox spirit had come to understand. The eldest and second were embroiled in a quarrel for reasons unknown. Glancing back, she noticed the third, perched upon Mo Lin's shoulder, whose eyes were similarly red and puffy. "What are you crying about?" Mo Lin observed the fox spirit looking at the third and couldn't help but burst into laughter. She is weeping because she witnessed the eldest and second fighting, and in her eagerness to join the fray, she got caught in their tussle. Chapter 161. A sense of schadenfreude. The fox spirit, listening to her unprincipled partner jest about their child, wore a face marked by dark lines of exasperation. Yet she secretly relished the moment. Although she was equally inclined to laugh, as a mother, she restrained herself. Nevertheless, the occasional tremors of her shoulders revealed the difficulty of her composure. Little San, uncertain whether she comprehended that Mo Lin was mocking her, or if the sight of the eldest and second siblings in a skirmish stirred memories of her own past grievances, felt tears welling in her enchanting eyes as they glistened atop Mo Lin's head. Upon witnessing the scene, the fox spirit swiftly scooped her down from Mo Lin's head, cradling her gently, while simultaneously urging Mo Lin to separate the squabbling elder and second sibling. "Hurry and break them apart. Do not allow them to continue fighting." Mo Lin, recognizing her little fox's insistence, could only spread her hands in resignation, contemplating the absence of entertainment. Nevertheless, her actions were prompt. She seized each of them by their garments, lifting them with ease. Observing the two mischief-makers, who remained restless even when suspended, she admonished, "Shwe shwe, you, should you continue this ruckus, mother will surely become displeased. When that time comes, do not blame her for the consequences." It seemed as if they understood her words, for they immediately ceased their commotion. After all, their mother's words were never to be taken lightly. She truly would punish them. With their enchanting yet slightly swollen eyes, remnants of their earlier tears, they gazed at their mother with a pitiful expression, as if pleading, "Mother, see how obedient we are now. Please do not strike us." Confronted with their tear-streaked faces and their feigned helplessness, the fox spirit felt a mix of frustration, tenderness, and amusement. Yet, she recognized the humor in their antics, although she knew she must not allow such sentiments to surface. "Very well, let us return home," she declared. After the fox spirit concluded her words, she turned to the nearby orcs and said, "You all proceed first. I shall take the little ones home." "Very well, Sister Yao Yao, you may return." The orcs nodded in agreement. Upon arriving home, the fox spirit addressed Imo Lin, saying, "Imo Lin, please set them down. Shui has fallen asleep, and I will tend to them." "Understood." Upon hearing the fox spirit's voice, akin to a celestial melody, Imo Lin carefully laid down the eldest and the second. The fox spirit cradled the youngest, gently placing him onto the bed, before lifting the elder siblings, who had just crawled close to her. Throughout the process, the trio remained remarkably calm, obediently refraining from any mischief. Once nestled in her embrace, their eyes blinked playfully, complemented by their exquisitely porcelain-like faces, making them utterly adorable. The fox spirit found herself enchanted by them, unable to resist the urge to lean down and plant a tender kiss upon their foreheads. She then commenced her gentle admonishment. "Do you understand? You three are sisters. You must not quarrel. If you do, it will break your mother's heart." "Oh dear!" exclaimed the eldest. "Oh dear!" echoed the second. They did not comprehend her words, yet with a serious demeanor, the eldest replied, "I understand. You two must keep your voices down so as not to disturb our little sister's slumber. But let me make this clear. This is the last warning. If I find out you two are fighting again, I shall not engage with you." The two little ones bowed their heads in silent agreement, acknowledging her words. Their mother's tone was indeed quite fearsome. In the future, they will obediently behave, never engaging in quarrels or fights. Chapter 162, Educational Methods. Afterward, the fox spirit prepared a little something for the two small babies to eat, partaking in a bit herself. Once they had finished their meal, she took the two babies outside, adorning them with sun hats she had woven from grass. She donned one herself, for the weather was exceedingly hot, and it was all too easy to burn under the sun's harsh rays. Especially for the two delicate little ones, she was particularly reluctant to see them tanned. Meanwhile, Imo Lin stayed behind to keep company with the third child. Should the third child awaken and find them absent, it would undoubtedly lead to tears. Watching his beloved little fox and the babies venture out, Imo Lin felt a tinge of grievance since the arrival of their little ones. He had spent far too little time with the little fox. It seemed as though the babies were an obstacle to their intimacy. Whenever they sought to share a tender moment, the three little ones would always awaken or create a commotion, interrupting them. In the words of the little fox, it felt like living as a widower. Now, he too felt as if he had been living in such a manner for several months. He had always believed that the little fox's method of education was exemplary. Indeed, the three babies were the darlings of the tribe, cherished by all who dared not to scold or strike them. Even he felt a sense of guilt merely at the thought of chastising them. However, the little fox, on occasion, would resort to discipline, though only when she deemed it necessary. The sight of her administering discipline pained him. Yet perhaps it was precisely this approach that rendered the three little ones exceptionally well behaved, always attentive to her guidance. In her own words, it was crucial to instill proper manners while they were still young. Once they grew older, it would become increasingly challenging to educate them. Thus, one must commence education from an early age. Now, the three little ones displayed remarkable politeness, entirely devoid of the arrogance often seen in other tribes. He found himself curious about what kind of tribe could cultivate such a character as the little foxes in their beastmen. Such a tribe must be extraordinarily powerful. After all, it is rare, if not nearly impossible, to find a tribe that can raise females so commendably and with such admirable traits. He had never encountered such a phenomenon before. However, reflecting upon the Yin Jiao tribe, he doubted they could achieve such excellence, given their lack of strength. It was evident they could not produce a female as outstanding as the fox spirit. But it mattered little. She was now his partner, after all. He chuckled to himself. On another side, the fox spirit, accompanied by her two little ones, strolled to observe the chickens, ducks, and geese. The children, lively and spirited, bounced along merrily. Upon spotting a little yellow chick, they eagerly reached out to grasp it, resembling untamed children. Initially, she had hesitated, concerned for their fragile constitutions. Especially since they were both premature infants, her worries about their hygiene loomed large. However, she soon reflected that, as beast folk, their physical resilience was likely commendable, considering that even Mo Lin and the Emperor had survived severe trials. Moreover, she could not stifle the inherent playfulness of childhood. As long as they were cautious and kept away from potential harm, all would be well. She was acutely aware of her own deprived childhood and was determined that her offspring would not suffer the same fate. After accompanying her little ones for a brief exploration, she guided them to the riverbank to check if it was filled with water. The children, witnessing the beast folk carrying water, expressed their delight and yearned to join in the fun, yet the fox spirit firmly held one of each. While there were other areas suitable for play, this spot was unequivocally off limits. She knew all too well the depths of that water. Should anything untoward occur, she could never forgive herself. The little ones, understanding their mother's temperament, wisely refrained from causing a ruckus, prioritizing their own safety and avoiding her ire. By midday, the two suns hung high in the sky, casting down scorching rays. Even as an adult, she found the heat unbearable. How much more challenging it must be for her little ones. They began to whimper, prompting the fox spirit to hasten their return home to escape the sweltering heat. Upon arriving, the two children swiftly darted towards their father, climbing eagerly onto him, their faces alight with joy and contentment. The fox demon also observed the scene, rendered speechless, as Mo Lin truly resembled a mobile air conditioner. Just moments earlier, she had intended to rush over, only to find that the two little ones had beaten her to it. Reflecting on the past, when Mo Lin was solely hers to embrace, she now found herself sharing him with three little cubs. At present, Mo Lin was cradled by one child on each side, while the youngest nestled comfortably on his lap. After indulging in the affectionate embraces from the trio, he gently set each child aside in succession and approached the fox demon, enveloping her in his arms. The coolness he exuded was utterly delightful. The fox demon longed to remain in his embrace indefinitely. The three little ones, bewildered, observed their father as he turned to embrace their mother, pouting slightly before scampering forward to cling to his legs. The youngest, perhaps having spent too much time in Mo Lin's arms, did not join in the fray. Thus, the mother and her three offspring found themselves all entwined around Mo Lin, creating a scene that was nothing short of enchanting. After a brief moment of this tender tableau, the fox demon reluctantly released her grip, for she needed to prepare lunch for the family. Following their meal, she intended to indulge in a much-needed afternoon nap, a habit she had yet to shake since arriving in this world, given that a single day here felt like two. Even a modern individual like her found it quite exhausting. Once the meal was prepared, she took a few bites to satisfy her hunger before feeding each of the little ones. Observing the weary expression on the fox demon's face filled Mo Lin with sympathy, prompting him to say, "Little fox, you look so tired. You should rest. Let me take care of feeding the babies." "All right then," she replied, and with that, she went off to sleep, trusting Mo Lin to manage the feeding. Knowing he had experience with children, with ease, Mo Lin picked up the utensils and began to feed the little ones. Initially, the trio had been chattering excitedly, but upon noticing their mother was about to drift off, they fell silent as if a mute button had been pressed, obediently eating without causing a ruckus. Although they were aware of their father's affection, they understood that their mother valued her nap and would not indulge their whims if their father refrained from spoiling them. Their mother would not either during this crucial time. Such lessons were grounded in personal experience. It was only when they had caused too much commotion that Mo Lin had struggled to calm them down, urging them to keep quiet for their mother's sake. Yet they had not listened. Their mother, overwhelmed, had raised her voice in frustration, which had incited their father's ire, his first display of anger towards them. In an instant, each little one felt the sting of a reprimanding slap, leading to a chorus of cries that echoed through the air. The fox demon watched in astonishment from her place on the bed. Goodness, was this truly the gentle Mo Lin she had once known? Was this the same man who had doted on their children so devotedly? At that moment, some passing beast folk had approached, inquiring about the commotion and the reason for the children's tears. Chapter 164. Strangers. At that moment, Yuan was thoroughly startled. After all, which tribe would dare to strike a female, especially one so young? Mo Lin was perhaps the first to do so. Had this occurred in another tribe, he would likely have been cast out and disowned. However, as the fox spirit remained silent, Yuan chose not to pursue the matter further. Nevertheless, Mo Lin still received a reprimand from Yuan, for despite the circumstances, the little one was still just a child and should not be harmed. In truth, Mo Lin regretted his actions almost immediately. After all, the child was too young, and the sound of her cries tugged at his heartstrings. Fortunately, he had merely delivered a light slap, and although he was quite angry, he managed to temper his strength. Since that moment, the three little ones had not caused any disturbances during their slumber with the fox spirit. The three children obediently ate their meals, and it took Mo Lin over an hour to satiate their appetites before he could finally coax them to sleep. Their home contained 2 beds. One was the fox spirit's winter bedding, which had yet to be removed, while the stone bed was exceedingly small. Originally crafted for just him and the fox spirit. Who would have thought they would unexpectedly gain 3 little ones, making the beds insufficient? Typically, one child would sleep with him while the other 2 shared the fox spirit's bed. However, during midday naps, all 3 would sleep together. Although the beds could not accommodate 5 individuals, they were just about sufficient for the 3 little ones. One day, he would have to procure a larger stone bed, for he could not always share his slumber with the little fox. Now, with the fox spirit and the little ones peacefully asleep, Mo Lin stood vigil, quietly safeguarding all that he cherished. As he gazed upon their serene faces and sleeping forms, a wave of happiness washed over him. He felt like the luckiest being in the world. After all, who else could claim such fulfillment in life, with a female and offspring? At least, none in their tribe could. A week swiftly passed, and the wooden walls they had constructed were finally complete. Moreover, the water level of the river had significantly diminished, suggesting that it would soon dry up completely. Thus, she urged them to hasten their efforts in the river to catch as many fish as possible, leaving no fry unharvested. Fearing that soon there would be no water, and consequently no fish, they would be left with no food. What met the eye was a desolate landscape. Even the grapes they had cultivated had shriveled into raisins, which could only be collected. Alas, but did they truly need raisins at this moment? No, they did not. It appeared that this year's drought had struck with particular ferocity, catching them off guard. The situation among the fox spirits has deteriorated significantly, and one can only imagine the chaos in other regions. The outside world has descended into turmoil, with numerous animals perishing from starvation. Those that graze on grass are left to forage on tree bark. Even many of the beastmen have succumbed to hunger. Today, a beastman arrived, requesting that Mo Lin visit the abyss. Mo Lin furrowed his brow, having just managed to lull 3 little ones to sleep. Finally, he had a moment to cradle the little fox he cherished. Why must he always be interrupted? Little fox, wait for my return. All right, go ahead, came the response. With those words, the fox spirit bestowed a kiss upon Mo Lin. Content: he followed the well-fed Mei to the abyss. Before long, they arrived at their destination. Mo Lin wasted no time and directly addressed the abyss. What is it? To his surprise, he noticed an unfamiliar beastman seated beside the abyss. Chapter 165. An outsider arrives at a glance. Mo Lin recognized that this individual was also a 7-patterned beastman. They exchanged glances. And just as Mo Lin was about to speak, the beastman spoke first. I presume you are the newly promoted 7-patterned beast of this tribe? Mo Lin coldly nodded. What brings you here? Nothing much, just passing through. The 7-patterned beastman shrugged. If that's the case, feel free to wander. I shall take my leave, Mo Lin replied. Although he had surmised the stranger's origins and their purpose for being there, he chose not to involve himself in such matters. He trusted that the abyss would handle the situation appropriately. He longed to return home to his little fox, for nothing in the world could compare to it. Goodness. This newly promoted 7-patterned beast shows no respect for his elders, the abyss remarked, observing Mo Lin's intent to depart. He swiftly blocked his path. Lin, you cannot leave. Your presence is essential. I cannot manage this alone. After all, the other party was a 7-patterned beast, while he was merely a lowly 4-patterned beastman. Fearful that he might struggle to cope with the encounter, uncertain if the stranger would converse amicably. Seeing the abyss's earnestness, Mo Lin realized he could not simply walk away. After all, this was indeed a 7-patterned beast. If anything untoward occurred, it would be too late to intervene. Reluctantly, he nodded in agreement. Upon seeing Mo Lin acquiesce and not intend to leave, the abyss breathed a sigh of relief, feeling bolstered by Mo Lin's presence. State your purpose for visiting our tribe directly. I do not appreciate beating around the bush. The 7-patterned beastman hesitated, struggling to articulate his thoughts, which only served to irritate Mo Lin further. Will you speak or not? If you have nothing to say, then simply leave. We do not have the luxury of time to waste here. Yuan nodded in agreement, observing that the situation seemed to have escalated. He had yet to express his own concerns, and the thought of being dismissed was troubling, as it would be difficult to explain upon his return. Just as he resolved to speak candidly, the entire gathering of orcs fell silent. "Daddy," a soft, childlike voice interrupted, belonging to a little female. As Mo Lin turned to look, he beheld the fox spirit, accompanied by 3 small offspring, with Dee following closely beside her. "Mo Lin, the moment you left, the 3 little ones woke up, and I couldn't soothe them, so I had no choice but to bring them to you," the fox spirit explained. Upon hearing her voice, Mo Lin approached and effortlessly took the 2 children from her hands, bending down to allow her to place the 3rd child upon his shoulder. In that moment, Mo Lin found himself unexpectedly burdened with the care of these little ones. To Hu Yao Yao and Yuan, this scene appeared entirely ordinary. Yet to the 7-patterned beast, it was akin to a thunderous revelation. A female, and she bore 3 female cubs? How astonishing! The fox spirit, upon hearing his voice, gazed at him with curiosity. Having been in the tribe for so long, she had never encountered this individual, leading her to believe he did not belong to their clan. Otherwise, he would surely be aware of her and her 3 little offspring. "Who are you? You are not from our tribe, are you?" He, momentarily taken aback by the presence of the female before him, could only respond with a dazed nod upon hearing the fox spirit's inquiry. Upon witnessing his nod, the fox spirit grew increasingly curious. Was he not from their tribe? What was his purpose here? Chapter 166. Joining our tribe, he stared blankly at the fox spirit and the 3 little ones, stuttering as he spoke. Yes, I am not from your tribe. I am Xiangqin, hailing from the city of Wanderers. I have come to your tribe with the intention of joining you." "Joining our tribe?" The fox spirit and Mo Lin felt indifferent, yet Dee and Yuan were momentarily taken aback. For the former, it was merely an inconsequential matter, but for Dee and Yuan, it struck like a bolt from the blue. How could one from the city of Wanderers seek to join them? Nevertheless, as Mo Lin and Dee observed his unwavering gaze, they frowned and instinctively shielded the fox spirit and the 3 little ones. Truly, they were brothers, their movements remarkably synchronized. Yes. Seeing the female obscured by the 2 beast men, he remained unfazed. In truth, he had previously conferred with his brothers about inviting this tribe to join them. But upon encountering the female, his perspective shifted. It was not solely due to her. Rather, the living conditions here were vastly superior to those in the city of Wanderers. The vicinity was abundant with fruit trees, and although the river was nearly dry, it still offered more than they had. At times, he found himself perplexed, unable to comprehend how they had discovered such a splendid location. His brothers had sought many places, some with a few fruit trees, yet none compared to this. Merely being in this place filled him with envy, and after arriving, he harbored the notion of bringing the wandering beasts from the city of Wanderers here. Should they refuse, they would resort to force, for they had 3 7-patterned beasts unafraid of these beastmen. However, the emergence of the fox spirit and the 3 little females led him to reconsider. "Why?" Dee and Yuan inquired in unison. Noticing that Dee and Yuan were not as fervently excited as he had anticipated, he felt a sense of relief, although he had changed his mind. Intending to join their tribe, a large part of this decision was influenced by the fox spirit. Had they displayed overwhelming enthusiasm, he might have felt compelled to rethink his choice. Though a gentleman's word is as unyielding as a team of 4 horses, he was willing to endure criticism for the sake of his brothers. At present, they seemed quite composed, so he proceeded to share some circumstances regarding the city of Wanderers. "Indeed, this is the situation." Upon hearing the matter, the fox spirit and her companions exchanged glances, realizing the gravity of the situation. "This is not a trivial matter. We must deliberate. You may temporarily reside here, and I shall arrange accommodations and sustenance for you shortly." After listening, Xiangqin shrugged and stepped aside, saying, "Very well. Just inform me once you have reached a consensus." Shortly thereafter, Dee and Yuan arrived at the cave where the fox spirit and her companions were gathered. The fox spirit sat by the bed, soothing the child while observing Dee, Yuan, and Mo Lin as they discussed the potential agreement with the orcs from the city of Wanderers. Regardless of their decision, there were both advantages and disadvantages to consider. Should they decline, they would maintain the status quo, being largely self-sufficient in food with some surplus. However, their tribe's strength remained somewhat lacking, apart from Mo Lin, who was a 7-pattern beast. There were no other members with 5 or 6 patterns. Even if the 2 of them were to break through to 5 patterns, it would require some time. Conversely, should they acquiesce, the addition of 3 orcs, bringing their number of 7-pattern beasts to 4, would significantly bolster their power. while also increasing their ranks of 5 and 6 pattern beasts to fill existing gaps. Yet, there were concerns. The gaze of all orcs would inevitably converge upon their territory, and the issue of food alone could prove burdensome, not to mention the potential for conflict with other orc tribes, which might arise regardless of their decision. For a time, uncertainty clouded their judgment. With the city of wanderers currently under the scrutiny of 3 major orc tribes, they feared attracting hostility. After an afternoon of deliberation, Mo Lin and the others ultimately resolved to permit the orcs to join them. The brutal skirmishes of winter had cost them many lives, leaving them with only around 300 surviving orcs, a feat achieved through traps, guerrilla tactics, and the healing arts of the fox spirit. A direct confrontation would have resulted in far greater losses. Moreover, their tribe was viewed as a thorn in the side of other orc clans, and it was only a matter of time before trouble would find them, rather than wait for inevitable conflict. It seemed prudent to allow the inhabitants of the city of wanderers to come, as they were all wanderers seeking mutual support. They had heard tales of the city of wanderers, which was hardly a pleasant place to reside, certainly not comparable to their own habitat. However, this agreement came with stipulations. The newcomers would be required to dwell across the river, rather than on the island itself. Trust could not be established overnight, and it was essential to take the time to understand one another. Furthermore, the city of wanderers likely housed tens of thousands of orcs, making it impractical for them to all inhabit the island. Thus, the newcomers would have to endure accommodations on the opposite side, with the possibility of moving in later should they prove themselves trustworthy. After all, with the fox spirit and her 3 little ones present, Mo Lin and his companions had to consider the well-being of the 4 females as well. The most crucial point is that they do not accept the wandering beasts of the orcs here. In the past, they might have considered it, but now they certainly will not. Those who come here must be prepared to act as brothers and family. No one wishes to be betrayed by their kin during challenging times. If they can accept these terms, let them come. If not, it is best they refrain from coming. After all, if you wish to seek refuge with us, you must abide by the rules we have established. When I conveyed this to Xiangchen, he expressed his willingness to accept the conditions, remarking, "Who the hell enjoys eating orcs? It is already a privilege for them to come to such a splendid place. Besides, the stipulations they have set forth are not insurmountable. Even if they reside across the river, it is manageable. Considering this area is rather small and cannot accommodate so many individuals." Although he trusts Mo Lin and the others, what about the rest? Trust requires time as its foundation. Most importantly, there are females here, females who are unafraid of them. Sigh. Moreover, they are far more beautiful than any females he has ever encountered. The sight of these 3 adorable little cubs melted his heart. For the sake of these females, anyone daring to rebel would be courting death. Thus, Yuan brought Xiangchen to explore the tribe, and upon witnessing everything, Xiangchen was utterly astonished. "Why are there animals here?" he inquired. "We raised them," Yuan replied with a hint of pride. Upon hearing this, Xiangchen was intrigued. What an extraordinary notion they possessed. Chapter 168. Their intentions are not pure. Xiangchen continued to follow Yuan, astonished as they walked. He felt that his initial thoughts had been remarkably accurate. Joining their tribe was the best decision he had ever made. For them, it mattered little who the leader was. As long as they could ensure the survival of the wandering beasts, that would suffice for a good leader. That evening, Yuan treated Xiangchen to a meal, the exquisite flavors of which he would never forget. The next day, reluctantly departing, he had, in fact, managed to sneak in another meal before leaving. As he walked, he was eager to facilitate their relocation. After all, each day a delay meant missing out on several delectable meals. With this thought in mind, he quickened his pace. Meanwhile, Di was interrogating Mo Lin and Yuan. "You both agreed to this? You're allowing them to come here? Can't you see that their true objective lies elsewhere? Their aim is Yao Dao and the 3 cubs. Upon observation, it is evident that their intentions are far from pure. It is infuriating that they are permitted to join us. Yet both of them have consented. One person's resistance proves futile. The minority must yield to the majority. Do you not comprehend? Our tribe is currently sparse, and we are in dire need of members. Their inclusion is indeed welcomed. However, this does not serve as a valid justification for their entry into our tribe. Oh, dear Emperor, when shall you mature? Your perspective on matters remains perpetually simplistic. If we were to refuse their integration into their tribe, do you truly believe they would refrain from assaulting us? In every regard, our territory is exceptionally appealing, and such attributes undoubtedly incite envy among the orcs. It is crucial to recognize that the majority of orcs wandering the path of exile are of a ferocious disposition. If conflict were to arise, we would find ourselves ill-equipped to withstand it. Take our strength as an example. The most formidable among us is merely Mo Lin, followed by the two of us, while the remainder consists predominantly of third-tier warriors, with a scant few at the second tier. In contrast, the Path of Exile boasts 3 seventh-tier orcs, along with numerous 5th and 6th-tier warriors, not to mention those below the 4th tier. What do you suppose we can muster against them? Since they presently exhibit sincerity, let us allow them to join us. Furthermore, other orc tribes are keenly watching us. Even if a portion of them is motivated by Yao Yao and her 3 young ones, what of it? Emperor, after your prolonged interactions with Yao Yao, do you genuinely believe she would consent? What I wish to convey is that if you and I, as well as Yao Yao, disapprove, how could we expect others to agree? Moreover, it appears Yao Yao desires only Mo Lin. Alas, the truth is, the fox spirit Yao Yao simply cannot accept polyandry. Otherwise, who would reject the presence of handsome men? After all, both you and Yuan possess striking appearances, rivaling that of Mo Lin. Naturally, every orc within the tribe is appealing, and none can be deemed unattractive. Thus, Yao Yao often spends her time in the tribe surrounded by such eye-catching company. The emperor fell silent. For it was indeed as Yuan had articulated. In the event of conflict, they would be unable to cope. Both sides are watchful, and he is confident that Yao Yao would not choose another. This thought eased his heart considerably. Given this reality, he must endeavor to advance to the 5th tier swiftly, lest those newcomers look down upon them. Although there are many 5th-tier warriors in the Path of Exile, with a few at the 6th tier, he now feels exceedingly weak, as if entirely reliant on the strength from that realm. After their discussion, the emperor returned in silence. Chapter 169, The City of Exiles 10 days later. The City of Exiles. Finally returned. I never imagined that my relentless journey would conclude 5 days ahead of schedule. Indeed. The power of delectable cuisine knows no bounds. First, let me gather my belongings in the cave before I discuss matters with the two of them. Once I arrive, I intend to be the first to show up. Perhaps that female, known as the Fox Demon, will personally prepare a feast for me. The possibility of winning her affection is not out of reach. With this thought, my enthusiasm surged, prompting me to hasten my preparations. Meanwhile, Yu and Chi, waiting in the plaza, found it rather perplexing. Hadn't a beast man just mentioned that he had returned? Why was there still no sign of him after such a prolonged wait? They quickly summoned a beast man who had accompanied Xiangchen back, urgently inquiring, "Where's Xiangchen? Did you not return together?" "Well, Xiangchen headed off in the direction of his cave after returning," came the reply. The brothers exchanged bewildered glances. What could possibly compel Xiangchen to return to his cave first? It was quite baffling. Shouldn't he have come to them immediately? Sighing, they decided to search for him at his cave to clarify the situation, which would also be more comfortable as the sun was quite fierce. Upon arriving, they found Xiangchen busily packing his belongings, leaving them further bewildered. What was going on? Was he planning to leave right after coming back? "Hey, Xiangchen, what are you doing? Are you moving? Could you two come over and help me pack? I will explain things to you soon." The two remained momentarily stunned. "Xiangchen, what is wrong with you? Have you lost your mind? Stop standing there. Hurry up and assist me with the packing. Once we're done, I can share everything with you, all right?" Now even more confused, they realized that if they didn't help him pack, he might not divulge anything. Reluctantly, they began to assist him while asking questions, hoping to glean information in the process. "Wait, are you saying there are actually females living there, along with 3 little female cubs? And so many fruit trees? Will there truly be an abundance of animals? Moreover, they even managed to raise them. How clever." For both the wandering beasts and beast men, the most they would typically do is hunt down the larger animals for sustenance while leaving the smaller ones to reproduce. The notion of bringing them back to the tribe for raising was unheard of, even though Xiangchen repeatedly assured them that he had witnessed it all firsthand. Yu and she remained incredulous. Nonetheless, for Xiangchen, their belief was inconsequential. He was determined to ally himself with Mo Lin and his tribe. Observing Xiangchen still engaged in packing, Yu approached and grasped his hand. "Isn't your decision a bit hasty? Can't we just seize that female when the time comes? Is it really necessary to move there directly?" As soon as Yu finished speaking, both Xiangchen and she regarded him with expressions of bewilderment. "As if you were foolish. Why are you both looking at me like that? Is there something wrong with what I said?" Xiangchen replied in a tone laced with disdain. "Oh, just seize her. It seems you may have been overly exposed to the sun, leading to a moment of folly. If you truly attempted to seize her, do you genuinely believe that she would remain with us? Furthermore, you are aware that if she does not consent to the covenant, What purpose does your acquisition serve? Chapter 170. Departure. You scratched his head, suddenly enlightened, pointing toward the sky. Ah, indeed. He then observed Qi beside him, who was covering his face with his hand in sheer embarrassment. Xiangchen was equally reluctant to witness the unfolding scene. Not to mention, their side boasts numerous fruit trees and animals. Additionally, there is a river nearby, and I've even heard whispers of a small spring atop their mountain, ensuring an ample water supply. According to their accounts, those fruit trees were cultivated, not naturally grown. At this moment, both Yu and Qi fell into deep contemplation, realizing that Xiangchen could not simply abandon his quest due to a few females in those conditions. Qi appeared to have a revelation. Xiangchen, is there something you have not disclosed to us? Is there? Xiangchen found himself momentarily perplexed, questioning whether he had indeed omitted anything. I believe I've shared everything, he replied. Oh, for instance, which beast man do those 3 young females belong to? This question left him momentarily speechless. Reflecting on his previous encounter with the fox spirit, he suddenly clapped his hands. Oh, right. It was that 7-striped beast man. Is that so? Qi's expression turned contemplative, and Xiangchen could sense his intentions clearly. After some thought, he made a decision. Xiangchen, do you think the riverbank you mentioned is sufficient for us to reside? Upon hearing this, Xiangchen's heart soared with joy, as he had initially doubted Qi's acceptance. Thus, upon returning to the tribe, he promptly began preparing his belongings. Rest assured, Qi, I have personally inspected the location. It is ample enough. However, the only concern is that there may not be shelter from the wind and rain at the riverbank. Fortunately, there is a mountain not far from there. When the time comes, we can reside there. Food should not be a worry. They have an abundance, and the chief mentioned a substantial stockpile. Yet, I am concerned that while we have decided to venture forth, not every beastman in our tribe may wish to accompany us. As I previously mentioned, some of them do not meet the stipulated conditions. They have stated that if one is willing to change, acceptance is possible, but those who stubbornly refuse should be disregarded. After Xiangchen concluded, Qi nodded in agreement, fully endorsing his sentiments. Very well then, do not rush off just yet. In a little while, I will gather everyone to discuss this matter and see how many are willing to join us. Qi paused before continuing. As for those unwilling to depart, we can offer them some food, allowing them to leave at their discretion, or they may choose to remain here. Xiangchen and you both concurred with Qi's thoughts, and the 3 of them promptly rose to summon all the orcs of the city of wanderers from the cave. In no time, the orcs gathered in the square, where Qi conveyed the news of their imminent migration to join Mo Lin's tribe, along with the conditions proposed by Mo Lin. The orcs below began to murmur among themselves, and recognizing the weight of this decision, Qi allowed them to deliberate. After 5 minutes, he called for silence and informed them that both he and his brother would be departing together. Those who wished to accompany their brothers could now return to pack their belongings and assemble in the square once ready. Chapter 171. A grand momentum for those unwilling to leave. They would ensure that the majority of their food remained for them. Subsequently, many orcs returned to begin their preparations. As dusk approached, those who wished to join Mo Lin's tribe had completed their packing, numbering around several tens of thousands. Thus, Qi and his brothers, leading a vast throng of wandering orcs, set forth towards the sea. Such a formidable procession did not go unnoticed by the orcs lurking in the shadows, who instinctively dispatched some to follow them, while sending others back to report to their leader regarding the situation. They only needed to ensure they did not lose track of the orcs, though one might ponder how one could possibly lose sight of a throng of tens of thousands. Traveling through the night with such a large assembly, were they not concerned about being discovered? What if they were ambushed by the orcs of the 3 tribes? Yu curiously inquired. Xiangchen, observing Yu's naive expression, rolled his eyes in exasperation. Rest assured, under normal circumstances, one might worry about being ambushed, but these are extraordinary times. Rather than fearing their ambush, it would be more accurate to say that they are currently preoccupied with their own survival. Yu wore a perplexed expression. Yet Xiangchen offered no further explanation. Qi, noticing Yu's confusion, elaborated. We are wanderers, and the living conditions in the city of wanderers are dire, far inferior to theirs. Additionally, we are amidst a drought, making food even more scarce and difficult to procure. Thus, their focus is merely on monitoring us to prevent us from seizing their food. Moreover, in such tumultuous times, they are too consumed with their own plight to concern themselves with us. Our direction towards the seaside will lead them to believe we are desperate, seeking a glimmer of hope. At this juncture, Qi paused, his tone growing somber. The final frenzy of a cornered beast can be deadly. You seem to grasp something profound, and silence enveloped the three. After a prolonged moment, Chi spoke again. The time is drawing near. Soon, those trailing us should retreat, and we will incapacitate those who have been covertly following. Then we shall alter our course to seek out Mo Lin's tribe. Agreed. The two exchanged nods, and as expected, news had reached Long Xian and his companions even before Qi and his group had set out. Initially, upon seeing Qi leading tens of thousands of people, they assumed an impending raid for food, prompting the orcs to prepare for battle. Unexpectedly, however, they took a different route, heading toward the far reaches of the desert. An area devoid of sustenance and orc presence, with only the ocean in sight, a body of water that offered no drinkable resources. What could their purpose be in that direction? For a moment, Long Xian and his companions were perplexed. Could there be some hidden agenda? Yet, considering the vast number of orcs, it was impossible for them not to notice. Remembering the earlier communication from the orcs that had gathered in the square, discussing themes of departure and staying behind, Long Xian and his companions exchanged glances, their expressions shifting in understanding. They nodded in unison, declaring, "We need not concern ourselves with them. Let the followers return," leaving a few to trail them covertly. The orc messenger, hearing the chief's directive, wasted no time in arranging the withdrawal. Chapter 172. Arrival at the tribe. As the orcs departed, Long Xian remarked, "Let us hope our assumptions hold true. Perhaps they seek survival by the sea." Alas, if it were not for the current drought, we would have certainly gone to meet them. However, it matters little. Wherever they venture, it is futile, as the drought affects the entire continent, leaving no sustenance anywhere. Our task now is to follow them, to ascertain their location. The metaphor of a frog slowly boiled in water came to mind. After concluding their discussion, they departed, for numerous tasks awaited them. Had it not been for the significant commotion caused by Qi rallying the orcs earlier that day, they would not have had the time to convene. After more than 10 days of relentless travel, they finally arrived. Though the leaves here had turned the dullest shade of yellow possible, in contrast to the parched yellow earth of their homeland, it was a welcome sight. As they drew closer to the fox demon tribe, the yellow leaves slowly began to transform into lush green, particularly the rows of fruit trees that left them in awe. Xiangchen was somewhat unfazed, having seen it once before. However, for Qi and Yu, who had only heard tales but never witnessed it for themselves, the shock was palpable. The orcs, who had never even heard of such places, could hardly contain their astonishment. Compared to the city of wanderers, this place seemed nothing short of paradise. The thought of establishing a long-term residence here filled their hearts with indescribable excitement. Although the tribe had mentioned that the orcs from the city of wanderers would arrive, witnessing them swarm like locusts was truly a startling experience. They initially believed that Long Xian and Zhe Lin had arrived, prompting the tribe to prepare for battle and summoning the orcs to call for Mo Lin. However, there were tens of thousands of orcs, their mere presence casting an overwhelming shadow. The sight of such a multitude sent a chill down Yuan's spine. After all, the only significant force on their side was Mo Lin, alongside himself and a few small cats. If Mo Lin, and I emphasize if, we are unable to withstand this onslaught, then you must swiftly flee with the fox spirit and the 3 cubs, as far away as possible. Mo Lin fell silent upon hearing Yuan's words, his gaze fixed on the orcs, before suddenly stating, "Yuan, you spoke too soon. They are not orcs from those 3 tribes, but rather the group that migrated from the city of drifters." Yuan found it hard to believe. Could the city of drifters truly harbor so many orcs? Mo Lin, are you certain? Yes, for I have seen Xiangchen. Rest assured, everything will be fine. A wave of relief washed over Yuan, though disbelief lingered. The sheer number of orcs was daunting, and he feared they might not be able to accommodate them all. He had expected perhaps around 10,000 orcs, as leaving one's homeland is a common sentiment across all realms. Fortunately, prior preparations had been made, allowing them to handle the situation without being caught off guard. Very well, let us meet with them and discuss future matters. Also, advise the tribe to remain vigilant. One must never let their guard down. Agreed, Yuan responded affirmatively, promptly sending a command through one of the orcs. He then proceeded with Mo Lin to meet Xiangchen and the others. As they met, Yuan spoke first. "Xiangchen, you have arrived. I presume these 2 are Qi and Yu?" Xiangchen nodded, while Yu and Qi gazed curiously at the impressive Yuan, wondering how he had managed to foster such growth within the tribe. Chapter 173. A tour of the tribe. Developing a tribe is no simple endeavor. It involves multifaceted considerations. Upon their arrival, they merely glanced at the exterior, which surpassed all tribes they had previously encountered. including the Dragon Clan and the city of 10,000 beasts. Reflecting on Xiang Qin's earlier words, Qi felt a sense of relief, having brought tens of thousands of brothers to seek refuge here, all while bearing immense pressure. If things did not go well, he would feel indebted to the orcs of the city of drifters. Greetings. You must be Yuan. To have developed the tribe to such an extent is truly remarkable, Qi expressed, genuinely impressed. He never imagined bringing back fruit trees and small animals for cultivation. Though their strength might be lacking, it was inconsequential, for they still had their few capable members. As long as he can successfully develop the tribe, that is sufficient. After a round of mutual flattery between both parties, a consensus was reached, and they began to excavate caves on the mountainside by the river to arrange accommodations. They toiled throughout the afternoon, yet all the orcs wore smiles as they busily worked, knowing they would soon thrive in this bountiful land. Free from the worries of scarcity and the fear of living beneath a sky filled with swirling sands. In the evening, Qi observed that everyone was wrapping up their tasks, and it was then that they ventured to the small island across the river. Other orcs were unable to enter, save for the three of them, as they were afforded special privileges due to their esteemed status. Upon their entry, they were astonished, particularly when they caught sight of a towering city wall in the distance, rendering them momentarily speechless. Could there truly be a reincarnation of a beast god here? How could anything be more formidable than he? Such fortifications would make it exceedingly difficult for outsiders to invade. Curiosity gnawed at him, compelling him to ponder what lay within the minds of Yuan and the others, and how they could create such remarkable structures. Upon opening the grand door, they were greeted by a breathtaking sight. It felt as though they had stepped into an entirely different realm, outside. The landscape was marred by a desolate drought with endless yellow dust, while across the river, the orchard appeared lush, yet bore evidence of the harsh conditions. Inside, however, it was akin to spring. Leaves were vibrant and full, untouched by the drought's devastation. Along the roadside, rows of flowers were planted. Some had wilted, yet their brilliance remained undeniable. According to Xiang Qin, there was a small spring up above. Surely, they wouldn't be so extravagant as to water these flowers with the spring's precious water. Especially when they beheld rows of orchards, each fruit was plump and bountiful, entirely different from the meager offerings outside. This place felt like a veritable paradise, shielded from the drought and brimming with sustenance. No wonder Xiang Qin had rushed home to pack his belongings upon his return. At the time, they thought he had lost his senses, but now it became clear. Had he known then, he too would have hurriedly gathered his things, perhaps not even returning home, simply dispatching an orc to relay the message. Nevertheless, they could now settle here, and the excitement was palpable. By the way, didn't Yuan mention a place for raising animals? Where is it? Can we go see it? Qi, enchanted by the splendor of this place, was eager to explore the animal sanctuary, driven by curiosity. Oh, yes, it's just ahead. I'll take you there, but many animals have been let out to roam. There are only a few left here. Chapter 174. Qi, why are you pinching me? Free range? What is that? You asked curiously. Free range means we prefer not to waste too many orcs. Instead of sending them out to forage, it's better to allow them to seek their own food. While a few orcs supervise to keep them from straying too far, they can be herded back at dusk, due to the naturally sparse population of our tribe. This arrangement effectively reduces costs, enabling more individuals to venture out in search of fruits or engage in various activities. Yuan, who once lacked understanding himself, did not look down upon them. After all, he too had once been uninformed, having learned from the fox spirit. Thus, he patiently elucidated the matter to him. Upon hearing Yuan's explanation, QX could not help but express his admiration with a thumbs up, appreciating his perspective. Yuan, noticing this, merely smiled shyly. For these insights were not originally his own but rather imparted by the fox spirit. He felt it prudent to wait for a period of observation before divulging any information regarding the fox spirit. Now, ahead lies the area where we keep our domesticated animals, he remarked, gesturing towards the direction. QX and you followed his indication, beholding a vast expanse filled with chickens, ducks, geese, and numerous other creatures, leaving them utterly astonished. Is there truly this many? And this is merely a fraction of what you mentioned? You exclaimed in disbelief, while QX mirrored her astonishment. Yuan, observing their expressions, felt an urge to laugh, but restrained himself, fearing they might unite against him if he did, thus prioritizing his own well-being. Cough. Well, indeed, this is merely a portion. At this hour, they should be returning, he continued, spreading his hands as if to say, I'm not deceiving you. It's merely that your experiences are limited. While you and QX pondered how such numbers could be deemed few, As if to validate his claims, the sudden sounds of sheep and cattle drew all their attention. Witnessing the herds of cows, sheep, and other animals left them once again in a state of disbelief, not knowing how many times they had been astonished that day. Instinctively, QX exclaimed, "So many cows, so many sheep, so many animals." Finding it hard to believe, he pinched his thigh to confirm whether he was dreaming. Why can't I feel any pain? Could it be that this is indeed a dream? Undeterred, he pinched his thigh again. How painful. QX, what are you doing? All the beastmen present cast curious glances at you, who was wincing in pain and rubbing her thigh, revealing 2 prominent welts. Why did you pinch me? Once would have sufficed, yet you pinched me twice. Have you gone mad? Are you attempting to harm me? Wait, how can you feel pain? I pinched myself, didn't I? QX replied, his expression one of innocent confusion, still processing the situation. Then take a look at this red mark. Did I not inflict it upon myself? He added, his face laden with regret. I did that intentionally. Does it hurt? You see, it's already this red. Do you think it doesn't hurt? You shot him a glance filled with exasperation, questioning his intelligence. Then that means this isn't a dream? A dream? All present were momentarily taken aback, and upon glancing at Yu's expression, they burst into laughter. Especially Xiangchen, whose mirth was particularly evident. Dreaming? Chi-Shi. You are simply adorable. How did we not notice this before? Chapter 175. The embarrassment of Chi-Shi. Chi-Shi's face flushed with embarrassment. She felt utterly mortified. Wishing fervently to create a fissure in the ground to hide herself within. The catalyst for her discomfort made her cast a fierce glare at you. Was it really necessary to vocalize the pain? Could she not simply endure it? At this moment, she felt as though she had never experienced the world. Despite being a 7-pattern beast, with so many eyes upon her, Yuan, observing from the side, couldn't help but chuckle softly. How could this 7-pattern beast be so naive? In the words of Yao Yao, she was adorably foolish. Yu and Xiangchen laughed heartily, even the pain in their thighs seemed to dissipate. By the time their tour concluded, night had fallen, and Yu and Chi-Shi returned in a state of astonishment, utterly disoriented, nearly stumbling into the river on several occasions. Xiangchen, witnessing their expressions, shook his head with a hint of exasperation, yet he refrained from mocking them. He too had once been in their shoes, equally dazed. Had it not been for the insufficient company he had upon his arrival, he might have chosen to remain, as he had initially intended to savor a meal. But the brothers across the river required his attention. His culinary delights. Did you say there are females? Where are they? I haven't seen any along the way. You inquired curiously. Xiangchen, exasperated, shot him a glance. You know how precious females are. Do you expect them to come greet you at the entrance? Besides, who are you to them? They certainly wouldn't reveal themselves so easily. Upon reflection, you conceded that there was merit to this reasoning. However, he pressed on. But how did you manage to see a female back then? Why weren't they hidden away? At that time, it was because the little cub missed its father that they were brought out. Otherwise, I might never have seen them. Had it not been for that encounter, we might still be wandering in the city of exiles. Now, recalling that exquisite female, his heart raced. After all, the primary reason for his choice to join this tribe was the presence of such beautiful females. I see. I must prepare something special to present to the lovely female tomorrow. Xiangchen spoke. Having experienced that the beautiful female he currently had as a companion was merely Mo-Lin, this implied that she held no interest in others, which instilled a sense of hope within him. After all, which female would not desire a powerful partner? With this thought, he returned home, eager to discover the finest gifts that would delight her. Both Yu and Chi-Shi, observing his enthusiasm for the enchanting female, found themselves curious about her identity. What sort of female could captivate Xiangchen so completely? After all, during their time in the wandering city, many females had been brought in by their fellow companions. Yet not a single one had caught his eye. Of course, the females had similarly disregarded them, viewing them as temperamental and unreasonable. They would never risk their lives for a female, as without a bond, they could not forge a partnership. While it was possible to incapacitate a female, they deemed such actions beneath them, at least for now. They were still young, merely seeking a partner who could appreciate them, rather than confronting a foolish female. This sentiment was not exclusive to the 3 brothers. It resonated with many of the orcs in the tribe, as they watched Xiangchen disappear into the distance. Yu and Chi-Shi hurried to catch up. Xiangchen, wait for us. Don't walk so fast. However, Xiangchen paid them no heed. Intent on selecting the perfect gifts for the beautiful female, the mere thought of her radiant smile quickened his pace. The trio ventured into the forest, and soon they vanished among the trees. Yuan, observing from the riverbank, initially felt a pang of concern. If they were truly bent on seizing a rival tribe, there would be little he could do to stop them, and he would bear the guilt of their actions. Yet, as he followed them, he discovered they were quite amiable and easy to converse with, unlike Mo Lin, who remained perpetually aloof. In the absence of Yao Yao, he could still command his attention. Though now only Yao Yao seemed to elicit his response. It was futile to mention Di, that troublesome fellow, who always seemed to contradict him, leaving Yuan exasperated. Nevertheless, he still held a fondness for both Mo Lin and Di. As for the trio, he decided to reserve judgment for the time being. Returning to the fox demon Yao Yao, she had finally managed to lull her 3 little ones to sleep. Just as she was about to cradle the youngest to rest, she heard Mo Lin's voice beside her. "Little fox, I will sleep with you tonight." The fox spirit, without a moment's contemplation, firmly declined. "No. There isn't enough space on the bed, and soon the baby will awaken and cry when he discovers your absence. Please, little fox, I will bring down the 3rd one. And we shall sleep together. It has been such a long time since we shared a slumber." As he spoke, Mo Lin's tone carried a hint of grievance. The fox spirit pondered for a moment and realized that indeed, it had been quite some time since the 2 of them had shared a bed. Moreover, she considered whether she had somewhat neglected Mo Lin over the past few months. After some reflection, she acquiesced to the idea. However, she stipulated that there should be no unnecessary movements. Upon hearing this, Mo Lin promptly nodded, carefully lifting the little one out of bed and contentedly climbing into bed to embrace her beloved. Yet, before long, the serpent's hand began to wander restlessly, exploring without restraint. The fox spirit grasped his restless hand. Her cheeks flushed as she whispered, "No, Mo Lin, there is a little one nearby. I miss you." The fox spirit's face reddened further. Although she longed for him, the presence of the infant made her feel shy. "Come here, little fox, I truly yearn for you." The sound of Mo Lin's deep, magnetic voice and the warmth of his breath against her neck sent shivers of desire through her, yet she bashfully refused. "No. There's a baby. I really miss you. I swear I won't let the baby hear us. Is that all right, little fox? I have missed you for so long." Upon hearing this, the fox spirit's face flushed an even deeper shade of crimson. Unable to withstand his persistent whispers in her ear, she silently nodded in agreement. "Very well." Without waiting for her to finish her sentence, his lips pressed against hers with fervor, as if he had been anticipating her consent all along. The following day, the fox spirit lay in bed for an entire day, observing a certain serpent who had just finished feeding 3 little ones. She couldn't help but feel a surge of resentment. Wasn't it agreed that he would be gentle? Could this truly be the man who had abstained for several months? Terrifying. As Mo Lin watched the little fox grind her teeth, he felt an overwhelming desire to laugh. "Little fox, allow me to feed you." "Humph." The fox spirit scoffed dismissively, unwilling to engage with him. "I refuse to converse with a deceiver. Your words hold no weight." With a smile, Mo Lin replied, "You are simply too beautiful." I couldn't resist. The fox spirit felt her cheeks flush at his words, yet she found herself at a loss for response. Chapter 177. No medicine needed. Come now. Open your mouth. Let me feed you. Mo Lin held out a morsel, bringing it to her lips. The fox demon stubbornly refrained from speaking, proclaiming, "If you bully me, I shall not eat." Humph. She was quite irate, utterly unaware of the pain that enveloped her body. "If you do not eat, do you believe you can move now?" Echoed Mo Lin's triumphant words in her ears. The fox demon turned her head, glaring furiously at the culprit before her. His arguments, though infuriating, were undeniably sound, leaving her with no choice but to reluctantly part her lips, allowing him to feed her. The 3 little ones, witnessing this scene, gazed on in bewilderment. Does mommy need daddy to feed her too? They pondered. Hadn't it been said that only children required feeding? Was mommy still a child? Thus, the trio inched closer to the 2, their curiosity piqued. They nudged one another, as if encouraging each other to speak up. Ultimately, the eldest stepped forward, asking Mommy, "Are you also a little baby? Why do you need Daddy to feed you?" The second child echoed the inquiry with curiosity, while the youngest chimed in, seemingly in agreement with the eldest's question. Upon hearing this, Hu Yao Yao's face flushed even deeper. Go away. Go away. This is an adult matter. Children should not interfere." Oh dear. The third child seemed to still be justifying. Wasn't it natural for them to ask? Seeing her blushing profusely, Mo Lin turned to the 3 little ones beside her and said, "Mummy is merely unwell and needs to be fed. Once she recovers, she won't require feeding anymore." "If Mummy is unwell, does that mean she needs to take medicine?" the eldest asked in a tender voice. When recalling the particularly unpleasant medicine Mummy had made him take during her previous illness, his little face involuntarily scrunched up, and he quickly shook his head. I don't want to take medicine. It's not palatable at all. Rest assured, I won't take any. Hu Yaoyao looked at the eldest with concern, realizing that her last cold had instilled such fear in him after she had forced him to drink ginger soup. Mummy, will you be all right without taking medicine? I shall be fine, do not worry. After speaking, she shot a fierce glare at the one responsible. Really? Indeed. Mummy only needs to rest for a day. And tomorrow she can take you all out to play. Then Mummy must lie down properly and not run around. The eldest, Mo Shue Shue, declared with the demeanor of a miniature adult. The other two couldn't help but echo her sentiments. Yes, I understand. I am currently unwell. So all three of you must behave. Mm. After feeding them, Mo Lin urged Hu Yaoyao to let the three little ones go outside, feeling a bit embarrassed as they gazed at her. Furthermore, she desired to rest. Mo Lin, noticing her demeanor, realized he had indeed been rather harsh the previous night. So he complied and instructed the little ones to refrain from running around. He decided to stay and care for her. Do you really think I need your care? I can't let you look after me right now. You should leave. I understand. I won't be so impulsive next time. You say that so sweetly. Yet you said the same last time, and I haven't seen you follow through. Kiki. Mo Lin, having gained the upper hand, was only talking about himself. Yet he still felt uneasy. Will you truly be fine alone at home? I will be fine, especially if someone hadn't exerted himself so vigorously last night. Hu Yaoyao's words were pointed. Well then, I suppose I'll take them out to play while you rest at home. Yes, go ahead. I'm quite tired and wish to sleep. Please take them out to play, Hu Yaoyao expressed with a sense of helplessness. Chapter 178. In preparation for gifts, seeing Hu Yaoyao's insistence, Mo Lin no longer pressed the matter and prepared to take the children outside. Come here, little ones. Daddy is taking you out to play. No, I don't want to go out. I want to stay with Mummy. Mummy is already sick, and I want to take care of her. The little one shook her tiny head. Mo Lin gazed at her miniature adult demeanor, a faint smile gracing her lips as she crouched down to pat the child's head. Shue Shue, what your mother needs right now is rest. Our presence here might disturb her. However, the little girl shook her head once more, determined to remain by her mother's side. She believed that her mother needed someone to watch over her, and since her father was preoccupied with her two younger sisters, it fell upon her to take on that responsibility. The fox spirit felt an immense joy in her heart upon witnessing her daughter's deep concern for her. However, in order to ensure that her beloved child could sleep soundly, she decided it was best for her to accompany Mo Lin. Moreover, the thought of leaving such a young one to keep vigil over her was unsettling. Gently pinching her adorable little face, she relished the delightful sensation, almost wishing to continue this tender gesture indefinitely. Yet, after a moment's reflection, she dismissed the idea, realizing her own exhaustion. Dear Snow, rest assured, Mother is perfectly fine. I simply need a moment to recuperate. Why don't you go play with your father? When you return, I shall prepare a delicious treat for you. All right? But is Mother truly all right? Indeed. The fox spirit once again spoke, and the leader obediently nodded, following Mo Lin outside. Watching the three depart, she finally felt a sense of relief. How exhausting. Her body ached, and Mo Lin truly lacked any understanding of moderation. After they had been gone for a short while, sleepiness overwhelmed her, and she succumbed to slumber. Mo Lin took the three little ones to play by the mountain spring at the summit, later guiding them to various corners of the tribe for amusement. Whenever they encountered other beastmen, Mo Lin would allow them to join in the fun with their companions. Meanwhile, Xiang Chun was still troubled by the gift for the fox spirit, his hair nearly thinning from worry. He dismissed the commonplace options, found the exquisite ones lacking, and most importantly, he was utterly clueless about her preferences. His frustration mounted, prompting him to take a stroll to clear his mind in hopes of finding inspiration. As he wandered, he stumbled upon Chi-Chi's cave and thought to see if there was anything of value inside. Is Chi-Chi here? Upon hearing the voice, Chi-Chi emerged from the cave, puzzled by Xiang Chen's presence. Hadn't he mentioned preparing a gift for that female? Had he already completed it? What brings you here? Well, I can't seem to find any inspiration for a gift, so I decided to take a walk and happened to pass by. Oh, in that case, would you like to come in and sit for a while? Sure. Xiang Chun, unperturbed, stepped inside. He glanced around, but found nothing of interest. Letting out a sigh as he engaged in conversation with Chi-Chi. They had just moved in, and there were many matters to discuss. Before their return yesterday, he had overheard Yuan mention that once everyone settled in a couple of days, they would organize a bonfire gathering to celebrate their union as families. When he inquired about what a bonfire gathering entailed, Yuan merely smiled without elaborating. That infuriating grin made him want to give him a good thrashing. Chapter 179, Emperor. What are you doing here? Yet, he dared not act on his frustration. It was best to see what unfolded, especially since this celebration marked the merging of their tribes. This was the first time he had encountered such a festivity, and he felt quite curious about the so-called bonfire gathering. After chatting with Qi for a while, Xiangshan returned home, determined to find a truly remarkable gift to present on the day of celebration. The mere thought of the beautiful female accepting his token filled him with joy, yet the prospect of selecting the perfect gift sent waves of headache through him. After walking about, he had yet to find any inspiration. Alas, why must gift-giving be so challenging? Upon awakening from her slumber, the fox spirit found herself in a state of disorientation, only to be startled by the presence of a figure beside her, causing her to retreat in fear to the corner of the wall. However, upon closer inspection, she recognized it was Dee, and a sigh of relief escaped her lips. Dee, what brings you here? She inquired, glancing around her home, which was devoid of Mo Lin and the three little ones. What had prompted Dee's unexpected visit? Had he intruded upon her private space? Noticing her startled demeanor, Dee quickly sought to alleviate her fright. I heard from Shui that you were unwell, and I grew concerned, so I came to check on you. The moment he received the news from afar, panic had gripped him for a female in distress. Particularly one as delicate as the fox spirit was a cause for alarm. Rushing to her side, he found her eyes tightly shut, and upon gently touching her forehead, he discovered she did not have a fever. Where are you unwell? He pondered. It was truly perplexing that Mo Lin would take the little ones out to play while the fox spirit was indisposed. Was he capable of caring for her? Thus, Dee resolved to remain steadfastly by her side. Upon hearing this, the fox spirit expressed her concern, remarking, however, you cannot venture in here alone, can you? Such an act is rather frightening, don't you think? After all, it is quite unsettling to awaken next to a stranger, especially when they are not a familiar face. Noticing the fox spirit's discomfort, the emperor inquired with genuine concern, are you unwell? Yet, he was immediately halted by her. I am fine, truly. I am not ill. I merely wish to rest. My supposed ailment was merely an excuse to divert the little ones, she clarified. Upon hearing this, the emperor comprehended her reasoning, responding, ah, I see. The fox spirit nodded gently, observing the concerned expression on the emperor's face. Could it be that, after all this time, he still harbored feelings for her? It had already been several months. Emperor, you should return now. I am perfectly fine. It would be inconvenient if Mo Lin were to see you here. Moreover, the mere presence of the emperor was utterly overwhelming, leaving her heart in turmoil. The emperor was taken aback. Was the fox spirit urging him to leave? A wave of despondency enveloped him in an instant. Reluctantly, he rose to his feet, saying, very well, fox spirit, please take good care of yourself. With that, the fox spirit offered no further response and, feeling dejected, strode away with heavy steps. The fox demon gazed at his dejected silhouette, her heart inexplicably aching for him. It would be a lie to claim she harbored no feelings for the emperor. However, she was already devoted to Mo Lin, and thus could only express her apologies to the emperor. After all, one cannot be divided in affection, especially when it comes to love. Subsequently, the fox demon dared not sleep, opting instead to lie awake in bed. The mere thought of someone entering her home while she slumbered was enough to send chills down her spine. After lying there for a while, she glanced at the time and realized it was nearly noon. She needed to rise and prepare a meal for Mo Lin and the little ones, especially since she had promised Shui to whip up something delicious. Noon arrived, and Mo Lin returned home with the three little ones. The oppressive heat outside was unbearable, and it coincided with the baby's nap time. Chapter 180, The Little Ones Have Grown, Mommy. We're back. The eldest voice rang out first, followed by her exuberant entrance. Soon after, Mo Lin arrived with the second and third children clinging to him. Each of the three little ones held an apple in their hands, freshly plucked. Upon seeing her, the eldest and second rushed down from Mo Lin's side and bounded over to her. Mommy, we picked these ourselves for you. Picked by themselves? A glance at their heights left her in doubt. Surely, they could not have reached the apples. Noticing the skeptical expression on their mother's face, the youngest pouted, indignantly chattering away. All right, Mommy was mistaken. She should not have doubted you, she conceded, extending her arms. Come, hand the apples to Mommy. Although she couldn't decipher what the youngest was saying, the child's flushed cheeks were a clear indication of her pride. As she accepted the apples from the trio, she praised them warmly. Oh, Shui, you have grown up, and you know to bring food for Mommy. You are all so wonderful. At their mother's commendation, the three little ones beamed with joy. their eyes glistening like crescent moons. Next time, they vowed to bring her something special when they ventured outside. Ignoring their father entirely, they nestled around their mother, their curious eyes fixed on her. Mommy, are you going to eat? Mo Lin, observing his children's complete disregard for him upon their return, rolled his eyes and muttered softly, "3 little gluttons. Here I was, just helping you." Unfortunately, his voice was too soft for them to hear. Had the fox demon caught wind of his words, she would have surely shot him a disapproving glance. Seeing that their mother had accepted their apples but had yet to eat, Mo Shui eagerly urged, "Mommy, eat. Eat. Mommy, eat." Echoed Mou and Mo Shui in unison. Their adorable antics warmed her heart, and she smiled at them. "All right, Mommy will eat." Without hesitation, she picked up an apple and began to enjoy it. As for whether it was washed or not, there had been no pesticide sprayed, it was grown naturally. So what was there to fear? As long as it posed no danger, that was sufficient. Furthermore, it was a gift from her beloved child, which was indeed a great honor. Moreover, it tasted significantly sweeter than those she had consumed before. Perhaps the meaning had changed. In no time, she finished the apple. Well, the apple feast was over. "After your meal, my little ones, isn't it time for you 3 to rest?" "Yes, indeed." "Oh dear, come along now. It's time for dinner. Today, Mommy has prepared your favorite dish, chicken stewed with mushrooms." Upon hearing this, the 3 little ones bounced with joy and promptly took their seats, eagerly awaiting her to serve them. The fox spirit sighed inwardly upon witnessing the scene. It seemed they would need to spend time allowing the little ones to fend for themselves, as Mo Lin had indulged them to the point where they only knew how to open their mouths for food. "Come now, you 3. It's time for you to eat on your own. You are all growing up. We shall no longer feed you." Upon hearing this, the 3 little ones were discontented. They had previously attempted this and found it challenging to grasp their food with chopsticks. No, the second protested. "I don't want to. I want father to feed me." The eldest looked over at Mo Lin. "Oh dear, I concur. I refuse to eat by myself." "Now, my dear children," the fox spirit urged, "you must learn to eat on your own. Look, even Mommy and Daddy are eating independently. Thus, it is time for you to master this skill as well." Chapter 181. Learning to use chopsticks. The 3 little ones, however, remained obstinate, disregarding her words entirely. "No, Mommy still wants Daddy to feed her today." "Mommy is not a child either," Mo Shui pouted after speaking. The fox spirit anticipated her words and promptly addressed the 3 of them. "Mother is unwell, and that is why she requires assistance with her meals. But look, is she not eating by herself now?" Mo Shui, with her chubby little hand, poked her chin, adopting an expression of contemplation. "It does seem that way," she mused. The fox spirit secretly smiled upon hearing Mo Shui's words. "Shui, you understand that only children are fed, don't you? If you continue to let Daddy feed you, you would remain a child forever, unable to grow into an adult. Well then, if Shui wishes to become an adult so that she can take care of Mummy in the future, then I shall not feed you anymore. I will eat by myself." The fox spirit, upon witnessing the scene, promptly retrieved 3 pairs of chopsticks and placed them in their hands. "Come here, my little ones. Mummy will teach you how to use chopsticks," she said cheerfully. "All right," they exclaimed in unison, as she endeavored to instruct them while partaking in the meal. The dining experience extended over 2 to 3 hours. However, the results were rather disappointing. After an hour of effort, the 3 little ones had made little progress. Only the second child managed to grasp the chopsticks, while the other 2 merely held them without mastering the art of picking up food. Moreover, instead of enjoying their meal, they ended up soiling their clothes. As time wore on and the afternoon nap loomed, she decided to feed them first and continue the lessons gradually. "It's perfectly fine, my darlings. It's normal not to master it right away. We will learn at our own pace, all right?" She reassured them, noticing their downcast expressions. "And just like you, your mummy also took quite a while to learn how to eat with chopsticks. You were far more adept than I was. I could hardly hold them at all." "Is what Mummy says true?" Mo Shui asked, a hint of doubt in her voice. The fox spirit smiled as she gently patted her head. "Indeed. How could Mommy ever deceive you?" she said. "Now, let us take a nap." Mo Shui and the others nodded eagerly, climbing onto the bed. And soon they drifted off to sleep, as the fox spirit, Hu Yao, had just awakened and was not yet weary. She sat beside Mo Lin on the edge of the bed, gazing at their 3 daughters as they slumbered. After a short while, as if sensing that the little ones were deep in sleep, Mo Lin gently remarked, "Isn't it a bit premature to teach them how to use chopsticks? They are still quite young and struggle even to grasp simple objects, let alone chopsticks." Hu Yaoyu cast him a sidelong glance. Premature? They're already this big. Besides, isn't it you who indulges them? However, she conceded that using chopsticks might indeed pose a challenge for them at this stage, and she would need to devise a method to assist them. The fox spirit, lost in contemplation, pondered over a solution. How could she expedite the children's mastery of chopsticks or other utensils for dining? Surely, resorting to their hands would be a far simpler approach. If they were to eat with their hands, there would be no need for the lengthy instruction, which seemed rather futile in hindsight. Dining? Utensils? Hands? An idea struck her. And with a swift motion, she playfully struck the dazed Mo Lin, who was watching the children in a trance. With a resounding clap, Mo Lin turned, bewildered by the sudden sting and the fox spirit's exuberance. His mind was a flurry of questions. Why did you hit me? And why do you seem so exhilarated afterward? Chapter 182. Cherry lips. Perhaps the impact of the fox spirit's playful slap was rather loud, as it startled the children still lost in slumber, who now gazed at their parents with sleepy confusion. The fox spirit gazed at the children who had been awakened due to her momentary excitement, feeling quite embarrassed. Nevertheless, she gently coaxed them back to slumber. There was merely a large mosquito earlier. Mommy was just swatting it away. It's nothing to worry about, so continue to sleep. My dear, Mo Lin? After the fox spirit's explanation, Mo Shui and the others settled back down and drifted off to sleep once more. Sigh. The fox demon let out a sigh of relief, finally managing to lull the child back to sleep. She glanced at Mo Lin, whose recently struck area had turned slightly red, eliciting a pang of sympathy within her. Gently, she reached out to caress the spot that had reddened due to her earlier actions. Does it hurt? I was too excited a moment ago, she murmured. It doesn't hurt here, but my heart aches. Oh. She placed her hand over her heart, feigning a look of profound sorrow, which elicited a laugh from the fox demon. Subsequently, she playfully patted Mo Lin lightly. You silly, always in such disarray. Seeing the fox demon smile, Mo Lin leaned in closer. A kiss here, and I shall forgive you, he declared, pointing at his cheek. Do not be mischievous. The children are still present. The fox demon replied, her cheeks flushing slightly. It's all right. They are all asleep. One little kiss, one tea, wake them. Come here, little fox. The fox spirit, feeling a rush of warmth on her cheeks, could only close her eyes and gently peck at Mo Lin's face. Observing the silly grin of the serpent nearby, she felt a flicker of irritation, yet her heart brimmed with sweetness. By the way, little fox, why did you strike me just now? It was only upon hearing Mo Lin's voice that she recalled the matter at hand. Wasn't it rather challenging for them to use chopsticks at this stage? Primarily due to their diminutive hands, she contemplated allowing them to eat with spoons first, thus fostering their habit of self-feeding. Later, when they grew a bit older, she could teach them to wield chopsticks. Little fox, your idea is quite commendable, yet when it comes to spoons, Mo Lin mused, recalling the oversized spoons at home that were nearly half the size of his hand, and then glancing at the little ones with their cherry-sized mouths, it seemed rather impractical. Imagining 3 children, each barely half a meter tall, wielding spoons larger than half of their faces, sent a shiver down Mo Lin's spine. The fox spirit gazed at Mo Lin, who was lost in thought, and shivered slightly after a while, casting him a disapproving glance. After spending so much time together, did she not know what occupied his mind? The large spoon we currently use is called a soup spoon. I refer to a smaller one, roughly the size of 1 or 2 of my fingers. In a moment, you should retrieve 3 spoons, ensuring they are perfectly polished without any flaws, lest they injure her lips. Once you have completed them, bring them to me for inspection. Oh, I see, he exclaimed, scratching his head. All right. I shall head to the bamboo grove and craft 3 as you instructed. Yes, do hurry back and remember to polish them thoroughly until they are smooth, without any splinters. Seeing that the fox spirit had no further instructions, Mo Lin rose to commence his task. Soon, at the edge of the bamboo grove, he found a suitable piece of bamboo and began his endeavor to carve small spoons. His industrious efforts naturally attracted the attention of other beastmen. Mo Lin, what are you doing? Chapter 183. Apologies for the spoon ignoring them. Mo Lin continued with his work. The other beastmen, puzzled by his indifference, contemplated approaching him again. After all, he was usually accompanied by his offspring. It was quite peculiar to see him alone in the bamboo grove. Mo Lin, what are you up to? Suddenly, as one beastman stepped closer, he met Mo Lin's icy gaze, which bore into him as he coldly uttered a single word, leave. Upon hearing this, the beastmen quickly retreated, understanding that this formidable figure was not to be trifled with. Once they had departed, Imo Lin glared at the two broken spoons in his hand. An aura of invisible chill surrounding him. While he could manage to craft larger spoons, creating small ones truly posed a challenge. He had ruined 20 or 30 attempts already. Just when he had finally fashioned one that resembled a spoon, it snapped due to a careless exertion of force. If it hadn't been for the interruption by those beast men, it would not have broken. Ah, are you certain it's not due to excessive force? With a sigh, he picked up another piece of bamboo and resumed his work. Thus, every beastman passing by the bamboo grove could see Imo Lin, squatting there, seemingly engrossed in his task, emanating an aura that whispered, "Stranger, keep your distance." They all kept their distance, wary of provoking someone formidable. Yet, simultaneously, they were curious about what could incite such wrath in Imo Lin, who usually commanded respect. Finally, as night fell, Imo Lin returned home with 3 spoons that appeared satisfactory. However, he felt a twinge of embarrassment as he hesitated to present them to the fox spirit. The fox spirit gazed at the awkward Imo Lin, her expression one of confusion. "Imo Lin, what troubles you? I have prepared the spoon." Upon hearing this, the fox spirit was filled with delight and eagerly exclaimed, "Let me see." However, Imo Lin concealed the spoon behind his back, for he felt that the 3 spoons he had crafted were far too unsightly to be presented. "What is it?" She naturally noticed his gesture of placing his hands behind him. "They are too ugly," Imo Lin replied quietly. Upon hearing this, the fox spirit let out a light laugh, saying, "How can I know if it's ugly when I haven't even seen it? Show it to me first. Besides, how ugly can a mere spoon be, right?" Feeling a bit shy, Imo Lin presented 3 spoons in his palms for the fox spirit to examine. The fox spirit couldn't help but chuckle as she picked up a spoon, remarking, "Where is the ugliness in this? It is undeniably charming. The only flaw is that the spoon is rather small. Is this a miniature version you've made? It's hardly sufficient for a meal." Upon hearing this, Imo Lin recalled his thought process at the time. He believed a larger spoon would be unwieldy for a little one with such a tiny mouth, thus necessitating a smaller spoon for dining. "Then I shall make another one tomorrow," he replied. The fox spirit gently patted his hand, assuring him, "It's all right. I shall accompany you tomorrow." Despite her